55 sheets of gingerbread and a tribute to frontline workers. Thanks for waking up with us on Early Today.
This turns out to be even more contagious than Delta. Basically, every unvaccinated person will end up encountering this virus. That is going to be a very risky situation. So if you've not even started getting vaccinated, it's critical that people go do that now.
The Omicron COVID variant is front and center at the White House as the vaccinated and unvaccinated must now face what could be an aggressive new form of the coronavirus.
With Black Friday and Cyber Monday behind us, some small businesses are recovering from a wave of violence at stores from smash and grab mobs.
We are inside the courtroom where the prosecutor says Ghislaine Maxwell groomed underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse.
Jury selection begins today in the trial of former officer Kim Potter, accused of shooting Daunte Wright when she thought she was reaching for her taser.
And is Notre Dame about to hang out the Help Wanted sign for a new head football coach? It's the last day of November. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you're up early with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with the latest on the nation's reaction to the Omicron coronavirus variant. President Biden addressed the nation, saying that the heavily mutated strain is cause for concern, not a cause for panic. He continued to urge Americans to get their booster shots and for the unvaccinated to roll up their sleeves. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Philip, good morning. As more countries around the world try to contain the Omicron variant, the president now trying to reassure Americans as scientists try to find more information about the variant. With the new COVID variant Omicron spreading around the world, President Biden says he's not considering any widespread U.S. lockdown.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic.
The president, after huddling with public health advisors over the weekend, now says the White House is working with vaccine manufacturers to develop vaccines or boosters against Omicron if needed.
The best protection against this new variant or any of the variants out there, the ones we've been dealing with already, is getting fully vaccinated and getting a booster shot.
The CDC is stressing that people 18 and older should get a booster. It comes as the Biden administration's new travel restrictions for 8 South African countries take effect. They bar foreign visitors to the U.S., but not American citizens trying to get home. Other countries such as Israel, Morocco, and Japan are launching even more drastic steps, banning all travelers as a growing list of countries confirm Omicron cases, including Canada. New York City reinstituted its indoor mask advisory, regardless of vaccination status.
We have notification that it has arrived in Ontario, which is literally across the bridge from where I live. I can see Canada from my house.
But with stranded passengers at Johannesburg's airport, South Africa's president says the global travel restrictions are an overreaction. Some doctors there saying the variant's symptoms are mild.
Are our hospitals overwhelmed? No.
But there are mounting questions about Omicron's transmissibility, resistance to vaccines, and severity of symptoms. Here's what we know so far. Based on very limited evidence from South Africa, this new strain appears to be highly contagious. Here's what we don't know: whether the variant is more deadly than previous ones, and whether our existing vaccines work as well against it. All 3 manufacturers in the U.S. are testing them right now.
It's highly likely that there will be loss of vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, but whether we will really have to tweak the current vaccines, we just don't know. We have to wait, I think, for a couple of weeks until we get those key data.
Moderna's chief medical officer says an Omicron-specific vaccine could take months to manufacture.
Should Americans start getting used to the idea that they may need a COVID vaccine or COVID booster perhaps every year, much like the flu shot?
I think so, Gabe. These beta coronaviruses, we see this, they become endemic. They just remain in societies.
Now the question is how soon before we might have a confirmed case of the variant here in the U.S. The answer is very quickly. The White House says that the country is sequencing nearly 80,000 samples per week, more than any other nation. So it's only a matter of time, Philip.
It does feel like just a matter of time. Gabe, thanks.
Stores are on high alert this holiday season after a spike in dangerous smash and grab robberies across the country. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has details on the disturbing trend.
The chaotic and increasingly dangerous crime sprees are now unfolding in more cities: San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis. On some of the busiest shopping days of the year, flash mobs with upwards of 80 people armed with hammers and crowbars are smashing and grabbing their way through high-end retailers as terrified shoppers and employees are threatened with their lives.
We built this thing with our hands. This is our baby, and so just to see it violated is just, it's crazy.
While well-known luxury retailers are often targeted, including those here on Rodeo Drive, it's often small businesses paying the biggest price.
After this scene in San Francisco's Union Square, a mom-and-pop jeweler was robbed of $250,000 in goods in 3 minutes. Another retailer nearby is now spending $30,000 a month on 24/7 security. The cost of doing business could put many out of business.
It is absolutely organized crime. It does look like chaos, but it is really very, very organized and choreographed.
In Oakland, while a news crew covered smash and grab crimes, their security guard was shot and killed.
Get on the sidewalk!
To prevent another disaster, some are reducing hours and allowing fewer people inside. For far too many, the most joyful time of the year is quickly becoming the most dangerous. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Newly released transcripts are shining a light on the investigation into former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. And the release is also raising questions about his brother's behind-the-scenes role. CNN host Chris Cuomo. NBC's Ann Thompson has the details.
Over nearly 11 hours of questioning under oath.
Yes, I do.
About allegations of sexual harassment.
If somebody were to sit on my lap, I wouldn't push them off, but as a general rule, no.
Then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo was at times testy with investigators.
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
Oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Denying claims by former administration official Lindsey Boylan that he asked her to play strip poker.
Never happened.
Disputing that he made an unwanted advance to Anna Rook at a wedding, the photo published in the New York Times.
Do you remember ever asking her on any occasion, can I kiss you? May I kiss you?
No, I don't remember that.
Videos of Cuomo and 6 of his accusers released by the New York Attorney General's office. Cuomo will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping an aide's breast at the executive mansion in December 2020. Though not named in the complaint, the story mirrors that of executive assistant Brittany Camiso.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Cuomo insists that never happened.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
The release also includes an interview with his brother, CNN's Chris Cuomo, and text messages showing he tried to help the governor's staff by checking his sources about new accusers. This morning, CNN says it will review the Attorney General's documents and then have conversations over the next few days about how they relate to CNN. Philip?
All right, and thank you.
Jury selection begins today in the trial of the former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. Potter is accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright earlier this year. It was a traffic stop turned deadly after she mistook her gun for a taser and accidentally shot and killed Wright. Potter is charged with first and second-degree manslaughter. High-profile civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who recently represented Ahmaud Arbery's family, is representing Wright's family. Opening statements begin next week.
The trial of Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell is underway.
During opening statements, prosecutors allege she and Epstein were partners in crime. But the defense argues Maxwell was a scapegoat for Epstein's actions. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, Francis. Well, the Ghislaine Maxwell trial is underway. Day 2 just about to begin. A pilot for Jeffrey Epstein is on the stand. He started testifying on Monday, and he will continue today.
Facing the jury for the first time, Ghislaine Maxwell sat listening as a prosecutor accused her of setting up young girls for Jeffrey Epstein. The assistant U.S. attorney telling the court the defendant was trafficking kids for sex. That is what this trial is all about. Maxwell's lawyers say their client is being blamed for Epstein's crimes after the accused sex trafficker took his own life. She is not Jeffrey Epstein, her defense attorney said. She is a convenient stand-in. Maxwell pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of sex trafficking. Over the course of the trial, 4 accusers will take the stand. One of the women was only 14, the prosecution said, when she was approached by Epstein and Maxwell at a summer camp, which eventually led to her being sexually abused. While the accusers' identities will be kept under seal, others have come forward in recent years, including Jennifer Arose, who sued Maxwell for playing a role in her alleged abuse.
Did Jeffrey Epstein rape you? Yeah, no, he raped me. Forcefully raped me, but knew exactly what he was doing. And I don't think cared.
Maxwell denied the lawsuit's allegations. At court, her family made a public show of support.
How's Glenn feeling?
Sister Isabel arrived to a crush of cameras. Maxwell's siblings have publicly lobbied for her to be released on bail.
The court, the authorities are feeling under pressure. They're feeling under their own pressure because they lost the man, and they're feeling under the public's pressure.
The judge denied multiple requests for Maxwell to be released. The trial, now underway, is expected to last 6 weeks.
Prosecution's first witness, the pilot to Jeffrey Epstein's plane. He worked for Epstein for over a decade. Says Maxwell was often on that plane. He only just started testifying. This is someone who will have a very close look into Epstein's life. He'll get more questions today, Francis.
Hey, Stephanie, thank you.
Well, it looks like November is going out on a calm note. Now let's check in with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Hi, Janessa. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, that's always good news, right? We do have a pretty quiet weather pattern dealing with some lake enhancement this morning across the Great Lakes, the greater Cleveland area, interior Pennsylvania, all the way into interior New York. So we'll watch these squalls as they continue to persist in the area. What's pretty interesting, some of them are lingering into the D.C. area and Virginia. Now, accumulation through tomorrow will be pretty light across this area. State College could pick up 1 to 2 inches. The bulk of this moves into northern New England. Some isolated areas could see up to 4 inches. We're also watching still very cold temperatures across the East Coast to the deep south. We do have freeze advisories and freeze warnings in place. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. You can see temperatures, they'll bounce back this afternoon, upper 60s to lower 70s, but this morning we're just at the freezing mark across this area. Quite chilly for the Great Lakes today, upper Midwest, Fargo, 37. On the other coast, the heat continues to build. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
Wow, what extremes. All right, Janessa, thank you. Today is Giving Tuesday. It is a global movement to help raise money for nonprofits or volunteer at a variety of different causes. Last year, Americans donated nearly $3 billion. Jeopardy host Ma'am Bialik has some free ways you can help.
Offer to mow your neighbor's lawn or give someone who might need a little extra help, something like that. Do it now and then, or start on Giving Tuesday. Shovel snow from your neighbor's driveway and don't even let them know it was you.
Good tips. After 400 years under English rule, Barbados becomes a republic today.
And these two channeling Love Actually.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. security operation, witnessing the massive crowds admiring you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, the suspect accused of deliberately driving an SUV through a Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas parade has just been charged with a 6th count of intentional homicide. The charge is associated with an 8-year-old boy who later died from his injuries. Darrell Brooks had already been charged with the death of 5 others. According to a criminal complaint, more than 60 additional people were injured. Each of the charges comes with a maximum sentence of life in prison.
Well, it's official. There is a new republic in the world. At the stroke of midnight, Barbados swore in its first president and removed Queen Elizabeth II as its head of state. NBC's Chapman Bell joins us now from London. Chapman, good morning. So what does it mean for Barbados to finally cut these ties with Great Britain?
Good morning, Philip. Well, happy birthday, Barbados. You know, though the Caribbean island became independent from Britain 55 years ago on this day in 1966, it still retained the Queen as its head of state, a Commonwealth realm as they're known, of which there are now only 15 left. Countries like Jamaica, the Bahamas, Canada, and Australia. But today, the Barbados becoming fully independent from Britain. Prince Charles was at the ceremony. Speaking there, he acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery that he says forever stains our histories. The country, of course, the island, being the central to the slave trade so many years ago. But he also spoke of the continuing relationship between the two countries. The Queen also sending her good wishes as the first ever president of Barbados was sworn in at this midnight ceremony. The Prime Minister of Barbados also on hand, along with one of Barbados's most famous people, Rihanna, where she was declared a national hero at the event. I'll tell you, Francis and Philip, it seems like we missed a really good party.
Yeah, it looks like it. You never know. Rihanna may end up on the currency. All right. Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you.
Still to come, goodbye Yellow Brick Road and hello North Pole. Ed Sheeran and Elton John team up for the ultimate Christmas collab.
And a Monday night nail biter. The Seahawks showdown with the Washington football team all came down to one play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Elton John and Ed Sheeran are promoting the upcoming release of their Christmas single, the pair reenacting that famous cue card scene from Love Actually. It'll drop at midnight December 3rd, and all proceeds will benefit the Elton John AIDS Foundation and Ed Sheeran's Suffolk Music Foundation, two of the biggest stars in British music ever coming together for this.
And it looks so fun. Everything they do individually is great, so I can't imagine those combined forces.
Yeah, I love Elton John always collaborating with the people who are popular now, and you know they're drawing all from his popularity for all these years.
He knows how to stay relevant, really, after all that. All right, a federal judge blocked Biden's vaccine mandate. Find out if your state is on the list.
Plus, honoring a golf legend who broke the color barrier at the Masters. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, everyone. Today is a glorious day. We end the 2021 hurricane season. Let's look at some of the stats. We had 21 named storms. The average is 14, so of course we were once again above average. 7 hurricanes, so we sat at our average for the season, and 4 major hurricanes. So the forecast was pretty much on track, but this is the 6th consecutive above average year, only the 3rd season to use the entire list of names. So we are definitely happy to be done with the hurricane season. And now we continue to talk about the cold for the East Coast, but warming up today if you're in Denver, a high of 62. Guys.
All right, Janessa, thanks. Our top stories, including a Titanic coaching change rocking college football. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In today's top stories, a federal judge has blocked the Biden administration from enforcing a COVID vaccine mandate on thousands of healthcare workers in 10 states. The ruling said the regulations from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services were improperly issued. The ruling adds that the agency did not have the authority to issue its vaccine mandate without congressional approval. The temporary ruling applies to states that sued over the mandate.
The trial of actor Jussie Smollett begins in earnest this morning after the jury was selected in a Chicago court yesterday. He's charged with 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct, accused of falsely telling police in 2019 that he was assaulted in a hate crime. Prosecutors allege that Smollett paid 2 extras from the hit TV show Empire to stage the attack in an attempt to help his career. Smollett has pleaded not guilty.
The sports world is remembering a trailblazer in the game of golf. Lee Elder died Sunday morning. In 1975, he became the first black golfer to compete in the Masters tournament after he won the Monsanto Open to qualify. He earned 4 PGA Tour victories in his career. Golfing legend Jack Nicklaus called Elder a pioneer in so many ways and saying golf lost a hero in Lee Elder. The PGA Tour confirmed Elder's death with his family. Lee Elder was 87 years old.
The college football coaching carousel continues to spin. From South Bend to Baton Rouge, LSU is tapping Notre Dame's Brian Kelly to fill their head coaching position next year. Kelly is the winningest head coach in Fighting Irish history and would take over an LSU program whose last 3 head coaches all won national titles. The Athletic reports Kelly told his Notre Dame team, ranked 6th in the nation, that he would meet with them this morning. The news comes a day after Oklahoma head coach Lincoln Riley filled USC's coaching vacancy.
From college to the pros and an intense finish on Monday Night Football.
2nd and goal. Kissick has a touchdown, has 2 touchdowns now into
Washington held an 8-point lead until the final minute when Russell Wilson found Freddie Swain in the end zone with 15 seconds left. The Seahawks needed a 2-point conversion to tie, but it gets picked off. Washington holds on for the 17-15 win.
The Dallas Cowboys are going to be shorthanded on a short week. Head coach Mike McCarthy, offensive lineman Terrence Steele, and 4 assistant coaches are out for Thursday's game after testing positive for COVID. Thanks for starting your morning with us here on Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We leave you with this. The Barrel of Fun in Western Kentucky. Brothers Cody and John Vincent built an old-fashioned Christmas tree out of 450 bourbon barrels. It stands at a neat 47 feet, and it's hoping to raise money for the charity Affordable Christmas. This is Early Today. On this final day of November, the world is urgently trying to understand how serious the COVID Omicron variant will be. This is Pfizer seeks authorization of COVID boosters for 16 and 17-year-olds. And on Wall Street, Dow futures are sinking sharply on Omicron uncertainty.
Jury selection begins in the death of Daunte Wright, who was shot by then police officer Kim Potter, who says she thought she was reaching for a taser.
To the trial of actor Jussie Smollett, who is accused of staging a hate crime attack on himself, yet maintains he is the victim.
This morning, and for the first time in 400 years, the island paradise of Barbados is a free republic.
Plus, Tiger Woods' most extensive interview since his near-fatal accident, his plans for golf, and how he's recovering. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with the Omicron variant dominating headlines around the globe. President Biden is calling for calm and COVID vaccinations as a first line of defense against the new strain. And while no cases have been discovered here in the U.S., on Monday he addressed the nation amid growing alarm, saying that the Omicron variant is cause for concern, not a cause for panic. Here's NBC's Gabe Gutierrez.
Philip, good morning. As more countries around the world try to contain the Omicron variant, the president now trying to reassure Americans as scientists try to find more information about the variant. With the new COVID variant Omicron spreading around the world, President Biden says he's not considering any widespread U.S. lockdown.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic.
The president, after huddling with public health advisors over the weekend, now says the White House is working with vaccine manufacturers to develop vaccines or boosters against Omicron if needed.
The best protection against this new variant or any of the variants out there, the ones we've been dealing with already, is getting fully vaccinated and getting a booster shot.
The CDC is stressing that people 18 and older should get a booster. It comes as the Biden administration's new travel restrictions for 8 South African countries take effect. They bar foreign visitors to the U.S., but not American citizens trying to get home. Other countries such as Israel, Morocco, and Japan are launching even more drastic steps, banning all travelers as a growing list of countries confirm Omicron cases, including Canada. New York City reinstituted its indoor mask advisory, regardless of vaccination status.
We have notification that it has arrived in Ontario, which is literally across the bridge from where I live. I can see Canada from my house.
But with stranded passengers at Johannesburg's airport, South Africa's president says the global travel restrictions are an overreaction. Some doctors there saying the variant's symptoms are mild.
Are our hospitals overwhelmed? No.
But there are mounting questions about Omicron's transmissibility, resistance to vaccines, and severity of symptoms. Here's what we know so far. Based on very limited evidence from South Africa, this new strain appears to be highly contagious. Here's what we don't know: whether the variant is more deadly than previous ones, and whether our existing vaccines work as well against it. All 3 manufacturers in the U.S. are testing them right now.
It's highly likely that there will be loss of vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, but whether we will really have to tweak the current vaccines, we just don't know. We have to wait, I think, for a couple of weeks until we get those key data.
Moderna's chief medical officer says an Omicron-specific vaccine could take months to manufacture.
Should Americans start getting used to the idea that they may need a COVID vaccine or COVID booster perhaps every year, much like the flu shot?
I think so, Gabe. These beta coronaviruses, we see this, they become endemic. They just remain in societies.
Now, the question is how soon before we might have a confirmed case of the variant here in the U.S.? The answer is very quickly. The White House says that the country is sequencing nearly 80,000 samples per week, more than any other nation. So it's only a matter of time, Philip.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Jury selection begins today in the trial of Kim Potter, the former Minnesota police officer. Potter is accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright earlier this year. It was a traffic stop turned deadly after she mistook her gun for a taser and accidentally shot and killed Wright. Potter is charged with first and second-degree manslaughter. High-profile civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who recently represented Ahmaud Arbery's family, is representing Wright's family. Opening statements begin next week.
The New York Attorney General has released video from the investigation into former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The transcripts are also raising questions about the role that his brother, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo, played behind the scenes. From NBC New York, Jonathan Dienst has the details.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Former Governor Cuomo appeared sour from the start of his deposition. During his hours of testimony, he was seemingly at times uncooperative, even combative.
How do you want to define girlfriend?
Did you date her?
How do you want to define date?
Okay. How do you define date?
But it doesn't matter how I define date. How do you define date? Because it's your question.
Cuomo denied ever inappropriately touching, harassing, or groping any of his accusers.
That never happened.
In addition to Cuomo's video testimony, the Attorney General released videos of 6 accusers, all who alleged wrongdoing by Cuomo or a toxic work environment.
I remember him going straight to my butt, just definitely trying to touch me. And I remember standing there like okay, like I kind of froze.
And for the first time, we see testimony from Cuomo's former top aide, Melissa DeRosa. She testified she did not see Cuomo harass anyone. And investigators seem to touch upon unsubstantiated rumors, which she and Cuomo deny, that they had an affair.
Has the governor ever kissed you on the mouth? No.
DeRosa, after hours of questioning.
Would it surprise you to learn that the governor frequently kissed Annabelle Walsh on the mouth?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that?
No. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tired.
She called it a day, and questioning resumed the next day. Transcripts also released of Cuomo's brother, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo. He admitted being looped in on conversations and emails when the allegations surfaced. In March of this year, DeRosa texted him about rumors of more people coming out and asked him to check his sources. Chris Cuomo responded he was on it, later answering that no one heard anything yet.
Thanks to Jonathan Dienst for that report.
The trial of actor Jussie Smollett begins in earnest this morning after the jury was selected in a Chicago court yesterday. He is accused of lying to police in 2019 that he was assaulted in a hate crime. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald has more.
Actor Jussie Smollett on trial for charges that he staged a racist and homophobic attack on himself nearly 3 years ago. A jury of 12 selected in a packed Chicago courtroom. In 2019, Smollett said he was attacked by 2 men who threw a noose around his neck and poured chemicals on him while yelling racist and homophobic slurs and support for President Donald Trump. Authorities allege Smollett paid 2 brothers to carry out the attack. Chicago police calling it a publicity stunt in 2019.
Empire actor Jussie Smollett took advantage of the pain and anger of racism to promote his career.
Investigators say he was unhappy with his salary on the TV show Empire, setting up the scheme to try and secure more money.
Smollett paid $3,500 to stage this attack and drag Chicago's reputation through the mud in the process.
Smollett and his legal team have denied any wrongdoing, and he continues to maintain his innocence.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
Prosecutors previously dropped criminal charges against him in 2019 after he performed community service, but a special prosecutor investigated the handling of the case by the state, finding, quote, substantial abuses of discretion and operational failures. A new grand jury then indicted Smollett on 6 felony misconduct charges in 2020 for lying to the police. This summer, Smollett's lawyer accused the special prosecutor of harboring political political motives and writing in a statement, quote, Mr. Smollett is innocent of these charges, and now we are focused on moving forward to trial. The two Osundario brothers Smollett allegedly paid to stage the attack, set to be key witnesses in the trial.
So what's going on here? Might be a helicopter.
An attorney for the brothers says they expressed tremendous regret for their part in the alleged scheme.
The brothers are sorry for their involvement and that they're going to do everything they can to make this right.
The trial is expected to last a week.
And our thanks to Megan Fitzgerald for that report.
Developing overnight, the college football coaching carousel continues to spin. From South Bend to Baton Rouge, LSU is tapping Notre Dame's Brian Kelly to fill their head coaching position next year. Kelly is the winningest head coach in Fighting Irish history and would take over an LSU program whose last 3 head coaches all won national titles. The Athletic reports Kelly told his Notre Dame team, ranked 6th in the nation, that he would meet with them this morning. The news comes a day after Oklahoma head coach Lincoln Riley filled USC's coaching vacancy.
Gatorade is hydrating its branding with UConn basketball phenom Paige Bueckers. Bueckers became the first collegiate athlete to sign a sponsorship deal with a sports drink brand. Now a sophomore at UConn, Bueckers was named the Gatorade National Player of the Year in high school. She joins the likes of Serena Williams, Elena Delle Donne, and Zion Williamson in Gatorade's branding.
All right, let's get a look at the day ahead with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb on this final day of November. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. Yes, the chill, it's in place across much of the East Coast. We do have freeze alerts across the deep south if you're in southern Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. So temperatures, they're hovering in the lower 30s mark in that area, but we are watching this lake enhancement bouncing off 3 lakes, Huron, Michigan, and even Erie. You're seeing that for the Detroit area, greater Cleveland, but now it's starting to make its way into D.C., so dealing with some light snowflakes this morning. So accumulation totals, they will be light across this area, isolated areas up to 4 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures do start to warm up this afternoon for San Antonio, 73 degrees, upper 60s across the Florida Panhandle. If you're in Salt Lake City, 53, slightly cooler for the upper Midwest. We do have heat that's building across the West Coast. We'll talk about that coming up.
Okay, we'll hear from you in a bit. Janessa, thank you. Pfizer seeks to have the first approved COVID booster for teens under 18.
And after 400 years, Barbados is now a free republic. A quick break and we're right back.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Leading the news, another age group might soon become eligible for the boosters, as NBC News has learned that Pfizer intends to apply for authorization of its COVID booster shots for 16 and 17-year-olds. The application to the FDA is expected to be submitted sometime this week. If approved, this would be the first COVID booster for teens under 18.
As of midnight, Barbados officially became a republic. The island nation has removed Queen Elizabeth II as its head of state and sworn in their very first president. NBC's Chapman Bell joining us now from London. Chapman, good morning. So what does it mean for Barbados to finally cut these ties with Great Britain?
Well, Philip, it means happy birthday, Barbados. You know, the Caribbean island became independent from Britain 55 years ago in 1966, but it's retained the Queen as its head of state, a Commonwealth realm as they're known, of which there are now only 15 left, countries like Jamaica, the Bahamas, Canada, and Australia. But Prince Charles was on hand as the Queen's royal sovereign was lowered for the last time. Speaking at the event, he acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery, a big background of that island and British rule, which he says forever stains our histories. But he also spoke about the continuing relationship between the two countries. The Queen also sending her good wishes and happiness and prosperity to the people of Barbados. As the first ever president of Barbados was sworn in, the prime minister on hand, along with the most famous of Barbadians, that is Rihanna. What a party. You can't have a party there without her. Guys.
I've been fortunate enough to be there at one point, and yeah, Barbados knows how to party, and I'm sure they're doing it up this morning. Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you.
Okay, up next, it is down to the wire when it comes to the NFL. The Seahawks showdown with the Washington football team all comes down to one last play.
It was a crazy finish, and CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will take us behind the scenes of an explosive day in the Theranos trial.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Second and goal. Kissick
touchdown, has 2 touchdowns now into the end zone.
Washington held an 8-point lead on Monday Night Football until the final minute. That's when Russell Wilson found Freddie Swain in the end zone with 15 seconds left. The Hawks needed a 2-point conversion to tie the game, but it was picked off. The football team holds on for the 17-15 win. Their NFC East rival Dallas Cowboys will be shorthanded on this short week. Head coach Mike McCarthy, offensive lineman Terrence Steele, and 4 assistant coaches are out for Thursday's game after testing positive for COVID.
Now to the latest in the trial of Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes, who has been on the witness stand for 4 days. But first, a look at stock futures, which have dropped like a rock overnight. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick has the latest on that. Good morning, Steve.
Really good to see you, Francis. And you, Philip, of course. Yeah, look, it's very interesting. Look at these futures. Of course, we had the big downtick on Black Friday. Then we saw a bit of a rally on U.S. equities yesterday. But now concerns over the effectiveness of existing vaccines to this Omicron variant has sent the Dow down. Literally in the last couple of seconds, it's now down 1.5%. The futures ahead of the market open, 550 points. The S&P currently down, and the futures 1.2%. So it's all about concerns about Omicron and how effective the vaccines are. Elsewhere, as you mentioned, Francis, really explosive scenes in this Theranos trial. Of course, Elizabeth Holmes is facing 11 counts of wire fraud and conspiracy to commit wire fraud for her role in the blood testing company collapse of 2018, which a few years ago was valued at $9 billion as well. She gave very emotional testimony on day 4, accusing her ex-president of Theranos, Ramesh Sunny Balwani, of physical and psychological abuse as well. That's 4 days with her defense attorneys cross-examining her, but now it's the prosecutor's turn, who will be asking Elizabeth Holmes a lot more questions, of course, over the next day or so. Back to you both.
Okay, Steve, thank you for the update.
Coming up, rolling in the deep of the charts, Adele makes Billboard history.
And Tiger Woods opens up about his future on the golf course after his catastrophic car crash.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Today is Giving Tuesday, a global movement celebrating kindness and generosity. Last year, Americans donated nearly $3 billion to support charities and nonprofits. But it's not all about money. You can also volunteer your time. Jeopardy host Mayim Bialik has some tips.
Offer to mow your neighbor's lawn or give someone who might need a little extra help, something like that. Do it now and then, or start on Giving Tuesday. Shovel snow from your neighbor's driveway and don't even let them know it was you.
Great to have those reminders from Maya Ballard.
Yeah. All right, let's get one more check of the weather with Janessa. Hello again, Janessa.
Hi, I'm a big fan of Giving Tuesday, and I'm going to give you some love if you are across the West Coast. Denver 62, the heat, it's building, very mild across this area. East Coast, Midwest, I haven't forgot about you. All of this warm air, it starts to shift by tomorrow, and if you're across a section of New York City to the Tennessee Valley, you'll be back in the 60s by Thursday.
Wow.
Guys.
All right, Janessa, thanks. Top stories up next, including Bradley Cooper being held at knife point on a New York City subway.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In today's top stories, in the wake of the Kyle Rittenhouse acquittal of all homicide charges, claiming self-defense in the shooting deaths of two men, advocates are demanding justice for Crystal Kizer. Kizer is charged with 5 felonies for killing her alleged sex trafficker, Randall Vallow III, in 2018. Kizer was 17 when she shot the 34-year-old Vallow before setting his house on fire and stealing his car. Her attorneys are invoking the Wisconsin state law known as the affirmative defense, which argues Kizer's actions were a direct result of being a victim of a sex trafficker. According to NPR, the Wisconsin Supreme Court is reviewing an appellate court's decision that she can argue affirmative self-defense. This would be the first time the law was used for a homicide case in that state.
Bradley Cooper opened up on the podcast Armchair Expert about being held at knife point on the subway while he was headed to pick up his daughter from school. Take a listen.
I was on the subway 11:45 to pick Leah up downtown at Russian school, and I got held up at knife point.
When?
The October before the March pandemic hit.
Hold on, how are we best friends and I'm just learning you?
Yeah, I never told you that. Yeah. And then I turn and I look down and I see a knife, like a knife probably that big a knife.
I'm going to say that's 4.5 inches.
Cooper talked about the incident, which happened back in 2019. He says that he knocked the attacker's arm up and he ran to escape. He jumped over a turnstile, and when that person started running after him, the actor made his way toward police ahead.
Talking about that was on Dax Shepard's podcast. I think what's also breaking news there is that they're best friends. Didn't know that either. The two of them.
Bradley Cooper seems to be friends with a lot of people. Dave Chappelle, he's cool with him. Yeah.
He's in good.
Yeah.
All right, golf legend Tiger Woods is opening up about his next chapter. In his first interview since that devastating February car crash that almost took his leg, Woods reveals that while he won't return to the game full time, he has hopes for a tour comeback in the future. Despite calling recovery a tough road, Woods credits watching his son play in tournaments as motivation to get better. The 82-time PGA victor is set to make his first public appearance at his annual Hero World Challenge golf tournament nearly 9 months after the accident.
Such a competitor. Cannot imagine him not coming back. Adele has set another record. The musician has charted all 12 tracks from her new album 30 on the Billboard Hot 100. It's her first album in 6 years. It's already the best-selling album of the year, debuting at #1, the best week for any album this year.
The White House Christmas decorations have been revealed. Dr. Jill Biden chose the theme Gifts from the Heart. Each room represents a different gift, like gratitude and peace. The state dining room represents family. Look at this replica of the White House with 55 sheets of gingerbread and a tribute to frontline workers. Thanks for waking up with us on Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, cause for concern. The world bracing for the impacts of Omicron as more countries confirm cases of the new COVID variant. President Biden urging Americans not to panic, but to prepare by getting a booster shot.
Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before it.
Meanwhile, Pfizer getting ready to ask for the okay from the FDA to give an extra dose of its vaccine to some teens. We'll bring you team coverage to help you cut through the confusion. Everything we know so far, what we don't yet know, and the smartest ways you can make sure you stay safe. Also this morning, under investigation, Amazon, Walmart, and other big box stores ordered to turn over internal documents as the feds look into those supply chain problems. What they're looking to uncover in the probe now underway. Plus, President Biden's meeting with the CEOs of major retail stores on how to get items back on the shelves. Grocery grouches. You may have noticed it in the checkout line. Shoppers being rude to store workers. A look at why some people aren't minding their manners and how it could impact our mental health. That's part of our weekly check-in. And kicking off the holidays, a Christmas time tradition is back after a pandemic pause. We'll pull back the curtain on the return of the Radio City Rockettes. Plus, Joe introduces us to some of the dancers living a dream come true. I love that story so much, and I actually saw them with my family over the weekend, which was so much fun.
And did you love it?
I love it. I mean, you know how I feel about Christmas, but it's just such a feel-good thing.
It's a tradition.
Yeah,
right.
It's so much fun to be in Radio City. We'll get to that a little bit later, though. We begin, of course, with the latest on the Omicron coronavirus variant this morning.
Public health officials are pushing for more people to get vaccinated and for those who are already vaccinated to get their boosters. The CDC is going so far as to strengthen its guidance on booster shots, telling all Americans to get another dose if they're 6 months out from their second dose or if it's been 2 months since their Johnson & Johnson shot. Right now, more than go ahead.
More than a dozen countries have confirmed cases, and new this morning, Dutch health officials now say the Omicron strain has been there for 11 days, well before the variant was confirmed by health officials in southern Africa. So far, the United States doesn't have any confirmed cases, but public health experts warn it's probably already here. There's still a lot to learn about this variant, but here's what we do know and don't know yet. The World Health Organization says it poses a very high global risk. A South African doctor says so far symptoms appear to be mild, but that hasn't stopped countries, including the U.S., from banning travel to and from the region.
Right now, researchers are still trying to figure out how quickly Omicron is spreading, its strength, and if the current vaccines hold up against it. Questions they hope to answer soon. In a speech yesterday, President Biden said Omicron is a cause for concern, but not a reason to panic.
Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before it. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion.
We have team coverage of the Omicron variant this morning to walk you through all the latest developments and what doctors are learning about this new strain and what they hope to learn. Let's begin with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser outside a COVID testing site in New York's Times Square. So, Lindsay, still a lot of officials are still learning about this new strain while we wait for information. Some places are taking precautionary steps. For example, where you are in New York, how's the state preparing?
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Good to be with both of you. So we know that the Omicron variant was declared a variant of concern by the WHO on November 26th on Friday. And you're asking, what is New York doing to prepare? Well, on that same day, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, declared a state of emergency ahead of a potential spike in cases. So what exactly does that mean? It frees up potential supplies in case of a shortage. It could address hospital staffing shortages, and also the executive order, which goes into effect on December 3rd, this Friday, limits non-emergency surgeries. Again, all in preparation, trying to make sure the hospital system doesn't get overwhelmed here. And this is all precautionary because there are no confirmed cases right now of the Omicron variant. But Savannah, Joe, you both just mentioned that health experts say it's likely already here. We do know that the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, said it's coming. The New York City Health Commissioner believes it's just a matter of days before the first cases are confirmed here in New York City. So just yesterday, we heard from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio about a new mask advisory. Let's listen to what he said about that, and also the New York City Health Commissioner.
There's a lot of places that have that right to say, if you're coming into our establishment, you got to wear a mask, and we've always respected that. And I think New Yorkers overwhelmingly follow that guidance.
This strengthens our recommendation around masking, particularly indoors. And to clarify, that is for everyone, regardless of vaccination status.
So right now, Joe and Savannah, it is required to wear masks on public transit, in congregate settings. Anecdotally, a lot of people still are wearing masks indoors, in lobbies, in grocery stores, things like that. But this is just another warning to not let your guard down at this point. Joe and Savannah.
I mean, Lindsay, we've been talking about how health officials say right now the best defense against the Omicron variant is getting vaccinated. So how are vaccinations going in New York City, and how does that compare to the rest of the country?
Yeah, so right now, let's start with the country, the umbrella view here. We've got about 59% of Americans of all ages who are fully vaccinated. And in New York City, that number does jump up to 69%. So it is higher than the national average. Again, all ages fully vaccinated. And anecdotally, also, you go to the pharmacy, you do see people waiting in line for their booster shots. But definitely, health officials are really trying to get that word out and encourage not just boosters, but definitely people who have yet to be fully vaccinated. Joe, Savannah.
And Lindsay, New York State had already seen a rise in cases before the Omicron variant was even identified. So how do officials feel about the numbers right now, especially compared to where we were this time last year entering the holidays?
So they do feel better about where we are. I mean, think about it. Last year, most of us weren't traveling for the holidays, weren't spending time with our loved ones. This year, that definitely was different. We know that TSA checkpoints saw pre-pandemic levels of travelers going through. And we also know last year in December, the vaccine wasn't widely available. Only about 1% of Americans were fully vaccinated. It was really only open at that point to healthcare officials, people in really high-risk jobs. And so health officials do say, just like you guys played from the president yesterday, reason for concern, not panic. We are in a better spot today. We have therapeutics. And again, we have that vaccine, and now we have boosters.
Lindsay Reiser in Times Square. Lindsay, thank you.
A lot of questions about this new variant. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Doctor, good morning. Always great to have you. So, I mean, this feels like deja vu. States like New York are canceling elective surgeries. There's still so much, though, that we don't know about this variant yet. How transmissible is it? How do our vaccinations work against it? And those types of things. What kind of measures do you think states should take in preparation? And is there a risk of going too far while we still learn more?
There definitely is a risk of going too far. And I think that happened during the early days of the pandemic when hospitals canceled non-emergency surgeries, and we all paid for it as other conditions kind of languished because hospitals were unable to perform those surgeries. So I think what we know now is that there are a lot more questions than there are answers, but we know that this isn't March of 2020. This is November of 2021, and we have vaccines. And even if this variant is able to get around some of that protection, it's unlikely to be able to erase everything vaccines do for us, prevent serious disease, hospitalization, and death. We've got lots of diagnostic tests. We can test this, we can track it, we can trace it. All of that's going to be really important. But I think we have to take a step back and realize that we have tools now that we didn't have. And we have to think about this differently than we did in the past and not overdo it, but also take this very seriously and get these questions answered as soon as possible.
So let's, of course, talk more about the shots. So we are getting clear guidance from the CDC now that's encouraging all Americans to get that booster shot. And so far, more than 40 million Americans have received that dose. So if you already got your booster, what's the risk here of getting the Omicron variant? Do we have any idea? And do we think that there could be a tweaked vaccine that gets more at this particular variant?
Based on the mutations that the Omicron variant has, and these are mutations we've seen already in the Beta and the Gamma variant, it's likely that breakthrough infections are more common with Omicron than they were with Delta or Alpha or any of the other variants. So it's unclear how much that booster is going to protect you against a breakthrough infection, but in general, the vaccine is likely to protect you against serious illness. And that's what we're already seeing from South Africa in this early data, that the people that are getting hospitalized tend to be those who are not vaccinated, which is good news because that's what we want the vaccine ultimately to do, prevent serious disease. There is likely going to be a need with this variant to maybe tweak this vaccine to make it more specific to Omicron. We haven't crossed that threshold for any of the other variants, but this might be one in which that threshold is crossed. And that may take about 100 days or so based on the mRNA vaccines to update them. And that's really, really great because that's very, very fast, much faster than you would have with the traditional approach.
And Doctor, quickly before I let you go, one other question with some booster news here. Pfizer plans to ask for the FDA to authorize its booster shot for 16 to 17-year-olds. Anything here parents need to know?
This is something I think is going to go through the process. Remember, 16 and 17-year-olds are generally spared from severe consequences of disease. Those that are fully vaccinated are probably not at high risk for anything unless they have an immunosuppressing condition. So this is something where there's going to be a risk-benefit calculation. There's going to be a lot of discussion. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that 16 to 17-year-olds need a booster vaccination. But we'll see how they all how the process plays out.
Dr. Adelja, it's always great to see you. Thank you so much.
As you've heard, some of the first alarm bells about Omicron came from South Africa. Scientists there quickly identified the new variant after seeing a COVID surge in an area where cases had dropped off.
NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel spoke with one of those scientists. Here's his report.
Gauteng province, which surrounds Johannesburg, is South Africa's most populous district. And it's what's happening here that's triggered alarm in South Africa and now around the world. We've been following Gauteng for over a year, a district of poor townships. Only 24% of South Africa's population is fully vaccinated. Gauteng has been hit by wave after wave of COVID. Cases had dropped off recently because people had already been infected or been vaccinated. Then along came Omicron. Dr. Richard Lessels is one of the first scientists to study the new variant's genetics.
This is all happening very recently. 3 weeks ago in Gauteng province, the case numbers were around 100. Now they're kind of 2,000, 3,000. We've seen this very rapid rise.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
Cases across South Africa are up 63% since the start of November. Omicron, it seems, is a bee that can sting twice. We still don't know how badly. Anecdotally, doctors and nurses describe symptoms as flu-like. But many of the cases detected so far here are in young people, expected to be mild anyway. And they've been found early. And there's always a lag for symptoms to begin. That lag could mean as quickly as this variant was spotted, it could already be everywhere.
I expect over the course of this week, we're just going to see the number of countries reporting cases rising.
How likely would you say it is that there are already cases in the United States?
Very likely.
In South Africa, scientists say they are still able to accurately test for the Omicron variant, even though it has mutated, using PCR tests. But PCR tests are more expensive. They can take up to 24 hours to produce a result. They are still checking the effectiveness of the rapid antigen tests, which can produce results in just minutes. Joe, Savannah?
Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Today, an appeals court will hear arguments on whether the National Archives should turn over former President Donald Trump's records related to the January 6th Capitol attack. You might remember a judge had previously ordered the archives to hand over the material to the House committee investigating the insurrection, but the appeals court granted a brief stay to take a longer look at the issue. Here to break down exactly what's at stake is NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning to you. So the appeals court says it's not even sure it has standing to hear this case. What's their concern? What kind of impact could that have on how things play out?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, that was an interesting wrinkle. When the court agreed to take the case, it notified the Trump side that it should be prepared to argue this question of whether the court even has standing, because there's a provision in the Presidential Records Act which appears to say that the decision by the archivist to hand over the records is not subject to judicial review. Now, that really wasn't an issue in the lower courts, and it may not be relevant, but it's just another hurdle in a case where it really does appear that the law is against Trump here. This is really unprecedented. We're going to make new law because there's never been a disagreement between a former president and a sitting president over the question of executive privilege. And so far, the courts have ruled that the sitting president has the say on this. And so we'll just have to see what happens.
So, Ken, what kind of documents are the committee looking for, and what is the former president saying about this case?
So we're talking about around 750 pages of presidential diaries, schedules, call logs, emails, draft speeches, all of which the committee says may shed light on what Donald Trump was doing and saying in the days before January 6th. The Trump side says that these are protected by executive privilege, that presidents have a right to shield documents where they're getting confidential advice from their advisors, and that this is an important constitutional principle. But President Biden has said that these documents are not covered by executive privilege and has said that they're important for the committee to see, Joe.
Ken, when can we expect a ruling? And if the court does decide the former president's records should be turned over to the committee, what happens next? Would anyone be able to see them?
I think we can expect a ruling fairly soon, but Trump will almost certainly appeal this to the Supreme Court if it goes against him. But then ultimately, if the committee does get the records, they're not going to make them public, at least initially. They're going to go into their massive report, which we expect to be out in the spring, and we may see some excerpts from these records, and we hope that the committee can shed a lot of light on what happened leading up to January 6th, Joe.
And Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now to Minneapolis, where another criminal case will soon get underway. Jury selection is set to begin today in the trial of Kim Potter, a former Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police officer who shot and killed a 20-year-old black man, Daunte Wright, during a traffic stop last April. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside the courthouse for us this morning. Shaq, good morning. First of all, thanks for being up early and out there in the cold for us. So walk us through what happened that day, the moments leading up to Wright's death, and the charges Potter is facing. Just remind us what happened there.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. And this was a shooting that actually happened as we were in Minneapolis covering the trial of Derek Chauvin, the officer who was accused and then convicted of murdering George Floyd. And it happened in April of last year, and police stopped 20-year-old Daunte Wright because they said he had expired tags and an item dangling from his rearview mirror. After initially complying with officers when they asked him to step out the car when they realized he had a warrant out for his arrest, he then got back in the car. This is all captured on video, and we warn you, the video is disturbing. Now, the video is hard to hear, but you hear the officer, Kim Potter, say taser, taser, taser before firing a single shot into that 20-year-old, eventually killing him. She is now facing 2 charges, first-degree and second-degree manslaughter that carries up to 15 years in prison if she is convicted, although with sentencing guidelines here, it's unlikely she would face that even if she was found guilty. Of course, jury selection starts today. They're looking to find 12 jurors and 2 alternates for the trial that will begin with those opening statements on December 8th.
So Wright's family held a press conference just yesterday. How are they feeling ahead of jury selection and the start of this trial?
You know, it's definitely hard. They expressed the pain that they've been going through over the past couple of months since they lost Daunte back in April. One thing that we did hear was from the family attorney, and he made an interesting connection to a trial that we saw here in the Minneapolis area a couple of years ago with Mohamed Noor, a black officer who shot an Australian national. He said it was also a mistake. That's a defense that you're hearing from Kim Potter, as according to the court filings that we've seen so far. And the family attorney is saying if that officer was able to be convicted, Kim Potter should also be convicted. Listen to a little bit of what we heard at that presser.
And the question is, are we prepared to hold a white officer accountable for killing a young black man when he says, or when she says, it was an accident, which obviously we dispute, and the Attorney General's office has done an excellent job of laying out why this is not some mere accident. So we're going to learn a lot about ourselves.
According to those court filings, the defense for Kim Potter, again, is that this was an innocent mistake that was made, that it was somewhat in the heat of the moment, and that she tried to use her taser and instead had a handgun. Savannah?
And Shaq, yesterday we also heard from George Floyd's girlfriend, and it just so happens she was Daunte's former teacher. Floyd, of course, was murdered, and that was just 11 miles away from where Daunte died only a year earlier. What did she have to say?
Yeah, that overlap is incredible. The fact that Courtney Ross, she was a key witness during the Chauvin trial, was the spark of life witness that spoke of George Floyd and the kind of person that he was. Well, she actually was the teacher, as you mentioned, of Daunte Wright at one point. Listen to a little bit of what we heard from her.
Kim Potter was seen as a senior officer, an officer that trained new cadets, a trainer who claimed to not know the difference between a taser and a gun. There is no excuse for her incompetence when it comes to people's lives that are at stake. Personally, it makes no sense to me, and I believe it is a lie. I believe Kim Potter has profiled black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time and finally lost her temper and murdered Daunte Wright.
You really get the sense of how closely this trial will be watched. We do know that last night the Brooklyn Center City Council got together and they actually denied, they didn't approve a measure to have a curfew the day the verdict is read. We'll see what happens and if that changes, but this is definitely something that many people will be watching, Savannah.
Yeah, it sure is, and we know you'll be on it for us, Shaq. Thank you so much.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So many times we show you pictures and stories of the fires in the west, but we actually have a pretty significant fire in the east. It's been very dry. It's been very windy. Fire conditions, even though we're heading towards the winter season, are still ripe. And this is the Grindstone Fire. This is in the mountains of North Carolina. And this fire is on state park land. It's pretty much engulfed all of Pilot Mountain and about 900 acres. It has not made its way down towards the town or any structures, but it still has not been contained. They are bringing aircraft in to fight that blaze. And there's a fire ban in all of North Carolina because of how dry it's been lately. So let's get to the weather maps. There's not a lot of huge stories out there, thankfully. We have a little bit of light snow that's greeting people as you head out the door this morning. It snowed overnight in Detroit and Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and now that's making its way through Pennsylvania. May see a couple snowflakes early today from D.C. to Philly to Baltimore, even New York, and also areas in the Northeast. But we're not expecting a lot of snow out of this, just a coating in Pennsylvania. And the story out west, guys, continues to be this incredible western warm. Temperatures still 10 to 20, even 30 degrees warmer than they should be for this time of year. I mean, Bismarck tomorrow is going to be 60 degrees. I mean, they put the shorts and T-shirts away long ago. But for 60 in North Dakota, break them back out.
Wow, 30 degrees above average. It's amazing. All right.
That really is. Thank you, Bill. See you next hour.
Coming up, a critical test for abortion rights here in America.
Yeah, up next here on Morning News Now, the Mississippi law set to go before the Supreme Court and how this landmark case could impact women across the country after the break.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Newly released video shows former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo being questioned about allegations of sexual harassment.
Also getting new insight into the role his brother, a well-known TV news host, may have played in his defense. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the story.
Over nearly 11 hours of questioning under oath.
Yes, I do.
About allegations of sexual harassment.
If somebody were to sit on my lap, I wouldn't push them off, but as a general rule, no.
Then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo was at times testy with investigators.
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
Oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Denying claims by former administration official Lindsey Boylan that he asked her to play strip poker.
Never happened.
Disputing that he made an unwanted advance to Anna Rook at a wedding, the photo published in the New York Times.
Do you remember ever asking her on any occasion, can I kiss you? May I kiss you?
No, I don't remember that.
Videos of Cuomo and 6 of his accusers released by the New York Attorney General's office. Cuomo will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping an aide's breast at the executive mansion in December 2020. Though not named in the complaint, the story mirrors that of executive assistant Brittany Camiso.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Cuomo insists that never happened.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
Today's release also includes an interview with his brother, CNN's Chris Cuomo, and text messages showing he tried to help the governor's staff by checking his sources about new accusers. This morning, CNN says it will review the Attorney General's documents and then have conversations over the next few days about how those documents relate to CNN. Savannah and Joe.
Ann Thompson, thank you so much.
The future of abortion rights in America faces a key test on Wednesday. The Supreme Court will convene to review a Mississippi law that bans abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancies. We'll look ahead to that landmark case. We're also taking a look at the lives of mothers who are already having issues getting access to abortions. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Brittany Mostiller spent her teen years here on the south side of Chicago, living with her mother and raising 2 baby daughters.
I learned a lot here, and I became a mother here. Had no clue what I was doing.
But once she became pregnant with her 3rd, she knew it would be too much.
I called around to a few abortion clinics to terminate the pregnancy, and the prices I was quoted they were ridiculous. I could not save up enough money if I tried. I was essentially, forced to carry that pregnancy to term, even though I didn't want to.
She says her fears came true.
Being pushed further into poverty was definitely one of those fears, and it definitely happened. Our lights were off at some point, living on my own, because I needed to redistribute money within the household to make sure at least the rent is paid so we're not evicted.
Mostiller's story is far from unique. In a first-of-its-kind 10-year study of more than 1,000 American women, Diana Green Foster of the University of California, San Francisco, saw this path repeated again and again.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion.
The study found that women who were denied an abortion saw a 4-fold increase in the odds that their household fell below the federal poverty line. They were more likely to get lower credit scores, more likely to report elevated levels of stress and anxiety, and less likely to graduate with advanced degrees. About 10 years ago, Mostiller became pregnant again. She found grant money and got the abortion she wanted.
I didn't feel like I was going to be pushed further into poverty, and changed a lot for us.
And all of that put her in a position to decide at age 28 that she was ready for another child. Today, Mostiller is an advocate for reproductive rights.
And I felt ready in different ways, and it shows because she's wise beyond, she's something else. She's something else. I bought my first home recently. I can see it clear now, how much things have changed. I feel like that accessing the care I needed and getting the abortion I needed set up everything.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. Abortion rights supporters say a ruling in favor of Mississippi's law would effectively overturn Roe v. Wade and pave the way for states to ban abortions entirely. All right, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner is with us today from Moscow. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off in the UK, where all adults are now eligible for a COVID-19 booster shot just 3 months after taking the second shot of their base vaccination. This decision, of course, coming amid the global consternation over the arrival of this new Omicron variant. Greece, meanwhile, has announced mandatory vaccination for adults over the age of 60. We move along from the UK onto Barbados, which has cut its last remaining tie to the British crown. This happened at midnight last night after 400 years. The ceremony to mark the occasion was attended by Prince Charles, of course, heir to the throne, who acknowledged the, quote, appalling atrocity of slavery. Barbados promptly inaugurated its first ever president and then declared Rihanna a national hero. And we finish this hour with some streaming news. Simpsons fans have noticed that a 2005 episode featuring a scene in Tiananmen Square is missing from the Disney Plus catalog in Hong Kong. The episode centers around a family trip to China, and during which they stop off in Tiananmen Square, where they see a sign that says, quote, on this day in 1989, nothing happened. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, you may have heard of retail therapy, maybe even prescribed it to yourself. Spending money when you're sad, angry, or stressed. But what's behind the urge to shop when you're not feeling your best?
When we return, what's behind emotional spending and how you can keep it in check during the holiday shopping season in our weekly check-in. Next on Morning News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Merriam-Webster has chosen its 2021 word of the year, and it's a word we've all become quite familiar with and uttered many times already in the show. Today, vaccine. The publishing company has been declaring a word of the year since 2008, but they don't select it by committee, instead giving the title to the word with the most lookups. Merriam-Webster says that compared to 2019, vaccine lookups have increased by more than 1,000%. Some of the runners-up this year were insurrection, infrastructure, and Meta after that major announcement from Facebook that had changed the name of its parent company. You may recall the 2020 word of the year was pandemic. Can't really argue with this compared to with some of the more, People's Sexiest Man Alive or Times Person of the Year. It's a little more subjective for those. This one's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting, though, 2 years now that COVID has taken over something like this.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, this morning, day 2 of the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking trial gets underway in Manhattan. Yesterday, the prosecution and defense delivered opening statements painting conflicting portraits of Maxwell, a British socialite and former confidant of financier Jeffrey Epstein. The jury also heard from the first witness who gave important testimony. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, has been following the trial for us, and he joins us now from outside the courthouse. Tom, good morning. Let's start with those opening statements. Tell us, what did the jury hear from both the prosecution and defense?
Well, Savannah, over the years of covering trials here, I found that the most effective strategy with opening statements is very clearly laying out why you either intend to prove the evidence that in the reasons why you brought those charges or why they cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We saw that clearly yesterday. Assistant United States Attorney Laura Pomerantz delivering her opening statement for the prosecution's relaying the story of the accused 14-year-old victim in this case, saying that she met Epstein in Maxwell at a summer arts camp, a meeting that would turn into a, quote, nightmare, talking about her case and her story and what happened to her, as well as the 3 other victims, and clearly laying out why they intend to prove the charges that they've brought in this case and how they intend to prove them. On the defense side, Bobby Sternheim delivering the opening statement for Ghislaine Maxwell, also clearly laying out their approach to this case, saying really in a 2-pronged defense. One, this is really a case about Jeffrey Epstein, who they called a 21st century James Bond, somebody who's mysterious, somebody who compartmentalized his life. On the other hand, these victims, there's kind of 3 M's here. One, is their memory that good? Some of this conduct goes back to the early to mid-1990s. 2, have those memories been manipulated either by civil attorneys or information that they've heard over the years in the reporting about Maxwell and Epstein? And 3, money. The settlements that they've received in the course of retaining legal counsel in trying to get settlements from Maxwell. So that's their approach.
Now, Tom, I mentioned that the prosecution called its first witness. That witness was a former pilot for Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, there's been lots of talk about his planes, what happened on his planes, who was on them. What did this former pilot say? Why was his testimony so important?
Well, Larry Vysotsky is the person you're referring to. He was one of 3 pilots that would regularly fly Epstein's planes. Over the course of several years, those planes got larger to the Boeing 727, a large jet that Epstein would actually fly across the Atlantic to his apartment in Paris, according to Vysotsky. His testimony, I think, is going to be important here in establishing a couple of different things. And they started talking about this yesterday. He'll be back on the stand in just a few hours. But they wanted him to establish, one, how things worked in the Epstein household. The people that work for him, what did they do? How did things operate? When did they fly? He said every 4 days approximately, and sometimes just on short notice. So we expect to get more from him this morning, Savannah.
And Tom, quickly before I let you go, who else are we expecting to hear from in the coming days?
I think you're going to see over the next couple of days kind of this back and forth between some of the alleged victims in this case, as well as people like Vysotsky, people that worked for Epstein who can detail how things worked in his operation, an operation which, according to prosecutors, led to him getting these types of massages, which would then turn sexual at one point almost every single day, prosecutors said.
Tom Winter, thank you so much.
Time now for our weekly check-in, where we take a look at some of the biggest mental health headlines and trends.
Yeah, let's bring in Dr. Sue Varma, a psychiatrist, to help us understand what all this news means for you. Good morning, doctor. So let's start out with one that we teased at the top of the show. So we're right in the middle of the holiday season, which of course can be a stressful time for many people. But we have this new study from Arizona, and it finds that grocery workers are particularly stressed.
Yeah, nearly 20% of workers say they experience severe mental distress while at work. So what's causing this spike in stress, and how can we be better customers to maybe reduce some of the stress?
You know, grocery workers really have been frontline since the very beginning, but they're really not getting the support that they need. We find that when people who are working in retail stores have bosses that have very clear guidelines about expectations from customers, whether it be masking or social distancing, and when their employers go the distance to actually enforce the rules, the mental health of these folks are a lot better. It's very stressful having to tell customers, fighting with customers over, you know, the basics about pricing and about sales, but then going the extra mile with protecting them with COVID really helps.
Speaking of stress, some folks just finished the bulk of their holiday shopping over Black Friday and Cyber Monday. I don't know any of these people, but allegedly they exist, I'm told. For some of us, it may have been an example of emotional spending. Help us understand, what is that, and why do some people buy things when they're bored or sad, and how do you kick that habit?
Absolutely. So retail therapy is a thing. It works for a lot of people, and when it's within your budget or your means, it's not a bad thing. A lot of us are looking to have control over our environment and being able to spend money, being able to shop, whether it's decorating your place, whether it's a beauty or fashion splurge. It gives us a sense of normalcy. It gives us a sense of being able to reward ourselves. And look, the bottom line is we felt so deprived during the last, 20 months. So retail therapy isn't dangerous, but if you find that you have lost control over your spending, if you're living outside your means, if you're really having trouble paying down your debt, then this is where this becomes a problem.
And doctor, finally, last one for you. So there's this whole community on TikTok that's really about mental health. It's called Mental Health TikTok, and there's a new trend emerging there. There's a call out for people to feel their feelings instead of psychoanalyzing them, basically. What does that mean? What does feel your feelings mean? And is there any credibility in that advice?
Our emotions are made up of physiological sensations. So the idea is to be able to really sit in our body and to be able to experience these feelings. And that's what this means, is not feeling a desire to avoid it immediately. Look, when we were talking about retail therapy, for a lot of people, whether it be spending, whether it be eating, whether it be binge watching, these are forms of what we call experiential avoidance, where we're trying to not feel what we're feeling, or the psychoanalyzing, where we're trying to interpret, oh, this means that I'm rationalizing my behavior. This means that I've gone back to my childhood. And while it's very helpful to understand, to be able to label, to have names, to be able to communicate, in fact, the more granular you are with your feelings, it's very helpful. But feeling them simply means sitting with them and not running away from them.
Great advice, important topics. Dr. Sue Varma, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we've been talking about supply chain issues and the impact that'll have on your Christmas tree this year.
Yeah, after the break, from the farm to the trucks to the city sidewalks, we'll show you the challenges tree growers and sellers are facing this year and why everything from the tree to even the decorations you put on it could cost more. This is Morning News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday have come and gone, but the supply chain issues hitting companies and consumers are not going away anytime soon.
We're going to keep talking about them. The crisis is impacting how Americans shop this holiday season, from the types of gifts you buy to when they will actually be delivered to our doorsteps. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent has been taking a closer look at these supply chain issues for us. Hi, Jo. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. That's right. The FTC is now ordering some big retailers in your neighborhood to hand over new information about how the supply chain crisis is affecting their behavior when it comes to pricing, how much you pay, and anti-competitive behavior. This, of course, coming after a lackluster Black Friday and a Cyber Monday that is on track to break records.
This morning, Cyber Monday sales on track to meet expectations, with shoppers spending up to an estimated $11 billion, similar to last year. This after a low turnout on Black Friday, spurred on by supply shortages and fewer discounts. Now, the Federal Trade Commission is ordering major retailers and grocery chains to turn over new information on their supply chain problems, requesting internal documents from Amazon, Walmart, Kroger, Tyson, and others to investigate the, quote, causes of empty shelves and sky-high prices. On Monday, President Biden met with CEOs of major retailers to discuss the crisis. The administration's plan to declog the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach now seeming to pay off. Since increasing hours and threatening fines for slow-to-move containers, port officials say cargo buildup has been reduced by 33%.
Overcoming the supply chain really is the name of the game this holiday season. Major retailers like Amazon, well, they have their own planes, and that one is headed for San Francisco.
In North Texas, at Amazon's busiest air hub, over 500,000 packages are processed every day. Workers sorting alongside robots that zoom across the warehouse. While Amazon says it's boosted inventory by 20% to meet demand, analysts say out-of-stock warnings are surging at many retailers nationwide, especially for baby products, toys, electronics, and home goods. It's one more reason why consumers are turning to gift cards, with sales up 400%. If you shop online and worry about delivery delays, experts say have your items sent to the store instead of your home. And if you're shipping gifts yourself, do it by December 15th. Major carriers say that's the ground shipping deadline to ensure your presents arrive by Christmas Day.
A little bit more on that meeting with President Biden and the retail and grocery CEOs. The Walmart CEO specifically, the biggest retailer in the country, saying that things are indeed getting better. According to a transcript provided by the White House, Doug McMillon saying that for the part that comes from outside of North America, all your stuff, he's talking about the port issue has been a big issue, but we've really seen a lot of improvement. So hopefully you can expect to see all of your holiday goods checked off your list relatively soon. But I want to remind you guys, shipping deadlines are coming up. December 15th is the first big deadline for USPS Ground. Get it done. Just get it done.
Yeah, that puts it on us to actually buy the things and then put them in the mail.
Two people who I don't think have started.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Now, the supply chain issues are on full display this holiday season, especially when it comes to getting a Christmas tree for your home. From the tree itself to the price of the stand you put it in, we're looking at the bottlenecks causing a spike in those prices. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is live in New York City with more. This, by the way, if you're not from New York, is how we get our trees. They're usually on corners on these stands like Dasha's going to show us. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. As you well know, this is the time of year where New York City street corners turn into little winter wonderlands with the tree vendors who bring so much of the holiday magic to the city. But how do you actually get these trees to Manhattan? Turns out it takes quite a lot to make that happen. So we chronicled the journey of the trees from farm to city to show why businesses and customers might be paying a little bit more this year, and the slimmings are going to be a little bit slimmer. Take a listen.
There's no place like New York City at Christmas time. From the lights to the snowy surprises.
Wow, wait, look at that. Whoa.
To the tree vendors that put the merry in Christmas all across the city. But it takes a lot of work to get a Christmas tree to the streets of NYC.
It takes about 7 years to get that tree up to get ready to get it for the city. And you got to harvest it.
The trees start here on farms like Allen's.
You know, then you got to get it on the trucks. You got to get it to the city, and that's a pretty tight schedule.
But that tight schedule to get a tree from farm to city has been complicated this year by labor shortages and supply chain issues.
It's just hard to get the labor right now. There's other people that have problems with the trucking end of it.
There are also fewer trees to be cut, a problem farmers trace back to the 2008 recession when they couldn't afford to plant as many trees. And now, more than a decade later,
we're lacking a tree. We don't have the supply of them because we've been downgrading, but usually 6,000, we're down 2,500 this year.
Once Allen's trees are cut and sheared, they're shipped off to the city, where vendors like Tree Riders NYC store them in Queens until it's time to unload them in the East Village for the holiday season.
What starts off as an empty sidewalk is then flooded with lumber and trees and humans who just build and build.
How much more difficult is it this year to make this all happen?
A lot more. like a lot more difficult. This year, we went to 4 different states. We called 200 farmers just to find the trees that we needed to find for this year.
Thanks to these challenges, you may be paying 25 to 50% more for your tree this year compared to 5 years ago. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. And that's not the only holiday price hike.
Everything that you'll see at your typical Christmas tree stand, from the trees themselves to the tree stands to the lights, even the lumber has gone up in price and is harder to find.
Also, the tree stands have gone up. There is a shortage of resin. They're having a hard time finding enough plastic to make the tree stands. Of course, the price of lumber. All of the stuff we use to build our shacks and our A-frames out here. We did actually have to raise the prices this year.
For some customers, that might mean a little modification.
Are you changing your Christmas tree buying habits this year at all?
A little bit smaller.
Smaller tree, but the joy still big.
Do you think the magic is still alive here?
I think there's no question. The magic is still alive. You just have to look up and look around, and New York will take care of it.
So Savannah, if you're looking for your perfect tree this year, you might want to go a little bit earlier, expect to pay a little bit more, or maybe downsize on the tree a little bit, but you can always supplement with some other decoration. To be honest, I just really wanted to show this to you. How cute is this little guy? Made by a farmer, of course.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
I wonder if that's making its way home with Dasha.
Yeah, I know. Dasha, are you buying that?
I'm not letting this guy go.
You know, Dasha, that I can tell. I love the tree riders. Prior to this year, I lived right on that corner. I bought my tree there for like the last 5 years. So funny, that's where you are. I love it. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Let's keep the business news rolling with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. So, Jolene told you about Cyber Monday. Right now, according to Adobe that tallies that up usually on the Tuesday after, it looks like shoppers spent $7.1 billion as of 9 p.m. Eastern last night. That's roughly flat compared to last year. If you were shopping, you saw smaller discounts this year than we had gotten used to. And for a lot of people, that may have been less of an incentive to spend. But analysts say sales could still finish higher, up in the range of $10.4 to $11 billion once you add in all the West Coast people and how they finished up for the night, which is putting a lot of pressure on the West Coast people to really get to that high level. We'll see what they spent. Meantime, for high rollers, BMW unveiling a high-performance concept vehicle, previewing an electric crossover that's expected to begin production late next year at the automaker's plant in South Carolina. The car is called the BMW XM. It'll be available exclusively as a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. Plug-in hybrids are seen by many as a stepping stone to fully electric cars. BMW says the U.S. will be the most important sales market for the new high-performance vehicle. Meantime, Lululemon follows through on its threat to sue Peloton over what it calls copycat products in the exercise bike company's new clothing line, including sports bras and leggings. Last week, Peloton brought its own lawsuit saying Lululemon's claims have no merit. In September, Peloton launched a private label apparel brand following the end of a co-branding relationship with Lululemon. They were friends. Now, maybe not even frenemies.
Not so much. All right.
Doesn't sound like it.
Bertha, thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, the return of the Rockettes.
That's right. The Dazzling Dance Troupe is back and kicking off the holidays like only they can.
So to be able to be a part of someone else's experience and give them that is special. It's a gift.
Up next, I'll take you backstage at Radio City Music Hall, introduce you to some of this year's first-year performers as they take part in a time-honored New York holiday tradition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with a great look at the Radio City Rockettes. Now, of course, their Christmas Spectacular was canceled last year because of the pandemic.
This year, they're back in action. Their annual holiday show kicked off earlier this month and features new choreography, new music, and new dancers.
Whether they're dancing inside Radio City Music Hall or in front of Macy's during the Thanksgiving Day parade, the Rockettes help families everywhere kick off the holidays.
This is some people's Christmas, this is people's New Year's, this is people's Thanksgiving. So to be able to be a part of someone else's experience and give them that is special. It's a gift.
For JoJo Carmichael, it's a fairly new gift. She's a Rockette rookie.
When you're up there on the stage and you're looking out, what's going through your mind?
Personally, I feel honored to be able to be a representation of so many brown and black people. I truly feel honored every night to be able to do what I love and also inspire others in that act.
For many Rockettes, this is a lifelong dream.
I promise you, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. Just work really hard.
Julia Griffith grew up watching the iconic kick line with her grandpa, memories that could not be erased even after he developed dementia.
I could always bring up the Radio City Rockettes, and he could always talk about them.
Julia auditioned 7 times, and this year finally got the call.
It was a beautiful win, I think, for our whole family as a whole. Unfortunately, my grandpa passed away this past year, and something I definitely daydreamed of telling him was, I got the job, I got the offer.
Her grandfather died after battling COVID.
What would your grandpa say?
He was a tough man. He was a war vet, but he cried whenever he saw me dance, and I think that would have, he'd definitely be emotional.
You know he's watching you, right?
I do. And when I got the call, I looked up and I was like, Grandpa, it happened, I got it.
A true gift this holiday season.
And the Rockettes Christmas Spectacular runs through January 2nd. Plenty of time to catch the big show.
Can't recommend it enough.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
New overnight, boosting our defenses. A new protective play from Pfizer as America and the world work around the clock to better understand the Omicron variant. The pharmaceutical giant now reportedly expected to seek emergency approval for its booster shot in teenagers ages 16 and 17. This as the CDC strengthens its guidance on the third dose, advising all adults to line up for it. President Biden addressing the nation yesterday on this latest mutation, saying Omicron is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic, while once again advising all American adults to go out and get boosted.
If you're 18 years or over and got fully vaccinated before June the 1st, go get the booster shot today.
We'll bring you the state of play on the virus this morning, what we know about Omicron symptoms, and how vaccine makers are reacting to its rapid spread. play it as it lies. Legend of the Links Tiger Woods now opening up about his return to golf. His candid and revealing new interview, the first since that terrifying car crash earlier this year, why he says his days of playing full-time are behind him. Also this morning, a breakfast bombshell in an era of shortages and supply chain squeezes. This one surely hits home. A maple syrup crunch with global repercussions, causing Canada to now tap into its strategic stockpile on the sweet stuff. Keep up with blossoming demand worldwide. We'll tell you how it might affect your next morning meal. And only a few days away, forget a hard knock life, that maple syrup shortage will work itself out eventually. We're keeping the holiday season rolling with what's sure to be a show-stopping live performance of Annie this Thursday on NBC, starring none other than Taraji P. Henson as Miss Hannigan and a showbiz newcomer playing that famous little orphan. We're going to take you behind the scenes of Annie Live, including my conversation with Taraji and Annie herself, 12-year-old Selena Smith, never fully dressed without a smile. Literally, she never stopped smiling. She was like smiling the entire interview. It's unreal. And she's so talented. She's got pipes. So
that's so great.
We'll bring you that in a little bit. We begin with the spread of the new Omicron COVID variant.
Yeah, while public health officials are still trying to learn more about the strain, they're not taking any chances. This morning, the CDC is expanding its guidance for booster shots, saying all adults should get them. And this comes as more teenagers could soon be eligible for one. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in New York following the latest on this new variant. Hi, Gabe. Good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning. Several fast-moving developments overnight and also new concern about the youngest children and their response to this variant in South Africa. Here in New York City, local officials have reinstituted an indoor mask advisory, but now President Biden says that widespread lockdowns are off the table.
This morning, as the new Omicron variant spreads around the world, the CDC is now strengthening its recommendation that all adults not only can, but should get COVID booster shots, as President Biden calls for calm and wider vaccinations.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic.
Overnight, a source familiar with the process told NBC News that Pfizer now intends to apply for the first emergency use authorization of COVID boosters for teenagers, specifically 16 and 17-year-olds. That application is expected this week, but there's no timeline for when the FDA could act. Still, the Omicron variant bringing new concern for those even younger. In South Africa, where the strain was first identified, experts have seen an increase in hospitalizations among very young children. The country's Communicable Disease Institute revealing kids under 2 make up the highest percentage of COVID patients at the epicenter of the outbreak. In the U.S., experts say vaccines for everyone who can get them are the best way to stop the spread. 74% of Americans age 5 and older have now received at least one COVID shot, and more than 196 million people are fully vaccinated, 40 million boosted. The president also says he's not considering any widespread lockdowns.
If people are vaccinated and wear their masks, there's no need for the lockdown.
Meanwhile, all 3 vaccine makers in the U.S. are testing their shots to see if they work as well against this new variant.
It's highly likely that there will be loss of vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, but whether we will really have to tweak the current vaccines, we just don't know. We have to wait, I think, for a couple of weeks until we get those key data.
And also breaking overnight, preliminary tests show that the COVID antibody drug cocktail made by Regeneron loses effectiveness against the new variant, the latest sign that at least some of these therapies may need to be tweaked. Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. So, Dr. Torres, experts are seeing some differences between the Omicron variant and other variants so far. One of those is that the symptoms in some cases aren't what you would expect to see. So what do doctors know right now about the symptoms connected to this new variant?
Exactly, Joe. And that's kind of what tipped them off in the first place in South Africa to report to the World Health Organization that they were seeing this virus with new symptoms because it seemed to be something a little bit different from the average virus symptoms that people have when they get COVID. Mostly we think about people losing their sense of smell, their sense of taste, and getting a cough. Well, in this case, instead of that happening, they ended up having more mild-like symptoms, and they were having fatigue, body aches, headaches. Those are the ones they're mostly focusing on. But the World Health Organization said this is a very high global additional risk because of those reporting, and their consequences could be severe. And so you started seeing these travel bans going into place, and those are the things that we understand about the virus right now, but there's a lot we don't understand. The rates of transmission, we think because of what's happening on that spike protein and mutations, it's going to be more transmissible, more contagious. We're not sure. The potency, is it more virulent? Is it more dangerous? That's one of the things they're looking into. And the vaccines themselves, there are hints that it might be able to get a little bit around the vaccine, but we don't know how much. We think the vaccines are still going to be effective, but over the next couple of weeks, we'll find out more and more about the vaccines and the treatments. And like Gabe was saying, they think that the Regeneron, it may be less effective against Regeneron, but that they don't even know for sure yet either, Joe.
All right, Doctor, let's talk about something else we've just learned this morning. So Dutch health officials announced that they've traced the Omicron variant in local cases going back now 11 days. So that's well before health officials in Southern Africa, where we first heard of this, confirmed this new strain. How long do you think Omicron has been around? What does it mean for how it's transmitted? And are we going to find out soon that it is already here in the U.S.?
You know, we've first heard about this about a week ago, which means that you have to go back 2 to 3 weeks before that when you first started getting the cases, because that's how long for people to start developing symptoms, getting the tests, getting the test results. So this has been around longer than that. And that means essentially that even though the travel bans went into place and they could certainly slow things down, they're not going to stop it. The horse is already out of the barn. It is already in a lot of other countries around the world. Not going to be surprising if it doesn't happen here as well. And so again, this is one of those things that I think has been around longer than we think, and more than likely it's already here in the U.S., Savannah.
Oh, Doctor, now the UK is expanding its booster eligibility to all adults. They're also shortening the wait time for a booster, saying people should get it 3 months after their second dose instead of 6. Is that something we might see here in the U.S.?
You know, Joe, I don't think we're going to see that here in the U.S., and the main reason is because of the way they spaced out their initial shots. They were 8 weeks apart. Ours were 3 to 4 weeks apart, depending on which one you got, and that spacing is very important to develop your immune system. It builds up stronger the longer time period you have, and so they did theirs initially. We didn't. We're doing ours later on with that 6-month wait, so I think we're going to keep that 6-month wait around for a while, just trying to encourage more and more people to get their boosters right now, and that's one of the things the president has been making a big emphasis on.
And Dr. Torres, of course, we just saw a huge number of travelers this weekend because of Thanksgiving, actually record number since the pandemic began. 2.4 million people went through airport security on Sunday. Can we expect similar, or we think we can probably expect similar numbers as we get closer to Christmas and New Year? So what is your advice to people traveling? Do you think that this variant could end up changing plans? Should people be rethinking them, or is it too early to tell?
You know, internationally, Savannah, it's already changing plans, you know, the South Africa bans that are in place. And I think you're going to find more and more countries saying we want more and more either testing or vaccinations before you come into the country. The same thing here in the U.S. I think domestically, not anything's really going to change between then and now, but you need to do your part to stay safe. And that means obviously, you know, masking on the flights and in the airport, which is already in place. But right now, if you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. That'll at least jumpstart the process and get you closer to having that protection. Get a booster shot if you're eligible for a booster shot. That's the best thing you can do. And then when you're at your holiday place, stay as safe as you can, you, your family, but enjoy the holidays, but enjoy them in a very safe manner, especially now.
All right, good advice, Dr. John Torres. John, Doctor, thank you.
Now, while the U.S. has yet to report a case of the Omicron variant, many businesses are already bracing for a potential outbreak and the potential impact that could have right in the middle of the holiday season. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
American businesses and communities now bracing for Omicron. So far, no confirmed U.S. cases of the highly mutated variant, although the country's collective antennas are raised.
Very concerned. I'm both vaccinated and have the booster shot, but that doesn't mean I'll be protected.
Two of the nation's largest cities, New York and Los Angeles, already issuing new advisories, urging residents to wear masks indoors regardless of vaccination status.
Even if you started to move away from masks before, we're telling you get those masks back on now.
Wall Street's biggest banks, including Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan, telling NBC News they're not changing their return to work plans yet. But across the country, companies big and small are back on alert, monitoring Omicron closely.
The star of the neighborhood is clearly the orange.
Small business owner Lance Durham gives guided tours of Miami's Wynwood neighborhood, known for its street art.
We might go back to a heightened alert status where everyone is required to wear a mask, including myself. We might do it sooner than later.
In Miami, preparations are underway for Art Basel, an annual fair that was canceled in person last year due to COVID. Vaccine proof or a negative test is required at most events. Anna Samoilova is exhibiting her documentary-style photography, Flood Zone, and believes South Florida can host a culturally important event safely.
I see it as an opportunity to prove, maybe to the rest of the world, that we are very much capable of adhering to rules are rules everywhere, right?
The state's governor reasserting his stance on few restrictions.
The lockdowns didn't stop COVID.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much.
We're learning new details this morning in the sexual harassment scandal involving former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Thousands of pages of testimony and evidence in the case have now been made public, some of which puts a spotlight on the former governor's brother, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with more on some of the big takeaways. Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. CNN's anchor finds himself in the hot seat yet again this morning because of text messages between Chris Cuomo and his brother's top aide, which show Chris offering to help use his media sources to get intel to defend his brother. The documents also revealing that he wrote statements on the then governor's behalf. CNN is now conducting a review of the trove of messages.
It was business as usual on CNN Monday night for Chris Cuomo.
Putting travel bans in effect.
Despite being back in hot water for helping his brother Andrew, then the governor of New York, who was caught in a sexual harassment scandal. The state's attorney general's office releasing new text messages between the former governor's top aide and the TV anchor. Melissa DeRosa texting, rumor going around from Politico, 1 to 2 more people coming out tomorrow. Can you check your sources? Chris Cuomo responds, on it. DeRosa later reaching out when she heard the New Yorker's Ronan Farrow was working on a story, again asking the CNN journalist to check his sources. Even before this, Chris Cuomo was volunteering assistance, texting DeRosa, please let me help with the prep. CNN in a statement saying the transcripts and documents deserve a thorough review and consideration, adding the network will seek additional clarity about their significance over the next several days. The younger Cuomo defending and downplaying his own role after his brother resigned in August.
I can't be objective when it comes to my family. So I never reported on the scandal. And when it happened, I tried to be there for my brother.
The Attorney General also released video of Andrew Cuomo's nearly 11 hours of testimony under oath.
You remember asking her, saying to her, may I kiss you?
I don't remember saying that.
The former governor will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping the breast of a female aide.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Brittany Camiso making that allegation in her interview, one of 6 accusers whose video testimonies were made public Monday by the Attorney General's office. Cuomo denied he did any such thing.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
Now, this morning, Andrew Cuomo's lawyer is calling on New York Attorney General Letitia James, who is running for governor, to recuse her office from this case, saying in a statement that no legitimate chief legal officer would make such selective disclosures, as well as harm a pending criminal case by broadcasting to each witness what the other witnesses have said. This January, former Governor Cuomo will be arraigned on a misdemeanor charge for groping an aide's breast. Joe?
And thank you so much.
Staying in New York, the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking trial got underway in Manhattan yesterday with both the prosecution and defense making their opening statements to the jury. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York. Hi, Steph. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Prosecutors say Ghislaine Maxwell lured young girls with money and gifts and then subjected them to sexual abuse, while the defense argues that Jeffrey Epstein was the one who manipulated Maxwell, and now she's a scapegoat being blamed for Epstein's crimes. On day one of the Maxwell trial, a tale of two Ghislaines. The assistant U.S. attorney calling the 59-year-old a predator who was setting up young girls for wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein, telling the jury the defendant was trafficking kids for sex. That is what this trial is all about. Maxwell, the daughter of a British media mogul and Epstein's former girlfriend, faces 6 criminal counts, all focused on a decade-long period between 1994 and 2004, when federal prosecutors say she helped recruit 4 underage girls to have sex with Epstein, and in some instances participated in the abuse herself. The prosecution detailed the experiences of one of those girls, who was just 14 when she allegedly met Maxwell at a summer camp. Prosecutors say her abuse went on for years when the girl was 15, then 16. They had a playbook. First, they got access to young girls, then they gained their trust. The defense arguing Maxwell is being blamed for crimes allegedly committed by Epstein, who took his own life in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. The defense called Maxwell a convenient stand-in, arguing the 4 alleged victims at the center of the case will come in here and they will point their finger at Ghislaine Maxwell. There is nobody else to point their finger at. They say Maxwell was in charge of managing Epstein's properties and was just one of many who fell victim to his manipulation. I'm feeling. Maxwell's sister, Isabel, seen arriving to court amid a swarm of cameras, one of several family members who have publicly shown support. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all charges. The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. Late yesterday, the pilot for Jeffrey Epstein's private jet took the stand. He said he often flew Epstein, Maxwell, and unidentified passengers to Epstein's homes around the world. He only just started his testimony. He'll be back on the stand this morning. Savannah?
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Bill Cairns is back. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Today's a day of celebration.
Why?
You're supposed to ask why now.
I did.
Yes, very good. Today is the last day of hurricane season.
Oh, good.
It's 6 very, very long. Yeah, see? Yeah, but like it drags on so long. Like the end of November, most people are like, wait, hurricane season is still going on? Yeah, it's pretty rare to get storms in November. But yes, today is the end of it. Hurricane season, by the way, is 6 months. So we get 6 months on, 6 months off. And this year we had 21 named storms. And here's a little path and icons that show you where all of them were. They were kind of spread out. Not many in the Caribbean Sea, but in the Gulf of Mexico and out in the Atlantic. We had kind of a variety of a whole bunch of storms. We had 7 hurricanes. A couple of them were misses like Larry and Sam. Of course, we had Elsa, Ida, and Nicholas. Those all hit the U.S. Henri weakened as it approached southern New England, and Grace hit Mexico. And as far as major hurricanes, these are ones that typically do the most damage. We had 4 of those. 2 were misses. The other 2 did hit. And of course, Ida was the most expensive hurricane that we saw in the U.S., especially that flooding all the way up into areas of the Northeast. So this was the 6th consecutive hurricane season in a row that we consider above average. Well, only the 3rd season that we use the entire list of names. So goodbye, hurricane season. So what are we dealing with today? If we have any troublesome weather, it's going to be this pesky atmospheric river. This plume of moisture into southern British Columbia and the Pacific Northwest continues. More heavy rain. Today, it's more pointed towards southern portions of Canada and British Columbia. Some of the rain will be in the Pacific Northwest, especially the Olympics and the Northern Cascades. But you'll see on the maps here, most of it is avoiding Oregon and even areas south of Seattle. So it's a little good news for us, but for our friends to the north, it's going to be a lot of rain for them. Isolated totals up to 3 to 4 inches in the mountains, but overall, most of the country today looking pretty good. Still a little chillier than we'd like in the Great Lakes in the Northeast, but we're only complaining because it's still 75 in Texas.
Wow.
I know, right?
Yeah. But if you're there in the summer, it's a different story. All
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
Yes.
Thank you. And we've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News. Now, after the break, fresh turmoil facing the royal family this morning as the Queen is dropped as monarch of the Caribbean nation of Barbados.
Plus, an American-born superstar of the stage and screen, now part of France's Hall of National Heroes. The fascinating life of Josephine Baker and her role in the French resistance during World War II. It's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It's a new day today on the island of Barbados. This morning, the Caribbean nation has cut ties with the British royal family and is now a republic.
Barbados gained independence 55 years ago, but kept the British monarch in a ceremonial role. Meanwhile, the royal family is busy dealing with issues closer to home. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is outside Buckingham Palace and joins us now with all the latest. Molly, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right, a lot going on, but the party today is in Barbados, where it is sunnier and a lot warmer, I think, than where I am. The Queen has sent her congratulations, and take a look. Prince Charles is right there in the middle of all the action.
This morning, after 396 years, the Caribbean island of Barbados becoming the world's newest independent republic. At the stroke of midnight, Sandra Mason became the nation's first ever president.
So help me God.
In the crowd, Barbadian singer Rihanna, alongside Prince Charles, representing his mother.
The creation of this republic offers a new beginning.
He also acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery. The Queen, previously the country's head of state, has visited Barbados many times over the years, but this week she stayed at home, still taking it easy since her hospital stay back in October. Here in the UK, the firm, as the royal family is known, is busy going to battle on another front.
The House of Windsor and the British press.
Heavily criticizing the new two-part BBC documentary called The Princes and the Press. The program delves into the intense media coverage of Princes William and Harry. In a rare move, Buckingham Palace, Clarence House, and Kensington Palace put out a joint statement that the BBC included, saying, "A free, responsible, and open press is of vital importance to a healthy democracy. However, too often it is overblown and unfounded claims from unnamed sources that are presented as facts, and it is disappointing when anyone, including the BBC, gives them credibility." In another bombshell release this week, the author of Brothers and Wives, speaking exclusively to the Today Show, Christopher Anderson, reporting that Harry and Meghan began distancing themselves after the Queen did not include their photo in a 2019 Christmas address.
Harry did feel as if he was being erased, according to a friend of his, was being erased slowly from the family. That was quite the signal the Queen was sending.
And Anderson also said he traced a comment about the potential complexion of Meghan and Harry's children back to Prince Charles, but says it was twisted by royal advisors.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
But it was turned into something very toxic. It was weaponized, really, by the men in gray.
A lot to talk about, but going back to that BBC documentary, the documentary basically lays out the history of the relationship between the press and the royal family, that essentially there was this deal, this relationship that if they got access, then there was favorable coverage. And what it says is that Princes William and Harry and their young families essentially stopped playing the game, and that's where a lot of the tension has come through. The BBC is defending it, though, guys. It says it's about how royal journalism is done and features a range of journalists. I will say, though, it's really causing a stir on this side of the pond. Joe?
Lots for you to cover there, Molly. My goodness. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Josephine Baker was an entertainer, a World War II spy, and a civil rights activist who rose to fame in the 1920s. The American-born icon is making history again by becoming the first Black woman to be honored in France's Pantheon, a privilege reserved for the country's greatest heroes. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now with more on this. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. Yeah, campaigners have been fighting for this for 8 years, and it's finally happening today. Just a huge honor. The only Black woman to be entered into the Pantheon, the only American to be entered. As her son put it to me, one of her sons, he said she was just a normal woman who did extraordinary things. She was the world's first Black superstar, edgy, sexy, and hugely talented. Josephine Baker, born and raised in Missouri, became a household name in the 20s, a dancer, singer, and civil rights activist who spent her life breaking down barriers of exclusion, using her talent to make statements like this risque and controversial dance in a skirt made of bananas. Baker's public life made her a wildly popular star. Her private life, much of it spent at this remote French castle, made her a hero. It was her refuge and her family home. Akio Bouillon is Baker's eldest adopted son and grew up here.
Did she dance in this? That's it.
Now a museum showcasing Baker's elaborate costumes and her most prized possessions of all. France's highest military medals, the Legion of Honor and Medal of the Resistance, were awarded for her secret work fighting the Nazis in World War II.
Was she a spy?
She was.
She was very brave.
For her, no. She was giving back.
But in the U.S., she said she faced hostility and racism. At New York's Stork Club in 1951, ignored for an hour. American actress Grace Kelly saw it all and walked out in solidarity. The future Princess of Monaco and the Queen of the French Cabaret becoming lifelong friends. Prince Albert, Grace Kelly's son, remembers a kind woman.
Her generosity of spirit and of heart really always touched me.
Baker adopted Akio and 11 other children from different countries, races, and religions, calling the family her Rainbow Tribe. But by the late 1960s, Baker was broke. The castle auctioned off, her Rainbow Tribe homeless. Old friend Grace Kelly, now Princess of Monaco, helped Baker sing her way back into stardom. A remarkable comeback. In her 60s, selling out New York's Carnegie Hall, getting a standing ovation in Paris. But just days after her last performance, Baker had a stroke and never recovered. Thousands in France lined the streets for her funeral, buried with full military honors. A symbolic casket entered into the Pantheon. Today, this extraordinary woman making history again. And Baker is actually buried in Monaco. That's where her family wanted her to stay. So instead today, that symbolic casket will be carried in a parade in Paris, followed by a ceremony. The casket carried by members of the French Air Force. Savannah, not only was she a World War II spy, she was also a pilot for the Free French Air Force at the time. Just an incredible life.
Really an incredible life, and what an incredible look. Kelly, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner is back with us this hour from Moscow. Hey, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off right here in Russia, where the Russian military has announced yet another successful test flight of its new Tsirkon hypersonic missile. Basically, this is an anti-ship missile that is designed to take out vessels at a distance of at least 250 miles, so an interesting capability. It's also one of several hypersonic projects under development here in Russia. Actually, just a few hours ago, President Putin used this as an opportunity to warn NATO to think carefully about the kinds of weapons that it might give Ukraine. We move along now to France, where far-right politician Éric Zemmour formally announced his candidacy in the French presidential elections. Zemmour is a former journalist known for his anti-immigrant sentiments and his controversial language. In a 10-minute video announcing his candidacy, he said he is running because, quote, "No other politician has the courage to save the country from the tragic destiny that awaits it." There was a lot more colorful wording in that video as well. And we finish up this hour in Peru, where a mummy estimated to be 800 to 1,200 years old has been discovered by archaeologists at a site near the capital of Lima. The mummy is tied up with ropes and its hands are covering its face, something of an old funeral tradition there. The age of the mummy suggests that it predates the Inca civilization, so quite the find. Wow. Back to you guys.
Yeah, fascinating. All right,
Really
Matt,
is.
thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt.
Coming up on Morning News now, Tiger Woods is back in the headlines, now speaking out for the first time since that terrifying car crash back in February. The candid new interview and why he says his return to the links might look a little different.
Plus, you know, Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, and of course, we just had Cyber Monday. Well, today is Giving Tuesday. We'll tell you how you can have a positive impact on more than just your family this holiday season after the break.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Now, when you think of New Year's Eve, you might think about Dick Clark, Ryan Seacrest. Well, how about Miley Cyrus? That's right. The singer will be hosting a New Year's Eve special on NBC with SNL star Pete Davidson. It'll be executive produced by Lorne Michaels and boasts a star-studded lineup of special guests and musical performances. It's called Miley's New Year's Eve Party, and it will also air on NBC's streaming platform Peacock. And Joe, not sure if it feels like this to you, because it doesn't to me, but this is all only about a month away.
And you can bring in the new year like a wrecking ball. So there you go. All right.
Good one.
Thank you, Savannah. Tiger Woods is speaking out for the first time since that devastating car crash in February. In a recent interview, Woods talks about his health, his fears, and his future. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Tiger Woods speaking out in depth to Golf Digest, talks about returning to the game he loves and also adding he won't nearly be at the form he used to be.
The return to glory.
Could another improbable comeback be in store for Tiger Woods? Speaking out about his golfing future after his devastating accident. The golf legend says he won't ever play full-time again, but he does think he'll be on the PGA Tour in the future.
I think something that is realistic is playing the tour one day, never full-time ever again. Pick and choose, just like what Mr. Hogan did. You pick and choose a few events a year, and you play around that. You practice around it, and try to gear yourself up for that, and you play it.
The 30-minute interview with Golf Digest comes after he recently released this clip of his swing on social media, with the message making progress, but the road to full recovery remains long and uncertain.
I'm not Wolverine, even though sometimes I think I am.
In February, Woods flipped his car, colliding with a tree at 75 miles per hour.
We have a rollover with someone trapped.
The accident leaving him severely injured. Surgeons stabilized his right leg and foot with a rod and screws. Now, after months of recovery, Tiger admits he did fear the leg might have to be amputated.
There was a point in time when, I wouldn't say 50-50, but it was damn near there, but I was going to walk out of that hospital with one leg.
One of the things that sticks out about his recovery so far is that he actually thought it would be quicker, that he'd be further along, which just shows the kind of person that he is.
The accident also gives Woods a new appreciation for simple pleasures.
I'm just happy to be able to go out there and watch Charlie play, or go in the backyard and have an hour or two by myself, no one talking, no music, no nothing. I just hear nature and birds chirping. That part I've sorely missed.
Woods comparing his recovery to climbing Mount Everest, saying he doesn't think it's realistic to get all the way to the top of the mountain again.
Woods also said he got inspiration from lessons his father taught him as a boy, and his son Charlie also helping him to quickly recover. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
Miguel, thank you. Black Friday and Cyber Monday have come and gone, and now that many of us have cashed in on some holiday deals, it's hopefully time to give back.
That's right, and today's the perfect time. It's Giving Tuesday, a global movement dedicated to helping others. Joining us now is the CEO of Giving Tuesday, Asha Curran. Asha, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you. So first up, tell us more about Giving Tuesday and how it got started. I know you've been with this movement since the beginning. Tell us a little bit about it.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Happy Giving Tuesday. Giving Tuesday started here in New York City at the 92nd Street Y, which is a community center, a cultural center based on Jewish values, and is now an independent nonprofit. And it started just as a simple idea, a day to give following 2 days of consuming Black Friday and Cyber Monday, a hashtag in the early days of hashtags. And it just took off beyond what we could possibly have imagined. And now we have 10 years later, I think Giving Tuesday has really become a holiday, really entrenched in the minds of Americans, but also all over the world. So we have 80 official country movements. And today, as we give back here in the United States, people are giving back all over the world as well.
Some of the good that can come from social media. So, I mean, the pandemic impacted every industry, but charities really needed help and still need help. What is the impact that Giving Tuesday has?
Just extraordinary. You know, in the pandemic, a lot of people were worried that giving to charitable causes would go down for obvious reasons. People are anxious. People are financially insecure, right? A lot was very uncertain. But the opposite happened. People coped by helping others. And giving went way up in 2020 and hasn't shown any signs of abating. And by that, I really mean monetary giving, but also giving of so many other kinds. And we really describe generosity as being a value that can drive all sorts of behaviors. And we certainly hope to see a lot of robust support for so many causes today that, as you say, really need the support.
That's such a good point. Giving back did kind of help us all get through that, to help out our neighbors and all that type of stuff. Asha, of course, the million-dollar question, if someone wants to give, maybe they don't know how to start, don't know which charity to donate to, how should they get started? What should they do today on this Giving Tuesday?
Well, I think if you go on any social media platform and just search for the hashtag Giving Tuesday, you can't help but be bombarded with ideas. We also have tons of ideas and toolkits on our website. Certainly the simplest sort of way to get started is to think about what matters to you, what cause has always been dear to your heart, and throw some love toward that cause today. And then people are doing things as simple as making a lasagna or a baked good for a neighbor. We have 35,000 children who are pledged to do acts of good or acts of kindness today. One of them is doing a letter writing campaign, and she's gathered 3,000 other children to join her, writing letters to grandparents, to teachers, to medical workers, whatever means something to them. So it doesn't have to mean money. We all have the capacity very easily to make someone else's day a little bit brighter, and that's just fine to do today.
Oh, such a great point and so true. Asha Curran, thank you so much. Thanks for what you're doing, for inspiring us, and congratulations on the success of this movement. I remember when it was just starting out at the 92nd Street Y when you were there. Look at this. It's amazing. Congrats.
It's amazing. Thanks so much. Happy Giving Tuesday.
You too. And coming up, what do gasoline and maple syrup have in common in this pandemic age?
You shouldn't drink one of them. A supply and demand conundrum that's causing countries to tap into their respective strategic reserves. Yeah, there's a maple syrup reserve. We're going to explain next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Demand at food banks has soared during the pandemic, and some are taking matters into their own hands, creating community fridges where anyone can pick up a few items at a time, no questions asked.
That's right, and with access to healthy, affordable food that's hard to come by, with the story of one man who made it his mission to provide fresh, free produce to those in need. On a sidewalk outside a boxing club in Lower Manhattan sits a lifeline to many, New York's first plant-based community fridge.
I appreciate it because there's a lot of people out here that don't have money, don't have places to go, and can't exactly buy food.
This is good food for me. We got fruit or meal. Whatever I need, I can get. I ain't got to worry about nothing.
It is one of an estimated 400 community fridges which sprang up during the pandemic. And for founder and community activist Power Malou, the desire to provide this option to anyone, regardless of how much money they have, is personal.
We've been made to believe that we don't deserve that food because it's so expensive. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, I remember going with my mom to what is, I guess they're called social services department, and I would stand on the line with her and I would see how nasty people would treat her just because she needed. It always stuck with me because I said, why are they treating people this way? Where's the empathy in this? And so ever since I was younger, I said, if I ever have an opportunity to help people, I'm gonna do it the right way.
Power's team keeps the fridge stocked thanks to donations given through Venmo and by rescuing food that would otherwise get thrown out of restaurants and grocery stores.
We're on call like 24/7 because I don't like food to go to waste, and I know how necessary this is.
It's been a tremendous help. I've interacted with lots of people who come to the fridge to get food, and they tell me all the time how they're grateful. This is where they get most of the bulk of their food.
And Power says treating people who use the fridge with dignity and respect is a priority.
Erase that thing about beggars can't be choosers, because everyone should have access to fresh fruits and vegetables at the least. It's a human right.
Mauricio Hernandez lives in a shelter nearby. His doctor says he needs to eat more fruits and vegetables to control his high cholesterol and blood pressure. Before discovering this fridge, it was hard for him to get his hands on fresh produce.
Now I can make my salad, my fruit. It's a great blessing, you know? When you know and you find somebody that's helping you put in good food, that helps.
The community fridge movement is helping tackle a huge national problem. The latest figures show 10.5% of American households experience food insecurity, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
People are actually having a hard time surviving, and they have to choose whether they're going to pay their rent or buy healthy food.
For Power, the solution is in the hands of communities.
So there's an adage that says, solo el pueblo salva el pueblo. Only the people will save the people.
How inspiring is Power? He and his team have partnered with a couple of public schools in New York City. They have plant-based community fridges in these schools now and distribute healthy food to families in need.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is back this hour. Hi, Bertha.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, we're getting some headlines from Adobe on total Cyber Monday sales. They came in at $10.4 billion. That's down just over 1.5% from last year. Meantime, the Federal Trade Commission is asking Walmart, Amazon, Kroger, and other food giants and suppliers for information about how they're handling supply chain issues. It's part of a broader investigation into whether the problems have led to anti-competitive behavior and higher prices. The FTC also wants to know how companies are allocating products in their stores when items are in short supply. Meantime, the National Labor Relations Board is ordering a redo of a union election at Amazon warehouses in Alabama. Workers there rejected forming a union by a more than 2-to-1 margin in April, but in August, the board said Amazon's conduct surrounding that vote interfered with the election. Amazon is staunchly opposed to unionization. It's only faced one other union vote before in 2014 when a small group of workers in Delaware voted against forming a union. Meantime, Jack Dorsey surprised everyone yesterday by announcing he's stepping down. Of course, he announced it on Twitter. And he's stepping down as Twitter's CEO, the company promoting its chief technology officer to the head job. So who is this guy, Parag Agrawal? Well, he joined Twitter as a software engineer more than a decade ago and was named chief technology officer back in 2017. He previously worked for Microsoft, Yahoo, and AT&T. For the past 2 years, he's been working on a project to combat abuse and misinformation on Twitter. But it was really kind of weird to hear him say, on Twitter, see him announce it and say, yep, I'm out.
Yeah.
This guy's in. I don't know if the regulators are going to look into that.
Yeah, well, more to come, and we'll see what's next for him, too. All right, Bertha, thank you. You're thinking about traveling to Canada? Well, you might want to pick up a bottle or two of syrup to bring home. That's because there's now a global shortage of maple syrup.
That's right, but the Quebec maple syrup producers have found sweetness in their hearts and are now releasing about half of their stockpile to help keep the liquid gold flowing. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders has more on the sticky situation.
Well, good morning, Joe and Savannah. The maple syrup reserve has been tapped, but farmers say we can do our part. Here at the Old Breakfast House in Fort Lauderdale, they encourage diners to dip, don't pour. And if we all do our part, it could help stave off the great maple syrup crisis of 2021. Getting maple syrup is a slow process. Drip by drip, the tree's sap is extracted, then boiled down. For every 40 teaspoons of sap, there's but 1 teaspoon of the liquid gold. 73% of the world's maple syrup comes from Greater Quebec, Canada. And of course, our nation is the #1 consumer of that sweet elixir. This morning, a supply and demand problem is being solved, much the way President Biden has tried to take pressure off gasoline supplies and prices. Who knew that there was a maple syrup reserve? It sounds like the petroleum reserve.
Yeah, because the beauty of maple syrup is we can conserve it. We can do the same image as oil, but it's maple syrup, pure maple syrup, sealed and pasteurized in all these barrels, and we can keep them for many years. Farmers in Canada deciding to release 50 million gallons from the strategic maple syrup reserve. The production this year was less important than it was in the last 2 years. They believe the release of the treasured reserve should mean no shortages and no price increases. In Vermont, second in production only to Canada, experts say there's been a direct connection to the pandemic.
Since 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, maple consumption has really gone through the roof. People were looking for things to do, and a lot of them turned to baking. And people started using maple syrup as an alternative to sugar and just, another way to add in some more flavor to what they normally bake. You may think maple syrup and pancakes, but because 3/4 of a cup of maple syrup is equal to about 1 cup of cane sugar, there are those who believe the high antioxidant syrup is a good substitute for sugar. Our neighbors to the north doing their part to make sure our pancakes and waffles stay just as sweet. Well, the last time the maple syrup reserve was in the news was 2012. That's when 3 crooks actually slipped in and siphoned off millions of dollars of this sweet elixir. They were eventually captured. 3 saps who had to pay the price. Guys, back to you.
Kerry Sanders, thank you.
Now I want pancakes.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly. I'm starving.
Coming up, my candid conversation with 2 of the stars of NBC's new musical production, Annie Live, Taraji P. Henson and Annie herself, 12-year-old Selena Smith.
And we'll hear her take on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as they prepare to light up the holiday season this Thursday. That's next.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
This is a critical choke point for this fire. witnessing the massive crowds. Glad Leonard, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. NBC's next live musical is quickly approaching.
A star-studded cast is bringing the Tony-winning musical Annie to your TV this Thursday night. This morning, my conversation with Miss Hannigan and the 12-year-old girl picked to play Annie. It's only a few days away. The young star of Annie Live, Selena Smith, is never without a smile.
I don't even know how to act. I'm just like, I'm like bouncing up and down the walls.
I think it's fair to say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, I never even thought I'd be here.
But look at you, you are.
It's a dream.
When you found out you got picked after this nationwide search, what was that like for you?
But I was just it felt like a weight had just been lifted off of my shoulder, and I was so happy. You could have sworn there was a kangaroo in the house. I was just like hopping everywhere and just, I was screaming. I was just acting a fool, a blubbering idiot.
You don't want Annie.
In this version of Annie, the orphan's hard-knock life will come courtesy of Taraji P. Henson, cast as Miss Hannigan.
She's the villain that you love to hate. She's quirky. For me, she's the total opposite of we really don't have much in common. I love kids. It's a role that I get to lose myself in. You know, I get to have so much fun with her.
Some women are dripping with diamonds.
It's a role that was made iconic, of course, by Carol Burnett back in the 1982 movie.
For me, it's life full circle because I really love Carol Burnett. I studied her. She kept me out of a lot of mischief when I was growing up. I just hope I make her proud.
You think she'll be watching?
I hope so. I'm sending her flowers and I'm sending her everything to sit back and enjoy the show.
How did she keep you out of mischief?
Watching her. I would rather watch her or Lucille Ball than go outside and play with my friends. I was studying her. This was before I even knew I wanted to act. She just did it for me. She made me laugh. She was more than a star to me. My mother raised me, definitely kept me out of mischief, but she had Carol Burnett's help. And the entire cast of the Carol Burnett show.
We got a taste of what's to come when the cast performed at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and Selena belted out her version.
So it's such an easy song to sing because it's such a comforting one. So.
And she has the pipes.
Do you give it your own little twist?
I try. I always try to like add a little bit like a run or something in there, but you know, sometimes you can't do that.
Castmates say, bet your bottom dollar, Selena will steal the show.
I'm tired of talking about it. I just want you to see the talent of this great young woman here because she'll be around for a long time. We're watching her grow as a star right before our very eyes. Get used to it.
What do you think when you hear that?
I don't even know how to feel.
Just accept it.
I might as well, because it's
accept
happening.
It is.
Exactly.
Can't wait. By the way, Taraji said she hasn't watched the Annie movie in more than a decade because she doesn't want to mimic Carol Burnett's performance. She wants to, make the role her own. So she's sort of kept away from it.
All right, well, she just said it, but Selena's a star. Oh, my goodness.
She is. And she can sing, so.
So sweet. Great interview.
Thank you. Looking forward to that. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, cause for concern. The world bracing for the impacts of Omicron as more countries confirm cases of the new COVID variant. President Biden urging Americans not to panic, but to prepare by getting a booster shot.
Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States.
We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before it.
Meanwhile, Pfizer getting ready to ask for the okay from the FDA to give an extra dose of its vaccine to some teens. We'll bring you team coverage to help you cut through the confusion. Everything we know so far, what we don't yet know, and the smartest ways you can make sure you stay safe. Also this morning, under investigation, Amazon, Walmart, and other big box stores ordered to turn over internal documents as the feds look into those supply chain problems. What they're looking to uncover in the probe now underway. Plus, President Biden's meeting with the CEOs of major retail stores on how to get items back on the shelves. Grocery grouches. You may have noticed it in the checkout line. Shoppers being rude to store workers. A look at why some people aren't minding their manners and how it could impact our mental health. That's part of our weekly check-in. And kicking off the holidays, a Christmas-time tradition is back after a pandemic pause. We'll pull back the curtain on the return of the Radio City Rockettes. Plus, Joe introduces us to some of the dancers living a dream come true. I love that story so much, and I actually saw them with my family over the weekend, which was so much fun.
And did you love it?
I love it. I mean, you know how I feel about Christmas, but it's just such a feel-good thing.
It's a tradition.
Know? Yeah, it's so much fun to be in Radio City. We'll get to that a little bit later, though. We begin, of course, with the latest on the Omicron coronavirus variant this morning.
Public health officials are pushing for more people to get vaccinated, and for those who are already vaccinated to get their boosters. The CDC is going so far as to strengthen its guidance on booster shots, telling all Americans to get another dose if they're 6 months out from their second dose, or if it's been 2 months since their Johnson & Johnson shot. Right now, more than a
dozen countries have confirmed cases, and new this morning, Dutch health officials now say the Omicron strain has been there for 11 days, well before the variant was confirmed by health officials in southern Africa. So far, the United States doesn't have any confirmed cases, but public health experts warn it's probably already here. There's still a lot to learn about this variant, but here's what we do know and don't know yet. The World Health Organization says it poses a very high global risk. A South African doctor says so far symptoms appear to be mild, but that hasn't stopped countries, including the U.S., from banning travel to and from the region.
Right now, researchers are still trying to figure out how quickly Omicron is spreading, its strength, and if the current vaccines hold up against it. Questions they hope to answer soon. In a speech yesterday, President Biden said Omicron is a cause for concern, but not a reason to panic.
Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion.
We have team coverage of the Omicron variant this morning to walk you through all the latest developments and what doctors are learning about this new strain and what they hope to learn. Let's begin with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser outside a COVID testing site in New York's Times Square. So, Lindsay, still a lot of officials are still learning about this new strain while we wait for information. Some places are taking precautionary steps. For example, where you are in New York, how's the state preparing?
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Good to be with both of you. So we know that the Omicron variant was declared a variant of concern by the WHO on November 26th on Friday. And you're asking, what is New York doing to prepare? Well, on that same day, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, declared a state of emergency ahead of a potential spike in cases. So what exactly does that mean? It frees up potential supplies in case of a shortage. It could address hospital staffing shortages, and also the executive order, which goes into effect on December 3rd, this Friday, limits non-emergency surgeries. Again, all in preparation, trying to make sure the hospital system doesn't get overwhelmed here. And this is all precautionary because there are no confirmed cases right now of the Omicron variant. But Savannah, Joe, you both just mentioned that health experts say it's likely already here. We do know that the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, said it's coming. The New York City Health Commissioner believes it's just a matter of days before the first cases are confirmed here in New York City. So just yesterday, we heard from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio about a new mask advisory. Let's listen to what he said about that, and also the New York City Health Commissioner.
There's a lot of places that have that right to say, if you're coming into our establishment, you got to wear a mask, and we've always respected that. And I think New Yorkers overwhelmingly follow that guidance.
This strengthens our recommendation around masking, particularly indoors. And to clarify, that is for everyone, regardless of vaccination status.
So right now, Joe and Savannah, it is required to wear masks on public transit in congregate settings. Anecdotally, a lot of people still are wearing masks indoors, in lobbies, in grocery stores, things like that. But this is just another warning to not let your guard down at this point. Joe and Savannah.
I mean, Lindsay, we've been talking about how health officials say right now the best defense against the Omicron variant is getting vaccinated. So how are vaccinations going in New York City, and how does that compare to the rest of the country?
Yeah, so right now, let's start with the country, the umbrella view here. We've got about 59% of Americans of all ages who are fully vaccinated. And in New York City, that number does jump up to 69%. So it is higher than the national average. Again, all ages fully vaccinated. And anecdotally, also, you go to the pharmacy, you do see people waiting in line for their booster shots. But definitely, health officials are really trying to get that word out and encourage not just boosters, but definitely people who have yet to be fully vaccinated. Joe, Savannah.
And Lindsay, New York State had already seen a rise in cases before the Omicron variant was even identified. So how do officials feel about the numbers right now, especially compared to where we were this time last year entering the holidays?
So they do feel better about where we are. I mean, think about it. Last year, most of us weren't traveling for the holidays, weren't spending time with our loved ones. This year, that definitely was different. We know that TSA checkpoints saw pre-pandemic levels of travelers going through. And we also know last year in December, the vaccine wasn't widely available. Only about 1% of Americans were fully vaccinated. It was really only open at that point to healthcare officials, people in really high-risk jobs. And so health officials do say, just like you guys played from the president yesterday, reason for concern, not panic. We are in a better spot today. We have therapeutics. And again, we have that vaccine, and now we have boosters.
Lindsay Reiser in Times Square. Lindsay, thank you.
A lot of questions about this new variant. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Doctor, good morning. Always great to have you. So, I mean, this feels like deja vu. States like New York are canceling elective surgeries. There's still so much, though, that we don't know about this variant yet. How transmissible is it? How do our vaccinations work against it? And those types of things. What kind of measures do you think states should take in preparation? Is there a risk of going too far while we still learn more?
There definitely is a risk of going too far. And I think that happened during the early days of the pandemic when hospitals canceled non-emergency surgeries and we all paid for it as other conditions kind of languished because hospitals were unable to perform those surgeries. So I think what we know now is that there are a lot more questions than there are answers, but we know that this isn't March of 2020. This is November of 2021, and we have vaccines. And even if this variant is able to get around some of that protection, it's unlikely to be able to erase everything vaccines do for us, prevent serious disease, hospitalization, and death. We've got lots of diagnostic tests. We can test this, we can track it, we can trace it. All of that's going to be really important. But I think we have to take a step back and realize that we have tools now that we didn't have. And we have to think about this differently than we did in the past and not overdo it, but also take this very seriously and get these questions answered as soon as possible.
So let's, of course, talk more about the shots. So we are getting clear guidance from the CDC now that's encouraging all Americans to get that booster shot. And so far, more than 40 million Americans have received that dose. So if you already got your booster, what's the risk here of getting the Omicron variant? Do we have any idea? And do we think that there could be a tweaked vaccine that gets more at this particular variant?
Based on the mutations that the Omicron variant has, and these are mutations we've seen already in the Beta and the Gamma variant, it's likely that breakthrough infections are more common with Omicron than they were with Delta or Alpha or any of the other variants. So it's unclear how much that booster is going to protect you against a breakthrough infection, but in general, the vaccine is likely to protect you against serious illness. And that's what we're already seeing from South Africa in this early data, that the people that are getting hospitalized tend to be those who are not vaccinated, which is good news because that's what we want the vaccine ultimately to do, prevent serious disease. There is likely going to be a need with this variant to maybe tweak this vaccine to make it more specific to Omicron. We haven't crossed that threshold for any of the other variants, but this might be one in which that threshold is crossed. And that may take about 100 days or so based on the mRNA vaccines to update them. And that's really, really great because that's very, very fast, much faster than you would have with the traditional approach.
And Doctor, quickly before I let you go, one other question with some booster news here. Pfizer plans to ask for the FDA to authorize its booster shot for 16 to 17-year-olds. Anything here parents need to know?
This is something I think is going to go through the process. Remember, 16 and 17-year-olds are generally spared from severe consequences of disease. Those that are fully vaccinated are probably not at high risk for anything unless they have an immunosuppressing condition. So this is something where there's going to be a risk-benefit calculation. There's going to be a lot of discussion. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that 16 to 17-year-olds need a booster vaccination, but we'll see how they all how the process plays out.
Dr. Delja, it's always great to see you. Thank you so much.
As you've heard, some of the first alarm bells about Omicron came from South Africa. Scientists there quickly identified the new variant after seeing a COVID surge in an area where cases had dropped off.
NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel spoke with one of those scientists. Here's his report.
Gauteng province, which surrounds Johannesburg, is South Africa's most populous district. And it's what's happening here that's triggered alarm in South Africa and now around the world. We've been following Gauteng for over a year, a district of poor townships. Only 24% of South Africa's population is fully vaccinated. Gauteng has been hit by wave after wave of COVID. Cases had dropped off recently because people had already been infected or been vaccinated. Then along came Omicron. Dr. Richard Lessels is one of the first scientists to study the new variant's genetics.
This is all happening very recently. 3 weeks ago in Gauteng province, the case numbers were around 100. Now they're kind of 2,000, 3,000. We've seen this very rapid rise.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
Cases across South Africa are up 63% since the start of November. Omicron, it seems, is a bee that can sting twice. We still don't know how badly. Anecdotally, doctors and nurses describe symptoms as flu-like. But many of the cases detected so far here are in young people, expected to be mild anyway. And they've been found early. And there's always a lag for symptoms to begin. That lag could mean as quickly as this variant was spotted, it could already be everywhere.
I expect over the course of this week, we're just going to see the number of countries reporting cases rising.
How likely would you say it is that there are already cases in the United States?
Very likely.
In South Africa, scientists say they are still able to accurately test for the Omicron variant, even though it has mutated, using PCR tests. But PCR tests are more expensive. They can take up to 24 hours to produce a result. They are still checking the effectiveness of the rapid antigen tests, which can produce results in just minutes. Joe, Savannah?
Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Today, an appeals court will hear arguments on whether the National Archives should turn over former President Donald Trump's records related to the January 6th Capitol attack. You might remember a judge had previously ordered the archives to hand over the material to the House committee investigating the insurrection, but the appeals court granted a brief stay to take a longer look at the issue. Here to break down exactly what's at stake is NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning to you. So the appeals court says it's not even sure it has standing to hear this case. What's their concern? What kind of impact could that have on how things play out?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, that was an interesting wrinkle. When the court agreed to take the case, it notified the Trump side that it should be prepared to argue this question of whether the court even has standing, because there's a provision in the Presidential Records Act which appears to say that the decision by the archivist to hand over the records is not subject to judicial review. Now, that really wasn't an issue in the lower courts, and it may not be relevant, but it's just another hurdle in a case where it really does appear that the law is against Trump here. This is really unprecedented. We're going to make new law because there's never been a disagreement between a former president and a sitting president over the question of executive privilege. And so far, the courts have ruled that the sitting president has the say on this. And so we'll just have to see what happens.
So, Ken, what kind of documents are the committee looking for, and what is the former president saying about this case?
So we're talking about around 750 pages of presidential diaries, schedules, call logs, emails, draft speeches, all of which the committee says may shed light on what Donald Trump was doing and saying in the days before January 6th. The Trump side says that these are protected by executive privilege, that presidents have a right to shield documents where they're getting confidential advice from their advisors, and that this is an important constitutional principle. But President Biden has said that these documents are not covered by executive privilege and has said that they're important for the committee to see, Joe.
Ken, when can we expect a ruling? And if the court does decide the former president's records should be turned over to the committee, what happens next? Would anyone be able to see them?
I think we can expect a ruling fairly soon, but Trump will almost certainly appeal this to the Supreme Court if it goes against him. But then ultimately, if the committee does get the records, they're not going to make them public, at least initially. They're going to go into their massive report, which we expect to be out in the spring, and we may see some excerpts from these records, and we hope that the committee can shed a lot of light on what happened leading up to January 6th, Joe.
And Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now to Minneapolis, where another criminal case will soon get underway. Jury selection is set to begin today in the trial of Kim Potter, a former Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police officer who shot and killed a 20-year-old black man, Daunte Wright, during a traffic stop last April. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside the courthouse for us this morning. Shaq, good morning. First of all, thanks for being up early and out there in the cold for us. So walk us through what happened that day, the moments leading up to Wright's death, and the charges Potter is facing. Just remind us what happened there.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. And this was a shooting that actually happened as we were in Minneapolis covering the trial of Derek Chauvin, the officer who was accused and then convicted of murdering George Floyd. And it happened in April of last year, and police stopped 20-year-old Daunte Wright because they said he had expired tags and an item dangling from his rearview mirror. After initially complying with officers when they asked him to step out the car when they realized he had a warrant out for his arrest, he then got back in the car. This is all captured on video, and we warn you, the video is disturbing.
You're not doing that? Don't you take stuff, bro. Don't do it. Don't do
Now, the video is hard to hear, but you hear the officer, Kim Potter, say taser, taser, taser before firing a single shot into that 20-year-old, eventually killing him. She is now facing 2 charges, first-degree and second-degree manslaughter that carries up to 15 years in prison if she is convicted, although with sentencing guidelines here, it's unlikely she would face that even if she was found guilty. Of course, jury selection starts today. They're looking to find 12 jurors and 2 alternates for the trial that will begin with those opening statements on December 8th.
So Wright's family held a press conference just yesterday. How are they feeling ahead of jury selection and the start of this trial?
You know, it's definitely hard. They expressed the pain that they've been going through over the past couple of months since they lost Daunte back in April. One thing that we did hear was from the family attorney, and he made an interesting connection to a trial that we saw here in the Minneapolis area a couple of years ago with Mohamed Noor, a black officer who shot an Australian national. He said it was also a mistake. That's a defense that you're hearing from Kim Potter, as according to the court filings that we've seen so far. And the family attorney is saying if that officer was able to be convicted, Kim Potter should also be convicted. Listen to a little bit of what we heard at that presser.
And the question is, are we prepared to hold a white officer accountable for killing a young black man when he says, or when she says, it was an accident, which obviously we dispute, and the Attorney General's office has done an excellent job of laying out why this is not some mere accident. So we're going to learn a lot about ourselves.
According to those court filings, the defense for Kim Potter, again, is that this was an innocent mistake that was made, that it was somewhat in the heat of the moment, and that she tried to use her taser and instead had a handgun. Savannah?
And Shaq, yesterday we also heard from George Floyd's girlfriend, and it just so happens she was Daunte's former teacher. Floyd, of course, was murdered, and that was just 11 miles away from where Daunte died only a year earlier. What did she have to say?
Yeah, that overlap is incredible. The fact that Courtney Ross, she was the key witness during the Chauvin trial, was the spark of life witness that spoke of George Floyd and the kind of person that he was. Well, she actually was the teacher, as you mentioned, of Daunte Wright at one point. Listen to a little bit of what we heard from her.
Kim Potter was seen as a senior officer, an officer that trained new cadets, a trainer who claimed to not know the difference between a taser and a gun. There is no excuse for her incompetence when it comes to people's lives that are at stake. Personally, it makes no sense to me, and I believe it is a lie. I believe Kim Potter has profiled Black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time and finally lost her temper and murdered Daunte Wright.
You really get the sense of how closely this trial will be watched. We do know that last night the Brooklyn Center City Council got together and they actually didn't approve a measure to have a curfew the day the verdict is read. We'll see what happens and if that changes, but this is definitely something that many people will be watching, Savannah.
Yeah, it sure is, and we know you'll be on it for us, Shaq. Thank you so much.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So many times we show you pictures and stories of the fires in the west, but we actually have a pretty significant fire in the east. It's been very dry. It's been very windy. Fire conditions, even though we're heading towards the winter season, are still ripe. And this is the Grindstone Fire. This is in the mountains of North Carolina. And this fire is on state park land. It's pretty much engulfed all of Pilot Mountain and about 900 acres. It has not made its way down towards the town or any structures, but it still has not been contained. They are bringing aircraft in to fight that blaze, and there's a fire ban in all of North Carolina because of how dry it's been lately. So let's get to the weather maps. There's not a lot of huge stories out there, thankfully. We have a little bit of light snow that's greeting people as you head out the door this morning. It snowed overnight in Detroit and Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and now that's making its way through Pennsylvania. May see a couple snowflakes early today from D.C. to Philly to Baltimore, even New York, and also areas in the Northeast. But we're not expecting a lot of snow out of this, just a coating in Pennsylvania. And the story out west, guys, continues to be this incredible western warmth. Temperatures still 10 to 20, even 30 degrees warmer than they should be for this time of year. I mean, Bismarck tomorrow is going to be 60 degrees. I mean, they put the shorts and T-shirts away long ago. But for 60 in North Dakota, break them back out.
Wow, 30 degrees above average. It's amazing. All right.
That really is. Thank you, Bill. See you next hour.
Coming up, a critical test for abortion rights here in America.
Yeah, up next here on Morning News Now, the Mississippi law set to go before the Supreme Court and how this landmark case could impact women across the country after the break. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Newly released video shows former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo being questioned about allegations of sexual harassment.
We're also getting new insight into the role his brother, a well-known TV news host, may have played in his defense. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the story.
Over nearly 11 hours of questioning under oath.
Yes, I do.
About allegations of sexual harassment.
If somebody were to sit on my lap, you know, I wouldn't push them off, you know. But as a general rule, no.
Then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo was at times testy with investigators.
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
Oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Denying claims by former administration official Lindsey Boylan that he asked her to play strip poker.
Never happened.
Disputing that he made an unwanted advance to Anna Rook at a wedding, the photo published in the New York Times.
Do you remember ever asking her on any occasion, can I kiss you? May I kiss you?
No, I don't remember that.
Videos of Cuomo and 6 of his accusers released by the New York Attorney General's office. Cuomo will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping an aide's breast at the executive mansion in December 2020. Though not named in the complaint, the story mirrors that of executive assistant Brittany Camiso.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Cuomo insists that never happened.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
Today's release also includes an interview with his brother, CNN's Chris Cuomo, and text messages showing he tried to help the governor's staff by checking his sources about new accusers.
This morning, CNN says it will review the Attorney General's documents and then have conversations over the next few days about how those documents relate to CNN. Savannah and Joe.
Ann Thompson, thank you so much.
The future of abortion rights in America faces a key test on Wednesday. The Supreme Court will convene to review a Mississippi law that bans abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancies. We'll look ahead to that landmark case. We're also taking a look at the lives of mothers who are already having issues getting access to abortions. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Brittany Mostiller spent her teen years here on the south side of Chicago, living with her mother and raising 2 baby daughters.
I learned a lot here. And I became a mother here, had no clue what I was doing.
But once she became pregnant with her 3rd, she knew it would be too much.
I called around to a few abortion clinics to terminate the pregnancy, and the prices I was quoted felt, I mean, just, they were ridiculous. I could not save up enough money if I tried. I was essentially, forced to carry that pregnancy to term, even though I didn't want to.
She says her fears came true.
Being pushed further into poverty was definitely one of those fears, and it definitely happened. Our lights were off at some point, living on my own, because I needed to redistribute money within the household to make sure at least the rent is paid so we're not evicted.
Mostiller's story is far from unique. In a first-of-its-kind 10-year study of more than 1,000 American women, Diana Green Foster of the University of California, San Francisco saw this path repeated again and again.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion.
The study found that women who were denied an abortion saw a 4-fold increase in the odds that their household fell below the federal poverty line. They were more likely to get lower credit scores, more likely to report elevated levels of stress and anxiety, and less likely to graduate with advanced degrees. About 10 years ago, Mostiller became pregnant again. She found grant money and got the abortion she wanted.
I didn't feel like I was going to be pushed further into poverty, and changed a lot for us.
And all of that put her in a position to decide at age 28 that she was ready for another child. Today, Mostiller is an advocate for reproductive rights.
And I felt ready in different ways, and it shows because she's wise beyond, she's something else. She's something else. I bought my first home recently. I can see it clear now, how much things have changed. I feel like that accessing the care I needed and getting the abortion I needed set up everything.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. Abortion rights supporters say a ruling in favor of Mississippi's law would effectively overturn Roe v. Wade and pave the way for states to ban abortions entirely. All right, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner is with us today from Moscow. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off in the UK, where all adults are now eligible for a COVID-19 booster shot just 3 months after taking the second shot of their base vaccination. This decision, of course, coming amid the global consternation over the arrival of this new Omicron variant. Greece, meanwhile, has announced mandatory vaccination for adults over the age of 60. We move along from the UK onto Barbados, which has cut its last remaining tie to the British crown this happened at midnight last night after 400 years. The ceremony to mark the occasion was attended by Prince Charles, of course, heir to the throne, who acknowledged the, quote, appalling atrocity of slavery. Barbados promptly inaugurated its first ever president and then declared Rihanna a national hero. And we finish this hour with some streaming news. Simpsons fans have noticed that a 2005 episode featuring a scene in Tiananmen Square is missing from the Disney Plus catalog in Hong Kong. The episode centers around a family trip to China, and during which they stop off in Tiananmen Square, where they see a sign that says, quote, on this day in 1989, nothing happens. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, you may have heard of retail therapy, maybe even prescribed it to yourself. Spending money when you're sad, angry, or stressed. But what's behind the urge to shop when you're not feeling your best?
When we return, what's behind emotional spending and how you can keep it in check during the holiday shopping season in our weekly check-in. Next on Morning News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the
the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Merriam-Webster has chosen its 2021 Word of the Year, and it's a word we've all become quite familiar with and uttered many times already in the show. Today, vaccine. The publishing company has been declaring a Word of the Year since 2008, but they don't select it by committee, instead giving the title to the word with the most lookups. Merriam-Webster says that compared to 2019, vaccine lookups have increased by more than 1,000%. Some of the runners-up this year were insurrection, infrastructure, and Meta after that major announcement from Facebook that had changed the name of its parent company. You may recall the 2020 Word of the Year was pandemic. Can't really argue with this compared to with some of the more, People's Sexiest Man Alive or Times Person of the Year. It's a little more subjective for those. This one's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting, though, 2 years now that COVID has taken over something like this.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, this morning, day 2 of the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking trial gets underway in Manhattan. Yesterday, the prosecution and defense delivered opening statements painting conflicting portraits of Maxwell, a British socialite and former confidant of financier Jeffrey Epstein. The jury also heard from the first witness who gave important testimony. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, has been following the trial for us, and he joins us now from outside the courthouse. Tom, good morning. Let's start with those opening statements. Tell us, what did the jury hear from both the prosecution and defense?
Well, Savannah, over the years of covering trials here, I found that the most effective strategy with opening statements is very clearly laying out why you either intend to prove the evidence that in the reasons why you brought those charges or why they cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We saw that clearly yesterday. Assistant United States Attorney Laura Pomerantz delivering her opening statement for the prosecution's, relaying the story of the accused 14-year-old victim in this case, saying that she met Epstein and Maxwell at a summer arts camp, a meeting that would turn into a, quote, nightmare, talking about her case and her story and what happened to her, as well as the 3 other victims, and clearly laying out why they intend to prove the charges that they've brought in this case and how they intend to prove them. On the defense side, Bobby Sternheim delivering the opening statement for Ghislaine Maxwell, also clearly laying out their approach to this case, saying really in a 2-pronged defense. One, this is really a case about Jeffrey Epstein, who they called a 21st century James Bond, somebody who's mysterious, somebody who compartmentalized his life. On the other hand, these victims, there's kind of 3 M's here. One, is their memory that good? Some of this conduct goes back to the early to mid 1990s. 2, have those memories been manipulated either by civil attorneys or information that they've heard over the years in the reporting about Maxwell and Epstein? And 3, money. The settlements that they've received in the course of retaining legal counsel in trying to get settlements from Maxwell. So that's their approach.
Now, Tom, I mentioned that the prosecution called its first witness. That witness was a former pilot for Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, there's been lots of talk about his planes, what happened on his planes, who was on them. What did this former pilot say? Why was his testimony so important?
Well, Larry Fiszowski is the person you're referring to. He was one of 3 pilots that would regularly fly Epstein's planes over the course of several years. Those planes got larger to the Boeing 727, a large jet that Epstein would actually fly across the Atlantic to his apartment in Paris, according to Fiszowski. His testimony, I think, is going to be important here in establishing a couple of different things. And they started talking about this yesterday. He'll be back on the stand in just a few hours. But they wanted him to establish, one, how things worked in the Epstein household, the people that work for him. What did they do? How did things operate? When did they fly? He said every 4 days approximately, and sometimes just on short notice. So we expect to get more from him this morning, Savannah.
And Tom, quickly before I let you go, who else are we expecting to hear from in the coming days?
I think you're going to see over the next couple of days kind of this back and forth between some of the alleged victims in this case, as well as people like Fiszowski, people that worked for Epstein who can detail how things worked in his operation, an operation which, according to prosecutors, led to him getting these types of massages, which would then turn sexual at one point almost every single day, prosecutors said.
Tom Winter, thank you so much.
Time now for our weekly check-in, where we take a look at some of the biggest mental health headlines and trends.
Yeah, let's bring in Dr. Sue Varma, a psychiatrist, to help us understand what all this news means for you. Good morning, doctor. So let's start out with one that we teased at the top of the show. So we're right in the middle of the holiday season, which of course can be a stressful time for many people. But we have this new study from Arizona, and it finds that grocery workers are particularly stressed.
Yeah, nearly 20% of workers say they experience severe mental distress while at work. So what's causing this spike in stress, and how can we be better customers to maybe reduce some of the stress?
You know, grocery workers really have been frontline since the very beginning, but they're really not getting the support that they need. We find that when people who are working in retail stores have bosses that have very clear guidelines about expectations from customers, whether it be masking or social distancing, and when their employers go the distance to actually enforce the rules, the mental health of these folks are a lot better. It's very stressful having to tell customers, fighting with customers over, you know, the basics about pricing and about sales, but then going the extra mile with protecting them with COVID really helps.
Speaking of stress, some folks just finished the bulk of their holiday shopping over Black Friday and Cyber Monday. I don't know any of these people, but allegedly
Really?
they
They're
exist,
not
I'm
us.
told. For some of us, it may have been an example of emotional spending. Help us understand, what is that, and why do some people buy things when they're bored or sad, and how do you kick that habit?
Absolutely. So retail therapy is a thing. It works for a lot of people. And when it's within your budget or your means, it's not a bad thing. A lot of us are looking to have control over our environment and being able to spend money, being able to shop, whether it's decorating your place, whether it's a beauty or fashion splurge. It gives us a sense of normalcy. It gives us a sense of being able to reward ourselves. And look, the bottom line is we felt so deprived during the last, 20 months. So retail therapy isn't dangerous, but if you find that you have lost control over your spending, if you're living outside your means, if you're really having trouble paying down your debt, then this is where this becomes a problem.
And doctor, finally, last one for you. So there's this whole community on TikTok that's really about mental health. It's called Mental Health TikTok, and there's a new trend emerging there. There's a call out for people to feel their feelings instead of psychoanalyzing them, basically. What does that mean? What does feel your feelings mean? And is there any credibility in that advice?
Our emotions are made up of physiological sensations. So the idea is to be able to really sit in our body and to be able to experience these feelings. And that's what this means, is not feeling a desire to avoid it immediately. Look, when we were talking about retail therapy, for a lot of people, whether it be spending, whether it be eating, whether it be binge watching, these are forms of what we call experiential avoidance, where we're trying to not feel what we're feeling, or the psychoanalyzing, where we're trying to interpret, oh, this means that I'm rationalizing my behavior. This means that I've gone back to my childhood. And while it's very helpful to understand, to be able to label, to have names, to be able to communicate, in fact, the more granular you are with your feelings, it's very helpful. But feeling them simply means sitting with them and not running away from them.
Great advice, important topics. Dr. Sue Varma, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we've been talking about supply chain issues and the impact that'll have on your Christmas tree this year.
Yeah, after the break, from the farm to the trucks to the city sidewalks, we'll show you the challenges tree growers and sellers are facing this year and why everything from the tree to even the decorations you put on it could cost more. This is Morning News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in. good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday have come and gone, but the supply chain issues hitting companies and consumers are not going away anytime soon.
We're going to keep talking about them. The crisis is impacting how Americans shop this holiday season, from the types of gifts you buy to when they will actually be delivered to our doorsteps. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent has been taking a closer look at these supply chain issues for us. Hi, Jo. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. That's right. The FTC is now ordering some big retailers in your neighborhood to hand over new information about how the supply chain crisis is affecting their behavior when it comes to pricing, how much you pay, and anti-competitive behavior. This, of course, coming after a lackluster Black Friday and a Cyber Monday that is on track to break records.
This morning, Cyber Monday sales on track to meet expectations, with shoppers spending up to an estimated $11 billion, similar to last year. This after a low turnout on Black Friday, spurred on by supply shortages and fewer discounts. Now, the Federal Trade Commission is ordering major retailers and grocery chains to turn over new information on their supply chain problems, requesting internal documents from Amazon, Walmart, Kroger, Tyson, and others to investigate the, quote, causes of empty shelves and sky-high prices. On Monday, President Biden met with CEOs of major retailers to discuss the crisis. The administration's plan to declog the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach now seeming to pay off. Since increasing hours and threatening fines for slow-to-move containers, port officials say cargo buildup has been reduced by 33%.
Overcoming the supply chain really is the name of the game this holiday season. Major retailers like Amazon, well, they have their own planes, and that one is headed for San Francisco.
In North Texas, at Amazon's busiest air hub, over 500,000 packages are processed every day. Workers sorting alongside robots that zoom across the warehouse. While Amazon says it's boosted inventory by 20% to meet demand, analysts say out-of-stock warnings are surging at many retailers nationwide, especially for baby products, toys, electronics, and home goods. It's one more reason why consumers are turning to gift cards, with sales up 400%. If you shop online and worry about delivery delays, experts say have your items sent to the store instead of your home. And if you're shipping gifts yourself, do it by December 15th. Major carriers say that's the ground shipping deadline to ensure your presents arrive by Christmas Day.
A little bit more on that meeting with President Biden and the retail and grocery CEOs. The Walmart CEO specifically, the biggest retailer in the country, saying that things are indeed getting better. According to a transcript provided by the White House, Doug McMillon saying that for the part that comes from outside of North America, all your stuff, he's talking about the port issue has been a big issue, but we've really seen a lot of improvement. So hopefully you can expect to see all of your holiday goods checked off your list relatively soon. But I want to remind you guys, shipping voting deadlines are coming up. December 15th is the first big deadline for USPS Ground. Get it done. Just get it done.
Yeah, that puts it on us to actually buy the things and then put them in the mail.
Two people who I don't think have started.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Now, the supply chain issues are on full display this holiday season, especially when it comes to getting a Christmas tree for your home. From the tree itself to the price of the stand you put it in, we're looking at the bottlenecks causing a spike in those prices. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is live in New York City with more. This, by the way, if you're not from New York, is how we get our trees. They're usually on corners on these stands like Dasha's going to show us. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. As you well know, this is the time of year where New York City street corners turn into little winter wonderlands with the tree vendors who bring so much of the holiday magic to the city. But how do you actually get these trees to Manhattan? Turns out it takes quite a lot to make that happen. So we chronicled the journey of the trees from farm to city to show why businesses and customers might be paying a little bit more this year, and the slimmings are going to be a little bit slimmer. Take a listen.
There's no place like New York City at Christmas time. From the lights to the snowy surprises.
Wow, wait, look at Whoa! Whoa!
To the tree vendors that put the merry in Christmas all across the city. But it takes a lot of work to get a Christmas tree to the streets of NYC.
It takes about 7 years to get that tree up to get ready to get it for the city. And you got to harvest it.
The trees start here on farms like Allen's.
You know, then you got to get it on the trucks. You got to get it to the city, and that's a pretty tight schedule.
But that tight schedule to get a tree from farm to city has been complicated this year by labor shortages and supply chain issues.
It's just hard to get the labor right now. There's other people that have problems with the trucking end of it.
There are also fewer trees to be cut, a problem farmers trace back to the 2008 recession when they couldn't afford to plant as many trees. And now, more than a decade later,
we're lacking the tree. We don't have the supply of them because we've been downgrading. But usually 6,000, we're down 2,500 this year.
Once Allen's trees are cut and sheared, they're shipped off to the city, where vendors like Tree Riders NYC store them in Queens until it's time to unload them in the East Village for the holiday season.
What starts off as an empty sidewalk is then flooded with lumber and trees and humans who just build and build.
How much more difficult is it this year to make this all happen?
A lot more. Like a lot more difficult. This year, we went to 4 different states. We called 200 farmers just to find the trees that we needed to find for this year.
Thanks to these challenges, you may be paying 25 to 50% more for your tree this year compared to 5 years ago. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. And that's not the only holiday price hike.
Everything that you'll see at your typical Christmas tree stand, from the trees themselves to the tree stands to the lights, even the lumber has gone up in price and is harder to find.
Also, the tree stands have gone up. There is a shortage of resin. They're having a hard time finding enough plastic to make the tree stands. Of course, the price of lumber. All of the stuff we use to build our shacks and our A-frames out here. We did actually have to raise the prices this year.
For some customers, that might mean a little modification.
Are you changing your Christmas tree buying habits this year at all?
A little bit smaller.
Smaller tree, but the joy still big.
Do you think the magic is still alive here?
I think there's no question. The magic is still alive. You just have to look up and look around, and New York will take care of it.
So, Savannah, if you're looking for your perfect tree this year, you might want to go a little bit earlier, expect to pay a little bit more, or maybe downsize on the tree a little bit, but you can always supplement with some other decoration. To be honest, I just really wanted to show this to you. How cute is this little guy? Made by a farmer, of course.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
I wonder if that's making its way home with Dasha.
Yeah, I know. Dasha, are you buying that?
I'm not letting this guy go.
You know, Dasha, that I can tell. I love the Tree Riders. Prior to this year, I lived right on that corner. I bought my tree there for like the last 5 years. So funny that's where you are. I love it. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Let's keep the business news rolling with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. So, Jolene told you about Cyber Monday. Right now, according to Adobe, that tallies that up usually on the Tuesday after, it looks like shoppers spent $7.1 billion as of 9 p.m. Eastern last night. That's roughly flat compared to last year. If you were shopping, you saw smaller discounts this year than we had gotten used to. And for a lot of people, that may have been less of an incentive to spend. But analysts say sales could still finish higher, up in the range of $10.4 to $11 billion once you add in all the West Coast people and how they finished up for the night, which is putting a lot of pressure on the West Coast people to really get to that high level. We'll see what they spent. Meantime, for high rollers, BMW unveiling a high-performance concept vehicle, previewing an electric crossover that's expected to begin production late next year at the automaker's plant in South Carolina. The car is called the BMW XM. It'll be available exclusively as a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. Plug-in hybrids are seen by many as a stepping stone to fully electric cars. BMW says the U.S. will be the most important sales market for the new high-performance vehicle. Meantime, Lululemon follows through on its threat to sue Peloton over what it calls copycat products in the exercise bike company's new clothing line, including sports bras and leggings. Last week, Peloton brought its own lawsuit saying Lululemon's claims have no merit. In September, Peloton launched a private label apparel brand following the end of a co-branding relationship with Lululemon. They were friends. Now, maybe not even frenemies.
Not so much. All right.
Doesn't sound like it.
Bertha, thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, the return of the Rockettes.
That's right. The Dazzling Dance Troupe is back and kicking off the holidays like only they can.
So to be able to be a part of someone else's experience and give them that is special. It's a gift.
Up next, I'll take you backstage at Radio City Music Hall, introduce you to some of this year's first-year performers as they take part in a time-honored New York holiday tradition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We are back with a great look at the Radio City Rockettes. Now, of course, their Christmas Spectacular was canceled last year because of the pandemic.
This year, they're back in action. Their annual holiday show kicked off earlier this month and features new choreography, new music, and new dancers. Whether they're dancing inside Radio City Music Hall or in front of Macy's during the Thanksgiving Day Parade, Rockettes help families everywhere kick off the holidays.
This is some people's Christmas, this is people's New Year's, this is people's Thanksgiving. So to be able to be a part of someone else's experience and give them that is special. It's a gift.
For JoJo Carmichael, it's a fairly new gift. She's a Rockette rookie.
When you're up there on the stage and you're looking out, what's going through your mind?
Personally, I feel honored to be able to be a representation of so many brown and black people. I truly feel honored every night to be able to do what I love and also inspire others in that act.
For many Rockettes, this is a lifelong dream.
I promise you, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. Just work really hard.
Julia Griffith grew up watching the iconic kick line with her grandpa, memories that could not be erased even after he developed dementia.
I could always bring up the Radio City Rockettes, and he could always talk about them.
Julia auditioned 7 times, and this year finally got the call.
It was a beautiful win, I think, for our whole family as a whole. Unfortunately, my grandpa passed away this past year, and something I definitely daydreamed of telling him was, I got the job, I got the offer.
Her grandfather died after battling COVID.
What would your grandpa say?
He was a tough man. He was a war vet, but he cried whenever he saw me dance, and I think that would have, yeah, he'd definitely be emotional.
You know he's watching you, right?
I do. And when I got the call, I looked up and I was like, Grandpa, it happened, I got it.
A true gift this holiday season.
And the Rockettes Christmas Spectacular runs through January 2nd. Plenty of time to catch the big show.
Can't recommend it enough.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, cause for concern. The world bracing for the impacts of Omicron as more countries confirm cases of the new COVID variant. President Biden urging Americans not to panic, but to prepare by getting a booster shot.
Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before it.
Meanwhile, Pfizer getting ready to ask for the okay from the FDA to give an extra dose of its vaccine to some teens. We'll bring you team coverage to help you cut through the confusion. Everything we know so far, what we don't yet know, and the smartest ways you can make sure you stay safe. Also this morning, under investigation, Amazon, Walmart, and other big box stores ordered to turn over internal documents as the feds look into those supply chain problems. What they're looking to uncover in the probe now underway. Plus, President Biden's meeting with the CEOs of major retail stores on how to get items back on the shelves. Grocery grouches. You may have noticed it in the checkout line. Shoppers being rude to store workers. A look at why some people aren't minding their manners and how it could impact our mental health. That's part of our weekly check-in. And kicking off the holidays, a Christmas time tradition is back after a pandemic pause. We'll pull back the curtain on the return of the Radio City Rockettes. Plus, Joe introduces us to some of the dancers living a dream come true. We begin with the latest on the Omicron coronavirus variant this morning.
Public health officials are pushing for more people to get vaccinated and for those who are already vaccinated to get their boosters. The CDC is going so far as to strengthen its guidance on booster shots, telling all Americans to get another dose if they're 6 months out from their second dose or if it's been 2 months since their Johnson & Johnson shot.
Yeah, right now more than a dozen countries have confirmed cases. And new this morning, Dutch health officials now say the Omicron strain has been there for 11 days. Well before the variant was confirmed by health officials in southern Africa. So far, the United States doesn't have confirmed cases, but public health experts warn it's probably already here. There's still a lot to learn about this variant, but here's what we do and don't know yet. The World Health Organization says it poses a very high global risk. A South African doctor says so far symptoms appear to be mild, but that hasn't stopped countries, including the U.S., from banning travel to and from the region.
Right now, researchers are still trying to figure out how quickly Omicron is spreading, its strength, and if the current vaccines hold up against it. Questions they hope to answer soon. In a speech yesterday, President Biden said Omicron is a cause for concern, but not a reason to panic.
Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion.
We have team coverage of the Omicron variant this morning to walk you through all the latest developments and what doctors are learning about this new strain and what they hope to learn. Let's begin with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser outside a COVID testing site in New York's Times Square. So, Lindsay, still a lot of officials are still learning about this new strain while we wait for information. Some places are taking precautionary steps. For example, where you are in New York, how's the state preparing?
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Good to be with both of you. So we know that the Omicron variant was declared a variant of concern by the WHO on November 26th on Friday. And you're asking, what is New York doing to prepare? Well, on that same day, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, declared a state of emergency ahead of a potential spike in cases. So what exactly does that mean? It frees up potential supplies in case of a shortage. It could address hospital staffing shortages, and also the executive order, which goes into effect on December 3rd, this Friday, limits non-emergency surgeries. Again, all in preparation, trying to make sure the hospital system doesn't get overwhelmed here. And this is all precautionary because there are no confirmed cases right now of the Omicron variant. But Savannah, Joe, you both just mentioned that health experts say it's likely already here. We do know that the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, said it's coming. The New York City Health Commissioner believes it's just a matter of days before the first cases are confirmed here in New York City. So just yesterday, we heard from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio about a new mask advisory. Let's listen to what he said about that, and also the New York City Health Commissioner.
There's a lot of places that have that right to say, if you're coming into our establishment, you got to wear a mask, and we've always respected that. And I think New Yorkers overwhelmingly follow that guidance.
This strengthens our recommendation around masking, particularly indoors. And to clarify, that is for everyone, regardless of vaccination status.
So right now, Joe and Savannah, it is required to wear masks on public transit, in congregate settings. Anecdotally, a lot of people still are wearing masks indoors, in lobbies, in grocery stores, things like that. But this is just another warning to not let your guard down at this point. Joe and Savannah.
I mean, Lindsay, we've been talking about how health officials say right now the best defense against the Omicron variant is getting vaccinated. So how are vaccinations going in New York City, and how does that compare to the rest of the country?
Yeah, so right now, let's start with the country, the umbrella view here. We've got about 59% of Americans of all ages who are fully vaccinated. And in New York City, that number does jump up to 69%. So it is higher than the national average. Again, all ages fully vaccinated. And anecdotally, also, you go to the pharmacy, you do see people waiting in line for their booster shots. But definitely, health officials are really trying to get that word out and encourage not just boosters, but definitely people who have yet to be fully vaccinated. Joe, Savannah.
And Lindsay, New York State had already seen a rise in cases before the Omicron variant was even identified. So how do officials feel about the numbers right now, especially compared to where we were this time last year entering the holidays?
So they do feel better about where we are. I mean, think about it. Last year, most of us weren't traveling for the holidays, weren't spending time with our loved ones. This year, that definitely was different. We know that TSA checkpoints saw pre-pandemic levels of travelers going through. And we also know last year in December, the vaccine wasn't widely available. Only about 1% of Americans were fully vaccinated. It was really only open at that point to healthcare officials, people in really high-risk jobs. And so health officials do say, just like you guys played from the president yesterday, reason for concern, not panic. We are in a better spot today. We have therapeutics. And again, we have that vaccine, and now we have boosters.
Lindsay Reiser in Times Square. Lindsay, thank you.
A lot of questions about this new variant. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Doctor, good morning. Always great to have you. So, I mean, this feels like deja vu. States like New York are canceling elective surgeries. There's still so much, though, that we don't know about this variant yet. How transmissible is it? How do our vaccinations work against it? And those types of things. What kind of measures do you think states should take in preparation? Is there a risk of going too far while we still learn more?
There definitely is a risk of going too far. And I think that happened during the early days of the pandemic when hospitals canceled non-emergency surgeries, and we all paid for it as other conditions kind of languished because hospitals were unable to perform those surgeries. So I think what we know now is that there are a lot more questions than there are answers, but we know that this isn't March of 2020. This is November of 2021, and we have vaccines. And even if this variant is able to get around some of that protection, it's unlikely to be able to erase everything vaccines do for us, prevent serious disease, hospitalization, and death. We've got lots of diagnostic tests. We can test this, we can track it, we can trace it. All of that's going to be really important. But I think we have to take a step back and realize that we have tools now that we didn't have. And we have to think about this differently than we did in the past and not overdo it, but also take this very seriously and get these questions answered as soon as possible.
So let's, of course, talk more about the shots. So we are getting clear guidance from the CDC now that's encouraging all Americans to get that booster shot. And so far, more than 40 million Americans have received that dose. So if you already got your booster, what's the risk here of getting the Omicron variant? Do we have any idea? And do we think that there could be a tweaked vaccine that gets more at this particular variant?
Based on the mutations that the Omicron variant has, and these are mutations we've seen already in the Beta and the Gamma variant, it's likely that breakthrough infections are more common with Omicron than they were with Delta or Alpha or any of the other variants. So it's unclear how much that booster is going to protect you against a breakthrough infection, but in general, the vaccine is likely to protect you against serious illness. And that's what we're already seeing from South Africa in this early data, that the people that are getting hospitalized tend to be those who are not vaccinated, which is good news because that's what we want the vaccine ultimately to do, prevent serious disease. There is likely going to be a need with this variant to maybe tweak this vaccine to make it more specific to Omicron. We haven't crossed that threshold for any of the other variants, but this might be one in which that threshold is crossed. And that may take about 100 days or so based on the mRNA vaccines to update them. And that's really, really great because that's very, very fast, much faster than you would have with the traditional approach.
And Doctor, quickly before I let you go, one other question with some booster news here. Pfizer plans to ask for the FDA to authorize its booster shot for 16 to 17-year-olds. Anything here parents need to know?
This is something I think is going to go through the process. Remember, 16 and 17-year-olds are generally spared from severe consequences of disease. Those that are fully vaccinated are probably not at high risk for anything unless they have an immunosuppressing condition. So this is something where there's going to be a risk-benefit calculation. There's going to be a lot of discussion. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that 16 to 17-year-olds need a booster vaccination, but we'll see how they all how the process plays out.
Dr. Adelja, as always, great to see you. Thank you so much.
As you've heard, some of the first alarm bells about Omicron came from South Africa. Scientists there quickly identified the new variant after seeing a COVID surge in an area where cases had dropped off.
NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel spoke with one of those scientists. Here's his report.
Gauteng province, which surrounds Johannesburg, is South Africa's most populous district. And it's what's happening here that's triggered alarm in South Africa and now around the world. We've been following Gauteng for over a year, a district of poor townships. Only 24% of South Africa's population is fully vaccinated. Gauteng has been hit by wave after wave of COVID. Cases had dropped off recently because people had already been infected or been vaccinated. Then along came Omicron. Dr. Richard Lessels is one of the first scientists to study the new variant's genetics.
This is all happening very recently. 3 weeks ago in Gauteng province, the case numbers were around 100. Now they're kind of 2,000, 3,000. We've seen this very rapid rise.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
Cases across South Africa are up 63% since the start of November. Omicron, it seems, is a bee that can sting twice. We still don't know how badly. Anecdotally, doctors and nurses describe symptoms as flu-like. But many of the cases detected so far here are in young people, expected to be mild anyway. And they've been found early. And there's always a lag for symptoms to begin. That lag could mean as quickly as this variant was spotted, it could already be everywhere.
I expect over the course of this week, we're just going to see the number of countries reporting cases rising.
How likely would you say it is that there are already cases in the United States?
Very likely.
In South Africa, scientists say they are still able to accurately test for the Omicron variant, even though it has mutated, using PCR tests. But PCR tests are more expensive. They can take up to 24 hours to produce a result. They are still checking the effectiveness of the rapid antigen tests, which can produce results in just minutes. Joe, Savannah?
Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Today, an appeals court will hear arguments on whether the National Archives should turn over former President Donald Trump's records related to the January 6th Capitol attack. You might remember a judge had previously ordered the archives to hand over the material to the House committee investigating the insurrection, but the appeals court granted a brief stay to take a longer look at the issue. Here to break down exactly what's at stake is NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning to you. So the appeals court says it's not even sure it has standing to hear this case. What's their concern? What kind of impact could that have on how things play out?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, that was an interesting wrinkle. When the court agreed to take the case, it notified the Trump side that it should be prepared to argue this question of whether the court even has standing, because there's a provision in the Presidential Records Act which appears to say that the decision by the archivist to hand over the records is not subject to judicial review. Now, that really wasn't an issue in the lower courts, and it may not be relevant, but it's just another hurdle in a case where it really does appear that the law is against Trump here. This is really unprecedented. We're going to make new law because there's never been a disagreement between a former president and a sitting president over the question of executive privilege. And so far, the courts have ruled that the sitting president has the say on this. And so we'll just have to see what happens.
So, Ken, what kind of documents are the committee looking for, and what is the former president saying about this case?
So we're talking about around 750 pages of presidential diaries, schedules, call logs, emails, draft speeches, all of which the committee says may shed light on what Donald Trump was doing and saying in the days before January 6th. The Trump side says that these are protected by executive privilege, that presidents have a right to shield documents where they're getting confidential advice from their advisors, and that this is an important constitutional principle. But President Biden has said that these documents are not covered by executive privilege and has said that they're important for the committee to see, Joe.
Ken, when can we expect a ruling? And if the court does decide the former president's records should be turned over to the committee, what happens next? Would anyone be able to see them?
I think we can expect a ruling fairly soon, but Trump will almost certainly appeal this to the Supreme Court if it goes against him. But then ultimately, if the committee does get the records, they're not going to make them public, at least initially. They're going to go into their massive report, which we expect to be out in the spring, and we may see some excerpts from these records, and we hope that the committee can shed a lot of light on what happened leading up to January 6th, Joe.
And Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now to Minneapolis, where another criminal case will soon get underway. Jury selection is set to begin today in the trial of Kim Potter, a former Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police officer who shot and killed a 20-year-old black man, Dante Wright, during a traffic stop last April. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside the courthouse for us this morning. Shaq, good morning. First of all, thanks for being up early and out there in the cold for us. So walk us through what happened that day, the moments leading up to Wright's death, and the charges Potter is facing. Just remind us what happened there.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. And this was a shooting that actually happened as we were in Minneapolis covering the trial of Derek Chauvin, the officer who was accused and then convicted of murdering George Floyd. And it happened in April of last year, and police stopped 20-year-old Dante Wright because they said he had expired tags and an item dangling from his rear view mirror. After initially complying with officers when they asked him to step out the car when they realized he had a warrant out for his arrest, he then got back in the car. This is all captured on video, and we warn you, the video is disturbing.
You're not doing that? No, you just stop, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Now, the video is hard to hear, but you hear the officer, Kim Potter, say taser, taser, taser before firing a single shot into that 20-year-old, eventually killing him. She is now facing 2 charges, first-degree and second-degree manslaughter that carries up to 15 years in prison if she is convicted, although with sentencing guidelines here, it's unlikely she would face that even if she was found guilty. Of course, jury selection starts today. They're looking to find 12 12 jurors and 2 alternates for the trial that will begin with those opening statements on December 8th.
So Wright's family held a press conference just yesterday. How are they feeling ahead of jury selection and the start of this trial?
You know, it's definitely hard. They express the pain that they've been going through over the past couple of months since they lost Daunte back in April. One thing that we did hear was from the family attorney, and he made an interesting connection to a trial that we saw here in the Minneapolis area a couple of years ago with Mohamed Noor, a black officer who shot an Australian national. He said it was also a mistake. That's a defense that you're hearing from Kim Potter, as according to the court filings that we've seen so far. And the family attorney is saying if that officer was able to be convicted, Kim Potter should also be convicted. Listen to a little bit of what we heard at that presser.
And the question is, are we prepared to hold a white officer accountable for killing a young black man when he says, or when she says, it was an accident, which obviously we dispute, and the Attorney General's office has done an excellent job of laying out why this is not some mere accident. So we're going to learn a lot about ourselves.
According to those court filings, the defense for Kim Potter, again, is that this was an innocent mistake that was made, that it was somewhat in the heat of the moment, and that she tried to use her taser and instead had a handgun. Savannah?
And Shaq, yesterday we also heard from George Floyd's girlfriend, and it just so happens she was Daunte's former teacher. Floyd, of course, was murdered, and that was just 11 miles away from where Daunte died only a year earlier. What did she have to say?
Yeah, that overlap is incredible. The fact that Courtney Ross, she was the key witness during the Chauvin trial, was the spark of life witness that spoke of George Floyd and the kind of person that he was. Well, she actually was the teacher, as you mentioned, of Daunte Wright at one point. Listen to a little bit of what we heard from her.
Kim Potter was seen as a senior officer, an officer that trained new cadets, a trainer who claimed to not know the difference between a taser and a gun. There is no excuse for her incompetence when it comes to people's lives that are at stake. Personally, it makes no sense to me, and I believe it is a lie. I believe Kim Potter has profiled black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time and finally lost her temper and murdered Daunte Wright.
You really get the sense of how closely this trial will be watched. We do know that last night the Brooklyn Center City Council got together and they actually denied, they didn't approve a measure to have a curfew the day the verdict is read. We'll see what happens and if that changes, but this is definitely something that many people will be watching, Savannah.
Yeah, it sure is, and we know you'll be on it for us, Shaq. Thank you so much.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So many times we show you pictures and stories of the fires in the west, but we actually have a pretty significant fire in the east. It's been very dry. It's been very windy. Fire conditions, even though we're heading towards the winter season, are still ripe. And this is the Grindstone Fire. This is in the mountains of North Carolina. And this fire is on state park land. It's pretty much engulfed all of Pilot Mountain and about 900 acres. It has not made its way down towards the town or any structures, but it still has not been contained. They are bringing aircraft in to fight that blaze. And there's a fire ban in all of North Carolina because of how dry it's been lately. So let's get to the weather maps. There's not a lot of huge stories out there, thankfully. We have a little bit of light snow that's greeting people as you head out the door this morning. It snowed overnight in Detroit and Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and now that's making its way through Pennsylvania. May see a couple snowflakes early today from D.C. to Philly to Baltimore, even New York, and also areas in the Northeast. But we're not expecting a lot of snow out of this, just a coating in Pennsylvania. And the story out west, guys, continues to be this incredible western warmth. Temperature still 10 to 20, even 30 degrees warmer than they should be for this time of year. I mean, Bismarck tomorrow is going to be 60 degrees. I mean, they put the shorts and T-shirts away long ago. But for 60 in North Dakota, break them back out.
Wow, 30 degrees above average. It's amazing. All right.
Yeah, that really is. Thank you, Bill. See you next hour.
Coming up, a critical test for abortion rights here in America.
Yeah, up next here on Morning News Now, the Mississippi law set to go before the Supreme Court and how this landmark case could impact women across the country after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Newly released video shows former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo being questioned about allegations of sexual harassment.
Also getting new insight into the role his brother, a well-known TV news host, may have played in his defense. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the story.
Over nearly 11 hours of questioning under oath.
Yes, I do.
About allegations of sexual harassment.
If somebody were to sit on my lap, I wouldn't push them off, but as a general rule, no.
Then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo was at times testy with investigators.
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
Oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Denying claims by former administration official Lindsey Boylan that he asked her to play strip poker.
Never happened.
Disputing that he made an unwanted advance to Anna Rook at a wedding, the photo published in the New York Times.
Do you remember ever asking her on any occasion, can I kiss you? May I kiss you?
No, I don't remember that.
Videos of Cuomo and 6 of his accusers released by the New York Attorney General's office. Cuomo will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping an aide's breast at the executive mansion in December 2020. Though not named in the complaint, the story mirrors that of executive assistant Brittany Camiso.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Cuomo insists that never happened.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
Today's release also includes an interview with his brother, CNN's Chris Cuomo, and text messages showing he tried to help the governor's staff by checking his sources about new accusers. This morning, CNN says it will review the Attorney General's documents and then have conversations over the next few days about how those documents relate to CNN. Savannah and Joe.
Ann Thompson, thank you so much.
The future of abortion rights in America faces a key test on Wednesday. The Supreme Court will convene to review a Mississippi law that bans abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancies. We'll look ahead to that landmark case. We're also taking a look at the lives of mothers who are already having issues getting access to abortions. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Brittany Mostiller spent her teen years here on the south side of Chicago, living with her mother and raising 2 baby daughters.
I learned a lot here. And I became a mother here, had no clue what I was doing.
But once she became pregnant with her 3rd, she knew it would be too much.
I called around to a few abortion clinics to terminate the pregnancy, and the prices I was quoted they were ridiculous. I could not save up enough money if I tried. I was essentially, forced to carry that pregnancy to term, even though I didn't want to.
She says her fears came true.
Being pushed further into poverty was definitely one of those fears, and it definitely happened. Our lights were off at some point, living on my own, because I needed to redistribute money within the household to make sure at least the rent is paid so we're not evicted.
Mostiller's story is far from unique. In a first-of-its-kind 10-year study of more than 1,000 American women, Diana Green Foster of the University of California, San Francisco, saw this path repeated again and again.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion.
The study found that women who were denied an abortion saw a four-fold increase in the odds that their household fell below the federal poverty line. They were more likely to get lower credit scores, more likely to report elevated levels of stress and anxiety, and less likely to graduate with advanced degrees. About 10 years ago, Mostiller became pregnant again. She found grant money and got the abortion she wanted.
I didn't feel like I was going to be pushed further into poverty, and changed a lot for us.
And all of that put her in a position to decide at age 28 that she was ready for another child. Today, Mostiller is an advocate for reproductive rights.
And I felt ready in different ways, and it shows because she's wise beyond, she's something else. She's something else. I bought my first home recently. I can see it clear now, how much things have changed. I feel like that accessing the care I needed and getting the abortion I needed set up everything.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. Abortion rights supporters say a ruling in favor of Mississippi's law would effectively overturn Roe v. Wade and pave the way for states to ban abortions entirely. All right, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner is with us today from Moscow. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off in the UK, where all adults are now eligible for a COVID-19 booster shot just 3 months after taking the second shot of their base vaccination. This decision, of course, coming amid the global consternation over the arrival of this new Omicron variant. Greece, meanwhile, has announced mandatory vaccination for adults over the age of 60. We move along from the UK onto Barbados, which has cut its last remaining tie to the British crown. This happened at midnight last night after 400 years. The ceremony to mark the occasion was attended by Prince Charles, of course, heir to the throne, who acknowledged the, quote, appalling atrocity of slavery. Barbados promptly inaugurated its first ever president and then declared Rihanna a national hero. And we finish this hour with some streaming news. Simpsons fans have noticed that a 2005 episode featuring a scene in Tiananmen Square is missing from the Disney Plus catalog in Hong Kong. The episode centers around a family trip to China, and during which they stop off in Tiananmen Square, where they see a sign that says, quote, on this day in 1989, nothing happened. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, you may have heard of retail therapy, maybe even prescribed it to yourself. Spending money when you're sad, angry, or stressed. But what's behind the urge to shop when you're not feeling your best?
When we return, what's behind emotional spending and how you can keep it in check during the holiday shopping season in our weekly check-in. Next on Morning News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening.
now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Merriam-Webster has chosen its 2021 word of the year, and it's a word we've all become quite familiar with and uttered many times already in this show. Today, vaccine. The publishing company has been declaring a word of the year since 2008, but they don't select it by committee, instead giving the title to the word with the most lookups. Merriam-Webster says that compared to 2019, vaccine lookups have increased by more than 1,000%. Some of the runners-up this year were insurrection, infrastructure, and Meta after that major announcement from Facebook that had changed the name of its parent company. You may recall the 2020 word of the year was pandemic. Can't really argue with this compared to with some of the more, People's Sexiest Man Alive or Times Person of the Year. It's a little more subjective for those. This one's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting, though, 2 years now that COVID has taken over something like this.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, this morning, day 2 of the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking trial gets underway in Manhattan. Yesterday, the prosecution and defense delivered opening statements painting conflicting portraits of Maxwell, a British socialite and former confidant of financier Jeffrey Epstein. The jury also heard from the first witness who gave important testimony. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, has been following the trial for us, and he joins us now from outside the courthouse. Tom, good morning. Let's start with those opening statements. Tell us, what did the jury hear from both the prosecution and defense?
Well, Savannah, over the years of covering trials here, I found that the most effective strategy with opening statements is very clearly laying out why you either intend to prove the evidence that in the reasons why you brought those charges or why they cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We saw that clearly yesterday. Assistant United States Attorney Laura Pomerantz delivering her opening statement for the prosecution's, relaying the story of the accused 14-year-old victim in this case, saying that she met Epstein in Maxwell at a summer arts camp, a meeting that would turn into a, quote, nightmare, talking about her case and her story and what happened to her, as well as the 3 other victims, and clearly laying out why they intend to prove the charges that they've brought in this case and how they intend to prove them. On the defense side, Bobby Sternheim delivering the opening statement for Ghislaine Maxwell, also clearly laying out their approach to this case, saying really in a 2-pronged defense. One, this is really a case about Jeffrey Epstein, who they called a 21st century James Bond, somebody who's mysterious, somebody who compartmentalized his life. On the other hand, these victims, there's kind of 3 M's here. One, is their memory that good? Some of this conduct goes back to the early to mid-1990s. 2, have those memories been manipulated either by civil attorneys or information that they've heard over the years in the reporting about Maxwell and Epstein? And 3, money. The settlements that they've received in the course of retaining legal counsel in trying to get settlements from Maxwell. So that's their approach.
Now, Tom, I mentioned that the prosecution called its first witness. That witness was a former pilot for Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, there's been lots of talk about his planes, what happened on his planes, who was on them. What did this former pilot say? Why was his testimony so important?
Well, Larry Fizosky is the person you're referring to. He was one of 3 pilots that would regularly fly Epstein's planes. Over the course of several years, those planes got larger to the Boeing 727, a large jet that Epstein would actually fly across the Atlantic to his apartment in Paris, according to Fizosky. His testimony, I think, is going to be important here in establishing a couple of different things. And they started talking about this yesterday. He'll be back on the stand in just a few hours. But they wanted him to establish, one, how things worked in the Epstein household, the people that work for him. What did they do? How did things operate? When did they fly? He said every 4 days approximately, and sometimes just on short notice. So we expect to get more from him this morning, Savannah.
And Tom, quickly before I let you go, who else are we expecting to hear from in the coming days?
I think you're going to see over the next couple of days kind of this back and forth between some of the alleged victims in this case, as well as people like Visosky, people that worked for Epstein who can detail how things worked in his operation, an operation which, according to prosecutors, led to him getting these types of massages, which would then turn sexual at one point almost every single day, prosecutors said.
Tom Winter, thank you so much.
Time now for our weekly check-in, where we take a look at some of the biggest mental health headlines and trends.
Yeah, let's bring in Dr. Sue Varma, a psychiatrist, to help us understand what all this news means for you. Good morning, doctor. So let's start out with one that we teased at the top of the show. So we're right in the middle of the holiday season, which of course can be a stressful time for many people. But we have this new study from Arizona, and it finds that grocery workers are particularly stressed.
Yeah, nearly 20% of workers say they experience severe mental distress while at work. So what's causing this spike in stress, and how can we be better customers to maybe reduce some of the stress?
You know, grocery workers really have been frontline since the very beginning, but they're really not getting the support that they need. We find that when people who are working in retail stores have bosses that have very clear guidelines about expectations from customers, whether it be masking or social distancing, and when their employers go the distance to actually enforce the rules, the mental health of these folks are a lot better. It's very stressful having to tell customers, fighting with customers over, you know, the basics about pricing and about sales, but then going the extra mile with protecting them with COVID really helps.
Speaking of stress, some folks just finished the bulk of their holiday shopping over Black Friday and Cyber Monday. I don't know any of these people, but allegedly they exist, I'm told. For some of us, it may have been an example of emotional spending. Help us understand, what is that, and why do some people buy things when they're bored or sad, and how do you kick that habit?
Absolutely. So retail therapy is a thing. It works for a lot of people, and when it's within your budget or your means, it's not a bad thing. A lot of us are looking to have control over our environment, and being able to spend money, being able to shop, whether it's decorating your place, whether it's a beauty or fashion splurge, it gives us a sense of normalcy. It gives us a sense of being able to reward ourselves. And look, the bottom line is we felt so deprived during the last, 20 months. So retail therapy isn't dangerous, but if you find that you have lost control over your spending, if you're living outside your means, if you're really having trouble paying down your debt, then this is where this becomes a problem.
And doctor, finally, last one for you. So there's this whole community on TikTok that's really about mental health. It's called Mental Health TikTok, and there's a new trend emerging there. There's a call out for people to feel their feelings instead of psychoanalyzing them, basically. What does that mean? What does feel your feelings mean? And is there any credibility in that advice?
Our emotions are made up of physiological sensations. So the idea is to be able to really sit in our body and to be able to experience these feelings. And that's what this means, is not feeling a desire to avoid it immediately. Look, when we were talking about retail therapy, for a lot of people, whether it be spending, whether it be eating, whether it be binge watching, these are forms of what we call experiential avoidance, where we're trying to not feel what we're feeling, or the psychoanalyzing, where we're trying to interpret, oh, this means that I'm rationalizing my behavior. This means that I've gone back to my childhood. And while it's very helpful to understand, to be able to label, to have names, to be able to communicate, in fact, the more granular you are with your feelings, it's very helpful. But feeling them simply means sitting with them and not running away from them.
Great advice, important topics. Dr. Sue Varma, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we've been talking about supply chain issues and the impact that'll have on your Christmas tree this year.
Yeah, after the break, from the farm to the trucks to the city sidewalks, we'll show you the challenges tree growers and sellers are facing this year and why everything from the tree to even the decorations you put on it could cost more. This is Morning News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday have come and gone, but the supply chain issues hitting companies and consumers are not going away anytime soon.
We're going to keep talking about them. The crisis is impacting how Americans shop this holiday season, from the types of gifts you buy to when they will actually be delivered to our doorsteps. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent has been taking a closer look at these supply chain issues for us. Hi, Jo. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. That's right. The FTC is now ordering some big retailers in your neighborhood to hand over new information about how the supply chain crisis is affecting their behavior when it comes to pricing, how much you pay, and anti-competitive behavior. This, of course, coming after a lackluster Black Friday and a Cyber Monday that is on track to break records.
This morning, Cyber Monday sales on track to meet expectations, with shoppers spending up to an estimated $11 billion, similar to last year. This after a low turnout on Black Friday, spurred on by supply shortages and fewer discounts. Now, the Federal Trade Commission is ordering major retailers and grocery chains to turn over new information on their supply chain problems, requesting internal documents from Amazon, Walmart, Kroger, Tyson, and others to investigate the, quote, causes of empty shelves and sky-high prices. On Monday, President Biden met with CEOs of major retailers to discuss the crisis. The administration's plan to declog the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach now seeming to pay off. Since increasing hours and threatening fines for slow-to-move containers, port officials say cargo buildup has been reduced by 33%.
Overcoming the supply chain really is the name of the game this holiday season. Major retailers like Amazon, well, they have their own planes, and that one is headed for San Francisco.
In North Texas, at Amazon's busiest air hub, over 500,000 packages are processed every day. Workers sorting alongside robots that zoom across the warehouse. While Amazon says it's boosted inventory by 20% to meet demand, analysts say out-of-stock warnings are surging at many retailers nationwide, especially for baby products, toys, electronics, and home goods. It's one more reason why consumers are turning to gift cards, with sales up 400%. If you shop online and worry about delivery delays, experts say have your items sent to the store instead of your home. And if you're shipping gifts yourself, do it by December 15th. Major carriers say that's the ground shipping deadline to ensure your presents arrive by Christmas Day.
A little bit more on that meeting with President Biden and the retail and grocery CEOs. The Walmart CEO specifically, the biggest retailer in the country, saying that things are indeed getting better. According to a transcript provided by the White House, Doug McMillon saying that for the part that comes from outside of North America, all your stuff, he's talking about the port issue has been a big issue, but we've really seen a lot of improvement. So hopefully you can expect to see all of your holiday goods checked off your list relatively soon. But I want to remind you guys, shipping deadlines are coming up. December 15th is the first big deadline for USPS Ground. Get it done. Just get it done.
Yeah, that puts it on us to actually buy the things and then put them in the mail.
Two people who I don't think have started.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Now, the supply chain issues are on full display this holiday season, especially when it comes to getting a Christmas tree for your home. From the tree itself to the price of the stand you put it in, we're looking at the bottlenecks causing a spike in those prices. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is live in New York City with more. This, by the way, if you're not from New York, is how we get our trees. They're usually on corners on these stands like Dasha's going to show us. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. As you well know, this is the time of year where New York City street corners turn into little winter wonderlands with the tree vendors who bring so much of the holiday magic to the city. But how do you actually get these trees to Manhattan? Turns out it takes quite a lot to make that happen. So we chronicled the journey of the trees from farm to city to show why businesses and customers might be paying a little bit more this year, and the slimmings are going to be a little bit slimmer. Take a listen.
There's no place like New York City at Christmas time. From the lights to the snowy surprises.
Wow, wait, look at
Whoa!
Whoa!
To the tree vendors that put the merry in Christmas all across the city. But it takes a lot of work to get a Christmas tree to the streets of NYC.
It takes about 7 years to get that tree up to get ready to get it for the city. Then you got to harvest it.
The trees start here on farms like Allen's.
You know, then you got to get it on the trucks. You got to get it to the city, and that's a pretty tight schedule.
But that tight schedule to get a tree from farm to city has been complicated this year by labor shortages and supply chain issues.
It's just hard to get the labor right now. There's other people that have problems with the trucking end of it.
There are also fewer trees to be cut, a problem farmers trace back to the 2008 recession when they couldn't afford to plant as many trees. And now, more than a decade later,
we're lacking the tree. We don't have the supply of them because we've been downgrading, but usually 6,000, we're down 2,500 this year.
Once Allen's trees are cut and sheared, they're shipped off to the city, where vendors like Tree Riders NYC store them in Queens until it's time to unload them in the East Village for the holiday season.
What starts off as an empty sidewalk is then flooded with lumber and trees and humans who just build and build.
How much more difficult is it this year to make this all happen?
A lot more. Like a lot more difficult. This year, we went to 4 different states. We called 200 farmers just to find the trees that we needed to find for this year.
Thanks to these challenges, you may be paying 25 to 50% more for your tree this year compared to 5 years ago. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. And that's not the only holiday price hike.
Everything that you'll see at your typical Christmas tree stand, from the trees themselves to the tree stands to the lights, even the lumber has gone up in price and is harder to find.
Also, the tree stands have gone up. There is a shortage of resin. They're having a hard time finding enough plastic to make the tree stands. Of course, the price of lumber. All of the stuff we use to build our shacks and our A-frames out here. We did actually have to raise the prices this year.
For some customers, that might mean a little modification.
Are you changing your Christmas tree buying habits this year at all?
A little bit smaller. Smaller tree, but the joy still big.
Do you think the magic is still alive here?
I think there's no question. The magic is still alive. You just have to look up and look around, and New York will take care of it.
So Savannah, if you're looking for your perfect tree this year, you might want to go a little bit earlier, expect to pay a little bit more, or maybe downsize on the tree a little bit, but you can always supplement with some other decoration. To be honest, I just really wanted to show this to you. How cute is this little guy? Made by a farmer, of course.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
I wonder if that's making its way home with Dasha.
Yeah, I know. Dasha, are you buying that?
I'm not letting this guy go.
You know, Dasha, that I can tell. I love the Tree Riders. Prior to this year, I lived right on that corner. I bought my tree there for like the last 5 years. So funny that's where you are. I love it. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Let's keep the business news rolling with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. So, Jolene told you about Cyber Monday. Right now, according to Adobe, that tallies that up usually on the Tuesday after, it looks like shoppers spent $7.1 billion as of 9 p.m. Eastern last night. That's roughly flat compared to last year. If you were shopping, you saw smaller discounts this year than we had gotten used to. And for a lot of people, that may have been less of an incentive to spend. But analysts say sales could still finish higher, up in the range of $10.4 to $11 billion once you add in all the West Coast people and how they finished up for the night, which is putting a lot of pressure on the West Coast people to really get to that high level. We'll see what they spent. Meantime, for high rollers, BMW unveiling a high-performance concept vehicle, previewing an electric crossover that's expected to begin production late next year at the automaker's plant in South Carolina. The car is called the BMW XM. It'll be available exclusively as a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. Plug-in hybrids are seen by many as a stepping stone to fully electric cars. BMW says the U.S. will be the most important sales market for the new high-performance vehicle. Meantime, Lululemon follows through on its threat to sue Peloton over what it calls copycat products in the exercise bike company's new clothing line, including sports bras and leggings. Last week, Peloton brought its own lawsuit saying Lululemon's claims have no merit. In September, Peloton launched a private label apparel brand following the end of a co-branding relationship with Lululemon. They were friends, now maybe not even frenemies.
Not so much. All right.
Doesn't sound like it.
Bertha, thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, the return of the Rockettes.
That's right. The Dazzling Dance Troupe is back and kicking off the holidays like only they can.
So to be able to be a part of someone else's experience and give them that is special. It's a gift.
Up next, I'll take you backstage at Radio City Music Hall, introduce you to some of this year's first-year performers as they take part in a time-honored New York holiday tradition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back with a great look at the Radio City Rockettes. Now, of course, their Christmas Spectacular was canceled last year because of the pandemic.
This year, they're back in action. Their annual holiday show kicked off earlier this month and features new choreography, new music, and new dancers. Whether they're dancing inside Radio City Music Hall or in front of Macy's during the Thanksgiving Day parade, Rockettes help families everywhere kick off the holidays.
This is some people's Christmas, this is people's New Year's, this is people's Thanksgiving. So to be able to be a part of someone else's experience and give them that is special. It's a gift.
For JoJo Carmichael, it's a fairly new gift. She's a Rockette rookie. When you're up there on the stage and you're looking out, what's going through your mind?
Personally, I feel honored to be able to be a representation of so many brown and black people. I truly feel honored every night to be able to do what I love and also inspire others in that act.
For many Rockettes, this is a lifelong dream.
I promise you, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. Just work really hard.
Julia Griffith grew up watching the iconic kick line with her grandpa, memories that could not be erased even after he developed dementia.
I could always bring up the Radio City Rockettes, and he could always talk about them.
Julia auditioned 7 times, and this year finally got the call.
It was a beautiful win, I think, for our whole family as a whole. Unfortunately, my grandpa passed away this past year, and something I definitely daydreamed of telling him was, I got the job, I got the offer.
Her grandfather died after battling COVID.
What would your grandpa say?
He was a tough man. He was a war vet, but he cried whenever he saw me dance, and I think that would have, yeah, he'd definitely be emotional.
You know he's watching you, right?
I do. And when I got the call, I looked up and I was like, Grandpa, it happened, I got it.
A true gift this holiday season.
And the Rockettes Christmas Spectacular runs through January 2nd. Plenty of time to catch the big show.
Can't recommend it enough.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, the Omicron threat, the newest COVID variant rapidly spreading worldwide. Some countries are shutting down their borders. New York City now reinstating its indoor mask advisory. Our health experts with everything you need to know.
And on the record, a new twist in the harassment scandal involving former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Why his brother, CNN host Chris Cuomo, is now in the spotlight over newly revealed text messages.
Bowing out, golf legend Tiger Woods says he'll never play again, at least not full time. How he came to that decision and the impact on the world of golf.
And sweet and low, the global supply chain crisis hitting us where it hurts, the breakfast table. The extreme measures one country is taking to ensure you have maple syrup to go with those pancakes. Hey there, everyone. We are so glad you could join us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Welcome to our new home in Studio 4E at NBC News World Headquarters here in New York City. We begin this hour with the Omicron variant and the threat from that new COVID variant. There are still no confirmed cases in the U.S., but new cases are emerging worldwide. Japan says at least one traveler recently tested positive for the new variant. That 30-year-old arrived from Namibia before the country closed its borders. You see France in yellow here. Several cases there are still being investigated.
Meanwhile, health officials in the Netherlands say Omicron has been there since mid-November. That's a week before 2 planes arrived in the Netherlands from South Africa. More than 60 travelers tested positive for COVID, and 14 had that particular variant. It's believed the travelers were most likely infected separately from one another. That's why we are covering this new variant from every single angle, including what you need to know to protect yourself. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who's right here with us in New York. Hey there, Gabe.
Hey there, Morgan. Good morning. So, yeah, a lot of fast-moving developments here and new concerns over young children and their possible response to this variant in South Africa. Here in New York City, as you mentioned, local officials have reinstituted an indoor mask advisory. But nationwide, the president says that widespread lockdowns are off the table.
This morning, as the new Omicron variant spreads around the world, the CDC is now strengthening its recommendation that all adults not only can, but should get COVID booster shots, as President Biden calls for calm and wider vaccinations.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic.
Overnight, a source familiar with the process told NBC News that Pfizer now intends to apply for the first emergency use authorization of COVID boosters for teenagers, specifically 16 and 17-year-olds. That application is expected this week, but there's no timeline for when the FDA could act. Still, the Omicron variant bringing new concern for those even younger. In South Africa, where the strain was first identified, experts have seen an increase in hospitalizations among very young children. The country's Communicable Disease Institute revealing kids under 2 make up the highest percentage of COVID patients at the epicenter of the outbreak. In the U.S., experts say vaccines for everyone who can get them are the best way to stop the spread. 74% of Americans age 5 and older have now received at least one COVID shot, and more than 196 million people are fully vaccinated, 40 million boosted. The president also says he's not considering any widespread lockdowns.
If people are vaccinated and wear their masks, there's no need for the lockdown.
Meanwhile, all 3 vaccine makers in the U.S. are testing their shots to see if they work as well against this new variant.
It's highly likely that there will be loss of vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, but whether we will really have to tweak the current vaccines, we just don't know. We have to wait, I think, for a couple of weeks until we get those key data.
Gabe, the data you mentioned there was really important, but we also have new breaking news now about Regeneron's COVID treatment. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. It's another sign that these treatments, may need to be tweaked in some way. Preliminary tests now show that the COVID antibody drug cocktail made by Regeneron may, and that's a big may not be as effective against this new variant. And you just heard there from an official with Moderna. They're going to be taking a close look at this over the next coming weeks, looking at this new data from South Africa and trying to decide whether they need to make adjustments to the vaccines, but also to other COVID treatments out there as well, Morgan.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, important reporting for us there. Gabe, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton now. Dr. Hilton, we heard President Biden obviously urging the U.S. not to panic right now. I want to ask just your thoughts, your take on that thought process. Do you agree?
Right. I think we should never panic, but we should prepare. And what we know is that at this stage, literally yesterday, we buried more people than we buried in November 29th, 2020.
Wow.
We are burying more people today. And the question is, why is that? We have vaccines now. We know how COVID works. We have better medications that we can use now in the hospital. And yet we're still dying. So the difference between now and then was that we were more so wearing masks at that point than we're not doing now. We're more so being socially distant. And meanwhile, we're now having concerts and having parties and not treating COVID as if it is not still deadly. So should we panic? No. Should we prepare? Yes.
And you make the point, it seems like it would be so easy to do that because we know exactly what to do to better protect ourselves when we're moving about in the world. I want to ask you about boosters, too, while we have you. Do we know if these booster shots help combat the Omicron variant? And what should folks do if you already have your third shot? What should you be doing differently, if anything?
Right. Do we know fully yet? No. What we do know, though, is that the vaccine is proven to hold up and not show any signs at this point that it's being compromised. So should you still get your booster shot? Most certainly. What we know is that we're going to find out more and more details as countries around this world are popping up with these new variants that's in place. But what we can't forget is that we still have the Delta variant that we're concerned with. We still have the original COVID-19 that we're concerned with. We still have all the other variants that came before. So we can't just center our thoughts solely on the Omicron, right? We have to be holistic in our approach, which means getting your vaccine, getting your booster shot, wearing your mask, and practicing those basic public health measures. That's the only way we're going to get through this.
And a distinction to make here, we think about like New York City, for example, is asking people to go back to masking indoors, vaccinated or not. That was something we heard yesterday from the health commissioner here. Do you think other cities and states should adopt that approach and make it more than just advice?
Right. I think we should have never gotten away from it. So you may be asking the wrong person. When we lifted the mask mandates, that was a week before 4th of July. And what we see, if we look at July onward, we have soared in our cases. We have soared in our death rates. Masks work. We know this. And it's not only just what mask. It's the most important thing is to use the N95 mask, but practicing those social distancing, respecting the fact that this is an airborne disease. So avoiding those crowded places, avoiding those indoor spots of where we don't know if the ventilation is adequate, right? We have to know that there is nothing that's going to be 100%, but using those precautions will greatly reduce your risk.
You're absolutely the person to ask. You've been here with us several times and given us very plain talk that is backed by researched science. So we appreciate your perspective, Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the first countries to really sound the alarm about the Omicron variant was South Africa. Within a matter of weeks, researchers there were able to detect the new variant following a COVID surge in an area that had seen a significant drop-off. Our very own NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel spoke with one of those researchers. Take a listen.
Gauteng province, which surrounds Johannesburg, is South Africa's most populous district. And it's what's happening here that's triggered alarm in South Africa and now around the world. We've been following Gauteng for over a year, a district of poor townships. Only 24% of South Africa's population is fully vaccinated. Gauteng has been hit by wave after wave of COVID. Cases had dropped off recently because people had already been infected or been vaccinated. Then along came Omicron. Dr. Richard Lessels is one of the first scientists to study the new variant's genetics.
This is all happening very recently. 3 weeks ago in Gauteng province, the case numbers were around 100. Now they're kind of 2,000, 3,000. We've seen this very rapid rise.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
Cases across South Africa are up 63% since the start of November. Omicron, it seems, is a bee that can sting twice. We still don't know how badly. Anecdotally, doctors and nurses describe symptoms as flu-like. But many of the cases detected so far here are in young people, expected to be mild anyway. And they've been found early. And there's always a lag for symptoms to begin. That lag could mean as quickly as this variant was spotted, it could already be everywhere.
I expect over the course of this week, we're just going to see the number of countries reporting cases rising.
How likely would you say it is that there are already cases in the United States?
Very likely.
Richard, there's been sort of a lot of discussion.
And here in the UK,
No, please, go ahead, Richard.
No, I was going to say just in the last few moments here in the UK, they have identified another 8 cases of Omicron, bringing the total to 13 in England, another 9 in Scotland. And Prime Minister Boris Johnson is speaking at the moment, and he is saying, like the Biden administration is saying, that the solution that they're going for right now is doubling down on boosters. And he said that 400 military personnel are being pulled into this campaign to accelerate the booster program, and that he said temporary vaccination clinics will soon start popping up in this country like Christmas trees, and they want to give as many boosters as they can to all eligible people by the end of January.
Richard, it's interesting hearing sort of that solution approach focused on vaccination and boosters. But what about the test? I mean, do we know how effective our current tests are in detecting that Omicron variant?
So the good news is that this variant is not invisible. When the virus changes, when it mutates, there's a potential that the test, which looks for the virus, can't find it anymore. But the PCR test, which is the more elaborate test that can take up to 24 hours, it costs considerably more than an average lateral flow test or a rapid antigen test, as they're also known. Those still work. 3 of the markers on the virus that the PCRs look for, 2 of those markers are still able to be detected by the PCR. Unfortunately, they are still looking at the rapid antigen test, the one that gives you a result in just a matter of a few minutes. But it is still identifiable. You can still test for it, definitely with the PCR, and hopefully, doctors say, with the antigen test as well.
All right, NBC's Richard Engel for us there. Richard, thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the sexual harassment scandal that brought down New York's former governor, Andrew Cuomo. Thousands of pages of testimony and evidence have been made public now, and that is putting a spotlight, a new one, on his brother, CNN host Chris Cuomo. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with the latest on this. Hi, Ann.
Hi, Aaron. Chris Cuomo's troubles focus on some text messages between the younger Cuomo and then Governor Andrew Cuomo's top aide. And it shows Chris Cuomo offering to use his media sources to get intel to help defend his brother. The documents also reveal that the younger Cuomo wrote statements on the then governor's behalf. CNN is now conducting a review of this trove of messages.
It was business as usual on CNN Monday night for Chris Cuomo.
Putting travel bans in effect.
Despite being back in hot water for helping his brother Andrew, then the governor of New York, who was caught in a sexual harassment scandal. The state's attorney general's office releasing new text messages between the former governor's top aide and the TV anchor. Melissa DeRosa texting, rumor going around from Politico, 1 to 2 more people coming out tomorrow. Can you check your sources? Chris Cuomo responds, on it. DeRosa later reaching out when she heard the New Yorker's Ronan Farrow was working on a story, again asking the CNN journalist to check his sources. Even before this, Chris Cuomo was volunteering assistance, texting DeRosa, please let me help with the prep. CNN, in a statement saying the transcripts and documents deserve a thorough review and consideration, adding the network will seek additional clarity about their significance over the next several days. The younger Cuomo defending and downplaying his own role after his brother resigned in August.
I can't be objective when it comes to my family. So I never reported on the scandal. And when it happened, I tried to be there for my brother.
The Attorney General also released video of Andrew Cuomo's nearly 11 hours of testimony under oath.
You remember asking her, saying to her, may I kiss you?
I don't remember saying that.
The former governor will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping the breast of a female aide.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Brittany Camiso making that allegation in her interview, one of 6 accusers whose video testimonies were made public Monday by the Attorney General's office. Cuomo denied he did any such thing.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
Now, Andrew Cuomo's attorney is calling on the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, who is running for governor, to recuse her office from this case. The attorney says in a statement, no legitimate chief legal officer would make such selective disclosures, as well as harm a pending criminal case by broadcasting to each witness what the other witnesses have said. And that pending criminal case is the misdemeanor charge that the former governor faces. Aaron?
All right, Ann Thompson for us today. Ann, thank you.
And happening right now, it's the first full day of testimony in the high-profile trial of accused Jeffrey Epstein recruiter Ghislaine Maxwell. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now just outside that courthouse right here in Manhattan. Tom, first off, if you don't mind, just tell us a little bit about what's happening in that courthouse behind you and who specifically are we expected to hear from today?
Sure. Well, we're just coming out of the morning recess, Morgan, and what we heard from this morning and the testimony that we heard about had to do with Jeffrey Epstein's private plane, specifically his chief pilot for a number of years, Larry Visosky. Visosky testifying that he flew Epstein and Maxwell on a number of occasions. We actually got to see pictures of inside of Jeffrey Epstein's plane, and those will be made public sometime later today. But the key parts of his testimony is that he confirmed that one of the alleged victims in this case, who apparently was was 14 years old when she was abused, according to the indictment, that he did recognize her and did remember her in taking her at one point. Also says that he remembered transporting Virginia Giuffre, at the time Virginia Roberts, who also says that she was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in numerous interviews that she's done with the press, including NBC News. So that was one significant piece of information that came out today, though he did say he never saw any sexual activity on the planes, while also acknowledging, Morgan, he was up front flying the plane with the door closed. So that's what we got a little bit this morning.
Tom, could we expect to see Maxwell herself take the stand during this trial?
You know, I know that's a big question, and obviously a lot of intrigue, understandably, about that. At this point, I would doubt that that's the case. You know, we've seen people testify in their cases recently with mixed success. It typically speaks to somebody's frame of mind when they were in the middle of the act that they're charged with. But when you speak with legal analysts, a case like this might be fraught with some real concerns for Maxwell, particularly on cross-examination. The strategy here from her defense that they laid out yesterday would seem to be kind of the antithesis of having her be on the stand, essentially say that, look, Maxwell's the scapegoat is what they said essentially in their opening statement yesterday. And also they're clearly going after the victims, both on their memory, also for payments that they received as a result of civil settlements. So it seems to be kind of pushing away towards having Maxwell appear on the stand, Morgan.
All right, I know you'll be following every single curve of that trial and that testimony. Tom Winterforce there just outside the courthouse. Tom, as always, thank you.
President Biden will be in Minnesota today making the case for his $1 trillion infrastructure package. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining us now. Shannon, what's the president's message going to be today, and help us understand why Minnesota?
Well, he's going to be visiting this technical school and talking about how the students who are being trained there are going to have jobs, good, high-paying union jobs, because of the infrastructure bill that was passed. At least that's the message that we're going to hear from the president. And it is part of this broader effort we are seeing from the White House to try and get credit and get some public support that will lift the president's approval rating from the passage of this infrastructure law. White House officials say that the parts of this law are very popular with the public. They poll very well. However, they have not seen that translate into an increase in the president's approval rating numbers. So we have seen the president going across the country now to a number of states. I will note, typically states that are a bit more in that swing state category. If you're looking at the map in 2022, 2024, trying to make specific examples for how this big package is going to impact individual communities and the people who live there.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House for us today. Shannon, thank you.
Now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are facing critical deadlines just ahead of the new year. We're talking about everything from avoiding a government shutdown to a growing debt ceiling debate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, first off, just give us the big picture. I mean, what is the most important thing singularly for Congress to get done right now, and where does that thing stand?
Everything, because when you look at the calendar, there are so many of these deadlines that Congress cannot move. Just there, December 3rd and December 15th, government funding runs out at this point Friday at midnight. There's not a sense here that we are heading for a shutdown imminently, but they actually have to make sure that doesn't happen by passing a continuing resolution. There's some up in the air stuff about whether or not they want to pass that resolution to kick this can to the middle of January, the end of January, maybe even early February. And then right after they contend with that deadline, another one right after it on December 15th. The U.S. line of credit runs out there. They have to figure out how to raise the debt ceiling. And then, of course, there are the things that are a little bit more fungible, in especially passing the Build Back Better Act, which Chuck Schumer has said he wants to do by Christmas. They are likely to do that, but at the same time, that's one of those deadlines that's a little bit more malleable. Right. They can change that if they want to, but the economic ones, those are pretty set in stone.
Those fungible deadlines with some pretty severe consequences. Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, as always, thank you.
Thanks.
A setback in his long-awaited comeback.
That's right. Coming up, what golf great Tiger Woods has to say about his future in his very first interview since surviving a horrific crash in California. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Tiger Woods says he will never play golf again full-time.
Yeah, the star golfer is now speaking publicly for the first time since his devastating car accident. That was 9 months ago.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now with more. Steve, what is Tiger Woods saying about his recovery process and ultimately how it led him to this decision?
Well, it was a very candid press conference. I think Woods shedding light on that recovery, including how grueling and brutal and slow and at times heartbreaking it was, but also saying how lucky he is and how he's kind of turned a page and on the other side of it. You have to remember how extensive the damage to his leg was from that car accident. Doctors saying that amputation was not completely off the table. So for him, he's feeling lucky to be alive, lucky to be around the game, and lucky to have his leg. Here's what he said partially about that recovery. Listen to this.
I'm lucky to be alive, but also still have the limb. Those are two crucial things, you know. So I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me. That I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
And so the message from Tiger Woods is that he is going to play again, but it will be on a part-time basis, and to see him sort of hoisting a trophy or donning a green jacket, probably unlikely, but he's just happy to be back around the game again, guys.
You say happy to be back on the game, but Steve, does Tiger sort of have a timeline for when he could be back on the course at all?
No, not yet. He's taking it step by step. Remember, it went from 3 weeks in that hospital to 3 months in bed to months on crutches and then a boot. And now he's playing 18 holes, but not saying when he'll come back and do an actual tournament. Here he is again on that recovery process and what he's gone through to get to this point. Listen to this.
There were some tough times in there. There were some really, really tough times, and pain got pretty great at times. But they helped me get through it, and I'm on the better side of it, but I still got a long way to go.
Despite all that, I mean, you saw him at the press conference. He looks great. It looks like he's been working out. I watched him walk away from the podium, and you could barely tell that there was a limp. But one of the most revealing things, a reporter asked him, "Are you in pain now?" And he said, "Yes," winced a little bit, said, "My leg hurts and my back hurts." So we're not sure when we'll see him golf again professionally, but he says it'll be soon.
All right. NBC's Steve Patterson live from Los Angeles for us. Steve, thank you. Another former police officer goes on trial for the killing of an unarmed black man in Minnesota.
Still ahead, the deadly mistake that prosecutors say was no mistake at all. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making news right now, the wildfire on Pilot Mountain in North Carolina has now grown to more than 500 acres. Officials say dry conditions and a lack of rain have made fighting that fire extremely difficult. Crews are putting containment lines at the base of the mountain, letting the fire burn down. So far, no injuries, thankfully, have been reported. A pregnant woman risks her life and that of her unborn child to save a man from his burning home. Take a look at this. Sarah Mogan, who is 4.5 months pregnant, ran up to this house in flames in Utah. She woke up the homeowner, who had no idea that his house was even on fire. Mogan actually recorded this video after she saved the man. Sarah, her baby, and the man inside the house are all okay. And the First Family has unveiled this year's White House Christmas decorations. Take a look at this. The theme this year is Gifts from the Heart. President Biden and the First Lady say they wanted to focus on things that unite us even during the pandemic. There are rooms entirely dedicated to frontline medical workers. Volunteers helped put up 41 Christmas trees, 6,000 feet of ribbon, and more than 78,000 Christmas lights.
Jury selection now underway in the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. Potter is charged with manslaughter after killing 20-year-old Dante Wright at a traffic stop earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining us now from outside the courthouse in Minneapolis. Shaq, what more do we know about what's happening in the courtroom right now?
Well, that jury selection process is underway right now, and just in the past couple of minutes, Aaron, the first juror in this trial has been seated. Now, the jurors are going to remain anonymous throughout this process, but we know that he is a male, and he sounds to be a little bit older. He sounds like he says that he's a medical editor in terms of his occupation. But that is what's going on right now. The judge gets an opportunity to question each potential juror, and then the defense and prosecution, they both get to question the juror based on this 15-page questionnaire that all of the potential jurors filled out before even arriving to the courthouse today. So that process is underway, and it'll continue until they have 12 jurors selected and 2 alternates, Aaron.
Shaq, Dante Wright's family spoke as the trial was getting underway there. What did they have to say?
Yeah, we heard from them yesterday in an emotional press conference. And, you know, one point that we heard from their family attorney was the idea of accountability. They want to see Kim Potter convicted of manslaughter. She's facing those 2 counts, first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. Now, one point that we heard from the family attorney is that Mohammed Noor, he was a police officer who was convicted in 2019 of manslaughter, who also used a similar defense that you're hearing Kim Potter use, saying that he acted he shot, then it was an Australian national, in not only self-defense, but as a mistake. Kim Potter is saying she mistakenly reached for her firearm instead of her taser. Listen to a little bit of what the family attorney said about that comparison.
And the question is, are we prepared to hold a white officer accountable for killing a young black man when he says, or when she says, it was an accident, which obviously we dispute, and the Attorney General's office has done an excellent job of laying out why this is not some mere accident. So we're going to learn a lot about ourselves.
I mentioned Kim Potter is facing those 2 charges. They carry about a maximum penalty of 15 years in prison. But based on the sentencing guidelines, even if she were to be convicted, she wouldn't serve that much time, Aaron.
All right. Shaquille Brewster for us in Minneapolis today. Thanks, Shaq.
Meanwhile, police in Oakland are offering a $30,000 reward to find the person who shot and killed a security guard just last week. He was protecting a TV news crew who was covering another crime. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett.
Oakland police searching for suspects after a security guard was shot and killed while working with a television news crew on assignment. They're offering a $32,500 reward and released this photo of what they believe to be the getaway car. Kevin Nishida, a former career police officer, was working security detail for a KRON 4 news team, covering the story around this smash-and-grab robbery downtown. Then, he was shot in an attempted armed robbery of the news crew during their coverage. Nishida's former colleagues remember him as a devoted team player.
He always took that extra step or just did that extra thing, whether it was your friendship or your relationship here at work.
Although Kevin was retired, his life calling was to defend, to protect, to guard, and he died a hero.
Law enforcement experts tell us the intensity of these smash-and-grab robberies seen in recent weeks is troubling.
Is there concern about the potential ripple effect of more violence connected to smash-and-grab robberies like this?
It certainly is a threat to the community, and it's a threat to law enforcement. And those who are committing these violent acts have to be captured, they have to be incarcerated, because it appears that we have a lawlessness that is taking place.
To combat these incidents of organized retail theft, Bay Area prosecutors say they have formed an alliance. The Alameda County District Attorney saying in a statement, quote, "Be assured that those caught and arrested will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But it's the murders and shootings that are especially concerning." Like many cities across the country, Oakland has seen a spike in its homicide rate since the pandemic began. Nishida's death marked the 126th homicide this year so far. That compares to 72 homicides in all of 2019.
Law enforcement can't do this on their own. This is a bigger issue, and it's going to take a collaboration.
While homicides are up, the police department's clearance rates, when a crime ends in an arrest, are down significantly from previous years, now around 35%.
And I think we all need to be very much concerned about it, but it really saddens me that we've gotten to this point.
That was Maura Barrett reporting. And at this hour, a federal appeals court is hearing from lawyers for former President Donald Trump. They're asking the court to keep the House committee investigating the Capitol riot from getting access to his White House records. But the court wants those lawyers to explain why they think the court even has the authority to hear this case. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has been following this for us throughout the morning. Pete, bring us up to speed here. What is the point of this hearing today?
Well, it was scheduled for an hour. We're already into the second hour, and it isn't over yet, so it's going to go at least another hour, I would say. Remember how this all got started. The House committee asked for a bunch of documents. The archivist said, okay, you can have them. If the president agrees, President Biden said yes. I think even though there's an argument that executive privilege would apply, that's overcome by the committee's need for these documents. President Trump disagreed, and so he went to court to block the turnover. What the court is asking here is, now what are we supposed to do? What is the court's role if a current president says, no, I think executive privilege should be waived, and the former president says, no, it shouldn't be? How is the court supposed to decide who's got the better argument here? How is the court supposed to decide when it's in the national interest? Should they go through documents case by case, in looking at individual documents, requiring the former president to make some specific showing of evidence about why this would damage the executive branch? That's what the court is struggling with. I have to say, I don't think the president has the better argument here. There's a great deal of skepticism from this three-judge panel, but as I say, it's about half over. But they seem to be very concerned, A, about the president's ability to sue at all, and B, about what the authority they would have to overcome what a president determines when a Supreme Court ruling in 1977 said the current president is in the best position to decide what's in the national interest when it comes to these decisions.
Okay, so just to be clear, you meant you don't think the former president has a good argument here, or the current president? You said. Excuse
me. I don't think the former president is going to prevail. It doesn't see. It seems like the current. Thank you for pointing that out. It seems like the court is very skeptical about the former president being able to basically decide what's in the national interest when the current president disagrees.
Do you have any indication, Pete, whether this would be it, if this is the court at which this stops, or if this might go on to the Supreme Court?
Oh, that's an easy one. Whoever loses here will definitely go to the Supreme Court.
Gotcha. All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington today. Pete, thank you.
Okay.
Well, as Pete just mentioned, the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments on Mississippi's abortion ban tomorrow as well. The high court's ruling could decide the fate of federal abortion rights in this country, and that's leaving a lot of people feeling really, really vulnerable. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward spoke with one woman who struggled to get an abortion, actually turned her into an activist for reproductive rights. Jake, I was just talking to someone about how this could potentially happen in a system like this. What did she say?
Well, here's the extraordinary thing, Morgan, is that you hear a lot of politics, a lot of rhetoric, and we'll hear a lot of that beginning in the Supreme Court tomorrow. But here in San Francisco at UCSF, the biggest study in the history of the country looked at what actually happens to women when they are denied an abortion. And here's what they found. Brittany Mostiller spent her teen years here on the south side of Chicago, living with her mother and raising two baby daughters.
I learned a lot here, and I became a mother here. Had no clue what I was doing.
But once she became pregnant with her third, she knew it would be too much.
I called around to a few abortion clinics to terminate the pregnancy, and the prices I was quoted they were ridiculous. I could not save up enough money if I tried. I was essentially, forced to carry that pregnancy to term, even though I didn't want to.
She says her fears came true.
Being pushed further into poverty was definitely one of those fears, and it definitely happened. Our lights were off at some point, living on my own, because I needed to redistribute money within the household to make sure at least the rent is paid so we're not evicted. Mostiller's story is far from unique. In a first-of-its-kind 10-year study of more than 1,000 American women, Diana Green Foster of the University of California, San Francisco, saw this path repeated again and again.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion.
The study found that women who were denied an abortion saw a fourfold increase in the odds that their household fell below the federal poverty line. They were more likely to get lower credit scores, more likely to report elevated levels of stress and anxiety, and less likely to graduate with advanced degrees. About 10 years ago, Mostiller became pregnant again. She found grant money and got the abortion she wanted.
I didn't feel like I was going to be pushed further into poverty, and changed a lot for us.
And all of that put her in a position to decide at age 28 that she was ready for another child. Today, Mostiller is an advocate for reproductive rights.
And I felt ready in different ways, and it shows because she's wise beyond, she's something else. She's something else. I bought my first home recently. I can see it clear now, how much things have changed. I feel like that accessing the care I needed and getting the abortion I needed set up everything.
Jake, it's interesting because the science seems pretty clear and settled on what happens to women both financially and physically when they are denied an abortion. But do we expect those very scientific considerations to come into play in the Supreme Court tomorrow, Jake? And really, what are both sides claiming in this situation?
Well, it's really what is so amazing to me, surprising to me in looking at the results in this study is, the rhetoric that we hear, Morgan, nationally has to do with politics and morality and the rest of it. But you don't hear this very clear cause and effect relationship between being denied an abortion and all of these things going wrong in women's lives as compared to women who are able to get the services they need. Now, will that come up tomorrow in oral arguments? It's not clear. The Mississippi Attorney General has made it very clear that she wants to overturn Roe v. Wade. That is her purpose. And in a statement, she does say that she believes that advances in law have made it such that the protection of women's dignity is better than it's ever been and does not require Roe v. Wade. Now, the science does not show that. The science shows that in area after area, women's lives are worse when they are not able to get the abortion they want. Now, will the plaintiffs make that argument? They seem mostly focused on just protecting the idea that this is a constitutional right. It may not be that this kind of outcome, this cause and effect relationship actually comes up, but for the millions of women in 24 states across the country who will lose their access to abortion if this case does not go their way, the consequences here are very clear, Morgan.
Jake, this is such important reporting and incredibly important data. Thank you for both. From farm to front door.
Up next, a step-by-step breakdown of how those Christmas trees get to your house and how the supply chain pains are impacting that trip.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
So we're all feeling the pinch of the global supply chain crisis, and it's having a direct impact on the holidays, including the hunt for the perfect Christmas tree. From the tree itself to the price of the tree stand, costs are going up all across the board. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has been looking into all of this for us. Dasha, I see you there with some beautiful Christmas trees behind you. What are you learning?
Morgan, as you very well know, this is the time of year where New York City street corners turn into little winter wonderlands with the tree vendors that make this place so magical during the holidays. But how does a tree actually get to Manhattan? Turns out it takes quite a lot of work, especially in a time of labor shortages and supply chain disruption. So we journeyed with the tree from farm to New York City street corner to show why businesses and consumers are going to see higher prices and slimmer pickings this season. Watch.
There's no place like New York City at Christmas time. From the lights to the snowy surprises.
Wow, wait, look at Whoa! Whoa!
To the tree vendors that put the merry in Christmas all across the city. But it takes a lot of work to get a Christmas tree to the streets of NYC.
It takes about 7 years to get that tree up to get ready to get it for the city. Then you got to harvest it.
The trees start here on farms like Allen's.
You know, then you got to get it on the trucks. You got to get it to the city, and that's a pretty tight schedule.
But that tight schedule to get a tree from farm to city has been complicated this year by labor shortages and supply chain issues.
It's just hard to get the labor right now. There's other people that have problems with the trucking end of it.
There are also fewer trees to be cut, a problem farmers trace back to the 2008 recession when they couldn't afford to plant as many trees. And now, more than a decade later,
we're lacking the tree. We don't have the supply of them because we've been downgrading. But usually 6,000, we're down 2,500 this year.
Once Allen's trees are cut and sheared, they're shipped off to the city, where vendors like Tree Riders NYC store them in Queens until it's time to unload them in the East Village for the holiday season.
What starts off as an empty sidewalk is then flooded with lumber and trees and humans who just build and build.
How much more difficult is it this year to make this all happen?
A lot more. Like a lot more difficult. This year, we went to 4 different states. We called 200 farmers just to find the trees that we needed to find for this year.
Thanks to these challenges, you may be paying 25 to 50% more for your tree this year compared to 5 years ago. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. And that's not the only holiday price hike.
Everything that you'll see at your typical Christmas tree stand, from the trees themselves to the tree stands to the lights, even the lumber has gone up in price and is harder to find.
Also, the tree stands have gone up. There is a shortage of resin. They're having a hard time finding enough plastic to make the tree stands. Of course, the price of lumber. All of the stuff we use to build our shacks and our A-frames out here. We did actually have to raise the prices this year.
For some customers, that might mean a little modification.
Are you changing your Christmas tree buying habits this year at all?
A little bit smaller.
Smaller tree, but the joy still big.
Do you think the magic is still alive here?
I think there's no question. The magic is still alive. You just have to look up and look around, and New York will take care of it.
So Morgan, if you're looking for the perfect tree this year, especially if you're looking for one of these really big ones, you're going to want to come and find it earlier. You're going to expect to pay a little bit more. And another holiday decoration that's in short supply, those lights, they've almost doubled in price in some places. So you might have to get a little creative this holiday season, maybe find something like one of these little guys instead. You know, find the decorations where you can. I personally am obsessed with this.
Yeah, I gotta say, Dining Hall Dave, my fiance, would not be pleased if I brought that is it a reindeer? I think, yeah. Nope, I don't think I'm gonna win brownie points with that one.
It will be forced upon my husband.
Good luck with that, girl. Fight the good fight. Thank you, Dasha Burns.
The global supply chain crisis is actually affecting just about everything. Not even breakfast is safe, it seems. There's a global shortage of maple syrup. Imagine waffles uncoated, pancakes unslathered.
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 Did that hurt your feelings?
No, can you imagine a dry pancake? Nothing worse.
It just gave me the chills.
I'm telling you, right? But you know what? You won't have to worry. Oh, Canada. NBC's Carrie Sanders tells us the strategic maple reserve in Quebec, it's been tapped.
Morgan and Aaron, the maple syrup reserve has been tapped, but farmers say we could still do our part. I'm at the Old Breakfast House in Fort Lauderdale, where they encourage diners to dip. Do not pour. And if we all do our part, it may help stave off the great maple syrup crisis of 2021. Getting maple syrup is a slow process. Drip by drip, the tree's sap is extracted, then boiled down. For every 40 teaspoons of sap, there's but 1 teaspoon of the liquid gold. 73% of the world's maple syrup comes from Greater Quebec, Canada. And of course, our nation is the #1 importer of that sweet elixir. This morning, a supply and demand problem is being solved much the way President Biden has tried to take pressure off gasoline supplies and prices. Who knew that there was a maple syrup reserve? It sounds like the petroleum reserve.
Yeah, because the beauty of maple syrup is we can conserve it. We can do the same image as oil, but it's maple syrup, pure maple syrup, sealed and pasteurized in all these barrels, and we can keep them for many years.
Farmers in Canada deciding to release 50 million gallons from the strategic maple syrup reserve.
The production this year was less important than it was in the last 2 years.
They believe the release of the treasured reserve should mean no shortages and no price increases. In Vermont, second in production only to Canada, experts say there's been a direct connection to the pandemic.
Since 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, maple consumption has really gone through the roof. People were looking for things to do, and a lot of them turned to baking. And people started using maple syrup as an alternative to sugar and just, another way to add in some more flavor to what they normally bake.
You may think maple syrup and pancakes, but because 3/4 of a cup of maple syrup is equal to about 1 cup of cane sugar, there are those who believe the high antioxidant syrup is a good substitute for sugar. Our neighbors to the north doing their part to make sure our pancakes and waffles stay just as sweet. The last time the maple syrup reserve was in the news was 2012. That's when some crooks broke into the warehouse and siphoned off millions of dollars worth of the sweet elixir. Those saps were eventually caught. Guys, back to you.
He lost me when he said, dip, don't pour.
I know, that hurt my feelings. That liquid gold.
Gotta have it. Gotta have it. And lots of it. Extra on the plate.
With Southern roots. That's what I'm talking about.
The social media misinformation about the pandemic isn't just here in America.
That's right. After the break, the country's struggling to contain COVID and outright lies that are really preventing people from getting vaccinated. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Look, it is no secret that conspiracy theories really thrive on social media.
Oh, absolutely. A simple like or share can expose potentially deadly information to the masses, especially during a pandemic like we're in now. As NBCNews.com senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny shows us, no country is immune to these COVID-19 conspiracies.
Romania, a country of 19 million in Eastern Europe, is facing a fourth wave of the coronavirus. This month, Romania's death rate was one of the highest in the world. Despite being an EU member country with access to vaccines, just around 40% of the population has gotten their first shot. Across the European Union, 70% have had at least one shot. Vaccine skepticism runs rampant, fueled by conspiracy theories that come from the United States.
The idea that the pandemic is a bioweapon, which is launched from different parts of the world.
Disinformation researcher and visiting Harvard scholar Alina Barguanu says that conspiracy theories about COVID-19 appeared online in Romania at the start of the pandemic.
Another narrative that struck Romania is that there are miracle cures, there are God-sent medicines that are hidden by the authorities.
These sound shockingly familiar to me because I study this in the US. And so I think that there's like this lingering tendency to blame countries like Russia for, foreign disinformation. But you're sort of saying that the United States of America is a major exporter of vaccine misinformation?
Yes, I think that what is happening in the United States in general has a huge influence on what is happening around the world. They are very difficult to debunk, because, for example, in Romania, when you say that this comes from the United States, this thing is somehow immediately believed.
While social media companies have made efforts to slow the flow of misinformation, enforcement in non-English speaking countries is severely lacking. A 2020 internal memo revealed in the Facebook Papers showed that although the U.S. makes up less than 10% of its daily users, 84% of the company's budget to fight misinformation went to the U.S.
When social media platforms take some measures in order to ban this kind of toxic content, this does not necessarily happen in a country such as Romania.
Back in May 2020, social media companies like YouTube and Facebook worked to remove the debunked Plandemic video from their platforms. But the morning of our interview, Professor Burguano shared a link to that same documentary, available to watch on Facebook, subtitled in Romanian.
Even the video that you sent of Plandemic, in Romania, it had 800,000 views, right? And it didn't even have a label.
Yes, I think this is a huge problem for a country such as Romania. For Facebook, Romania is what they call a small market.
Facebook has responded to the criticism, noting the work of, quote, dedicated teams that combat platform abuse in countries where there are heightened risks. Conspiracy theories that originate in the United States are spread on social media and picked up around the world.
There are some influencers, for example, Roberto Malone, who claims to be the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, Robert Kennedy. So these are global figures which enjoy a lot of credibility here in Romania.
Anti-vaccine content is exported by a cohort dubbed the Disinformation Dozen by the Center for Countering Digital Hate. This false information is then brought into the mainstream, shared by local influencers and even mainstream media.
Outrageous narratives that hospitals are like Nazi camps managed to penetrate not only mass media, but also the public television. There was a pro and against debate around the subject of vaccination. Two of the people invited were two of the strongest anti-vaccinations voices in Romania.
Another prominent figure in the Romanian anti-vaccine campaign is Diana Șoșoacă, a member of parliament. In April, YouTube suspended the official account of the Romanian Senate due to her statements recommending that Romanians not wear masks. The senator spreads conspiracy theories about the vaccine in her Facebook live streams, speaking directly to over 380,000 followers. Dozens of other pages repost her content, reaching an even wider audience. In September, Șoșoacă and a few followers protested a vaccine center in her district, blocking cars as they entered the clinic.
Aduce moartea.
Police cited her for disturbing the peace. Conspiracy theories don't just stay online. Thousands have turned out on the streets of the capital, Bucharest, for multiple protests against masks and the vaccine. Meanwhile, in Romania, more than 55,000 people have died from the coronavirus since the start of the pandemic.
It's as if this is an act of honor to resist the government from getting the vaccine. So it is a riot every day.
Right now on NBC News Now, tracking Omicron, the rapidly growing COVID variant posing a pretty serious threat worldwide. We'll tell you about the urgent steps being taken right now to really curb that spread and what we're learning about just how dangerous it really is.
The case against Cosby, a Pennsylvania district attorney now asking the Supreme Court to reinstate the disgraced comedian's sex assault conviction. Why the DA is asking the court to reject that ruling that freed Cosby from prison.
And the end of 3G. Mobile carriers are about to shut down the wireless network for good, but that could also cause some problems for you, even if you use newer technology. What anyone with a smartphone needs to know next.
And it's all about the royals, the Caribbean island of Barbados cutting ties with the British monarchy, the impact it's having on Buckingham Palace as a new documentary examines the royal family's relationship with the press. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. And welcome to our new home right here in Studio 4E at NBC News World Headquarters here in New York City. We begin this hour with you, focusing on the coronavirus pandemic and really the fight against this new Omicron variant. Fresh off the CDC saying all eligible Americans should get a COVID booster shot, Pfizer is now aiming to expand that group. A source familiar with the process tells NBC News that the company will apply for authorization of a booster for 16 and 17 years old. So we're also now learning antibody treatments may not actually work quite as well against this new variant. Drug maker Regeneron coming out with the news just this morning. We should note this analysis involved only their antibody treatment, not the vaccines.
Now, so far, no Omicron cases have been reported here in the U.S., but the number is growing worldwide. All the countries you see here in red have confirmed Omicron cases. France, which you see here in yellow, has several suspected cases. Those are still being investigated. We have team coverage this hour looking at the potential impact of the Omicron variant, both in the U.S. and abroad. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in Miami for us today. Sam, this is all happening as a big gathering is getting underway where you are in Miami. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, quite the confluence of events. And Aaron, Morgan, good afternoon. We are looking right now at the start of a week of celebration here in Miami. Art Basel, which is this major international festival and fair, was canceled last year because of COVID. They are expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 visitors this year. This is there is fresh urgency this morning from the Fed and its chairman about what Omicron could mean for the economy.
A warning to American businesses as they brace for Omicron. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell telling senators that the variant and the recent COVID surge could affect Americans' willingness to work in person and lead to uncertainty and more inflation. So far, no confirmed U.S. cases of the highly mutated variant, although the country's collective antennas are raised.
Very concerned. I'm both vaccinated and have the booster shot, but that doesn't mean I'll be protected.
Two of the nation's largest cities, New York and Los Angeles, already issuing new advisories, urging residents to wear masks indoors regardless of vaccination status. As some businesses consider vaccination mandates, this morning the government delaying a key deadline for federal workers, saying they won't be punished for not getting vaccinated until next year. But across the country, companies big and small are back on alert, monitoring Omicron closely.
The star of the neighborhood is clearly the art.
Small business owner Lance Durham gives guided tours of Miami's Wynwood neighborhood, known for its street art.
We might go back to a heightened alert status where everyone is required to wear a mask, including myself. We might do it sooner than later.
In Miami, preparations are underway for Art Basel, an annual fair that was canceled in person last year due to COVID. Vaccine proof or a negative test is required at most events. Anna Samoilova is exhibiting her documentary-style photography, Flood Zone, and believes South Florida can host a culturally important event safely.
I see it as an opportunity to prove, maybe to the rest of the world, that we are very much capable of adhering to rules are rules everywhere, right?
And there is this ongoing split screen that we're kind of used to down here in Miami, where organizers for Art Basel say they're going to do whatever they need to, guys, to keep people safe. Yesterday, the governor of the state, Ron DeSantis, coming out and saying, in Florida, you're not going to see mask mandates. You're not going to see vaccine requirements, no COVID lockdowns. There is still that sort of antagonistic relationship between city and state as we move into the next chapter of this pandemic. Guys, back to you.
All right. Sam Brock for us there in Miami today. Sam, thank you. And globally, the travel and tourism industries are already starting to feel the effects of Omicron. NBC News correspondent Matt Bradley is outside London's Heathrow Airport for us today. Matt, what are some of the rule changes that are going to go into effect today for travelers arriving in Great Britain?
Yeah, well, the first thing that's going to happen is that instead of having to just take a lateral flow test, which is what I've done in the past, only 2 days after I arrived, that's for those of us who are vaccinated, they'll have to take a PCR test. So it's not that much of a change. The PCR test, of course, more expensive, takes more time. It's a little more uncomfortable, a little bit more penetrating, but in reality, they will have to actually quarantine until they get a negative result from that PCR test. So that's a bit more of an inconvenience, and it really just goes to show that there are some changes, but not the kind of drastic changes you might expect. The British government really clearly doesn't want to make this into a hysterical ordeal, and they really, really don't want to stomp on a travel industry that calls this place, Heathrow, its home.
Matt, are these global changes, these rule changes expected to be a big problem for travelers for the holiday season in particular, even though, even for folks who aren't headed to or returning from Southern Africa?
Well, the thing about travel, of course, is that it's always interconnected, right? So if one plane is late, it can cause other delays. It bounces around the world that way. That is a big problem. But important to note, Aaron, there are only 2 U.S. carriers that fly direct to Southern African countries. One of them is Delta. And a lot of these these carriers have said, they've announced that they're not going to be making drastic travel plans. And also, remember, this is not the first rodeo in the pandemic. These airlines have already made arrangements to allow for flexible travel. So if you look at Heathrow right now, it's hardly a scene of pandemonium. It's basically people are going to be going online, changing their travel bookings, and they're going to be allowed to do so because there's been that flexible travel arrangement ever since the start of this pandemic. Aaron?
All right, Matt Bradley for us in London today, outside London. Matt, thank you.
Now let's take a closer look at just how New York City is bracing for this new variant. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now live from Times Square. Lindsay, we know that Sam just mentioned New York City's mask advisory. What are you seeing there? Are people really observing it?
Hey, Morgan, good to be with you. So, yeah, we know that the mayor of New York City did issue this mask advisory. So you already have to wear a mask if you are in public transit, so the subways, if you're in a school or a hospital, some kind of healthcare setting, a congregate setting. But now the mayor's also saying if you are doing grocery shopping, maybe holiday shopping in a retail store, you should definitely grab your mask as well. He's joining LA County, who also issued this mask advisory. And this is on the heels of the governor of New York issuing a state of emergency. So as of this Friday, all non-emergency, non-urgent medical procedures will be limited, and that is to protect hospital staffing, try and prevent any kind of staffing shortages, and also shortages of supplies. So anecdotally, Morgan, I can tell you that New York City generally, a lot of the people here do wear masks, both indoors and some even people even wear them outdoors. I did talk as well to a pediatrician who talked about not only how important it is to wear masks, but at this point get a booster. This is what she told me.
We have a new variant. Looks like it's going to be highly transmissible. So it's those little episodes where you take your mask off, walk into a grocery store, and maybe forget to put it back on. Maybe this is the time to make sure that you're wearing it. And definitely when you travel, it is very, very important to wear it. And do it for your own protection and that of your family.
So, of course, New York City gets a lot of international visitors. People come for maybe a Rockette show, maybe see the Nutcracker go to Broadway. And I asked her if people have tickets, should they maybe rethink going to something like that? And she said, first of all, right now, we're in wait-and-see mode. It's too early to tell. But also, it's a really personal decision, and you have to go ahead and weigh your own risks, Morgan.
That's right. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We appreciate it. And staying in New York right now, the jury in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial is hearing the first full day of testimony. Maxwell is accused of recruiting young victims for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. NBC News supervising investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick is following that case very closely for us and joins us now. Sarah, thanks for being here. First off, what's the latest from inside the courtroom? I know we were just focusing on a recess the last hour. Have they already come back inside the courtroom?
We're still waiting for them to come back, but we heard very compelling testimony this morning from Jeffrey Epstein's pilot, Larry Visowski. He went into great detail about how Epstein and Maxwell used his planes to fly all across the country and indeed the world. And one of the key points that he identified is that he identified specific victims that have either publicly come forward previously or indeed one victim who we expect to hear from in this case. He identified them. He said that they had been on the plane. He identified, what they look like, that they had been on often. That's going to be a really, really key point because Maxwell has in the past tried tried to claim that she had never met any of these women, that she had no idea who they were. And I think that's going to be very, very significant.
And Sarah, can you just lay out for everyone, kind of beginning to end, what were the biggest arguments we've heard so far from the prosecution and defense? What was their angle? And is there any chance that we could see Maxwell herself take the stand as they try to make their final argument?
So it's been a really fascinating kind of almost split screen of these two arguments. Prosecutors are making a very, very detailed and compelling case, and they're seeking to heighten that this is not just sexual assaults. This is not just, he said, she said, but this was an organized scheme that Maxwell was involved in, and that she was involved in making sure that children, small children, 13, 14, 15-year-old girls, were identified, recruited, groomed specifically for sexual activity. And whether or not we're going to see Maxwell on the stand, that remains to be said. But this is something that victims have been waiting decades, and they are very hopeful they'll be able to have her questioned under oath.
All right, NBC's Sarah Fitzpatrick for us following that case. Sarah, thank you.
Prosecutors in the case against comedian Bill Cosby now appealing to the Supreme Court. They say the dismissal of Cosby's case back in June was unjustified. Cosby served about 3 years of a 10-year sentence. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joining us now. Danny, what is the argument that prosecutors are making here to the Supreme Court?
Prosecutors are making a kind of alarmist argument to the Supreme Court, saying that what this ruling says by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is that anytime a prosecutor decides not to prosecute someone, that is an automatic grant of immunity to that prospective defendant, that that defendant can never be prosecuted if a prosecutor decides not to prosecute. It's a very expansive reading of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's decision. More likely what the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said was, in this particular set of facts, what this DA did operated as a bar to a future prosecution of this particular defendant.
So, Danny, is this case that the Supreme Court, is it a case the court is likely to take up?
If you're just playing the odds, there are thousands of petitions for certiorari, or other words, requests for the Supreme Court to hear a case. The vast, vast majority of them are flat out denied. They never make it to the Supreme Court. So just statistically, it's a long shot. The fact that it's a state Supreme Court deciding essentially state law issues, although prosecutors argue these are federal law issues, that makes it a little tougher. But hey, there's always a chance, I suppose.
All right, we'll see how it goes. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you.
Meanwhile, President Biden is back on the road today. He's headed to Minnesota to promote the impacts of his $1 trillion infrastructure plan. His administration's top economic chiefs are on Capitol Hill today amid growing concerns over inflation and supply chain challenges. Joining us now, we have NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece, as well as NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Shannon, let's go ahead and start with you. What are we expecting to hear from the president today in Minnesota? What specifically is his pitch there in the Midwest?
Well, it's part of this ongoing effort by the president to try and sell this infrastructure plan to the public and help sort of boost his support and support for Democrats on this. Today, he's specifically going to be focusing on the jobs this plan will create. He's visiting a technical school and is going to say that the students who are going through this training program now are going to have jobs when they come out, and good paying union jobs, he'll say, because of the infrastructure plans coming down the road from this bill. And we have seen him at a bridge. We have seen him make a number of stops, all about trying to localize and personalize what this big bill means, get away from the process, away from the price tag, and make it personal for people.
Speaking of making it personal, I want to switch now to the White House. Sahil, I mean, these issues are also personally, at the forefront for today's Senate hearing, especially with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. What stood out to you from their testimony thus far?
Yeah, definitely a number of personal issues they discussed, including the issue of COVID, how it's being impacted by this new Omicron variant that seems to be causing a bit of panic, that's caused some travel restrictions. There's obviously the issue of inflation and supply chains, which are all tied into it. Powell spoke about this. He talked about the growing uncertainty around the issue of inflation, the possibility that it could further rise as a result of these new COVID concerns. Let's have a listen to what Powell had to say.
The recent rise in COVID-19 cases and the emergence of the Omicron variant pose downside risks to the employment and economic activity and increased uncertainty for inflation. Greater concerns about the virus could reduce people's willingness to work in person, which would slow progress in the labor market and intensify supply chain disruptions.
And needless to say, the issue of inflation is front and center on the big bill that Democrats are hoping to pass this month, the Build Back Better Act. Democrats are selling this as an antidote to pocketbook concerns in that it will reduce the cost of child care and prescription drugs. And Republicans are saying it'll be fuel on the fire of an already problematic inflation crisis.
Sahil, we just heard from Powell, but what about Yellen? Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is warning the federal government could actually hit the debt ceiling limit as early as December 15th, and she spoke on that. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that first.
America must pay its bills on time and in full. If we do not, we will eviscerate our current recovery. In a matter of days, the majority of Americans would suffer financial pain as critical payments like Social Security checks and military paychecks would not reach their bank accounts, and that would likely be followed by a deep recession.
Eviscerate our progress. Sahil, those are very big words, especially affecting the people that Shannon was just describing that the president is speaking to there in the Midwest. So what's on the table? What are lawmakers considering to really avoid having such a crisis?
This is a major item on the to-do list, the issue of the debt ceiling, enabling the United States to keep paying its bills so it doesn't risk default. And she has set a deadline of December 15th, after which she says the U.S. risks being unable to pay its bills. And of course, lawmakers are trying to figure out how to extend the debt ceiling. And there is no agreement yet, and they're getting pretty close to the deadline here. The battle lines are similar to what they were a few months ago when Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, insisted that this be done on a bipartisan basis. Of course, you need 60 votes in the Senate to move any piece of legislation, and Republicans are not ready to sign on to this debt limit increase. They want Democrats to do it on their own through this reconciliation process where they can do it without Republican votes. So that tug of war remains the case, but one notable difference here, Morgan, is that it's much less contentious this time around. We don't see the fighting words every day from Chuck Schumer and the Republican leader Mitch McConnell that we did before. They've actually been meeting and trying to figure this out, and there's a possibility, more optimism that they'll figure it out this time than last time when they really came close to the deadline.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House, Sahil Kapoor there on Capitol Hill. Thank you both for joining us. We appreciate your reporting.
On the money at this hour, Wall Street taking another roller coaster ride as investors try to gauge the economic impact of the Omicron variant. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now to help us understand what's happening here. Dom, is the market uncertainty really all about this new COVID variant?
So, Aaron, it's the variant and also the Fed as well. The two are actually related. So there's still a bit of a sell-off hangover from what happened on Black Friday. Things, though, really took a sharp leg lower after the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell told the Senate Banking Committee earlier this morning that the U.S. economy is strong and inflationary pressures are building. And it's his opinion that the central bank should look to withdraw some of that emergency stimulus it put in place during the depths of the pandemic last year, adding that they'll likely discuss that removal during their Fed meeting in December. Now, that statement, guys, highlights just how difficult a position the Fed is in, maybe the hardest spot it's been in years. They now have to decide, Aaron, which is more important, fighting the inflationary pressures that have caused consumer prices for all of us to hit multi-year highs, or protect the overall economy from what could be a bigger downturn and a slowdown due to those new COVID variants. And the problem is, Aaron, both of those things require different remedies that both act against each other. That's the reason why the markets are feeling it right now.
And Dom, there's also some news out today about Amazon workers and that union election we covered so much this year. What's the latest there?
So workers at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama will get, Aaron, another chance to vote on whether to unionize or not. That's the ruling coming down from the National Labor Relations Board. It authorized a new union election that a key warehouse that was at the center of all that national attention on was the kind of at least the huge vote on. That previous union vote, by the way, workers overwhelmingly rejected unionization. The retail, wholesale, and department store union argued that Amazon illegally interfered with that election. By the way, there is no update yet on a date for that proposed unionization vote. Still, though, a big development there, Aaron.
And Dom, before I let you go, I want to talk a little bit about Apple, if we can. What can you tell us about a recent spyware hacking?
So this is a big deal as well. Apple says it will notify users whose iPhones or other devices may have been hacked or otherwise compromised, and it's targeting state-sponsored hacking efforts in particular. That's after Apple sued an Israeli-based company, NSO Group, that claimed it broke U.S. laws by selling spyware to hack iPhones themselves. Apple will send notifications when it detects a user has been targeted by state-sponsored hacking. So, Aaron Morgan, a big deal there. Keep an eye out in case some of those hacking efforts have hit your products.
All right, we'll be watching. Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
Sure.
A fight over $60 billion worth of Bitcoin is taking place right now in a Miami courtroom. It's all over who is the true owner of digital wallets said to be containing over 1 million Bitcoins. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has more.
Bitcoin's trial of the century, upwards of tens of billions of dollars potentially on the line, and all over who exactly created the flourishing digital currency.
I believe this is the trial of the century because we have possibly the largest settlement ever, and also the identity of the creator of Bitcoin.
10 jurors in Miami deliberating this week on the major case between this man, Craig Wright, who claims to be the inventor of Bitcoin, and the family of Dave Kleiman, who died in 2013. His family says the two men actually created Bitcoin together, and that Wright should give them half of an extremely lucrative account that he claims to be the holder of.
It's actually many, many hundreds or even thousands of wallets containing 1.1 million Bitcoins that have never moved, that were mined by Satoshi Nakamoto.
The value would make Wright one of the richest persons in the world.
Just how much money are we talking? We could be talking $500 billion.
And that could be divvied up?
Yes, if the jury finds for the Kleiman estate, they could compel Dr. Wright to hand over half a million Bitcoin.
But the wild card in this case? Neither of the two men, Wright or Kleiman, may be the actual Bitcoin inventors. The identity of its creator? Unknown, since Bitcoin's concept went public in 2008. At the time, an entity going by the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto wrote a white paper outlining how the digital currency would operate. But theories about who Nakamoto is have run wild ever since.
This trial is about Satoshi Nakamoto in some ways, and that is a mysterious person who created cryptocurrency, which is maybe the invention of the century.
Christopher Canucciari is a filmmaker working on a documentary called The Search for Satoshi. Craig Wright, the Australian programmer, in this case, first claimed in 2016 that he is Nakamoto, but when challenged to prove it by going through with a transaction using the account, he did not. And it's now been more than 10 years since any public communication has come from the Nakamoto pseudonym. But this case in Florida, jurors don't need to figure out who Nakamoto is. They are just trying to determine if Wright should turn over some of his supposed fortune, however much it ends up being, to his old friend's family. The attorney for Kleiman's family, writing in part in a statement to NBC News, he obtained half of that wealth by stealing it from his dead best friend's estate. He should not be permitted to keep it. But Wright's defense lawyer pushing back.
There's no indication that these two men had any kind of written agreement, whether they had any kind of written partnership to invent and mine Bitcoin.
The jury's decision could come any day.
But even if the jury decides that these two men were partners in their efforts, does that really settle the debate over who Nakamoto really is?
For me, I need to see enough evidence to believe that this person or these people were Satoshi Nakamoto. Maybe after the trial's done, we'll see. But yeah, it's a big question.
Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. Vaughn, first off, is there any precedent for a cryptocurrency case like this?
No, and we're talking about potentially even the biggest settlement in U.S. history, Bitcoin or otherwise, hundreds of billions of dollars potentially on the line here. Outside of just that allotment of Bitcoin that could be handed over, you're also talking about IP rights. You're also talking about potentially tens of billions in punitive damages. That is what makes this settlement in this case so significant. Today is day 3 of deliberations. We could get a ruling from those 10 jurors at any hour, Morgan.
Wow. All right. I know you'll be watching it for us. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much.
Thanks, my friend.
Well, if you or someone you know uses an older phone, it may not be working for much longer. 3G is coming to an end. Starting in 2022, companies like Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T will phase out older wireless networks to make room for 5G and other new tech. NBC News reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges joins us now. And Aiza, I thought this was really 3G, 4G, 5G was just a marketing thing that didn't really have any real practical meaning for regular folks. Is this shutdown expected to actually affect all phones that still use 3G all at once?
So not all at once. So T-Mobile will be the first to kind of shut down its Sprint's 3G network in January, followed by AT&T in February, and then Verizon is expected to do that in December. And essentially this will affect all phones that are on that 3G or third generation wireless technology. And so what that will mean is that any 3G phone will no longer be able to work on a cellular network. There will still be limited wireless capability potentially over Wi-Fi, but there won't be cellular connectivity. So calling 911 will no longer be an option for people with 3G phones.
So I'm looking at the phones that we showed on the screen here. You don't see a lot of those phones anymore, it seems to me anyway. Do we have any idea how many people might be impacted by this? Just looking at older flip phones or not the smartphones that a lot of people use today?
So it's unclear how many people, but one of the things that's significant about this is that older people with cell phones tend to be more affected by this, as well as lower income people. So, that's significant, right? The fact that it is expensive to get new phones and new technology. And so that could be, there are programs being rolled out now to kind of provide discounts. But in that way, yes, older users as well as lower income users are expected to be more affected by this shutdown.
And what else? Is it just phones we're talking about here, or are there other things that could be impacted by this change?
Anything that relies on that 3G kind of connection. So this could be home alarm systems, car SOS systems, fire alarms, ebooks, readers that 3G connection that they rely on that. So there's a variety of things. But again, it's expected to be kind of a slow rollout this year, coming 2022.
All right. We appreciate the heads up. Aiza Garcia-Hodges, thank you.
The former police officer accused of killing Daunte Wright is now heading to court.
Coming up, we're going to head to Minneapolis as jury selection gets underway in this high-profile trial.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the man known as the QAnon shaman from the Capitol riot has appealed his sentence. Jacob Chansley was sentenced to 41 months in prison after pleading guilty to 1 count of obstruction. Chansley now says he's hired 2 new lawyers and fired his old one. That's an indication he'll likely pursue an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is once again facing a fine for refusing to wear a mask on the House floor. The House Ethics Committee released a statement on Monday saying it was informed of the fines on October 21st and 22nd. Green has not filed an appeal for either fine. NBC News has reached out to Green's office for a statement but has not heard back. In an earlier statement to NBC News, Green said she will, quote, continue to stand on the House floor against authoritarian Democratic mandates. And TV's Dr. Oz may be looking to become Senator Dr. Oz. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, Mehmet Oz may join Pennsylvania's Senate race as soon as this week, possibly seeking the Republican nomination. The Pennsylvania race is already considered one of the country's most critical, as it could tip the balance of power in the Senate.
Meanwhile, jury selection is underway in the trial of Kim Potter, the former Minnesota police officer charged with killing Daunte Wright, a 20-year-old black man at a traffic stop just last April. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside that courthouse in Minneapolis. Ron, where do things stand right now inside that courthouse behind you? And how is jury selection going so far? Because we've seen that be a pretty big issue in a lot of the other similar trials we've seen happening across the country.
They've got one juror in the first few hours. They're trying to get to 12 and a couple of alternates. And the judge has said that this should take about a week or so. The trial is supposed to start next Wednesday with opening arguments on December 9th. So that's the time frame. And she said this morning that she thinks the entire trial should last a couple of weeks and told the potential jurors that they would be finished hopefully by Christmas. So, of course, everybody's hoping for that. It's a very slow, gradual process. The jurors have filled out a very extensive questionnaire asking them about their views about the defendant, about the victim, Daunte Wright, about police in general, about the criminal justice system, about race and issues that are broader to the case, because, yes, it is a very sensitive matter. But again, we expect, based on what the judges said, that this should take about a week or so to get to the jury.
Ron, you know, we've learned this really interesting connection, that Daunte Wright actually had a connection to George Floyd. What can you tell us about that?
George Floyd's girlfriend was a teacher of Daunte Wright in high school. And she has emerged as quite the activist and quite the advocate for Wright's family, as they have been trying to get justice during the past number of months since this happened in April. Here's something she said just a couple of days ago. Take a listen.
Kim Potter was seen as a senior officer, an officer that trained new cadets, a trainer who claimed to not know the difference between a taser and a gun. There is no excuse for her incompetence when it comes to people's lives that are at stake. Personally, it makes no sense to me, and I believe it is a lie. I believe Kim Potter has profiled black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time and finally lost her temper and murdered Daunte Wright.
The defense claims that what happened was an innocent mistake or accident, to use words that they put in court filings. Also, we learned this morning, interestingly, one of the defense attorneys said during the questioning of a potential juror that Officer Potter, former Officer Potter, will testify in her own defense.
All right, NBC's Ron Allen outside that courthouse for us. Ron, as always, thank you.
In California, Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes back on the stand today in her fraud and conspiracy trial. Yesterday, she told a crowded courtroom that she was abused by her top executive and romantic partner, Sunny Balwani. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following every development for us from the courthouse there. She joins us from San Jose, I should say now. Yasmin, what is Holmes' testimony focused on so far today?
Aaron, I just stepped out of the courtroom where Elizabeth Holmes is about to begin what is sure to be a contentious cross-examination. This follows an explosive day in court. Elizabeth Holmes telling the jury that she suffered years of abuse, both emotional and physical, at the hands of Sunny Balwani, her top executive and romantic partner. This was an Elizabeth Holmes we have never seen before. She was crying. She was wiping away tears, telling the jury that Sunny Balwani controlled all aspects of her life, from her diet to her schedule, telling her that she has to work 7 days a week in order to be successful, even telling her that she has to, quote, kill off the old Elizabeth to be successful. These are very serious allegations that Sunny Balwani categorically denies. On one hand, she's blaming him for her state of mind while she was CEO of Theranos, but at the same time, she testified that Sunny Balwani did not tell her to make any of these statements that were untrue to invite investors and doctors and patients. Aaron?
Yasmin, you said you were in the courtroom there. How did the jury react to her testimony on Monday about her former partner?
Right. As the jury filed out of the courtroom, Elizabeth Holmes attempted to make eye contact with every single juror. This is a group of 8 men and 4 women. However, most of them did not look at Elizabeth Holmes. They had their head down and they walked out of the courtroom. You know, this really just boils down to intent and who the jury will believe. I've spoken to legal experts who say that discussing the abuse allegations is an effective tool. However, it doesn't really go to the heart of the case. The jury is really going to have to decide here who to believe and whether what she spoke about yesterday has anything to do with what she's facing.
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Korm for us in San Jose, California. Thank you.
We're also closely watching a federal appeals court hearing involving former President Donald Trump.
He's seeking to block access to his White House records by the House committee that's investigating the Capitol riot. The judges want the Trump lawyers to explain why they think the court even has the authority to hear this case. NBC News correspondent Ken Dilanian is joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. Ken, first, can you walk us through some of the legal issues in this case?
So the biggest issue, Aaron, is to what extent a former president can shield documents claiming executive privilege when the current president says that executive privilege doesn't apply. So what happened here is President Biden said the committee can have these documents. The National Archives was about to release them. Donald Trump sued. Now, he lost in the lower court, so now it's in the appeals court. And there's also a question about whether they even have jurisdiction. They're saying there may be a provision in the law that says that decision's not even subject to judicial review.
Speaking of which, Ken, what is the House hoping to learn, and what are Democrats specifically hoping to establish?
So we're talking about nearly 750 pages of documents, including presidential schedules, diaries, call logs, emails in the days and weeks before January 6th. And what they're hoping to learn about is what was President Trump's state of mind? What was he doing and saying while he was trying to overturn the results of the election? Did he foment, did he incite the violence on January 6th? They say that these documents are crucial to learning that.
And while we have you, Ken, there's some news breaking about the Trump chief of staff, Mark Meadows, reaching some sort of an agreement with the committee who wanted to hear his testimony and get documents from him. What do you know?
There appears to be progress. Committee Chairman Benny Thompson said in a statement that Meadows has sat for an initial deposition and is turning over documents through his lawyer. But Meadows' lawyer was a little more circumspect and said that he's cooperating, but he's still disputing or trying to maintain executive privilege, and he's not giving them everything they want.
NBC's Ken Dilanian here with us. Ken, as always, thanks so much for being here.
Great to be with you guys. Thanks.
And a royal rift coming straight into the spotlight.
When we come back, the latest from the UK, where new rumors are swirling about the royal family.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is ordering an investigation into a 2019 U.S. airstrike in Syria. That strike killed dozens of civilians, including women and children. It follows a New York Times investigation earlier this month, which detailed claims of top Pentagon officials allegedly trying to cover up the civilian casualties. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, what exactly does the Pentagon want to learn from this investigation?
So they're trying to look at whether the laws of war were violated. Was a war crime, did a war crime take place when so many civilians were killed in that airstrike in eastern Syria near the Iraqi border? And they're also going to look at, should anyone be disciplined? Should anyone be held accountable who was involved in the airstrike? And then they're also going to look at whether there were administrative or record-keeping errors, because it seems to be that for some reason, earlier initial investigations and reports didn't move up through the chain of command, through the military bureaucracy. So it's a pretty wide remit, and they've appointed a 4-star general who's head of U.S. Army Forces Command, General Garrett, and he's going to be looking at this, and the idea is that he was not involved at all in that command, in that part of the world, and so he'll have an independent mindset as he looks at this.
So, Dan, you mentioned record keeping. I mean, does the Pentagon keep track of civilian casualties as a result of U.S. activity in a foreign conflict?
It does. They say they do, and they issue an annual report every year. And, of course, it's controversial. Human rights groups and other independent watchdogs say they grossly underreport the number of civilian casualties. They say they killed about 130 civilians in 2019. In the last report they issued, a lot of those were in Afghanistan. But of course, they don't really have on-the-ground teams that can investigate the possibility of civilian casualties in a lot of these cases. So they're relying on drone footage, and they're relying on the accounts of the pilots in the cockpit. And human rights groups are saying that's just not adequate, and they need to be more transparent and more forward-leaning about what's going on when those bombs are dropped.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
Air pollution in India and a daring flight in Chile. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Spain, where investigators are trying to figure out what started a deadly fire this morning. 4 people died when an abandoned bank building caught fire in Barcelona. 2 victims were small children. 4 others made it out. Police say 2 families were living in the bank. Local reports say many abandoned buildings in the area are occupied by homeless people. India, where residents in New Delhi stepped out into improved air quality today. Still wind, dry weather, car emissions, and burning in neighboring states are adding to air pollution in the nation's capital. While the air quality rating is still very unhealthy, residents say there was a little improvement today. And Chile, where a daredevil became the first person to fly into an active volcano. Sebastian Alvarez, a former Chilean military pilot, jumped from a helicopter and glided over the 650-foot wide crater at about 100 miles an hour. His wingsuit consists of nothing more than small wings attached to the arms and legs of the pilot, plus a parachute in case he needs to bail out. And that's the world now.
Britain's royal family is making headlines for multiple reasons. Barbados is ending nearly 4 centuries of British rule and becoming an independent nation. And a new BBC documentary is now examining the tumultuous public lives of William and Harry, the princes. Here's NBC's Molly Hunter.
Erin Morgan, good afternoon from Buckingham Palace. Now, the party is in Barbados. That is where celebrations are going on today. Now, the Queen has sent her congratulations, but Prince Charles was right there for all the action. Take a look.
This morning, after 396 years, the Caribbean island of Barbados becoming the world's newest independent republic. At the stroke of midnight, Sandra Mason became the nation's first ever president.
So help me God.
In the crowd, Barbadian singer Rihanna alongside Prince Charles representing his mother.
The creation of this republic offers a new beginning.
He also acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery. The Queen, previously the country's head of state, has visited Barbados many times over the years, but this week she stayed at home, still taking it easy since her hospital stay back in October. Here in the UK, the firm, as the royal family is known, is busy going to battle on another front.
The House of Windsor and the British press.
Heavily criticizing the new two-part BBC documentary called The Princes and the Press. The program delves into the intense media coverage of Princes William and Harry. In a rare move, Buckingham Palace, Clarence House, and Kensington Palace put out a joint statement that the BBC included, saying, "A free, responsible, and open press is of vital importance to a healthy democracy. However, too often it is overblown and unfounded claims from unnamed sources that are presented as facts, and it is disappointing when anyone, including the BBC, gives them credibility." In another bombshell release this week, the author of Brothers and Wives speaking exclusively to the Today Show. Christopher Anderson reporting that Harry and Meghan began distancing themselves after the Queen did not include their photo in a 2019 Christmas address.
Harry did feel as if he was being erased, according to a friend of his, was being erased slowly from the family. That was quite the signal the Queen was sending.
And Anderson also said he traced a comment about the potential complexion of Meghan and Harry's children back to Prince Charles, but says it was twisted by royal advisors.
There's a conversation with you, with Harry, about how dark your baby is going to be? Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
But it was turned into something very toxic. It was weaponized, really, by the men in gray.
Guys, there are a lot of royal headlines to get through, but going back to that BBC documentary really causing a stir on this side of the pond today, it essentially claims that for years, William and Harry and the rest of the royal family had a deal with the Royal Press Corps that essentially meant favorable coverage. And what they're saying is that William and Harry and their families essentially stopped playing the game, and that is behind a lot of the negative coverage that we've seen. The documentary even goes on to say that Harry is avenging Diana, and that is behind a lot of his actions. But guys, the BBC is defending their documentary, saying it's about how royal journalism is done and features a range of journalists. Really interesting, lots to talk about. Morgan, Aaron.
Trailblazing performer Josephine Baker is now officially the first black woman ever to be memorialized at the Pantheon in Paris. Baker escaped racism in America for the relative tolerance of France in the 1920s. She also worked as a spy for the resistance during World War II. Here's NBC's Kelly Kobiella.
Aaron and Morgan, campaigners have been fighting for 8 years to get Josephine Baker entered into the Pantheon, and it is finally happening today. She'll join the likes of writer Victor Hugo and scientist Marie Curie. As her son, one of her sons, put it to me, she was just a normal woman, he said, who did extraordinary things. She was the world's first black superstar, edgy, sexy, and hugely talented. Josephine Baker, born and raised in Missouri, became a household name in the 20s, a dancer, singer, and civil rights activist who spent her life breaking down barriers of exclusion, using her talent to make statements like this risque and controversial dance in a skirt made of bananas. Baker's public life made her a wildly popular star. Her private life, much of it spent at this remote French castle, made her a hero. It was her refuge and her family home. Akio Bouillon is Baker's eldest adopted son and grew up here. Did she dance in this?
That's it.
Now a museum showcasing Baker's elaborate costumes and her most prized possessions of all. France's highest military medals, the Legion of Honor and Medal of the Resistance, were awarded for her secret work fighting the Nazis in World War II. Was she a spy?
She was.
She was very brave.
For her, no. She was giving back.
But in the U.S., she said she faced hostility and racism. At New York's Stork Club in 1951, ignored for an hour. American actress Grace Kelly saw it all and walked out in solidarity. The future Princess of Monaco and the Queen of the French Cabaret becoming lifelong friends. Prince Albert, Grace Kelly's son, remembers a kind woman.
Her generosity of spirit and of heart really always touched me.
Baker adopted Akio and 11 other children from different countries, races, and religions, calling the family her Rainbow Tribe. But by the late 1960s, Baker was broke. The castle auctioned off, her Rainbow Tribe homeless. Old friend Grace Kelly, now Princess of Monaco, helped Baker sing her way back into stardom. A remarkable comeback in her 60s, selling out New York's Carnegie Hall, getting a standing ovation in Paris. But just days after her last performance, Baker had a stroke and never recovered. Thousands in France lined the streets for her funeral, buried with full military honors. A symbolic casket entered into the Pantheon. Today, this extraordinary woman making history again. Josephine Baker is actually buried in Monaco, and that's where her family would like her to stay. So instead, this symbolic casket will be entered into the Pantheon today. There will be a parade. The casket will be carried by members of the French Air Force because, guys, not only was she a World War II spy, she was also a pilot for the French resistance. Erin Morgan.
An outpouring of love for a designer who touched so many lives.
After the break, remembering a man who redefined fashion and inspired so many others.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, NBC's next live musical is quickly approaching. A star-studded cast bringing the Tony-winning musical Annie to your TVs. That'll happen Thursday night. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with Miss Hannigan and the 12-year-old who was chosen to play Annie.
It's only a few days away. The young star of Annie Live, Selena Smith, is never without a smile.
I don't even know how to act. I'm just like, I'm like bouncing up and down the walls.
I think it's fair to say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, I never even thought I'd be here.
But look at you, you are.
It's a dream.
When you found out you got picked after this nationwide search, what was that like for you?
But I was just so, it felt like a weight had just been lifted off of my shoulder, and I was so happy. You could have sworn there was a kangaroo in the house. I was just like hopping everywhere and just, I was screaming. I was just acting a fool, a blubbering idiot.
You don't want Annie. In this version of Annie, the orphan's hard-knock life will come courtesy of Taraji P. Henson, cast as Miss Hannigan.
She's the villain that you love to hate. She's quirky. For me, she's the total opposite of who we really don't have much in common. I love kids. It's a role that I get to lose myself in. You know, I get to have so much fun with her.
Some women are dripping with diamonds. It's a role that was made iconic, of course, by Carol Burnett back in the 1982 movie.
For me, it's life full circle because I really love Carol Burnett. I studied her. She kept me out of a lot of mischief when I was growing up. I just hope I make her proud.
You think she'll be watching?
I hope so. I'm sending her flowers and I'm sending her everything to sit back and enjoy the show.
How did she keep you out of mischief?
Watching her. I would rather watch her or Lucille Ball than go outside and play with my friends. I was studying her. This was before I even knew I wanted to act. She just did it for me. She made me laugh. She was more than a star to me. My mother raised me, definitely kept me out of mischief, but she had Carol Burnett's help. And the entire cast of the Carol Burnett show.
We got a taste of what's to come when the cast performed at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and Selena belted out her version.
So it's such an easy song to sing because it's such a comforting one, so.
And she has the pipes.
Do you give it your own little twist?
I try. I always try to like add a little bit like a run or something in there, but you know, sometimes you can't do that.
Castmates say, bet your bottom dollar, Selena will steal the show.
I'm tired of talking about it. I just want you to see the talent of this great young woman here because she'll be around for a long time. We're watching her grow as a star right before our very eyes. Get used to it.
What do you think when you hear that?
I don't even know how to feel.
Just accept it.
I might as well, because it's
accept
happening.
It is. Exactly.
That was NBC's Joe Fryer reporting. The worlds of fashion and design are mourning the loss of another trailblazer. Virgil Abloh died from cancer this week, and now fans are remembering him as an inspiring cultural force. Take a listen.
Virgil Abloh, the barrier-breaking fashion superstar, has died this week at the age of 41 after privately battling a rare form of heart cancer. The first black artistic director of Louis Vuitton menswear, Abloh also created his own brand, Off-White, bringing contemporary streetwear to the most exclusive runways.
Hip-hop is just as important as fine art. Why is it different?
The son of Ghanaian immigrants whose mother taught him to sew, Abloh also made his name as a DJ and furniture maker with degrees in civil engineering and architecture.
What do you think his legacy will be? He was a Black man who was at the top of the creative pyramid. A lot of younger Black designers felt that it was not just his walking through those spaces, but he was making room for all of them to do that.
Abloh's career took off when he collaborated with Kanye West and later partnered with brands like Nike, IKEA, and Evian. Survived by his wife and 2 children, tributes for the creator are now pouring in. Famed Harlem designer Dapper Dan saying Virgil's life was a testament to how much Black lives matter by showing what Black lives are capable of.
Who can we empower next?
Capable of and celebrated for.
Life is so short that you can't waste even a day subscribing to what someone thinks you can do versus knowing what you can do.
So another thing that's interesting is that Abloh raised more than $1 million for scholarships for young Black fashion students. And he also had his own mentorship program to help give young professionals their start in that industry. So today, the world is mourning a man who really focused on creating space and making room for the next generation. Thank you guys so much for joining us and being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, the Omicron threat, the newest COVID variant rapidly spreading worldwide. Some countries are shutting down their borders. New York City now reinstating its indoor mask advisory. Our health experts with everything you need to know.
And on the record, a new twist in the harassment scandal involving former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Why his brother, CNN host Chris Cuomo, is now in the spotlight over newly revealed text messages.
Bowing out, golf legend Tiger Woods says he'll never play again, at least not full time. How he came to that decision and the impact on the world of golf.
And sweet and low, the global supply chain crisis hitting us where it hurts, the breakfast table. The extreme measures one country is taking to ensure you have maple syrup to go with those pancakes. Hey there, everyone. We are so glad you could join us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Welcome to our new home in Studio 4E at NBC News World Headquarters here in New York City. We begin this hour with the Omicron variant and the threat from that new COVID variant. There are still no confirmed cases in the U.S., but new cases are emerging worldwide. Japan says at least one traveler recently tested positive for the new variant. That 30-year-old arrived from Namibia before the country closed its borders. You see France in yellow here. Several cases there are still being investigated.
Meanwhile, health officials in the Netherlands say Omicron has been there since mid-November. That's a week before 2 planes arrived in the Netherlands from South Africa. More than 60 travelers tested positive for COVID, and 14 had that particular variant. It's believed the travelers were most likely infected separately from one another. That's why we are covering this new variant from every single angle, including what you need to know to protect yourself. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who's right here with us in New York. Hey there, Gabe.
Hey there, Morgan. Good morning. So, yeah, a lot of fast-moving developments here and new concerns over young children and their possible response to this variant in South Africa. Here in New York City, as you mentioned, local officials have reinstituted an indoor mask advisory. But nationwide, the president says that widespread lockdowns are off the table.
This morning, as the new Omicron variant spreads around the world, the CDC is now strengthening its recommendation that all adults not only can, but should get COVID booster shots, as President Biden calls for calm and wider vaccinations.
This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic.
Overnight, a source familiar with the process told NBC News that Pfizer now intends to apply for the first emergency use authorization of COVID boosters for teenagers, specifically 16 and 17-year-olds. That application is expected this week, but there's no timeline for when the FDA could act. Still, the Omicron variant bringing new concern for those even younger. In South Africa, where the strain was first identified, experts have seen an increase in hospitalizations among very young children. The country's Communicable Disease Institute revealing kids under 2 make up the highest percentage of COVID patients at the epicenter of the outbreak. In the U.S., experts say vaccines for everyone who can get them are the best way to stop the spread. 74% of Americans age 5 and older have now received at least one COVID shot, and more than 196 million people are fully vaccinated, 40 million boosted. The president also says he's not considering any widespread lockdowns.
If people are vaccinated and wear their masks, there's no need for the lockdown.
Meanwhile, all 3 vaccine makers in the U.S. are testing their shots to see if they work as well against this new variant.
It's highly likely that there will be loss of vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, but whether we will really have to tweak the current vaccines, we just don't know. We have to wait, I think, for a couple of weeks until we get those key data.
Gabe, the data you mentioned there was really important, but we also have new breaking news now about Regeneron's COVID treatment. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. It's another sign that these treatments, may need to be tweaked in some way. Preliminary tests now show that the COVID antibody drug cocktail made by Regeneron may, and that's a big may not be as effective against this new variant. And you just heard there from an official with Moderna. They're going to be taking a close look at this over the next coming weeks, looking at this new data from South Africa and trying to decide whether they need to make adjustments to the vaccines, but also to other COVID treatments out there as well, Morgan.
All right. Gabe Gutierrez, important reporting for us there. Gabe, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton now. Dr. Hilton, we heard President Biden obviously urging the U.S. not to panic. right now. I want to ask just your thoughts, your take on that thought process. Do you agree?
Right. I think we should never panic, but we should prepare. And what we know is that at this stage, literally yesterday, we buried more people than we buried in November 29th, 2020.
Wow.
We are burying more people today. And the question is, why is that? We have vaccines now. We know how COVID works. We have better medications that we can use now in the hospital. And yet we're still dying. So the difference between now and then was that we were more so wearing masks at that point than we're not doing now. We're more so being socially distant. And meanwhile, we're now having concerts and having parties and not treating COVID as if it is not still deadly. So should we panic? No. Should we prepare? Yes.
And you make the point, it seems like it would be so easy to do that because we know exactly what to do to better protect ourselves when we're moving about in the world. I want to ask you about boosters, too, while we have you. Do we know if these booster shots help combat the Omicron variant? And what should folks do if you already have your third shot? What should you be doing differently, if anything?
Right. Do we know fully yet? No. What we do know, though, is that the vaccine is proven to hold up and not showing any signs at this point that it's being compromised. So should you still get your booster shot? Most certainly. What we know is that we're going to find out more and more details as countries around this world are popping up with these new variants that's in place. But we can't forget is that we still have the Delta variant that we're concerned with. We still have the original COVID-19 that we're concerned with. We still have all the other variants that came before. So we can't just center our thoughts solely on the Omicron, right? We have to be holistic in our approach, which means getting your vaccine, getting your booster shot, wearing your mask, and practicing those basic public health measures. That's the only way we're going to get through this.
And a distinction to make here, we think about like New York City, for example, is asking people to go back to masking indoors, vaccinated or not. That was something we heard yesterday from the health commissioner here. Do you think other cities and states should adopt that approach and make it more than just advice?
Right. I think we should have never gotten away from it. So you may be asking the wrong person. When we lifted the mask mandates, that was a week before 4th of July. And what we see, if we look at July onward, we have soared in our cases. We have soared in our death rates. Masks work. We know this. And it's not only just what mask. It's the most important thing is to use the N95 mask, but practicing those social distancing, respecting the fact that this is an airborne disease. So avoiding those crowded places, avoiding those indoor spots of where we don't know if the ventilation is adequate, right? We have to know that there is nothing that's going to be 100%, but using those precautions will greatly reduce your risk.
You're absolutely the person to ask. You've been here with us several times and given us very plain talk that is backed by researched science. So we appreciate your perspective, Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the first countries to really sound the alarm about the Omicron variant was South Africa. Within a matter of weeks, researchers there were able to detect the new variant following a COVID surge in an area that had seen a significant drop-off. Our very own NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel spoke with one of those researchers. Take a listen.
Gauteng province, which surrounds Johannesburg, is South Africa's most populous district. And it's what's happening here that's triggered alarm in South Africa and now around the world. We've been following Gauteng for over a year, a district of poor townships. Only 24% of South Africa's population is fully vaccinated. Gauteng has been hit by wave after wave of COVID. Cases had dropped off recently because people had already been infected or been vaccinated. Then along came Omicron. Dr. Richard Lessels is one of the first scientists to study the new variant's genetics.
This is all happening very recently. 3 weeks ago in Gauteng province, the case numbers were around 100. Now they're kind of 2,000, 3,000. We've seen this very rapid rise.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
Cases across South Africa are up 63% since the start of November. Omicron, it seems, is a bee that can sting twice. We still don't know how badly. Anecdotally, doctors and nurses describe symptoms as flu-like. But many of the cases detected so far here are in young people, expected to be mild anyway. And they've been found early. And there's always a lag for symptoms to begin. That lag could mean as quickly as this variant was spotted, it could already be everywhere.
I expect over the course of this week, we're just going to see the number of countries reporting cases rising.
How likely would you say it is that there are already cases in the United States?
Very likely.
Richard, there's been sort of a lot of
and
discussion.
Here in the UK,
No, please, go ahead, Richard.
No, I was going to say just in the last few moments here in the UK, they have identified another 8 cases of Omicron, bringing the total to 13 in England, another 9 in Scotland. And Prime Minister Boris Johnson is speaking at the moment, and he is saying, like the Biden administration is saying, that the solution that they're going for right now is doubling down on boosters. And he said that 400 military personnel are being pulled into this campaign to accelerate the booster program, and that he said temporary vaccination clinics will soon start popping up in this country like Christmas trees, and they want to give as many boosters as they can to all eligible people by the end of January.
Richard, it's interesting hearing sort of that solution approach focused on vaccination and boosters. But what about the test? I mean, do we know how effective our current tests are in detecting that Omicron variant?
So the good news is that this variant is not invisible. When the virus changes, when it mutates, there's a potential that the test, which looks for the virus, can't find it anymore. But the PCR test, which is the more elaborate test that can take up to 24 hours, it costs considerably more than an average lateral flow test or a rapid antigen test, as they're also known. Those still work. 3 of the markers on the virus that the PCRs look for, 2 of those markers are still able to be detected by the PCR. Unfortunately, they are still looking at the rapid antigen test, the one that gives you a result in just a matter of a few minutes. But it is still identifiable. You can still test for it, definitely with the PCR, and hopefully doctors say with the antigen test as well.
All right, NBC's Richard Engel for us there. Richard, thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the sexual harassment scandal that brought down New York's former governor, Andrew Cuomo. Thousands of pages of testimony and evidence have been made public now, and that is putting a spotlight, a new one, on his brother, CNN host Chris Cuomo. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with the latest on this. Hi, Ann.
Hi, Aaron. Chris Cuomo's troubles focus on some text messages between the younger Cuomo and then Governor Andrew Cuomo's top aide. And it shows Chris Cuomo offering to use his media sources to get intel to help defend his brother. The documents also reveal that the younger Cuomo wrote statements on the then governor's behalf. CNN is now conducting a review of this trove of messages.
It was business as usual on CNN Monday night for Chris Cuomo.
Putting travel bans in effect.
Despite being back in hot water for helping his brother Andrew, then the governor of New York, who was caught in a sexual harassment scandal. The state's attorney general's office releasing new text messages between the former governor's top aide and the TV anchor. Melissa DeRosa texting, rumor going around from Politico, 1 to 2 more people coming out tomorrow. Can you check your sources? Chris Cuomo responds, on it. DeRosa later reaching out when she heard the New Yorker's Ronan Farrow was working on a story, again asking the CNN journalist to check his sources. Even before this, Chris Cuomo was volunteering assistance, texting DeRosa, please let me help with the prep. CNN in a statement saying the transcripts and documents deserve a thorough review and consideration, adding the network will seek additional clarity about their significance over the next several days. The younger Cuomo defending and downplaying his own role after his brother resigned in August.
I can't be objective when it comes to my family. So I never reported on the scandal.
And when it happened, I tried to be there for my brother.
The Attorney General also released video of Andrew Cuomo's nearly 11 hours of testimony under oath.
You remember asking her, saying to her, "May I kiss you?"
I don't remember saying that.
The former governor will be arraigned in January for allegedly groping the breast of a female aide.
I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse.
Brittany Camiso making that allegation in her interview, one of 6 accusers whose video testimonies were made public Monday by the Attorney General's office. Cuomo denied he did any such thing.
It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation.
Now, Andrew Cuomo's attorney is calling on the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, who is running for governor, to recuse her office from this case. The attorney says in a statement, no legitimate chief legal officer would make such selective disclosures, as well as harm a pending criminal case by broadcasting to each witness what the other witnesses have said. And that pending criminal case is the misdemeanor charge that the former governor faces. Aaron?
All right, Ann Thompson for us today. Ann, thank you.
And happening right now, it's the first full day of testimony in the high-profile trial of accused Jeffrey Epstein recruiter Ghislaine Maxwell. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now just outside that courthouse right here in Manhattan. Tom, first off, if you don't mind, just tell us a little bit about what's happening in that courthouse behind you and who specifically are we expected to hear from today?
Sure. Well, we're just coming out of the morning recess, Morgan, and what we heard from this morning and the testimony that we heard about had to do with Jeffrey Epstein's private plane, specifically his chief pilot for a number of years, Larry Visosky. Visosky testifying that he flew Epstein and Maxwell on a number of occasions. We actually got to see pictures of inside of Jeffrey Epstein's plane, and those will be made public sometime later today. But the key parts of his testimony is that he confirmed that one of the alleged victims in this case, who apparently was 14 years old when she was abused, according to the indictment, that he did recognize her and did remember her in taking her at one point. Also says that he remembered transporting Virginia Giuffre, at the time Virginia Roberts, who also says that she was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in numerous interviews that she's done with the press, including NBC News. So that was one significant piece of information that came out today, though he did say he never saw any sexual activity on the planes, while also acknowledging, Morgan, he was up front flying the plane with the door closed. So that's what we got a little bit this morning.
Tom, could we expect to see Maxwell herself take the stand during this trial?
You know, I know that's a big question and obviously a lot of intrigue, understandably, about that. At this point, I would doubt that that's the case. You know, we've seen people testify in their cases recently with mixed success. It typically speaks to somebody's frame of mind when they were in the middle of the act that they're charged with. But when you speak with legal analysts, a case like this might be fraught with some real concerns for Maxwell, particularly on cross-examination. The strategy here from her defense that they laid out yesterday would seem to be kind of the antithesis of having her be on the stand, essentially say that, look, Maxwell's the scapegoat is what they said essentially in their opening statement yesterday. And also they're clearly going after the victims, both on their memory, also for payments that they received as a result of civil settlements. So it seems to be kind of pushing away towards having Maxwell appear on the stand, Morgan.
All right, I know you'll be following every single curve of that trial and that testimony. Tom Winter for us there just outside the courthouse. Tom, as always, thank you.
President Biden will be in Minnesota today making the case for his $1 trillion infrastructure package. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining us now. Shannon, what's the president's message going to be today, and help us understand why Minnesota?
Well, he's going to be visiting this technical school and talking about how the students who are being trained there are going to have jobs, good, high-paying union jobs, because of the infrastructure bill that was passed. At least that's the message that we're going to hear from the president. And it is part of this broader effort we are seeing from the White House to try and get credit and get some public support that will lift the president's approval rating from the passage of this infrastructure law. White House officials say that the parts of this law are very popular with the public. They poll very well. However, they have not seen that translate into an increase in the president's approval rating numbers. So we have seen the president going across the country now to a number of states. I will note, typically states that are a bit more in that swing state category. If you're looking at the map in 2022, 2024, trying to make specific examples for how this big package is going to impact individual communities and the people who live there.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House for us today. Shannon, thank you.
Now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are facing critical deadlines just ahead of the new year. We're talking about everything from avoiding a government shutdown to a growing debt ceiling debate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, first off, just give us the big picture. I mean, what is the most important thing singularly for Congress to get done right now, and where does that thing stand?
Everything, because when you look at the calendar, there are so many of these deadlines that Congress cannot move. Just there, December 3rd and December 15th, government funding runs out at this point Friday at midnight. There's not a sense here that we are heading for a shutdown imminently, but they actually have to make sure that doesn't happen by passing a continuing resolution. There's some up in the air stuff about whether or not they want to pass that resolution to kick this can to the middle of January, the end of January, maybe even early February, and then right after they contend with that deadline, another one right after it on December 15th. The U.S. line of credit runs out there. They have to figure out how to raise the debt ceiling. And then, of course, there are the things that are a little bit more fungible, especially passing the Build Back Better Act, which Chuck Schumer has said he wants to do by Christmas. They are likely to do that, but at the same time, that's one of those deadlines that's a little bit more malleable. They can change that if they want to, but the economic ones, those are pretty set in stone.
Those fungible deadlines with some pretty severe consequences. Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, as always, thank you.
Thanks.
A setback in his long-awaited comeback.
That's right. Coming up, what golf great Tiger Woods has to say about his future in his very first interview since surviving a horrific crash in California. Stay with us.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tiger Woods says he will never play golf again full-time.
Yeah, the star golfer is now speaking publicly for the first time since his devastating car accident. That was 9 months ago.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now with more. Steve, what is Tiger Woods saying about his recovery process and ultimately how it led him to this decision?
Well, it was a very candid press conference. I think Woods shedding a light on that recovery, including how grueling and brutal and slow and at times heartbreaking it was, but also saying how lucky he is and how he's kind of turned a page and on the other side of it. You have to remember how extensive the damage to his leg was from that car accident. Doctors saying that amputation was not completely off the table. So for him, he's feeling lucky to be alive, lucky to be around the game, and lucky to have his leg. Here's what he said partially about that recovery. Listen to this.
I'm lucky to be alive, but also still have the limb. Those are two crucial things, you know. So I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me. That I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
And so the message from Tiger Woods is that he is going to play again, but it will be on a part-time basis, and to see him sort of hoisting a trophy or donning a green jacket, probably unlikely, but he's just happy to be back around the game again, guys.
You say happy to be back in the game, but Steve, does Tiger sort of have a timeline for when he could be back on the course at all?
No, not yet. He's taking it step by step. Remember, it went from 3 weeks in that hospital to 3 months in bed to months on crutches and then a boot. And now he's playing 18 holes, but not saying when he'll come back and do an actual tournament. Here he is again on that recovery process and what he's gone through to get to this point. Listen to this.
There were some tough times in there. There were some really, really tough times, and pain got pretty great at times. But he helped me get through it, and I'm on the better side of it, but I still got a long way to go.
Despite all that, I mean, you saw him at the press conference. He looks great. It looks like he's been working out. I watched him walk away from the podium, and you could barely tell that there was a limp. But one of the most revealing things, a reporter asked him, "Are you in pain now?" And he said, yes, winced a little bit, said, "My leg hurts and my back hurts." So we're not sure when we'll see him golf again professionally. But he says it'll be soon.
All right. NBC's Steve Patterson live from Los Angeles for us. Steve, thank you.
Yep.
Another former police officer goes on trial for the killing of an unarmed black man in Minnesota.
Still ahead, the deadly mistake that prosecutors say was no mistake at all. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, the wildfire on Pilot Mountain in North Carolina has now grown to more than 500 acres. Officials say dry conditions and a lack of rain have made fighting that fire extremely difficult. Crews are putting containment lines at the base of the mountain, letting the fire burn down. So far, no injuries, thankfully, have been reported. A pregnant woman risks her life and that of her unborn child to save a man from his burning home. Take a look at this. Sarah Mogan, who is 4.5 months pregnant, ran up to this house in flames in Utah. She woke up the homeowner, who had no idea that his house was even on fire. Mogan actually recorded this video after she saved the man. Sarah, her baby, and the man inside the house are all okay. And the First Family has unveiled this year's White House Christmas decorations. Take a look at this. The theme this year is Gifts from the Heart. President Biden and the First Lady say they wanted to focus on things that unite us even during the pandemic. There are rooms entirely dedicated to frontline medical workers. Volunteers helped put up 41 Christmas trees, 6,000 feet of ribbon, and more than 78,000 Christmas lights.
Jury selection now underway in the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. Potter is charged with manslaughter after killing 20-year-old Daunte Wright at a traffic stop earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining us now from outside the courthouse in Minneapolis. Shaq, what more do we know about what's happening in the courtroom right now?
Well, that jury selection process is underway right now, and just in the past couple of minutes, Aaron, the first juror in this trial has been seated. Now, the jurors are going to remain anonymous throughout this process, but we know that he is a male, and he sounds to be a little bit older. He sounds like he says that he's a medical editor in terms of his occupation. But that is what's going on right now. The judge gets an opportunity to question each potential juror, and then the defense and prosecution, they both get to question the juror based on this 15-page questionnaire that all of the potential jurors filled out before even arriving to the courthouse today. So that process is underway, and it'll continue until they have 12 jurors selected and 2 alternates, Aaron.
Shaq, Daunte Wright's family spoke as the trial was getting underway there. What did they have to say?
Yeah, we heard from them yesterday in an emotional press conference. And, you know, one point that we heard from their family attorney was the idea of accountability. They want to see Kim Potter convicted of manslaughter. She's facing those 2 counts, first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. Now, one point that we heard from the family attorney is that Mohammed Noor, he was a police officer who was convicted in 2019 of manslaughter, who also used a similar defense that you're hearing Kim Potter use, saying that he acted he shot, then it was an Australian national, in not only self-defense, but as a mistake. Kim Potter is saying she mistakenly reached for her firearm instead of her taser. Listen to a little bit of what the family attorney said about that comparison.
And the question is, are we prepared to hold a white officer accountable for killing a young black man when he says, or when she says, it was an accident, which obviously we dispute, and the Attorney General's office has done an excellent job of laying out why this is not some mere accident. So we're going to learn a lot about ourselves.
I mentioned Kim Potter is facing those 2 charges. They carry about a maximum penalty of 15 years in prison. But based on the sentencing guidelines, even if she were to be convicted, she wouldn't serve that much time, Aaron.
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us in Minneapolis today. Thanks, Shaq.
Meanwhile, police in Oakland are offering a $30,000 reward to find the person who shot and killed a security guard just last week. He was protecting a TV news crew who was covering another crime. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett.
Oakland police searching for suspects after a security guard was shot and killed while working with a television news crew on assignment. They're offering a $32,500 reward and released this photo of what they believe to be the getaway car. Kevin Nishida, a former career police officer, was working security detail for a KRON 4 news team, covering the story around this smash-and-grab robbery downtown. Then, he was shot in an attempted armed robbery of the news crew during their coverage. Nishida's former colleagues remember him as a devoted team player.
He always took that extra step or just did that extra thing, whether it was your friendship or your relationship here at work.
Although Kevin was retired, his life calling was to defend, to protect, to guard, and he died a hero.
Law enforcement experts tell us the intensity of these smash-and-grab robberies seen in recent weeks is troubling.
Is there concern about the potential ripple effect of more violence connected to smash-and-grab robberies like this?
It certainly is a threat to the community, and it's a threat to law enforcement.
And those who are committing these violent acts have to be captured. They have to be incarcerated, because it appears that we have a lawlessness that is taking place.
To combat these incidents of organized retail theft, Bay Area prosecutors say they have formed an alliance. The Alameda County District Attorney saying in a statement, quote, "Be assured that those caught and arrested will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But it's the murders and shootings that are especially concerning." Like many cities across the country, Oakland has seen a spike in its homicide rate since the pandemic began. Nishida's death marked the 126th homicide this year so far. That compares to 72 homicides in all of 2019.
Law enforcement can't do this on their own. This is a bigger issue, and it's going to take a collaboration.
While homicides are up, the police department's clearance rates, when a crime ends in an arrest, are down significantly from previous years, now around 35%.
And I think we all need to be very much concerned about it, but it really saddens me that we've gotten to this point.
That was Maura Barrett reporting. And at this hour, a federal appeals court is hearing from lawyers for former President Donald Trump. They're asking the court to keep the House committee investigating the Capitol riot from getting access to his White House records. But the court wants those lawyers to explain why they think the court even has the authority to hear this case. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has been following this for us throughout the morning. Pete, bring us up to speed here. What is the point of this hearing today?
Well, it was scheduled for an hour. We're already into the second hour, and it isn't over yet, so it's going to go at least another hour, I would say. Remember how this all got started. The House committee asked for a bunch of documents. The archivist said, okay, you can have them. If the president agrees, President Biden said yes. I think even though there's an argument that executive privilege would apply, that's overcome by the committee's need for these documents. President Trump disagreed, and so he went to court to block the turnover. What the court is asking here is, now what are we supposed to do? What is the court's role if a current president says, no, I think executive privilege should be waived, and the former president says, no, it shouldn't be? How is the court supposed to decide who's got the better argument here? How is the court supposed to decide when it's in the national interest? Should they go through documents case by case, in looking at individual documents, requiring the former president to make some specific showing of evidence about why this would damage the executive branch? That's what the court is struggling with. I have to say, I don't think the president has the better argument here. There's a great deal of skepticism from this three-judge panel. But as I say, it's about half over. But they seem to be very concerned, A, about the president's ability to sue at all, and B, about what the authority they would have to overcome what a president determines when a Supreme Court ruling in 1977 said the current president is in the best position to decide what's in the national interest when it comes to these decisions.
Okay, so just to be clear, you meant you don't think the former president has a good argument here, or the current president? You said
Excuse me. I don't think the former president
okay.
is going to prevail. It doesn't see. It seems like the current. Thank you for pointing that out. It seems like the court is very skeptical about the former president being able to basically decide what's in the national interest when the current president disagrees.
Do you have any indication, Pete, whether this would be it, if this is the court at which this stops, or if this might go on to the Supreme Court?
Oh, that's an easy one. Whoever loses here will definitely go to the Supreme Court.
Gotcha. All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington today. Pete, thank you.
Okay.
Well, as Pete just mentioned, the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments on Mississippi's abortion ban tomorrow as well. The high court's ruling could decide the fate of federal abortion rights in this country, and that's leaving a lot of people feeling really, really vulnerable. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward spoke with one woman who struggled to get an abortion, actually turned her into an activist for reproductive rights. Jake, I was just talking to someone about how this could potentially happen in a system like this. What did she say?
Well, here's the extraordinary thing, Morgan, is that you hear a lot of politics, a lot of rhetoric, and we'll hear a lot of that beginning in the Supreme Court tomorrow. But here in San Francisco at UCSF, the biggest study in the history of the country looked at what actually happens to women when they are denied an abortion. And here's what they found.
Brittany Mostiller spent her teen years here on the south side of Chicago, living with her mother and raising two baby daughters.
I learned a lot here.
and I became a mother here. Had no clue what I was doing.
But once she became pregnant with her third, she knew it would be too much.
I called around to a few abortion clinics to terminate the pregnancy, and the prices I was quoted they were ridiculous. I could not save up enough money if I tried. I was essentially, forced to carry that pregnancy to term, even though I didn't want to.
She says her fears came true.
Being pushed further into poverty was definitely one of those fears, and it definitely happened. Our lights were off at some point, living on my own, because I needed to redistribute money within the household to make sure at least the rent is paid so we're not evicted.
Mostiller's story is far from unique. In a first-of-its-kind 10-year study of more than 1,000 American women, Diana Green Foster of the University of California, San Francisco, saw this path repeated again and again.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion.
The study found that women who were denied an abortion saw a four-fold increase in the odds that their household fell below the federal poverty line. They were more likely to get lower credit scores, more likely to report elevated levels of stress and anxiety, and less likely to graduate with advanced degrees. About 10 years ago, Mostiller became pregnant again. She found grant money and got the abortion she wanted.
I didn't feel like I was going to be pushed further into poverty and change a lot for us.
And all of that put her in a position to decide at age 28 that she was ready for another child. Today, Mostiller is an advocate for reproductive rights.
And I felt ready in different ways, and it shows because she's wise beyond, she's something else. She's something else. I bought my first home recently. I can see it clear now, how much things have changed. I feel like that accessing the care I needed and getting the abortion I needed set up everything.
Jake, it's interesting because the science seems pretty clear and settled on what happens to women both financially and physically when they are denied an abortion. But do we expect those very scientific considerations to come into play in the Supreme Court tomorrow, Jake? And really, what are both sides claiming in this situation?
Well, it's really what is so amazing to me, surprising to me in looking at the results in this study is, the rhetoric that we hear, Morgan, nationally has to do with politics and morality and the rest of it, but you don't hear this very clear cause and effect relationship between being denied an abortion and all of these things going wrong in women's lives as compared to women who are able to get the services they need. Now, will that come up tomorrow in oral arguments? It's not clear. The Mississippi Attorney General has made it very clear that she wants to overturn Roe v. Wade. That is her purpose. And in a statement, she does say that she believes that advances in law have made it such that the protection of women's dignity is better than it's ever been and does not require Roe v. Wade. Now, the science does not show that. The science shows that in area after area, women's lives are worse when they are not able to get the abortion they want. Now, will the plaintiffs make that argument? They seem mostly focused on just protecting the idea that this is a constitutional right. It may not be that this kind of outcome, this cause and effect relationship actually comes up, but for the millions of women in 24 states across the country who will lose their access to abortion if this case does not go their way, the consequences here are very clear, Morgan.
Jake, this is such important reporting and incredibly important data. Thank you for both. From farm to front door.
Up next, a step-by-step breakdown of how those Christmas trees get to your house and how the supply chain pains are impacting that trip.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So we're all feeling the pinch of the global supply chain crisis, and it's having a direct impact on the holidays, including the hunt for the perfect Christmas tree. From the tree itself to the price of the tree stand, costs are going up all across the board. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has been looking into all of this for us. Dasha, I see you there with some beautiful Christmas trees behind you. What are you learning?
Morgan, as you very well know, this is the time of year where New York City street corners turn into little winter wonderlands with the tree vendors that make this place so magical during the holidays. But how does a tree actually get to Manhattan? Turns out it takes quite a lot of work, especially in a time of labor shortages and supply chain disruption. So we journeyed with the tree from farm to New York City street corner to show why businesses and consumers are going to see higher prices and slimmer pickings this season. Watch.
There's no place like New York City at Christmas time. From the lights to the snowy surprises.
Wow, wait, look at that. Whoa.
To the tree vendors that put the merry in Christmas all across the city. But it takes a lot of work to get a Christmas tree to the streets of NYC.
It takes about 7 years to get that tree up to get ready to get it for the city. Then you got to harvest it.
The trees start here on farms like Allen's.
You know, then you got to get it on the trucks. You got to get it to the city, and that's a pretty tight schedule.
But that tight schedule to get a tree from farm to city has been complicated this year by labor shortages and supply chain issues.
It's just hard to get the labor right now. There's other people that have problems with the trucking end of it.
There are also fewer trees to be cut, a problem farmers trace back to the 2008 recession when they couldn't afford to plant as many trees. And now, more than a decade later,
we're lacking the tree. We don't have the supply of them because we've been downgrading, but usually 6,000, we're down 2,500 this year.
Once Allen's trees are cut and sheared, they're shipped off to the city, where vendors like Tree Riders NYC store them in Queens until it's time to unload them in the East Village for the holiday season.
What starts off as an empty sidewalk is then flooded with lumber and trees and humans who just build and build.
How much more difficult is it this year to make this all happen?
A lot more. Like a lot more difficult. This year, we went to 4 different states. We called 200 farmers just to find the trees that we needed to find for this year.
Thanks to these challenges, you may be paying 25 to 50% more for your tree this year compared to 5 years ago. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. And that's not the only holiday price hike.
Everything that you'll see at your typical Christmas tree stand, from the trees themselves to the tree stands to the lights, even the lumber has gone up in price and is harder to find.
Also, the tree stands have gone up. There is a shortage of resin. They're having a hard time finding enough plastic to make the tree stands. Of course, the price of lumber. All of the stuff we use to build our shacks and our A-frames out here. We did actually have to raise the prices this year.
For some customers, that might mean a little modification.
Are you changing your Christmas tree buying habits this year at all?
A little bit smaller.
Smaller tree, but the joy still big.
Do you think the magic is still alive here?
I think there's no question. The magic is still alive. You just have to look up and look around, and New York will take care of it.
So Morgan, if you're looking for the perfect tree this year, especially if you're looking for one of these really big ones, you're going to want to come and find it earlier. You're going to expect to pay a little bit more. And another holiday decoration that's in short supply, those lights, they've almost doubled in price in some places. So you might have to get a little creative this holiday season, maybe find something like one of these little guys instead. Or, you know, find the decorations where you can. I personally am obsessed with this.
Yeah, I gotta say, Dining Hall Dave, my fiance, would not be pleased if I brought that is it a reindeer? I think, yeah. Nope, I don't think I'm gonna win brownie
it's
points
a reindeer.
with that one.
It will be forced upon my husband.
Good luck with that, girl. Fight the good fight. Thank you, Dasha Burns.
The global supply chain crisis is actually affecting just about everything. Not even breakfast is safe, it seems. There's a global shortage of maple syrup. Imagine waffles, uncoated, pancakes, unslathered.
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 Did that hurt your feelings?
No, can you imagine a dry pancake? Nothing worse.
No, it just gave me the chills.
I'm telling you, right? But you know what? You won't have to worry. Oh, Canada. NBC's Carrie Sanders tells us the strategic maple reserve in Quebec. It's been tapped.
Morgan and Aaron, the maple syrup reserve has been tapped, but farmers say we could still do our part. I'm at the old breakfast house in Fort Lauderdale where they encourage diners to dip. Do not pour. And if we all do our part, it may help stave off the great maple syrup crisis of 2021. Getting maple syrup is a slow process. Drip by drip, the tree's sap is extracted, then boiled down. For every 40 teaspoons of sap, there's but 1 teaspoon of the liquid gold. 73% of the world's maple syrup comes from Greater Quebec, Canada. And of course, our nation is the #1 importer of that sweet elixir. This morning, a supply and demand problem is being solved, much the way President Biden has tried to take pressure off gasoline supplies and prices. Who knew that there was a maple syrup reserve? It sounds like the petroleum reserve.
Yeah, because the beauty of maple syrup is we can conserve it. We can do the same image as oil, but it's maple syrup, pure maple syrup, sealed and pasteurized in all these barrels, and we can keep them for many years.
Farmers in Canada deciding to release 50 million gallons from the strategic maple syrup reserve.
The production this year was less important than it was in the last 2 years.
They believe the release of the treasured reserve should mean no shortages and no price increases. In Vermont, second in production only to Canada, experts say there's been a direct connection to the pandemic.
Since 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, maple consumption has really gone through the roof. People were looking for things to do, and a lot of them turned to baking. And people started using maple syrup as an alternative to sugar and just, another way to add in some more flavor to what they normally bake.
You may think maple syrup and pancakes, but because 3/4 of a cup of maple syrup is equal to about 1 cup of cane sugar, there are those who believe the high antioxidant syrup is a good substitute for sugar. Our neighbors to the north doing their part to make sure our pancakes and waffles stay just as sweet. The last time the maple syrup reserve was in the news was 2012. That's when some crooks broke into the warehouse and siphoned off millions of dollars worth of the sweet elixir. Those saps were eventually caught. Guys, back to you.
He lost me when he said, dip, don't pour.
I know, that hurt my feelings. That liquid gold.
You gotta have it. Gotta have it. And lots of it. Extra on the plate.
With Southern roots. That's what I'm talking about.
The social media misinformation about the pandemic isn't just here in America.
That's right. After the break, the country's struggling to contain COVID and outright lies that are really preventing people from getting vaccinated. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. and good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It is no secret that conspiracy theories really thrive on social media.
Oh, absolutely. A simple like or share can expose potentially deadly information to the masses, especially during a pandemic like we're in now. As NBCNews.com senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny shows us, no country is immune to these COVID-19 conspiracies.
Romania, a country of 19 million in Eastern Europe, is facing a fourth wave of the coronavirus. This month, Romania's death rate was one of the highest in the world. Despite being an EU member country with access to vaccines, just around 40% of the population has gotten their first shot. Across the European Union, 70% have had at least one shot. Vaccine skepticism runs rampant, fueled by conspiracy theories that come from the United States.
The idea that the pandemic is a bioweapon, which is launched from different parts of the world.
Disinformation researcher and visiting Harvard scholar Alina Barguanu says that conspiracy theories about COVID-19 appeared online in Romania at the start of the pandemic.
Another narrative that struck Romania is that there are miracle cures, there are God-sent medicines that are hidden by the authorities.
These sound shockingly familiar to me because I study this in the US. And so I think that there's like this lingering tendency to blame countries like Russia for, foreign disinformation. But you're sort of saying that the United States of America is a major exporter of vaccine misinformation?
Yes, I think that what is happening in the United States in general has a huge influence on what is happening around the world. They are very difficult to debunk because, for example, in Romania, when you say that this comes from the United States, this thing is somehow immediately believed.
While social media companies have made efforts to slow the flow of misinformation, enforcement in non-English speaking countries is severely lacking. A 2020 internal memo revealed in the Facebook papers showed that although the U.S. makes up less than 10% of its daily users, 84% of the company's budget to fight misinformation went to the U.S.
When social media platforms take some measures in order to ban this kind of toxic content, this does not necessarily happen in a country such as Romania.
Back in May 2020, social media companies like YouTube and Facebook worked to remove the debunked Plandemic video from their platforms. But the morning of our interview, Professor Barguanu shared a link to that same documentary, available to watch on Facebook, subtitled in Romanian.
Even the video that you sent of Plandemic, in Romania, it had 800,000 views, right? And it didn't even have a label.
Yes, I think this is a huge problem for a country such as Romania. For Facebook, Romania is what they call a small market.
Facebook has responded to the criticism, noting the work of, quote, dedicated teams that combat platform abuse in countries where there are heightened risks. Conspiracy theories that originate in the United States are spread on social media and picked up around the world.
There are some influencers, for example, Roberto Malone, who claims to be the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, Robert Kennedy. So these are global figures which enjoy a lot of credibility here in Romania.
Anti-vaccine content is exported by a cohort dubbed the Disinformation Dozen by the Center for Countering Digital Hate. This false information is then brought into the mainstream, shared by local influencers and even mainstream media.
Outrageous narratives that hospitals are like Nazi camps managed to penetrate not only mass media but also the public television. There was a pro and against debate around the subject of vaccination. Two of the people invited were two of the strongest anti-vaccination voices in Romania.
Another prominent figure in the Romanian anti-vaccine campaign is Diana Șoșoacă, a member of parliament. In April, YouTube suspended the official account of the Romanian Senate due to her statements recommending that Romanians not wear masks. The senator spreads conspiracy theories about the vaccine in her Facebook live streams, speaking directly to over 380,000 followers. Dozens of other pages repost her content, reaching an even wider audience. In September, Șoșoacă and a few followers protested a vaccine center in her district, blocking cars as they entered the clinic.
Aduce moartea.
Police cited her for disturbing the peace. Conspiracy theories don't just stay online. Thousands have turned out on the streets of the capital, Bucharest, for multiple protests against masks and the vaccine. Meanwhile, in Romania, more than 55,000 people have died from the coronavirus since the start of the pandemic.
It is as if this is an act of honor to resist the government from getting the vaccine. So it is a riot every day.
Right now on NBC News Now, tracking Omicron, the rapidly growing COVID variant posing a pretty serious threat worldwide. We'll tell you about the urgent steps being taken right now to really curb that spread and what we're learning about just how dangerous it really is.
The case against Cosby, a Pennsylvania district attorney now asking the Supreme Court to reinstate the disgraced comedian's sex assault conviction. Why the DA is asking the court to reject that ruling that freed Cosby from prison.
And the end of 3G. Mobile carriers are about to shut down the wireless network for good, but that could also cause some problems for you even if you use newer technology. What anyone with a smartphone needs to know next.
And it's all about the royals, the Caribbean island of Barbados cutting ties with the British monarchy, the impact it's having on Buckingham Palace as a new documentary examines the royal family's relationship with the press. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. And welcome to our new home right here in Studio 4E at NBC News World Headquarters here in New York City. We begin this hour with you, focusing on the coronavirus pandemic and really the fight against this new Omicron variant. Fresh off the CDC saying all eligible Americans should get a COVID booster shot, Pfizer is now aiming to expand that group. A source familiar with the process tells NBC News that the company will apply for authorization of a booster for 16 and 17 years old. So we're also now learning antibody treatments may not actually work quite as well against this new variant. Drug maker Regeneron coming out with the news just this morning. We should note this analysis involved only their antibody treatment, not the vaccines.
Now, so far, no Omicron cases have been reported here in the U.S., but the number is growing worldwide. All the countries you see here in red have confirmed Omicron cases. France, which you see here in yellow, has several suspected cases. Those are still being investigated. We have team coverage this hour looking at the potential impact of the Omicron variant, both in the U.S. and abroad. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in Miami for us today. Sam, this is all happening as a big gathering is getting underway where you are in Miami. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, quite the confluence of events. And Aaron, Morgan, good afternoon. We are looking right now at the start of a week of celebration here in Miami. Art Basel, which is this major international festival and fair, was canceled last year because of COVID. They are expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 visitors this year. There is fresh urgency this morning from the Fed and its chairman about what Omicron could mean for the economy.
A warning to American businesses as they brace for Omicron. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell telling senators that the variant and the recent COVID surge could affect Americans' willingness to work in person and lead to uncertainty and more inflation. So far, no confirmed U.S. cases of the highly mutated variant, although the country's collective antennas are raised.
Very concerned. I'm both vaccinated and have the booster shot, but that doesn't mean I'll be protected.
Two of the nation's largest cities, New York and Los Angeles, already issuing new advisories, urging residents to wear masks indoors regardless of vaccination status. As some businesses consider vaccination mandates, this morning the government delaying a key deadline for federal workers, saying they won't be punished for not getting vaccinated until next year. But across the country, companies big and small are back on alert, monitoring Omicron closely.
The star of the neighborhood is clearly the art.
Small business owner Lance Durham gives guided tours of Miami's Wynwood neighborhood, known for its street art.
We might go back to a heightened alert status where everyone is required to wear a mask, including myself. We might do it sooner than later.
In Miami, preparations are underway for Art Basel, an annual fair that was canceled in person last year due to COVID. Vaccine proof or a negative test is required at most events. Anna Samoilova is exhibiting her documentary-style photography, Flood Zone, and believes South Florida can host a culturally important event safely.
I see it as an opportunity to prove, maybe to the rest of the world, that we are very much capable of adhering to rules are rules everywhere, right?
And there is this ongoing split screen that we're kind of used to down here in Miami, where organizers for Art Basel say they're going to do whatever they need to, guys, to keep people safe. Yesterday, the governor of the state, Ron DeSantis, coming out and saying, in Florida, you're not going to see mask mandates. You're not going to see vaccine requirements, no COVID lockdowns. There is still that sort of antagonistic relationship between city and state as we move into the next chapter of this pandemic. Guys, back to you.
All right. Sam Brock for us there in Miami today. Sam, thank you. And globally, the travel and tourism industries are already starting to feel the effects of Omicron. NBC News correspondent Matt Bradley is outside London's Heathrow Airport for us today. Matt, what are some of the rule changes that are going to go into effect today for travelers arriving in Great Britain?
Yeah, well, the first thing that's going to happen is that instead of having to just take a lateral flow test, which is what I've done in the past, only 2 days after I arrive, that's for those of us who are vaccinated, they'll have to take a PCR test. So it's not that much of a change. The PCR test, of course, more expensive, takes more time. It's a little more uncomfortable, a little bit more penetrating, but in reality, they will have to actually quarantine until they get a negative result from that PCR test. So that's a bit more of an inconvenience, and it really just goes to show that there are some changes, but not the kind of drastic changes you might expect. The British government really clearly doesn't want to make this into a hysterical ordeal, and they really, really don't want to stomp on a travel industry that calls this place, Heathrow, its home.
Matt, are these global changes, these rule changes expected to be a big problem for travelers for the holiday season in particular, even for folks who aren't headed to or returning from Southern Africa?
Well, the thing about travel, of course, is that it's always interconnected, right? So if one plane is late, it can cause other delays. It bounces around the world that way. That is a big problem. But important to note, Aaron, there are only 2 U.S. carriers that fly direct to Southern African countries. One of them is Delta. And a lot of these these carriers have said, they've announced that they're not going to be making drastic travel plans. And also, remember, this is not the first rodeo in the pandemic. These airlines have already made arrangements to allow for flexible travel. So if you look at Heathrow right now, it's hardly a scene of pandemonium. It's basically people are going to be going online, changing their travel bookings, and they're going to be allowed to do so because there's been that flexible travel arrangement ever since the start of this pandemic. Aaron?
All right, Matt Bradley for us in London today, outside London. Matt, thank you.
Now, Now let's take a closer look at just how New York City is bracing for this new variant. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now live from Times Square. Lindsay, we know that Sam just mentioned New York City's mask advisory. What are you seeing there? Are people really observing it?
Hey, Morgan, good to be with you. So, yeah, we know that the mayor of New York City did issue this mask advisory. So you already have to wear a mask if you are in public transit, so the subways, if you're in a school or a hospital, some kind of healthcare setting, a congregate setting. But now the mayor's also saying if you're doing grocery shopping, maybe holiday shopping in a retail store, you should definitely grab your mask as well. He's joining LA County, who also issued this mask advisory. And this is on the heels of the governor of New York issuing a state of emergency. So as of this Friday, all non-emergency, non-urgent medical procedures will be limited, and that is to protect hospital staffing, try and prevent any kind of staffing shortages, and also shortages of supplies. So anecdotally, Morgan, I can tell you that New York City generally, a lot of the people here do wear masks, both indoors and some even people even wear them outdoors. I did talk as well to a pediatrician who talked about not only how important it is to wear masks, but at this point get a booster. This is what she told me.
We have a new variant. Looks like it's going to be highly transmissible. So it's those little episodes where you take your mask off, walk into a grocery store, maybe forget to put it back on. Maybe this is the time to make sure that you're wearing it. And definitely when you travel, it is very, very important to wear it. And do it for your own protection and that of your family.
So, of course, New York City gets a lot of international visitors. People come for maybe a Rockette show, maybe see the Nutcracker, go to Broadway. And I asked her if people have tickets, should they maybe rethink going to something like that? And she said, first of all, right now, we're in wait-and-see mode. It's too early to tell. But also, it's a really personal decision, and you have to go ahead and weigh your own risks, Morgan.
That's right. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We appreciate it. And staying in New York right now, the jury in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial is hearing the first full day of testimony. Maxwell is accused of recruiting young victims for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. NBC News supervising investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick is following that case very closely for us and joins us now. Sarah, thanks for being here. First off, what's the latest from inside the courtroom? I know we were just focusing on a recess the last hour. Have they already come back inside the courtroom?
We're still waiting for them to come back, but we heard very compelling testimony this morning from Jeffrey Epstein's pilot, Larry Visowski. He went into great detail about how Epstein and Maxwell used his planes to fly all across the country and indeed the world. And one of the key points that he identified is that he identified specific victims that have either publicly come forward previously or indeed one victim who we expect to hear from in this case. He identified them. He said that they had been on the plane. He identified, what they look like, that they had been on often. That's going to be a really, really key point because Maxwell has in the past tried to claim that she had never met any of these women, that she had no idea who they were. And I think that's going to be very, very significant.
And Sarah, can you just lay out for everyone, kind of beginning to end, what were the biggest arguments we've heard so far from the prosecution and defense? What was their angle? And is there any chance that we could see Maxwell herself take the stand as they try to make their final arguments?
So it's been a really fascinating kind of almost split screen of these two arguments. Prosecutors are making a very, very detailed and compelling case, and they're seeking to heighten that this is not just sexual assaults. This is not just, he said, she said, but this was an organized scheme that Maxwell was involved in and that she was involved in making sure that children, small children, 13, 14, 15-year-old girls were identified, recruited, groomed specifically for sexual activity. And whether or not we're going to see Maxwell on the stand, that remains to be said. But this is something that victims have been waiting decades, and they are very hopeful they'll be able to have her questioned under oath.
All right, NBC's Sarah Fitzpatrick for us following that case. Sarah, thank you.
Prosecutors in the case against comedian Bill Cosby now appealing to the Supreme Court. They say the dismissal of Cosby's case back in June was unjustified. Cosby served about 3 years of a 10-year sentence. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joining us now. Danny, what is the argument that prosecutors are making here to the Supreme Court?
prosecutors are making a kind of alarmist argument to the Supreme Court, saying that what this ruling says by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is that anytime a prosecutor decides not to prosecute someone, that is an automatic grant of immunity to that prospective defendant, that that defendant can never be prosecuted if a prosecutor decides not to prosecute. It's a very expansive reading of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's decision. More likely what the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said was, in this particular set of facts, what this DA did operated as a bar to a future prosecution of this particular defendant.
So, Danny, is this case that the Supreme Court, is it a case the court is likely to take up?
If you're just playing the odds, there are thousands of petitions for certiorari, or other words, requests for the Supreme Court to hear a case. The vast, vast majority of them are flat out denied. They never make it to the Supreme Court. So just statistically, it's a long shot. The fact that it's a state Supreme Court deciding essentially state law issues, although prosecutors argue these are federal law issues, that makes it a little tougher. But hey, there's always a chance, I suppose.
All right, we'll see how it goes. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, thank you.
Meanwhile, President Biden is back on the road today. He's headed to Minnesota to promote the impacts of his $1 trillion infrastructure plan. His administration's top economic chiefs are on Capitol Hill today amid growing concerns over inflation and supply chain challenges. Joining us now, we have NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece, as well as NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Shannon, let's go ahead and start with you. What are we expecting to hear from the president today in Minnesota? What specifically is his pitch there in the Midwest?
Well, it's part of this ongoing effort by the president to try and sell this infrastructure plan to the public and help sort of boost his support and support for Democrats on this. Today, he's specifically going to be focusing on the jobs this plan will create. He's visiting a technical school and is going to say that the students who are going through this training program now are going to have jobs when they come out, and good paying union jobs, he'll say, because of the infrastructure plans coming down the road from this bill. And we have seen him at a bridge. We have seen him make a number of stops, all about trying to localize and personalize what this big bill means, get away from the process, away from the price tag, and make it personal for people.
Speaking of making it personal, I want to switch now to the White House. Sahil, I mean, these issues are also personally, at the forefront for today's Senate hearing, especially with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. What stood out to you from their testimony thus far?
Yeah, definitely a number of personal issues they discussed, including the issue of COVID, how it's being impacted by this new Omicron variant that seems to be causing a bit of panic, that's caused some travel restrictions. There's obviously the issue of inflation and supply chains, which are all tied into it. Powell spoke about this. He talked about the growing uncertainty around the issue of inflation, the possibility that it could further rise as a result of these new COVID concerns. Let's have a listen to what Powell had to say.
The recent rise in COVID-19 cases and the emergence of the Omicron variant pose downside risks to the employment and economic activity and increased uncertainty for inflation. Greater concerns about the virus could reduce people's willingness to work in person, which would slow progress in the labor market and intensify supply chain disruptions.
And needless to say, the issue of inflation is front and center on the big bill that Democrats are hoping to pass this month, the Build Back Better Act. Democrats are selling this as an antidote to pocketbook concerns in that it will reduce the cost of child care and prescription drugs. And Republicans are saying it'll be fuel on the fire of an already problematic inflation crisis.
Sahil, we just heard from Powell, but what about Yellen? Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is warning the federal government could actually hit the debt ceiling limit as early as December 15th, and she spoke on that. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that first.
America must pay its bills on time and in full. If we do not, we will eviscerate our current recovery. In a matter of days, the majority of Americans would suffer financial pain as critical payments like Social Security checks and military paychecks would not reach their bank accounts, and that would likely be followed by a deep recession.
Eviscerate our progress. Sahil, those are very big words, especially affecting the people that Shannon was just describing that the president is speaking to there in the Midwest. So what's on the table? What are lawmakers considering to really avoid having such a crisis?
This is a major item on the to-do list, the issue of the debt ceiling, enabling the United States to keep paying its bills so it doesn't risk default. And she has set a deadline of December 15th, after which she says the U.S. risks being unable to pay its bills. And of course, lawmakers are trying to figure out how to extend the debt ceiling. And there is no agreement yet. And they're getting pretty close to the deadline here. The battle lines are similar to what they were a few months ago when Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, insisted that this be done on a bipartisan basis. Of course, you need 60 votes in the Senate to move any piece of legislation, and Republicans are not ready to sign on to this debt limit increase. They want Democrats to do it on their own through this reconciliation process where they can do it without Republican votes. So that tug of war remains the case, but one notable difference here, Morgan, is that it's much less contentious this time around. We don't see the fighting words every day from Chuck Schumer and the Republican leader Mitch McConnell that we did before. They've actually been meeting and trying to figure this out, and there's a possibility, more optimism that they'll figure it out this time than last time when they really came close to the deadline.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House, Sahil Kapoor there on Capitol Hill. Thank you both for joining us. We appreciate your reporting.
On the money at this hour, Wall Street taking another roller coaster ride as investors try to gauge the economic impact of the Omicron variant. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now to help us understand what's happening here. Dom, is the market uncertainty really all about this new COVID variant?
So, Aaron, it's the variant and also the Fed as well. The two are actually related. So there's still a bit of a sell-off hangover from what happened on Black Friday. Things, though, really took a sharp leg lower after the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell told the Senate Banking Committee earlier this morning that the U.S. economy is strong and inflationary pressures are building. And it's his opinion that the central bank should look to withdraw some of that emergency stimulus it put in place during the depths of the pandemic last year, adding that they'll likely discuss that removal during their Fed meeting in December. Now, that statement, guys, highlights just how difficult a position the Fed is in, maybe the hardest spot it's been in years. They now have to decide, Aaron, which is more important, fighting the inflationary pressures that have caused consumer prices for all of us to hit multi-year highs, or protect the overall economy from what could be a bigger downturn and a slowdown due to those new COVID variants. And the problem is, Aaron, both of those things require different remedies that both act against each other. That's the reason why the markets are feeling it right now.
And Dom, there's also some news out today about Amazon workers and that union election we covered so much this year. What's the latest there?
So workers at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama will get, Aaron, another chance to vote on whether to unionize or not. That's the ruling coming down from the National Labor Relations Board. It authorized a new union election that a key warehouse that was at the center of all that national attention on was the kind of at least the huge vote on. That previous union vote, by the way, workers overwhelmingly rejected unionization. The retail, wholesale, and department store union argued that Amazon illegally interfered with that election. By the way, there is no update yet on a date for that proposed unionization vote. Still, though, a big development there, Aaron.
And Dom, before I let you go, I want to talk a little bit about Apple, if we can. What can you tell us about a recent spyware hacking?
So this is a big deal as well. Apple says it will notify users whose iPhones or other devices may have been hacked or otherwise compromised, and it's targeting state-sponsored hacking efforts in particular. That's after Apple sued an Israeli-based company, NSO Group, that claimed it broke U.S. laws by selling spyware to hack iPhones themselves. Apple will send notifications when it detects a user has been targeted by state-sponsored hacking. So, Aaron, Morgan, a big deal there. Keep an eye out in case some of those hacking efforts have hit your products.
All right, we'll be watching. Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
Sure.
A fight over $60 billion worth of Bitcoin is taking place right now in a Miami courtroom. It's all over who is the true owner of digital wallets said to be containing over 1 million Bitcoins. NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard has more.
Bitcoin's trial of the century, upwards of tens of billions of dollars potentially on the line, and all over who exactly created the flourishing digital currency.
I believe this is the trial of the century because we have possibly the largest settlement ever, and also the identity of the creator of Bitcoin.
10 jurors in Miami deliberating this week on the major case between this man, Craig Wright, who claims to be the inventor of Bitcoin, and the family of Dave Kleiman, who died in 2013. His family says the two men actually created Bitcoin together, and that Wright should give them half of an extremely lucrative account that he claims to be the holder of.
It's actually many hundreds or even thousands of wallets containing 1.1 million Bitcoins that have never moved, that were mined by Satoshi Nakamoto.
The value would make Wright one of the richest persons in the world.
Just how much money are we talking?
We could be talking $500 billion.
And that could be divvied up?
Yes, if the jury finds for the Kleiman estate, they could compel Dr. Wright to hand over half a million Bitcoin.
But the wild card in this case? Neither of the two men, Wright or Kleiman, may be the actual Bitcoin inventors. The identity of its creator? Unknown, since Bitcoin's concept went public in 2008. At the time, an entity going by the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto wrote a white paper outlining how the digital currency would operate. But theories about who Nakamoto is have run wild ever since.
This trial is about Satoshi Nakamoto in some ways, and that is a mysterious person who created cryptocurrency, which is maybe the invention of the century.
Christopher Canucciari is a filmmaker working on a documentary called The Search for Satoshi. Craig Wright, the Australian programmer, in this case, first claimed in 2016 that he is Nakamoto, but when challenged to prove it by going through with a transaction using the account, he did not. And it's now been more than 10 years since any public communication has come from the Nakamoto pseudonym. But this case in Florida, jurors don't need to figure out who Nakamoto is. They are just trying to determine if Wright should turn over some of his supposed fortune, however much it ends up being, to his old friend's family. The attorney for Kleiman's family, writing in part in a statement to NBC News, he obtained half of that wealth by stealing it from his dead best friend's estate. He should not be permitted to keep it. But Wright's defense lawyer pushing back.
There's no indication that these two men had any kind of written agreement, whether they had any kind of written partnership to invent and mine Bitcoin.
The jury's decision could come any day.
But even if the jury decides that these two men were partners in their efforts, does that really settle the debate over who Nakamoto really is?
For me, I need to see enough evidence to believe that this person or these people were Satoshi Nakamoto. Maybe after the trial's done, we'll see. But yeah, it's a big question.
Von Hilliard joins us now. Von, first off, is there any precedent for a cryptocurrency case like this?
No, and we're talking about potentially even the biggest settlement in U.S. history, Bitcoin or otherwise, hundreds of billions of dollars potentially on the line here. Outside of just that allotment of Bitcoin that could be handed over, you're also talking about IP rights. You're also talking about potentially tens of billions in punitive damages. That is what makes this settlement in this case so significant. Today is day 3 of deliberations. We could get a ruling from those 10 jurors at any hour, Morgan.
Wow. All right. I know you'll be watching it for us. Von Hilliard, thank you so much.
Thanks, my friend.
Well, if you or someone you know uses an older phone, it may not be working for much longer. 3G is coming to an end. Starting in 2022, companies like Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T will phase out older wireless networks to make room for 5G and other new tech. NBC News reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges joins us now. And Aiza, I thought this was really 3G, 4G, 5G was just a marketing thing that didn't really have any real practical meaning for regular folks. Is this shutdown expected to actually affect all phones that still use 3G all at once?
So not all at once. So T-Mobile will be the first to kind of shut down its Sprint 3G network in January, followed by AT&T in February, and then Verizon is expected to do that in December. And essentially this will affect all phones that are on that 3G or third generation wireless technology. And so what that will mean is that any 3G phone will no longer be able to work on a cellular network. There will still be limited wireless capability potentially over Wi-Fi, but there won't be cellular connectivity. So calling 911 will no longer be an option for people with 3G phones.
So I'm looking at the phones that we showed on the screen here. You don't see a lot of those phones anymore, it seems to me anyway. Do we have any idea how many people might be impacted by this? Just looking at older flip phones or not the smartphones that a lot of people use today?
So it's unclear how many people, but one of the things that's significant about this is that older people with cell phones tend to be more affected by this, as well as lower income people. So, that's significant, right? The fact that it is expensive to get new phones and new technology. And so that could be, there are programs being rolled out now to kind of provide discounts. But in that way, yes, older users as well as lower income users are expected to be more affected by this shutdown.
And what else? Is it just phones we're talking about here, or are there other things that could be impacted by this change?
Anything that relies on that 3G kind of connection. So this could be home alarm systems, car SOS systems, fire alarms, ebooks, readers that are that 3G connection that they rely on that. So there's a variety of things. But again, it's expected to be kind of a slow rollout this year, coming 2022.
All right. We appreciate the heads up. Aiza Garcia-Hodges, thank you.
The former police officer accused of killing Daunte Wright is now heading to court.
Coming up, we're going to head to Minneapolis as jury selection gets underway in this high-profile trial.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, the man known as the QAnon shaman from the Capitol riot has appealed his sentence. Jacob Chansley was sentenced to 41 months in prison after pleading guilty to 1 count of obstruction. Chansley now says he's hired 2 new lawyers and fired his old one. That's an indication he'll likely pursue an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is once again facing a fine for refusing to wear a mask on the House floor. The House Ethics Committee released a statement on Monday saying it was informed of the fines on October 21st and 22nd. Greene has not filed an appeal for either fine. NBC News has reached out to Greene's office for a statement but has not heard back. In an earlier statement to NBC News, Greene said she will, quote, continue to stand on the House floor against authoritarian Democrat mandates. And TV's Dr. Oz may be looking to become Senator Dr. Oz. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, Mehmet Oz may join Pennsylvania's Senate race as soon as this week, possibly seeking the Republican nomination. The Pennsylvania race is already considered one of the country's most critical, as it could tip the balance of power in the Senate.
Meanwhile, jury selection is underway in the trial of Kim Potter, the former Minnesota police officer charged with killing Daunte Wright, a 20-year-old black man at a traffic stop just last April. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside that courthouse in Minneapolis. Ron, where do things stand right now inside that courthouse behind you, and how is jury selection going so far? Because we've seen that be a pretty big issue in a lot of the other similar trials we've seen happening across the country.
They've got one juror in the first few hours. They're trying to get to 12 and a couple of alternates. And the judge has said that this should take about a week or so. The trial is supposed to start next Wednesday with opening arguments on December 9th. So that's the time frame. And she said this morning that she thinks the entire trial should last a couple of weeks and told the potential jurors that they would be finished hopefully by Christmas. So, of course, everybody's hoping for that. It's a very slow, gradual process. The jurors have filled out a very extensive questionnaire asking them about their views about the defendant, about the victim, Daunte Wright, about police in general, about the criminal justice system, about race and issues that are broader to the case, because, yes, it is a very sensitive matter. But again, we expect, based on what the judges said, that this should take about a week or so to get to the jury.
Ron, you know, we've learned this really interesting connection, that Daunte Wright actually had a connection to George Floyd. What can you tell us about that?
George Floyd's girlfriend was a teacher of Daunte Wright in high school. And she has emerged as quite the activist and quite the advocate for Wright's family, as they have been trying to get justice during the past number of months since this happened in April. Here's something she said just a couple of days ago. Take a listen.
Kim Potter was seen as a senior officer, an officer that trained new cadets, a trainer who claimed to not know the difference between a taser and a gun. There is no excuse for her incompetence when it comes to people's lives that are at stake. Personally, it makes no sense to me, and I believe it is a lie. I believe Kim Potter has profiled Black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time and finally lost her temper and murdered Daunte Wright.
The defense claims that what happened was an innocent mistake or accident, to use words that they put in court filings. Also, we learned this morning, interestingly, one of the defense attorneys said during the questioning of a potential juror that Officer Potter, former Officer Potter, will testify in her own defense.
All right, NBC's Ron Allen outside that courthouse for us. Ron, as always, thank you.
In California, Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes back on the stand today in her fraud and conspiracy trial. Yesterday, she told a crowded courtroom that she was abused by her top executive and romantic partner, Sunny Balwani. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following every development for us from the courthouse there. She joins us from San Jose, I should say now. Yasmin, what is Holmes' testimony focused on so far today?
Aaron, I just stepped out of the courtroom where Elizabeth Holmes is about to begin what is sure to be a contentious cross-examination. This follows an explosive day in court. Elizabeth Holmes telling the jury that she suffered years of abuse, both emotional and physical, at the hands of Sunny Balwani, her top executive and romantic partner. This was an Elizabeth Holmes we have never seen before. She was crying. She was wiping away tears, telling the jury that Sunny Balwani controlled all aspects of her life, from her diet to her schedule, telling her that she has to work 7 days a week in order to be successful, even telling her that she has to, quote, kill off the old Elizabeth to be successful. These are very serious allegations that Sunny Balwani categorically denies. On one hand, she's blaming him for her state of mind while she was CEO of Theranos, but at the same time, she testified that Sunny Balwani did not tell her to make any of these statements that were untrue to investors and doctors and patients. Aaron?
Yasmin, you said you were in the courtroom there. How did the jury react to her testimony on Monday about her former partner?
Right. As the jury filed out of the courtroom, Elizabeth Holmes attempted to make eye contact with every single juror. This is a group of 8 men and 4 women. However, most of them did not look at Elizabeth Holmes. They had their head down and they walked out of the courtroom. You know, this really just boils down to intent and who the jury will believe. I've spoken to legal experts who say that discussing the abuse allegations is an effective tool. However, it doesn't really go to the heart of the case. The jury is really going to have to decide here who to believe and whether what she spoke about yesterday has anything to do with what she's facing.
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Khorram for us in San Jose, California. Thank you.
We're also closely watching a federal appeals court hearing involving former President Donald Trump.
He's seeking to block access to his White House records by the House committee that's investigating the Capitol riot. The judges want the Trump lawyers to explain why they think the court even has the authority to hear this case. NBC News correspondent Ken Dilanian is joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. Ken, first, can you walk us through some of the legal issues in this case?
So the biggest issue, Aaron, is to what extent a former president can shield documents claiming executive privilege when the current president says that executive privilege doesn't apply. So what happened here is President Biden said the committee can have these documents. The National Archives was about to release them. Donald Trump sued. Now, he lost in the lower court, so now it's in the appeals court. And there's also a question about whether they even have jurisdiction. They're saying there may be a provision in the law that says that decision's not even subject to judicial review.
Speaking of which, Ken, what is the House hoping to learn, and what are Democrats specifically hoping to establish?
So we're talking about nearly 750 pages of documents, including presidential schedules, diaries, call logs, emails, in the days and weeks before January 6th. And what they're hoping to learn about is what was President Trump's state of mind? What was he doing and saying while he was trying to overturn the results of the election? Did he foment, did he incite the violence on January 6th? They say that these documents are crucial to learning that.
And while we have you, Ken, there's some news breaking about the Trump chief of staff, Mark Meadows, reaching some sort of an agreement with the committee who wanted to hear his testimony and get documents from him. What do you know?
There appears to be progress. Committee Chairman Benny Thompson said in a statement that Meadows has sat for an initial deposition and is turning over documents through his lawyer. But Meadows' lawyer was a little more circumspect and said that he's cooperating, but he's still disputing or trying to maintain executive privilege, and he's not giving them everything they want.
NBC's Ken Dilanian here with us. Ken, as always, thanks so much for being here.
Great to be with you guys. Thanks.
And a royal rift coming straight into the spotlight.
When we come back, the latest from the UK, where new rumors are swirling about the royal family.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is ordering an investigation into a 2019 U.S. airstrike in Syria. A strike killed dozens of civilians, including women and children. It follows a New York Times investigation earlier this month, which detailed claims of top Pentagon officials allegedly trying to cover up the civilian casualties. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, what exactly does the Pentagon want to learn from this investigation?
So they're trying to look at whether the laws of war were violated. Was a war crime, did a war crime take place when so many civilians were killed in that airstrike in eastern Syria near the Iraqi border? And they're also going to look at, should anyone be disciplined? Should anyone be held accountable who was involved in the airstrike? And then they're also going to look at whether there were administrative or record-keeping errors, because it seems to be that for some reason, earlier initial investigations and reports didn't move up through the chain of command, through the military bureaucracy. So it's a pretty wide remit, and they've appointed a 4-star general who's head of U.S. Army Forces Command, General Garrett, and he's going to be looking at this, and the idea is that he was not involved at all in that command, in that part of the world, and so he'll have an independent mindset as he looks at this.
So, Dan, you mentioned record keeping. I mean, does the Pentagon keep track of civilian casualties as a result of U.S. activity in a foreign conflict?
It does. They say they do, and they issue an annual report every year. And of course, it's controversial. Human rights groups and other independent watchdogs say they grossly underreport the number of civilian casualties. They say they killed about 130 civilians in 2019. In the last report they issued, a lot of those were in Afghanistan. But of course, they don't really have on-the-ground teams that can investigate the possibility of civilian casualties in a lot of these cases. So they're relying on drone footage, and they're relying on the accounts of the pilots in the cockpit. And human rights groups are saying that's just not adequate, and they need to be more transparent and more forward-leaning about what's going on when those bombs are dropped.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
Air pollution in India and a daring flight in Chile. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Spain, where investigators are trying to figure out what started a deadly fire this morning. 4 people died when an abandoned bank building caught fire in Barcelona. 2 victims were small children. 4 others made it out. Police say 2 families were living in the bank. Local reports say many abandoned buildings in the area are occupied by homeless people. India, where residents in New Delhi stepped out into improved air quality today. Still wind, dry weather, car emissions, and burning in neighboring states are adding to air pollution in the nation's capital. While the air quality rating is still very unhealthy, residents say there was a little improvement today. And Chile, where a daredevil became the first person to fly into an active volcano. Sebastian Alvarez, a former Chilean military pilot, jumped from a helicopter and glided over the 650-foot wide crater at about 100 miles an hour. His wingsuit consists of nothing more than small wings attached to the arms and legs of the pilot, plus a parachute in case he needs to bail out. And that's the world now.
Britain's royal family is making headlines for multiple reasons. Barbados is ending nearly 4 centuries of British rule and becoming an independent nation. And a new BBC documentary is now examining the tumultuous public lives of William and Harry, the princes. Here's NBC's Molly Hunter.
Aaron Morgan, good afternoon from Buckingham Palace. Now, the party is in Barbados. That is where celebrations are going on today. Now, the Queen has sent her congratulations, but Prince Charles was right there for all the action. Take a look.
This morning, after 396 years, the Caribbean island of Barbados becoming the world's newest independent republic. At the stroke of midnight, Sandra Mason became the nation's first ever president.
So help me God.
In the crowd, Barbadian singer Rihanna alongside Prince Charles representing his mother.
The creation of this republic offers a new beginning.
He also acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery. The Queen, previously the country's head of state, has visited Barbados many times over the years, but this week she stayed at home, still taking it easy since her hospital stay back in October. Here in the UK, the firm, as the royal family is known, is busy going to battle on another front.
The House of Windsor and the British press.
Heavily criticizing the new 2-part BBC documentary called The Princes and the Press. The program delves into the intense media coverage of Princes William and Harry. In a rare move, Buckingham Palace, Clarence House, and Kensington Palace put out a joint statement that the BBC included, saying, "A free, responsible, and open press is of vital importance to a healthy democracy. However, too often it is overblown and unfounded claims from unnamed sources that are presented as facts, and it is disappointing when anyone, including the BBC, gives them credibility." In another bombshell release this week, the author of Brothers and Wives speaking exclusively to the Today Show. Christopher Anderson reporting that Harry and Meghan began distancing themselves after the Queen did not include their photo in a 2019 Christmas address.
Harry did feel as if he was being erased, according to a friend of his, was being erased slowly from the family. That was quite the signal the Queen was sending.
And Anderson also said he traced a comment about the potential complexion of Meghan and Harry's children back to Prince Charles, but says it was twisted by royal advisors.
There's a conversation with you.
With Harry.
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
But it was turned into something very toxic. It was weaponized, really, by the men in gray.
Guys, there are a lot of royal headlines to get through, but going back to that BBC documentary really causing a stir on this side of the pond today, it essentially claims that for years, William and Harry and the rest of the royal family had a deal with the Royal Press Corps that essentially meant favorable coverage. And what they're saying is that William and Harry and their families essentially stopped playing the game, and that is behind a lot of the negative coverage that we've seen. The documentary even goes on to say that Harry is avenging Diana, and that is behind a lot of his actions. But guys, the BBC is defending their documentary, saying it's about how royal journalism is done and features a range of journalists. Really interesting, lots to talk about. Morgan, Aaron.
Trailblazing performer Josephine Baker is now officially the first black woman ever to be memorialized at the Pantheon in Paris. Baker escaped racism in America for the relative tolerance of France in the 1920s. She also worked as a spy for the resistance during World War II. Here's NBC's Kelly Kobiella.
Aaron and Morgan, campaigners have been fighting for 8 years to get Josephine Baker entered into the Pantheon, and it is finally happening today. She'll join the likes of writer Victor Hugo and scientist Marie Curie. As her son, one of her sons, put it to me, she was just a normal woman, he said, who did extraordinary things. She was the world's first black superstar, edgy, sexy, and hugely talented. Josephine Baker, born and raised in Missouri, became a household name in the 20s, a dancer, singer, and civil rights activist who spent her life breaking down barriers of exclusion, using her talent to make statements like this risque and controversial dance in a skirt made of bananas. Baker's public life made her a wildly popular star. Her private life, much of it spent at this remote French castle, made her a hero. It was her refuge and her family home. Akio Bouillon is Baker's eldest adopted son and grew up here. Did she dance in this?
That's it.
Now a museum showcasing Baker's elaborate costumes and her most prized possessions of all. France's highest military medals, the Legion of Honor and Medal of the Resistance, were awarded for her secret work fighting the Nazis in World War II. Was she a spy?
She was.
She was very brave.
For her, no. She was giving back.
But in the U.S., she said she faced hostility and racism. At New York's Stork Club in 1951, ignored for an hour. American actress Grace Kelly saw it all and walked out in solidarity. The future Princess of Monaco and the Queen of the French Cabaret becoming lifelong friends. Prince Albert, Grace Kelly's son, remembers a kind woman.
Her generosity of spirit and of heart really always touched me.
Baker adopted Akio and 11 other children from different countries, races, and religions, calling the family her Rainbow Tribe. But by the late 1960s, Baker was broke. The castle auctioned off, her Rainbow Tribe homeless. Old friend Grace Kelly, now Princess of Monaco, helped Baker sing her way back into stardom. A remarkable comeback in her 60s, selling out New York's Carnegie Hall, getting a standing ovation in Paris. But just days after her last performance, Baker had a stroke and never recovered. Thousands in France lined the streets for her funeral, buried with full military honors. A symbolic casket entered into the Pantheon. Today, this extraordinary woman making history again. Josephine Baker is actually buried in Monaco, and that's where her family would like her to stay. So instead, this symbolic casket will be entered into the Pantheon today. There will be a parade. The casket will be carried by members of the French Air Force because, guys, not only was she a World War II spy, she was also a pilot for the French resistance. Aaron, Morgan.
An outpouring of love for a designer who touched so many lives.
After the break, remembering a man who redefined fashion and inspired so many others.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, NBC's next live musical is quickly approaching. A star-studded cast bringing the Tony-winning musical Annie to your TVs. That'll happen Thursday night. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with Miss Hannigan and the 12-year-old who was chosen to play Annie.
It's only a few days away. The young star of Annie Live, Selena Smith, is never without a smile.
I don't even know how to act. I'm just like, I'm like bouncing up and down the walls.
I think it's fair to say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, I never even thought I'd be here.
But look at you, you are.
It's a dream.
When you found out you got picked after this nationwide search, what was that like for you?
But I was just it felt like a weight had just been lifted off of my shoulder, and I was so happy. You could have sworn there was a kangaroo in the house. I was just like hopping everywhere and just, I was screaming. I was just acting a fool, a blubbering idiot.
You don't want Annie.
In this version of Annie, the orphan's hard-knock life will come courtesy of Taraji P. Henson, cast as Miss Hannigan.
She's the villain that you love to hate. She's quirky. For me, she's the total opposite of we really don't have much in common. I love kids. It's a role that I get to lose myself in. You know, I get to have so much fun with her. Some women are dripping with diamonds.
It's a role that was made iconic, of course, by Carol Burnett back in the 1982 movie.
For me, it's life full circle because I really love Carol Burnett. I studied her. She kept me out of a lot of mischief when I was growing up. I just hope I make her proud.
You think she'll be watching?
I hope so. I'm sending her flowers and I'm sending her everything to sit back and enjoy the show.
How did she keep you out of mischief?
Watching her. I would rather watch her or Lucille Ball than go outside and play with my friends. I was studying her. This was before I even knew I wanted to act. She just did it for me. She made me laugh. She was more than a star to me. My mother raised me, definitely kept me out of mischief, but she had Carol Burnett's help. And the entire cast of the Carol Burnett Show.
We got a taste of what's to come when the cast performed at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and Selena belted out her version.
So it's such an easy song to sing because it's such a comforting one, so.
And she has the pipes.
Do you give it your own little twist?
I try. I always try to like add a little bit like a run or something in there, but you know, sometimes you can't do that.
Castmates say, bet your bottom dollar, Selena will steal the show.
I'm tired of talking about it. I just want you to see the talents of this great young woman here because she'll be around for a long time. We're watching her grow as a star right before our very eyes. Get used to it.
What do you think when you hear that?
I don't even know how to feel.
Just accept it.
I might as well, because it's
accept
happening.
it.
It is.
Exactly.
That was NBC's Joe Fryer reporting. The worlds of fashion and design are mourning the loss of another trailblazer. Virgil Abloh died from cancer this week, and now fans are remembering him as an inspiring cultural force. Take a listen.
Virgil Abloh, the barrier-breaking fashion superstar, died this week at the age of 41 after privately battling a rare form of heart cancer. The first black artistic director of Louis Vuitton menswear, Abloh also created his own brand, Off-White, bringing contemporary streetwear to the most exclusive runways.
Hip-hop is just as important as fine art. Why is it different?
The son of Ghanaian immigrants whose mother taught him to sew, Abloh also made his name as a DJ and furniture maker, with degrees in civil engineering and architecture.
What do you think his legacy will be?
He was a Black man who was at the top of the creative pyramid. A lot of younger Black designers felt that it was not just his walking through those spaces, but he was making room for all of them to do that.
Abloh's career took off when he collaborated with Kanye West and later partnered with brands like Nike, IKEA, and Evian. Survived by his wife and 2 children, tributes for the creator are now pouring in. Famed Harlem designer Dapper Dan saying Virgil's life was a testament to how much Black lives matter by showing what Black lives are capable of.
Who can we empower next?
Capable of and celebrated for.
Life is so short that you can't waste even a day subscribing to what someone thinks you can do versus knowing what you can do.
So another thing that's interesting is that Abloh raised more than $1 million for scholarships for young Black fashion students. And he also had his own mentorship program to help give young professionals their start in that industry. So today, the world is mourning a man who really focused on creating space and making room for the next generation. Thank you guys so much for joining us and being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. New York City not messing around with the Omicron variant. The Big Apple bringing back safety protocols from the peak of the pandemic. Jury selection starting in the trial for the ex-Minnesota cop who killed Daunte Wright during a traffic stop. Plus, an incredible honor for a famous star and a spy. Josephine Baker, the first Black woman and American interned at the Pantheon in Paris. A look back on her extraordinary life. We start this hour with team coverage of the Omicron variant. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is at a COVID testing site in Times Square, New York. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here with everything you need to know about the variant at this stage of the game. Lindsay, let's start with you. Omicron isn't even here yet, but what are New York State and New York City doing to get ready for it?
Yeah, Allison, you've reported on this show that right now New York is in a state of emergency. So starting Friday, non-emergency procedures are going to be limited to help with hospital staffing and also potential supplies, all in preparation for a potential spike. And also yesterday, the mayor of New York City talked about a mask advisory. So you already have to wear a mask in public transit, schools, healthcare settings. Now everybody going grocery shopping, holiday shopping, they will all be encouraged to once again wear those masks indoors. And right now, I also talked to a New York City pediatrician about Omicron, what it means for where we are right now, and does it mean that, for example, if you have tickets to see the Rockettes here in New York City, you should cancel those. We know that a lot of international visitors come here, they go to shows like that, and she said it's a little too early to tell. But I also talked to NBC medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar about where we are in the pandemic, what this variant means. Listen to what she told me.
This is probably the cycle that we're going to be experiencing maybe forever, because this is going to be, if it's not already, an endemic virus, which means it's here and it's going to, not so much whack-a-mole in terms of the variants, but we're going to have to learn to live with them.
Allison, as you've mentioned, no confirmed cases right now of the Omicron variant, but New York health officials say it's just a matter of time, potentially a matter of days, before we do have confirmed cases here in New York City, Allison.
So, Lindsay, New York City's health department saying COVID cases going up in spite of the fact that Omicron isn't here yet. What are you hearing from New Yorkers? Are they worried?
So right now we have about 1,300 positive cases a day and a rolling 7-day average. That is an increase. But we also know that vaccination rates are higher than the national average here in New York City. About 77% of everybody of every age here in New York City has at least one shot. And I did talk to some people outside this testing and vaccination site today. Some are changing their behaviors, some aren't. Let's go ahead and listen.
Like everyone else, I'm concerned. I'm waiting for all the new information to see what's really going on.
Right now, I'm not that scared of it.
Do you feel like you need to change any behaviors or do anything differently?
No.
I'm supposed to go back to France in 10 days, first time home in about 2 years, and I don't think I'm gonna go. So very bad.
So 2 of those people were getting boosters, Allison, and then a gentleman that I spoke to is still traveling to Trinidad tomorrow, and he said he's not changing his plans, Allison.
Lindsay, a question for you about New York City's mayor-elect. I understand Eric Adams is planning to travel to Africa. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so he was scheduled to actually leave last night for Ghana for a spiritual family trip. He said that he had been planning this trip for a while. He wanted to go after the 40th anniversary of slavery in the U.S. That was marked in 2019, and he's scheduled to be there for about a week. We do know that he did get a booster, his 3rd shot, and the New York City Health Commissioner said as long as he got tested before the trip and after the trip and wore a mask on the flight, he should be okay and safe to travel abroad, Allison.
All right, Lindsay, thanks so much for reporting from Times Square today. Appreciate it. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. And oh man, Dr. John, we have a lot of questions. And before we get into the meat of this, I have a question for you. Is Omicron the right way to say this variant? We have heard so many different versions here. Does anyone really know? Are we saying it right?
You know, in addition to not knowing much about the virus, it's the viral name itself that's causing some confusion. Yeah. It's a Greek letter of the alphabet, of the Greek alphabet. They pronounce it Omicron. So Omicron is the way to pronounce it, or Omicron here in the U.S. So it's either Omi or Omicron is the way to pronounce it.
Are we going to put a little more heft into it, though, it sounds like? We're not quite doing it as well as the folks in Greece. Yeah, it's got a little more punch to it. All right, now that we've gotten that out of the way, we have so many questions about this variant. Health experts still trying to figure out how transmissible it is. Dr. Fauci saying right now, though, getting vaccinated and boosted is still your best bet. Here he is on MSNBC today.
We want to get the level of those antibodies as high as you possibly can. And even though they may get some diminution in their effect on this new virus, you still almost certainly you're going to get some degree of protection.
So, Dr. John, Moderna's CEO also saying he doesn't think our existing vaccines will be as effective against Omicron. I'm working on it. I know there are still a lot of questions about this variant, but what should we know right now? What is your best advice for what people should be doing right now to keep themselves and their families as safe as possible?
And I agree with Dr. Fauci. You know, get your vaccination. If you're 6 months beyond getting your vaccinations or 2 months for Johnson & Johnson, then go ahead and get the booster shot, because that's going to put you back up into that 90-plus level of effectiveness against the viruses that are out there right now, the variants that are out there. And when this new variant, when it does come here, because it will come here, then it is also going to give you some effectiveness. We don't know how much it's going to drop. Think it's going to drop a little bit, but it's not going to go from 93% to 0%. It might go from 93 to 70%, or even a little lower. But if you remember, a year and a half ago, we were hoping for 50% effectiveness. We got much higher than that. So there is room to move. And I still think these vaccines are going to prove to be our biggest prevention method for getting this virus variant under control.
So, Dr. John, this shouldn't entirely come as a surprise, right? Health experts warned wealthy countries like us here in the U.S. about new variants. They say the Omicron variant is linked to vaccine inequality. Some experts suggesting line swapping can help, allowing poor nations to jump ahead in the manufacturer's distribution list. What do you make of that theory? And what else can we do to try and prevent new variants from emerging?
And Allison, I think what they're trying to do is what you and I talked about over the last year and a half. Until you get the pandemic controlled around the world, you're not going to get the pandemic controlled anywhere in the world. And so right now what we're looking at is developed countries that have high vaccination rates and a plethora of vaccines available for those who are more hesitant to get them. They're trying to talk them into it, versus some other poorer countries that don't have the vaccines and people just really want to get them. And so that line jumping they're talking about, or line swapping, is certainly one way of handling this. There are a variety variety of ways. President Biden talked about how many vaccines they are sending to other countries, hoping other countries would step up as well. And so the main thing is to try and get them the vaccine. It's probably going to take a variety of techniques to do that, but it's important that we do that, Allison.
Dr. John, Japan reported its first Omicron case today. How are we tracking the spread of this variant internationally? It's moving pretty quick. Are there any particular data stats that you're watching out for, especially just besides what countries it's moving to?
And the main thing I'm watching out for, not just what countries it moves to, but what happens once it gets to those countries.
Okay.
You know, they talk about one case, which means there are probably other cases out there that they haven't detected. And so seeing over the next couple of weeks if those numbers start creeping up, if it starts becoming the new dominant variant that's out there, because if you remember when Delta moved in, it took a few months for Delta to become dominant. They're thinking this might happen in a few weeks. And so if that does happen, that's going to cause more concern. So we'll see as time goes on. But here in the U.S., they're doing a lot of surveillance of different PCR tests to see if it's here. Same thing that's being done around the world. Do need to step that up a little bit, though, and I think that's going to help out a lot.
So that timing is a little bit concerning because, of course, we're smack in the middle of the holiday season. Today, Dr. Fauci said we shouldn't be changing our holiday travel plans right now. But what's your advice for holiday travelers? And is there a point at which you would say, OK, if this happens, this is when you need to start rethinking your travel this holiday season?
And I'll answer the last part of that first.
Okay.
If you start seeing high numbers of cases, particularly with somebody who's at high risk, then you might want to say, okay, let me hesitate on my travel plans. Let me change my travel plans if these things start going up. Right now, as it stands, cases are plateauing, coming down a little bit, so that's fantastic. We think they're going to go up. But the other thing is, remember those basic things that we know work. Get vaccinated if you're not vaccinated. Get a booster shot if you're eligible for the booster shot. Wear a mask, social distance, open windows when you're doing things. But I think the biggest thing is this holiday season, don't be afraid to ask people, what's your vaccine status? Are you fully vaccinated? Have you gotten a booster shot? And it doesn't mean they can't come over or you can't go to their house. It just means you might need to change the way you do that. You might need to open up windows and put chairs further apart or go outdoors. But again, you want to have fun, but you want to make sure you do it in a very safe fashion.
Dr. John, how about international travel as well? I mean, a lot of people are thinking about taking that first maybe big family vacation, going to see family they might have overseas that they haven't seen in such a long time. Do you need to think or be especially careful about that, knowing that this variant is already traveling around internationally? Or is it one of those things where in a matter of weeks, it might be here as well, and so you kind of have to treat all travel the same?
It's kind of a combination of both, because I just got back from a couple of working trips overseas, and they're being very careful about the flights and the airports. But once you get to the countries, it's going to depend on the countries. So definitely look at what's happening in the countries, what kind of precautions they're taking, what kind of requirements they have, and what you need to do to come back here in the U.S. And again, this doesn't mean don't go. This just means doing your homework before you go, making those hard decisions as to whether you do go, and being extremely flexible, because as we've seen, these things can change in a matter of weeks.
Yeah, they sure can. All right, Dr. John, I'm going to keep working on my Omicron pronunciation. Thank
Omicron.
You. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Thank you so much. Oh, great to see you as always. You always have the answers to our pressing COVID questions. We appreciate it.
You bet.
COVID conspiracy theories born here in the U.S. are having a deadly impact around the world. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny takes us to Romania.
Romania, a country of 19 million in Eastern Europe, is facing a fourth wave of the coronavirus. This month, Romania's death rate was one of the highest in the world. Despite being an EU member country with access to vaccines, just around 40% of the population has gotten their first shot. Across the European Union, 70% have had at least one shot. Vaccine skepticism runs rampant, fueled by conspiracy theories that come from the United States.
The idea that the pandemic is a bioweapon, which is launched from different parts of the world.
Disinformation researcher and visiting Harvard scholar Alina Barguanu says that conspiracy theories about COVID-19 appeared online in Romania at the start of the pandemic.
Another narrative that struck Romania is that there are miracle cures, there are God-sent medicines that are hidden by the authorities.
These sound shockingly familiar to me because I study this in the US. And so I think that there's like this lingering tendency to blame countries like Russia for, foreign disinformation. But you're sort of saying that the United States of America is a major exporter of vaccine misinformation?
Yes, I think that what is happening in the United States in general has a huge influence on what is happening around the world. They are very difficult to debunk, because, for example, in Romania, when you say that this comes from the United States, this thing is somehow immediately believed.
While social media companies have made efforts to slow the flow of misinformation, enforcement in non-English speaking countries is severely lacking. A 2020 internal memo revealed in the Facebook Papers showed that although the U.S. makes up less than 10% of its daily users, 84% of the company's budget to fight misinformation went to the U.S.
When social media platforms take some measures in order to ban this kind of toxic content, this does not necessarily happen in a country such as Romania.
Back in May 2020, social media companies like YouTube and Facebook worked to remove the debunked Plandemic video from their platforms. But the morning of our interview, Professor Burguano shared a link to that same documentary, available to watch on Facebook, subtitled in Romanian.
You know, even the video that you sent of Plandemic, you know, in Romania, it had 800,000 views, right? And it didn't even have a label.
Yes, I think this is a huge problem for a country such as Romania. For Facebook, Romania is what they call a small market.
Facebook has responded to the criticism, noting the work of, quote, dedicated teams that combat platform abuse in countries where there are heightened risks. Conspiracy theories that originate in the United States are spread on social media and picked up around the world.
There are some influencers, for example, Roberto Malone, who claims to be the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, Robert Kennedy. So these are global figures which enjoy a lot of credibility here in Romania.
Anti-vaccine content is exported by a cohort dubbed the Disinformation Dozen by the Center for Countering Digital Hate. This false information is then brought into the mainstream, shared by local influencers and even mainstream media.
Outrageous narratives that hospitals are like Nazi camps managed to penetrate not only mass media but also the public television. There was a pro and against debate around the subject of vaccination. Two of the people invited were two of the strongest anti-vaccinations voices in Romania.
Another prominent figure in the Romanian anti-vaccine campaign is Diana Șoșoacă, a member of parliament. In April, YouTube suspended the official account of the Romanian Senate due to her statements recommending that Romanians not wear masks. The senator spreads conspiracy theories about the vaccine in her Facebook live streams, speaking directly to over 380,000 followers. Dozens of other pages repost her content, reaching an even wider audience. In September, Șoșoacă and a few followers protested a vaccine center in her district, blocking cars as they entered the clinic. Police cited her for disturbing the peace. Conspiracy theories don't just stay online. Thousands have turned out on the streets of the capital, Bucharest, for multiple protests against masks and the vaccine. Meanwhile, in Romania, more than 55,000 people have died from the coronavirus since the start of the pandemic.
It's as if this is an act of honor to resist the government from getting the vaccine. So it is a riot every day.
Coming up, Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking trial kicking into high gear today. Jeffrey Epstein's personal pilot taking the stand, talking about the celebrities who flew with Epstein. Coming up.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison. We start with tech giant Apple. The company says it will notify customers if their iPhone or Apple devices have been hacked. This comes after Apple sued a company claiming it sold spyware to hack iPhones. A Virginia man died and 2 others were rescued during a canyon climbing trip at Zion National Park in Utah. The park's rescue team found the 31-year-old suspended from a rope and the others stranded on a nearby rock. 2 Iowa teenagers pleading not guilty to murdering their high school Spanish teacher. Authorities say the 66-year-old teacher's body was found in a park where she took daily walks. Residents in Greece over 60 years old will soon be fined 100 euros a month if they're unvaccinated. The move is in response to surging cases and concerns about the new Omicron variant. Fines will start January 16th. And Lionel Messi received the world's best soccer player award for a record-extending 7th time after finishing his final season with Barcelona and earning his first major international trophy with Argentina. Allison, I'll kick it back to you.
Oh, I saw what you did there, Maya. Thanks. Jury selection starting today in the trial for ex-Brooklyn Center, Minnesota cop Kim Potter. Potter, who is white, is charged with shooting and killing Dante Wright, a 20-year-old black man at a traffic stop last April. Potter says she accidentally grabbed her handgun instead of her taser that day. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside the court in Minneapolis. Shaq, Potter's body cam footage shows her holding her handgun, pointing it at Wright. She repeats, "I'll tase you," and then seconds later said, "Taser, taser, taser." Here's part of that body cam video, and just a warning for our viewers, some of what you're about to see might be disturbing. Shaq, after that, Potter fires a single shot and it kills Wright. What is Potter charged with? How is jury selection going today? What should folks know here?
Well, that former officer, Kim Potter, is charged with 2 counts of manslaughter, first and second degree manslaughter. They carry a sentence of up to 15 years in prison if convicted, though legal experts warn that even if she is convicted, she likely wouldn't spend that much time in prison with the sentencing guidelines here. But you mentioned jury selection is underway. This is day 1 of the trial, and the first thing that you do is put together that jury. So far, 3 members of the jury panel have been seated. We don't know much about them. They're their identities won't be disclosed until the end of trial. But through that questioning process that we've been watching, we know that 2 of them are men, 1 of them is a woman. We know they have different age ranges and different occupations. One was was formerly in a band, a rock and roll band that was touring the country. Found that a little interesting. But, 3 members of the jury panel seated so far. They're trying to get to 12 members of the jury and 2 alternates, Allison.
Shaq, Potter's defense attorney saying today that she will take the stand. What else are you learning about the defense strategy for this trial?
Yeah, that was a relatively early admission from the defense that they plan to have Kim Potter take the stand in her own defense. I want you to watch when we learned that announcement. It came as he was questioning one of the potential jurors who mentioned that she wanted to hear Kim Potter's side, and this is what happened.
Let me tell you that if you're selected, yes. Officer Potter will testify and tell you what she remembered happened. Yes. So you will know, not just from the video, but from the officers at the scene and Officer Potter herself, what was occurring. Yes. I take it you'd be quite interested in hearing what she had to say.
So that is interesting to know that she will be taking the stand once this trial is fully underway. We do know opening statements will happen on December 8th. And, one other thing that we're learning through this entire process is the defense that will likely hear from Kim Potter, that she was acting or that she acted, and when she fired, it was an accident, she said. She said she was reaching for a taser, but instead grabbed her handgun. Meanwhile, the prosecution says that her behavior was reckless. They say she's been on the force for more than 20 years. So she should have known the difference, and in not knowing the difference, she cost the life of 20-year-old Daunte Wright.
Shaq, this shooting happened, of course, during the Derek Chauvin trial. He was convicted of murdering George Floyd. The Potter case is expected to draw attention to police use of force all over again. What are you hearing about that in Minneapolis today?
This is definitely something that will be in focus. I'll tell you, outside of the courthouse this morning, we saw a small protest of a small group of demonstrators outside the courthouse. We do know that different local leaders said that this is something they'll be watching. And we also heard from the family of Daunte Wright with other community leaders. So this is something that will be in focus. One thing that we also learned as part of this process is we will likely hear from use of force experts during this trial. We will likely hear from other police officers who were involved and at the scene at the moment. So that use of force question will definitely come up and come into play. And one of the questions will be, even if she was reaching for the taser, and this is part of the conversations that I've had with defense attorneys not connected to this trial, but they say even if she was reaching for the taser, there's an open question over whether or not that use was justified. And that is something you can expect to be litigated in this trial, Allison.
Shaq, last night the city council voted down a measure that would have put an emergency curfew in place after the verdict. Could you tell us about that and what the city's doing, if anything, to just make sure folks in Minneapolis are safe and secure while this trial goes on?
Yeah, it was somewhat of a technical debate that you saw last night with that city council meeting. Essentially, the votes in opposition partially, or the council members who voted in opposition did that partially because they said they didn't believe that they believed that only an elected official had the ability to implement a curfew rather than the position that they were trying to give the power to. So there was a dispute over exactly how to enact a curfew if they wanted to enact one. But in terms of the safety and security, I mean, you can tell the courthouse behind me, it looks much different than it did when we were covering the Chauvin trial, when you saw the military vehicles, the barbed wire. We do know that there's enhanced security, but there's not that outwardly facing security presence, at least right now, at least at this point of the trial, Allison.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Minneapolis, thank you so much. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will hear arguments on Mississippi's law that bans most abortions after 15 weeks. Now, the debate in court is going to center around the rights of women and their unborn children, but it overlooks an important question. What happens when women are denied the right to choose? NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward caught up with a reproductive rights advocate in Chicago who knows firsthand.
Brittany Mostiller spent her teen years here on the south side of Chicago, living with her mother and raising 2 baby daughters.
I learned a lot here,
and I became a mother here. Had no clue what I was doing.
But once she became pregnant with her third, she knew it would be too much.
I called around to a few abortion clinics to terminate the pregnancy, and the prices I was quoted they were ridiculous. I could not save up enough money if I tried. I was essentially, forced to carry that pregnancy to term, even though I didn't want to.
She says her fears came true.
Being pushed further into poverty was definitely one of those fears, and it definitely happened. Our lights were off at some point, living on my own, because I needed to redistribute money within the household to make sure at least the rent is paid so we're not evicted.
Mostiller's story is far from unique. In a first-of-its-kind 10-year study of more than 1,000 American women, Diana Green Foster of the University of California, San Francisco, saw this path repeated again and again.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion.
The study found that women who were denied an abortion saw a four-fold increase in the odds that their household fell below the federal poverty line. They were more likely to get lower credit scores, more likely to report elevated levels of stress and anxiety, and less likely to graduate with advanced degrees. About 10 years ago, Mostiller became pregnant again. She found grant money and got the abortion she wanted.
I didn't feel like I was going to be pushed further into the poverty, and changed a lot for us.
And all of that put her in a position to decide at age 28 that she was ready for another child. Today, Mostiller is an advocate for reproductive rights.
And I felt ready in different ways, and it shows because she's wise beyond, she's something else. She's something else. I bought my first home recently. I can see it clear now, how much things have changed. I feel like that accessing the care I needed and getting the abortion I needed set up everything.
Jake joins me live now. Jake, it's great to see you. So let's talk about this further. Besides getting pushed into poverty, what else do women experience when they're unable to get an abortion? What are some of the other effects and impacts?
Well, this landmark study of more than 1,000 women is really shocking on so many levels because there's so much rhetoric, Allison, in this country around abortion, but we really have not looked at what the science really finds. And what it finds is that by every standard measure of well-being, financial, physical, emotional, women who are denied an abortion do worse than women who are able to get the abortion they want. And this is not something like simply the poorest women have those effects. It is a cause and effect kind of situation. And here's the really shocking part. In every case, the researchers found that once a woman was deciding to get an abortion, the very reasons that they wanted one ended up predicting the effects that befell them when they weren't allowed to get one. So if they thought that they weren't at the right moment in their life, that was undoubtedly true. When they thought they didn't have the money, that was also true. The cause and effect turns out to be incredibly stark, Allison.
Wow. So, Jake, are the lawyers in this case that we're going to be hearing tomorrow, are they going to talk about the financial and emotional effects on women in their arguments? What are the two sides expected to get into here?
Well, this is really the amazing thing, is that this is not actually probably going to be the basis of the argument. The plaintiffs are likely to focus on the constitutionality of Roe v. Wade and how it really has enshrined over the last few decades a woman's right to choose, while the Mississippi Attorney General has said openly that she is attempting to overturn federal precedent. If anything, she's the one who talks more about how the laws of the land these days give women greater dignity than ever before, and so they don't need Roe v. Wade in order to protect them at the workplace or to make sure that they can be a fit mother. Well, it turns out none of that is true. That is what the rhetoric has obscured, but it is definitely what the science has found here, Allison.
Jake, just an unbelievable study. Women having a tendency to know what's right for them in their bodies. Novel concept in 2021. Jake, thanks so much for your great reporting, as always. Coming up, a royal rift between Princes William and Harry, why the Windsors are fired up about a controversial new documentary.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, debate and discourse have become action. Today, we set our compass to a new direction.
The first ever president-elect of Barbados, Sandra Mason, celebrating as the nation becomes the world's newest independent republic. The Caribbean island formally ending nearly 4 centuries of colonial ties to the British monarchy. Prince Charles representing Queen Elizabeth at that ceremony. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us there and takes a look at a new controversy for the royal family back in the UK.
Hey, Allison, that's right. The party is in Barbados today, where it is a lot sunnier, a lot warmer than it is here at Buckingham Palace. Now, the Queen has sent her congratulations to the newest independent republic in the world, and Prince Charles is right there in Barbados in the midst of all the action. So take a look at these pictures. Last night, at the stroke of midnight, Sandra Mason became the nation's first ever president. The Caribbean island became the world's newest independent republic. Now, in the crowd, not only Prince Charles, also Barbadian singer Rihanna, one of my faves, Allison. But take a listen to what Prince Charles, who is of course representing his mother and the monarchy, had to say.
The creation of this republic offers a new beginning, but it also marks a point on a continuum, a milestone on the long road you have not only traveled, but which you have built. From the darkest days of our past and the appalling atrocity of slavery, which forever stains our history.
Now, the Queen has visited Barbados many times over her reign. She didn't go this week, of course, and really still taking it easy here in the UK, Allison, since she was in the hospital last October. Now, there are a lot of royal headlines going on here. One of them is the royal family is busy going to battle against a new BBC documentary, heavily criticizing this 2-part program. It's called The Princes and the Press. And the program delves into the intense media coverage of Princes William and Harry. Now, in a rare move, Buckingham Palace, Clarence House, and Kensington Palace all put out a joint statement that the BBC included, saying a free, responsible, and open press is of vital importance to a healthy democracy. However, too often it is overblown and unfounded claims from unnamed sources that are presented as fact, and it is disappointing when anyone, including the BBC, gives them credibility. Now, the BBC is saying, and really defending it, saying this is a program about how royal journalism is done and features a range of journalists. It essentially lays out the history of the royal family and the press and how for many, many years they had a relationship, kind of a deal with the royal press. They got access if they got favorable coverage in the press, and essentially it accuses Princes William and Harry, claims Princes William and Harry have stopped playing that game, and that has led to some of the tension that we, of course, have witnessed in the last 2 years. But it is really creating waves over here. The BBC is standing by it. We have reached back out to the palace, to Clarence House, and to Harry and Meghan to see if we get anything or any more reaction to it.
She was an iconic performer and even a spy. Now Josephine Baker is the first black woman and U.S.-born entertainer ever memorialized at the Pantheon in Paris, an honor reserved for some of the most illustrious figures in French history. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea shows us how France is remembering Baker's legacy.
Allison, campaigners have been fighting for 8 years to get Josephine Baker entered into the Pantheon in Paris, and today it's finally happened. She is joining the likes of writer Victor Hugo and scientist Marie Curie in this most revered place for France's national heroes. She was actually born in St. Louis, Missouri. She became famous in the roaring 20s in Paris as a singer, dancer, and an entertainer. But she was so much more than an artist. During World War II, she joined the French resistance. She was a French citizen, and she fought against the Nazis using her fame to gather information and write it down in invisible ink on sheet music and get it to the Allied powers. And after that, so deeply affected by her upbringing in racially segregated St. Louis, she fought for years, for her entire life really, against racism. The only woman to speak in the March on Washington in 1963 alongside Martin Luther King Jr. She continued that fight against racism her entire life, adopting 12 children from different races, religions, and countries around the world. 11 of those children, her 11 surviving children, are at that ceremony today in Paris. President Emmanuel Macron delivering the address, and her casket, a symbolic casket, being carried into the Pantheon by members of the French Air Force. She is actually buried in Monaco. Her family said that's where she wanted to stay. So instead, this symbolic ceremony and entering into the Pantheon today. As one of her sons told me, this was a normal woman who did extraordinary things, and today she's being honored for it.
Coming up, he blew millions in PPP funds on a Lambo and a Rolex, and now he's going to jail. How a Texas man was busted for fraud next.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We've got some breaking news this afternoon. 3 people dead, 6 injured in a shooting at Oxford High School. That's in suburban Detroit. The shooter now in custody. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett joining me now. Maura, Oakland County, Michigan Undersheriff Mike McCabe just wrapped up a press conference. What did he say about what happened there?
Well, Allison, we just got those details, like you mentioned, 3 people dead and 6 wounded in this absolutely tragic incident at this school in Michigan. It's a suburb of Detroit. This happened at around 1 p.m. this afternoon. So obviously that's 1 p.m. Central Time, so 2 p.m. Eastern. We're still getting a lot of these details, but I want you to hear directly from what the undersheriff said at this press conference.
Behind us in the mire, they've closed the store down for us and helped us with reunification with the parents. We got a lot of upset parents who want to know what's going on with their kids. There was an orderly evacuation. The school did everything right. Everybody remained in place. They barricaded themselves, and Tim here has done a great job in terms of preparing. You never want to prepare for something like this, but you have to. And the school district's done a wonderful job preparing. All the doors over there are marked at the high school. If you've seen them, deputies responded. They knew where to go.
The undersheriff also mentioned that there were more than 100 911 calls that were coming in from the school in the area when this incident happened. And so the suspect was able to be taken into custody very quickly. They say within 5 minutes of arriving on scene, Allison.
Maura, how about the people who were hurt at the school? Do we know anything about how they're doing tonight?
Still not a lot of details. Obviously, they've just been transferred in the last couple of hours. We do know that of the 6 injured, it appears that one of them is a teacher. The other appear to be students. There is going to be another press conference later this evening, so we might be getting some more updates on their injuries there. We do know that the police department is still conducting another search of the school to make sure that they didn't leave any victims behind.
How about the shooter? What can you tell us there?
So it appears that the shooter was a 15-year-old sophomore, a student at the school. They did recover a handgun on the scene, but they do say that he did not resist arrest, but he did invoke his right not to speak. And so we don't have any names yet or of the victims. Obviously, their family needs to be contacted. Still very early in the investigation right now, but he is again in custody, and that happened very quickly once police arrived on site.
All right, Maura, thanks so much for reporting on this late breaking news. Appreciate it. All right, we have to talk supply chain and the holidays. The holiday shopping countdown is on, but will you be able to find those most wanted gifts? NBC News senior business correspondent Steph Rule crunched the numbers from Black Friday and Cyber Monday. She also talked to Mattel's CEO to see how they're handling all those holiday supply chain issues.
Allison, the numbers are in, and while the supply chain issues remain to be somewhat of a problem, especially with out-of-stock items that don't look like they're going to be here for the holidays, across the board, we saw strong retail sales from Black Friday to Small Business Saturday to Cyber Monday. Now, the discounts were smaller this year than they have been in previous years. You know, inflation is a worry. But yesterday, President Biden met with a number of top CEOs, and as far as the supply chain goes, while things aren't solved, they are getting better. Walmart CEO Doug McMillon said the ports are 26% less congested than they were over the last 4 weeks. I sat down with Mattel's CEO minutes after he left the White House, and he said things are actually looking good this holiday season. And the idea that Santa won't be here for Christmas, well, that's just not true.
Yes, we are seeing consistent improvement in supply chain and reduction of congestion in ports. We are working very hard in collaboration with our retail partners. They are doing a tremendous job, a really good job in making sure together with us that there is enough product at the right quantities at the right time on shelves for the holiday season. And with that, we are confident that there will be plenty of Mattel product for children of all ages on shelves for the holiday season.
So, Allison, one of the bigger issues for consumers, we know prices are higher, but demand is very strong. And those big retailers that have a lot more control of the supply chain and had months to navigate this and really get their own cargo ships, figure their own transport, they're in very good shape going into the holiday. It's smaller businesses that we're worried about. They're sort of at the end of the supply chain. And for more economically vulnerable Americans, when prices are higher, it's just a difficult holiday season.
Canada tapping into its reserves, and I'm not talking about oil, rather maple syrup. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders shows us how the country is trying to avoid a sticky situation around the world.
Allison, if your thing is to have some maple syrup on your pancakes like I'm doing here at the Old Breakfast House in Fort Lauderdale, there is an urgent plea to actually be cautious. Dip, don't pour. That's because there may be a shortage of this sweet elixir. 73% of all the maple syrup we get in this country is imported from Quebec. And in Quebec, Canada, they've run into a little bit of shortage. But not to worry, they also have a plan to help solve this problem. The Maple Syrup Reserve. Think about the Strategic Oil Reserve, that petroleum reserve that President Biden recently released to help get more supplies and bring down the price. Well, in Canada, they also have a strategic maple syrup reserve. And so they've started to release 50 million gallons. Of course, the United States is the #1 importer of Canada's maple syrup, but the folks in like #2 being Vermont are also hoping that they can catch up and produce what Americans need. But bottom line, Allison, if you like to have your pancakes with some maple syrup, the best advice is, again, dip, don't pour. See you later.
A Texas man who got more than $1.5 million in pandemic relief loans is about to spend 9 years in prison. He blew the money on a Lamborghini, a Rolex, and a truck. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here. Danny, I'm guessing that is not what you would advise people do with those PPP loans.
I may or may not advise my clients. Do not spend your money on flashy things, because I promise you, the federal government loves to take those flashy things and bash you over the head with them at trial. I'm not kidding. They will show all the flashy things you bought with your ill-gotten gains, and juries hate that. It makes them hate defendants.
I was going to say a Lamborghini and a Rolex, probably the #1 and #2 way to tick off a jury. Let's talk about what happened here. This guy got the money from the Paycheck Protection Program for 3 businesses that didn't even exist. He pleaded guilty to wire fraud and money laundering. His attorney telling NBC News in an email, Mr. Price hopes that others will learn from his reckoning that there is no easy money. He has the balance of his 110-month sentence to reflect, repent, and rebuild his misspent life. What do you make of his sentence? Standard here? Where does it fall sort of in what he should have gotten?
Oh, it's pretty reasonable. In the federal system, as soon as you get into the millions of dollars that are cost to a victim, the sentencing guidelines start just launching you upward. I mean, it's a very complex formula that they apply, but it is very much weighed by how much you defraud or how much money damage you cause a victim. So this is actually not that unreasonable a sentence within the sentencing guidelines in federal court. Again, when it comes to money, it's all about the dollar amount that was lost. In this case, however, really, the Lambo and the Rolex were kind of a side story compared to what he actually did, which was submit fraudulent documents and information, in one instance, supposedly, on behalf of someone who had died. So this is the kind of blatant fraud that the government is going to go after. Not just people who own Lambos, but how they got to that Lambo.
Well, sure. And we're thinking of all the people, right, who over the last year and a half really needed that money and were struggling to get it. And this guy's off buying flashy stuff. The Justice Department did manage to get $700,000 back from him.
Impressive.
But yeah, not bad, right?
Not bad.
Newsweek is reporting, though, more than $75 million in pandemic relief funds have been obtained through fraud since this program started. The DOJ charging more than 150 people. That's no small dollar amount and no small group of people. What's your expectation here? Do you think most of them will end up in jail? Will they be able to recover some of that money? Or is it unique that they were able to get that $700,000 back here?
Yeah, the minute this PPP loan thing was announced, we're going back, last year, my criminal defense buddies and I all got together. We agreed that not only will this cost the government a lot of money, it's going to cost the government a lot of money in prosecution, going after all the dimwits who submit fraudulent applications for PPP loans, which is easily traceable. A lot of it was done online. It's all you have to do is look at the documents where they fraudulently altered or something like that. And there's going to be a lot more prosecutions and convictions like this one.
Yesterday, Danny, a Florida woman was convicted of getting an $85,000 loan based on false information. She exaggerated everything from her number of employees, her company's payroll and taxes. Could she be looking at lesser time then because her loan was smaller? You seem to indicate it. If it's in the millions, it's more. But what should she expect to be dealing with?
The sentencing guidelines are heavily driven by the dollar amount, as I said. But every sentencing is different. It would depend on the amount of fraud. But again, the dollar amount is going to be key. I would expect her to get a significantly lesser sentence than our friend with the Lambo.
It appears as well that her company at least existed, even though she exaggerated. So there you go.
Exactly.
And congratulations are in order. You're a new dad.
I'm a new dad. Second child, 2 daughters. Wish me luck.
Best of luck. We'll chat when they get closer to high school. But I understand.
Oh no.
You're gonna make it. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. You just gotta get him home from the hospital. Start there.
Yes, that will do tonight.
Danny, thanks so much. Congrats. Coming up, Tiger Woods basically bowing out of the game of golf. Hear from the legend himself next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's hard to explain how difficult it's been, just to be immobile for 3 months and just lay there, and I was just looking forward to just getting outside.
Tiger Woods talking publicly for the first time since his devastating car crash back in February. Woods saying today he has no desire to play golf full-time again. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
Yeah, Allison, this was a surprisingly, I would say, candid press conference. Tiger Woods sort of wrestling with the fact that he survived this car crash and now facing what could be a more diminished future, one where he plays professionally, but maybe doesn't reach the same pinnacles, not wearing the green jacket or raising another trophy, but just happy to be around the sport. We also got more of a look into his mental state during the whole process, which he just describes as horrific. The recovery, grueling, long, heartbreaking at times. He said there were a few very dark moments that he was able to overcome, but still, I mean, just being inside, basically in a hospital bed in your own house for 3 months straight. He said he came out on the other side appreciating the birds chirping and seeing his son play golf and some of the finer things that I think maybe he had missed throughout competition, throughout his normal life. Here's what some of what he said during the press conference. Listen to this.
There were some tough times in there. There were some really, really tough times, and pain got pretty great at times, but he helped me get through it, and I'm on the better side of it, but I still got a long way to go. I'm lucky to be alive, but also still have the limb. Those are two crucial things, so I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me, that I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
You heard him there just talking about how lucky he was to be alive. The doctors gave him a near 50-50 chance to lose his right leg. Amputation wasn't off the table. So you see this new appreciation in him. And even though, maybe he's more selective about the tournaments he chooses or the PGA play that he participates in, again, he's more, just happy that he's around the sport, able to hit holes. He says he's able to do an 18-hole course at this point. We've seen that video of him swing. He looks good. He looks strong. He got up and walked away after he left the podium. So all in all, I mean, obviously a good outcome comparing to what that crash looked like originally. But obviously the way we have to watch and look and appreciate Tiger Woods may have to change. But for now, he's doing well.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Stocks down, COVID concerns up. Steph Rule's going to be here to talk about what's going on with your money and the economy. Pfizer wants 16 and 17-year-olds to get the COVID booster, so how fast could it happen? And at least 3 people dead, 6 hurt in a shooting at a Michigan high school. What we know about what happened there this afternoon. All right, we're going to show you the Dow and how it's just about to close. It's settling in this afternoon, and there it is. I just want to warn you, viewers may find this disturbing because we are down 650 points today. The market's really rattled, and I think you can imagine what it is. This new COVID variant, which set them lower on Friday, causing trouble again. One of the other issues today, Fed Chair Jerome Powell coming out and saying that it looks like the Fed is going to sort of speed up its tapering. You don't need to know what that means to know that the markets are concerned that we could be heading for another COVID problem with another variant that could be bad for our economy, and that the Fed is on pace to sort of get things back to normal. Those two things don't always sync all that well. We're going to talk more about that, what's going on with the markets, what's going on with your money coming up. But in the meantime, let's talk about how businesses are dealing with this new COVID variant and how they're trying to protect their employees and customers from Omicron. The organizers of Art Basel in Miami are weighing their options right now. Vaccine mandates, mask requirements, or business as usual. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock's in Miami, where nearly 100,000 people are heading to Art Week.
Allison, good afternoon. For many communities and businesses, it's a wait-and-see approach for the Omicron variant right now. But that is the Federal Reserve is coming out with new urgency about what it could mean for the economy. Here in Miami, Art Basel is back after a one-year hiatus. Nearly 100,000 visitors are expected for Art Week.
A warning to American businesses as they brace for Omicron. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell telling senators that the variant and the recent COVID surge could affect Americans' willingness to work in person and lead to uncertainty and more inflation. So far, no confirmed U.S. cases of the highly mutated variant, although the country's collective antennas are raised.
Very concerned. I'm both vaccinated and have the booster shot, but that doesn't mean I'll be protected.
Two of the nation's largest cities, New York and Los Angeles, already issuing new advisories, urging residents to wear masks indoors regardless of vaccination status. As some businesses consider vaccination mandates, this morning the government delaying a key deadline for federal workers, saying they won't be punished for not getting vaccinated until next year. But across the country, companies big and small are back on alert, monitoring Omicron closely.
The star of the neighborhood is clearly the art.
Small business owner Lance Durham gives guided tours of Miami's Wynwood neighborhood, known for its street art.
We might go back to a heightened alert status where everyone is required to wear a mask, including myself. We might do it sooner than later.
In Miami, preparations are underway for Art Basel, an annual fair that was canceled in person last year due to COVID. Vaccine proof or a negative test is required at most events. Anna Samoilova is exhibiting her documentary-style photography, Flood Zone, and believes South Florida can host a culturally important event safely.
I see it as an opportunity to prove, maybe to the rest of the world, that we are very much capable of adhering to the rules. Are rules everywhere, right?
Even as the organizers of Art Basel are taking whatever steps they need to ensure safety at this year's event, there is still, Allison, that friction between city leaders and organizers and the state of Florida. The governor here saying that there will be no COVID lockdowns, no vaccine requirements, no mask requirements in the state of Florida.
NBC News senior business correspondent Steph Rule here now. And oh man, Steph, we are glad you are here on a lousy day like this. We've got the market close up there on the screen so people can see it. We know this had to do with Fed Chair Jay Powell's comments today. What did he say that set off that landslide?
Well, he said a lot. Yes, there was talk of this new COVID variant. And while he said the administration and the Fed is focused on it, because remember, when the Delta variant hit over the summer, that's when you saw that temporary slowdown in the economy. People weren't so willing to go back to work. There were concerns over sending their kids back to school. So there is some concerns about the variant, about what it's doing to travel and the economy. But the bigger concern, this pivot that we saw from him really for the first time when he was talking about while the economy is strong, inflation is serious. Listen to this.
At this point, the economy is very strong and inflationary pressures are high, and it is therefore appropriate, in my view, to consider wrapping up the taper of our asset purchases, which we actually announced at the November meeting, perhaps a few months sooner. And I expect that we will discuss that at our upcoming meeting in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so here's why this matters. What we had heard back in November was the economy, it was strong. Come next summer, they're going to start tapering off all this extra monetary support the government has been providing as we're living through COVID. But given how strong the economy is and how hot things are, meaning the inflationary pressures, how prices keep going up and up, they want to move that up. And the reason that pushes the stock market down is because likely we will eventually see interest rates go up. And interest rates going up isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Right.
In fact, it's a sign that the economy is strong and we can work on our own without so much government support. From a stock market perspective, the stock market loves zero interest rates because it means there's nowhere else to put your money but the stock market.
Look, Steph, I love that you bring up that point too, right? Because you said it. Interest rates mean that we don't need that much help because the economy's doing okay. But try to tell that not only to stocks, but to the average person, and they don't want to hear it. People love it when interest rates are low. It just, the sound of it just makes people nervous when we start saying that rates are going to go up. So for people who are looking at this thinking, all right, we lost 650 points today. We were down about 1,000 on Friday. That was pretty bad. Even if you don't have money in this stock market, you never like to see this. It's unsettling. People are starting to worry if we're going to be running into trouble again. What do you say to our average viewer who's watching this just thinking this can't be good?
That remember, interest rates are at zero. Rates are normally at zero when we are at a time of financial crisis. And we're not in a financial crisis. We are squarely in an economic recovery. And I would remind people that the last time we saw inflation this high, interest rates were over 5%. They're currently at zero. So if they were up at 1 or 2%, that would be okay. And for people who say, oh my gosh, it would be so much more expensive to buy a home, that might be okay. Housing prices have run away. They have gotten so high because rates are so low. Rates going up a bit would normalize the economy.
Steph, I'm thinking of my dad. I'm hearing him in my head right now saying, you were too young in the 80s to remember what interest rates look like. Steph Ruhle, thank you.
Yes.
He says it to me all the time.
When your dad bought his house in the 80s, the rate he got in his mortgage was astronomically higher than you or I got. And he's saying, Allison, I'm going to take you back to the 80s. It's not just about day glow and bicycle shorts.
Right? I can hear him saying the music was good and interest rates were in the double digits. Steph, always great to have you on, especially on a day like this. Thank you.
Great to see you.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas is going to cost you. From the tree to the lights, decorating is more expensive this year, just like just about everything else. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns explains why.
There's no place like New York City at Christmas time. From the lights to the snowy surprises.
Wow, wait, look at
Whoa! Whoa! To the tree vendors that put the merry in Christmas all across the city. But it takes a lot of work to get a Christmas tree to the streets of NYC.
It takes about 7 years to get that tree up to get ready to get it for the city. And you got to harvest it.
The trees start here on farms like Allen's.
You know, then you got to get it on the trucks. You got to get it to the city. And that's a pretty tight schedule.
But that tight schedule to get a tree from farm to city has been complicated this year by labor shortages and supply chain issues.
It's just hard to get the labor right now. There's other people that have problems with the trucking end of it.
There are also fewer trees to be cut, a problem farmers trace back to the 2008 recession when they couldn't afford to plant as many trees. And now, more than a decade later,
we're lacking a tree. We don't have the supply of them because we've been downgrading, but usually 6,000, we're down 2,500 this year.
Once Allen's trees are cut and sheared, they're shipped off to the city, where vendors like Tree Riders NYC store them in Queens until it's time to unload them in the East Village for the holiday season.
What starts off as an empty sidewalk is then flooded with lumber and trees and humans who just build and build.
How much more difficult is it this year to make this all happen?
A lot more. Like a lot more difficult. This year, we went to 4 different states. We called 200 farmers just to find the trees that we needed to find for this year.
Thanks to these challenges, you may be paying 25 to 50% more for your tree this year compared to 5 years ago. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. And that's not the only holiday price hike.
everything that you'll see at your typical Christmas tree stand, from the trees themselves to the tree stands to the lights, even the lumber has gone up in price and is harder to find.
Also, the tree stands have gone up. There is a shortage of resin. They're having a hard time finding enough plastic to make the tree stands. Of course, the price of lumber. All of the stuff we use to build our shacks and our A-frames out here. We did actually have to raise the prices this year.
For some customers, that might mean a little modification.
Are you changing your Christmas tree buying habits this year at all?
A little bit smaller.
Smaller tree, but the joy still big.
Do you think the magic is still alive here?
I think there's no question. The magic is still alive. You just have to look up and look around. And New York will take care of it.
And Dasha joins me live now from the East Village in Manhattan. Dasha, I have to say, there might be fewer Christmas trees in New York City this year, and they might be more expensive. Yeah. But those trees you got there look really, really good. It must smell incredible there. Tell us what you're looking at and what the rest of the country is dealing with. Is this going on everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, Allison, you know, in New York City, this is a time of year when the street corners get transformed into this winter wonderland. The smell of pine here is just incredible. I've been enjoying it all day long. But what you heard there, it's not just happening in New York. It's happening all over the country. You know, it's so fascinating to see how this operation actually happens, all that it takes to get these trees here. But what we learned about the 2008 recession, just think about that, Allison. The consequences of that happening right in this moment at the same time as we're seeing all of these other supply chain issues. I mean, some of the stuff is just mind-boggling. The resin to make these tree stands, manufacturers are having a hard time getting a hold of it. You look at the Christmas tree lights. At some places, you might be paying double for that this year because they're stuck on at ports, on shipping containers. There's just a labor shortage to try to get those out. The wreaths that you see here, the tree riders here in New York City, the nursery that they get those wreaths from, they're having a labor shortage, so you're going to be paying a little bit more for wreaths this year. It's all across the board right now, Allison. And there are other parts of the country where you're seeing some of these other consequences. In Oregon, for example, which is the largest producer of trees in the nation, they're seeing the effects of climate change there. Farmers are having a shorter supply because of the wildfires, because of the increasingly hot summers out there. So you're seeing a confluence of events happening here, Allison.
Yeah, Dash, I learned a tough supply chain issue this year. I had trouble finding lights to string around outside. I got a little shared balcony at my apartment here in New York, and I had trouble finding lights. I paid twice what you normally would for them, and then they showed up, and they were actual glass lights. And I'm sure you can imagine what I learned about wrapping glass lights around a balcony in New York City. Not going to do that again. So let me ask you, any advice for finding the perfect tree that won't break the bank, or perhaps the perfect lights that won't break on your balcony?
Okay, don't burn your house down, number one.
Working on it.
But look, you may not find the perfect tree this year, especially if you're looking for one of these really big guys. They are in shorter supply, so if you want one of these, you need to really get it as soon as possible, like now if you can. You should also expect to pay a little bit more. And then because some of these things are in shorter supply, like lights, you might want to get a little bit more creative and find some alternative decorations. I have found my favorite. This little guy here, I'm definitely bringing him home with me. Made by hand by a Christmas tree farmer. You can't get better than this, Allison.
Dasha, that is going to look great in your place. I love it. Nice addition this holiday season. Always awesome to see you bring in the Christmas spirit, even if it's more expensive.
Absolutely right. The joy's still here, my friend.
See you soon. Bye. Coming up, President Biden talking about what the new infrastructure law means for the future of America's workforce. We're live in Minnesota. Next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time to check in with NBC News digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Allison, we start in Alabama, where former Olympian and track star Emmett King has been fatally shot. Witnesses say he and another man were arguing when they grabbed guns and shot at each other. King was pronounced dead at a hospital Sunday afternoon. Authorities have added a 6th homicide charge for Waukesha parade suspect Daryl Brooks. This latest victim has been identified as a child. Brooks allegedly drove an SUV into crowds at a holiday parade November 21st, ultimately killing 6 people and injuring dozens more. New York City was set to become the first city in the U.S. to open officially authorized safe injection sites. Overdose prevention centers are safe places where people who use drugs can receive clean needles, medical care, and get connected to social services. In France, far-right commentator Eric Zemmour officially announcing his presidential run today. The former journalist, known as France's Donald Trump, has been convicted for inciting hatred. He'll be fighting for a spot to run against President Emmanuel Macron. And what happens in Vegas will now include Adele, the superstar singer, announcing her 2022 Las Vegas residency just a week after her new album 30 was released. Caesars Palace will host Weekends with Adele from January to April. Allison?
Oh, I think we need to get that assignment, Maya. That sounds pretty good. Thank you.
That sounds great. Yep.
All right, we do have some breaking news out of Michigan. 3 people dead, 6 injured at a shooting at Oxford High School that's in suburban Detroit. Authorities there saying the shooter is now in custody. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett joining me now. Maura, the Oakland County, Michigan Undersheriff, that's Mike McCabe, gave an update earlier. What can you tell us? What do they know so far?
Well, we know, Allison, that this unfolded very, very quickly. Calls started coming in around 1 p.m. Central Time, Eastern Time, in Michigan, and the officers were able to get a suspect into custody within 5 minutes of those calls. More than 100 calls coming in to dispatch as the suspect allegedly shot at least 15 to 20 times. I wanted to hear directly from the undersheriff at that press conference this afternoon, breaking down exactly the play-by-play of what we do know.
He fired multiple shots, I can tell you that. We've recovered multiple shell casings in the school. Somewhere in the area, obviously, with that many people shot, we're thinking, 15 to 20 shots that were fired. Deputies took him into custody. They responded. I can't tell you the exact circumstances of how that occurred, but deputies confronted him. He had the weapon on him. They took him into custody. 5 minutes. The whole thing lasted 5 minutes.
So as you heard there, the shooter has been taken into custody. He invoked his right not to speak and has asked for a lawyer. They did find a handgun recovered on scene, but we do not know. The shooter, the suspect, appears to not have made any statements regarding a motive at this point, Allison.
Maura, any updates on the people who were hurt? Do we know anything about how they're doing?
Well, we do know that 3 people have passed away. Each of those 3 people appear to be students. And then as for the 6 people that have been injured, it appears that one of those is a teacher. All 6 people have been transported to a local hospital for treatment. We don't have any updates on their injuries or who these victims exactly are, as the officials are working to get in touch with their family. We do know that officials are also conducting a secondary search of the school to make sure that no other victims have been left behind. And we are expecting another update from police later this evening with some more details on that.
Maura, before you go, I understand Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer just released a statement on the shooting. What'd she say?
All right, let's take a look at this. This is obviously a very heartbreaking time. We cover way too many of these school shootings, Allison, and this was just north of Detroit, a suburban, tight-knit community, we're told. Governor Gretchen Whitmer saying in a statement, "My heart breaks for the students, teachers, staff, and families of Oxford High School. The death of multiple students and the shooting of many others, including a teacher, is horrific. As Michiganders, we have a responsibility to do everything we can to protect each other from gun violence. No one should be afraid to go to school, work, a house of worship, or even their own home." And so obviously this is a very active investigation. Yeah. We're also told that President Biden, who's on the road right now, has been briefed on the situation. But we will be looking for any further updates as we hear more, and we'll be sure to keep you updated.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. And speaking of President Biden, the president is on the road promoting the benefits of the bipartisan infrastructure law. He's touring a technical college in Minnesota right now that the White House says will train the next generation of American workers for the jobs of the future. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president in Minnesota. Hey there, Mike. The president is set to talk soon. What are you expecting there?
Hey, Allison. Yeah, Allison, well, just to pick up where Maura left off there, I wanted to echo what she said in terms of while the president was doing a tour of this community college here, he did get briefed on the shooting in Michigan. His national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, who is a Minnesota native, was traveling with him today and provided him that update. And they say he'll be getting more updates, obviously, as the situation develops there. But it's been a while, Allison, I think, since I've been on the air with you from inside of a Biden event. We're talking usually candidate Biden back in those days, but here we are inside Dakota County Technical College, and you can hear Senator Amy Klobuchar speaking behind me. What the president is coming here to do, and we've talked so often about how it's been tough for them to try to message around the infrastructure now law, I was about to say bill, because of so many of the other issues that are crowding out. But the White House is insisting that this is an important opportunity for the president. We saw him go to New Hampshire to talk about the roads and bridges aspect of the infrastructure law. We saw him go to Detroit to talk about the investment in electric vehicle manufacturing. And today he's talking about what he has called the blue-collar blueprint aspect of the infrastructure law, the kind of jobs that will be created because of the money going into infrastructure projects. Specifically, the workers are being trained at places like this across the country. And so the president got a tour, got a sort of glimpse of what the kind of training that happens here is. And what the White House is saying is that he wants to really continue to have these kind of events across the country to talk about the fact that he has delivered on a major promise, which is to find consensus, to bring parties together for things that are going to create jobs, especially for the middle class, Allison.
Mike, the White House is saying the administration will be traveling more to promote this new law, which did get the support of 32 Republicans. Is that GOP support showing up on the road? What are you hearing out there?
Well, since we saw Senator Rob Portman, a Republican from Ohio, he spoke at the bill signing ceremony a couple weeks ago. We haven't really seen Republican lawmakers joining him on the road as he does events like this. But we do see a Democratic Congresswoman, Angie Craig. She's actually on stage behind me. She is with the president today. And I think this is a glimpse. It's really not too early to be talking about the midterms because the president is in a very much a swing district. This is a district that is a pretty much 50-50 one. the Congresswoman Angie Craig won it just by a few percentage points last year. And so what the White House is doing with these kind of events is coming to the districts where the Democratic incumbents are going to face some of their toughest challenges and trying to show that this is popular. If you run on it, if you talk about it, it can be a winning issue. At least that's the hope. And now you hear Angie Craig talking behind me. This is going to be a tough race for her. She won her seat for the first time in 2018, which was a good midterm year for Democrats. Obviously, 2022, this conventional wisdom is going to be a very tough year for a Democratic candidate. But she's appearing with the president today, talking about what they hope is a popular law with voters.
Mike, the Vice President, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg hitting the road. They're going to do an infrastructure victory lap tomorrow. That trip's getting a lot of attention. How come?
I said it's not too early to talk about 2022, the midterms. It might not be too early to talk about 2024 or even 2028, depending on, of course, what happens with the president and whether he runs for re-election. But you know there's been so much speculation already about whether Vice President Harris, would she be the inevitable Democratic nominee should President Biden not run? Or is somebody like Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's going to be spending really the next couple of years talking about the popular projects that this infrastructure law is funding, is that going to be a sort of a makings of the Democratic primary? So the fact that the two of them are going to be appearing together in Charlotte on Thursday is certainly going to raise a lot of eyebrows. A lot of attention going to be on that event. What we've heard from Buttigieg, he was asked about this on Meet the Press just a few weeks ago. He said, listen, we're all on the same team advancing the president's agenda. So at least from his perspective, it was too early to talk about. But yeah, it's not lost on a lot of us that seeing that pair together is certainly an interesting one. And we'll see how they interact on the road. Former rivals, we should mention, in that Democratic primary in 2020 and potentially again in the future.
Yeah, or could you even imagine if in 2024 they decided to run together? We're getting a preview of what the ticket might look like. I mean, the options for political gossip and speculation are endless here, Mike.
Never too early, Allison, and we're going to be following it, you bet, all the way through.
I know you will be, Mike. Always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Congress is back in session, and they are trying to nail down a funding deal by Friday to avoid a government shutdown. NBC News reporting that Democrats are coalescing around a short-term bill to preserve existing funding until late January, but Republicans want a longer stopgap measure. Democrats in the Senate also hoping to work out a deal with Republicans on a defense spending bill and then try to pass President Biden's social safety net and climate change bill. In other words, it is pretty busy on the Hill. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is live there. So, Leanne, it is shaping up to be a packed December for Congress. Any progress on funding the government, or does it look like we're heading for a shutdown?
Well, negotiations are still happening, and negotiations will probably keep going until the 11th hour. Neither party wants to shut down the government, but each party does have their own strategy here. Democrats want a government funding bill that extends current government funding until January so that then they can resume and come back and pass the actual appropriations bills. Well, Republicans, they want government funding, the short-term version, to go until February or March. The reason is because that's already halfway through the fiscal year, and they think that then they would just pass another short-term funding bill for the rest of the year. And I know this is complicated, Allison, but the reason is that would mean if they don't pass these new appropriations bills, that means Trump-level spending would fund the first 2 years of the Biden administration, and Democrats want lots of spending increases, and so that's why there's these tough negotiations happening right now.
Leanne, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was hoping they could pass the defense bill pretty quickly this week, but Minority Leader Mitch McConnell isn't making that easy. What's the latest there?
No, well, Leader McConnell says that he wants more amendments, and that's why Republicans blocked moving on to this defense spending bill, which is a must-pass piece of legislation that sets defense priorities and policy for the next year. Well, he wants more amendments, but Leader Schumer offered them 18 amendments. That is more than the last 4 years of amendments in this bill combined. So what's really at stake here is that McConnell wants to slow down the Senate, slow down the process so that it makes it much more difficult and takes a lot longer to get to what the Democrats' real priority is that $1.7 trillion Build Back Better agenda. And so far, McConnell is successful at that.
Leanne, President Biden is on the road promoting this new bipartisan infrastructure law, but he'd also like to be promoting that social safety net and climate bill. Yeah. Any progress?
Yeah, well, there's negotiations that are still ongoing with Democrats. There's a meeting happening right now over a specific tax provision that Senator Bernie Sanders is opposed to. And so there's still work to be done. But they also can't get to that bill until, again, they've passed this defense bill. And so there's a lot at stake here and not a lot of time to do it. Senator Tim Kaine, a Democrat from Virginia, was pretty optimistic in what he told reporters today. Let's listen.
I fully expect this bill is going to be on the president's desk by December. Senator Manchin has already had significant effect on the size and shape of the bill, and I don't see him being an obstacle to its passing before Christmas.
So he thinks it's going to happen soon, but I will say, Allison, Senator Kaine is one of the most optimistic people I know. And so you always have to think about that when you listen to what Senator Kaine says. So we'll see if that plans out.
Take it with a grain of salt, because it sounds like he often has a rosy outlook. Leanne, thanks so much.
Yep.
Coming up, getting more teenagers fully vaccinated. Pfizer is requesting boosters for 16 and 17-year-olds, but will the FDA play ball?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Pfizer asking the FDA to authorize its booster for 16 and 17-year-olds. If approved, it would be the first COVID booster shot for anyone under 18. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is on the North Lawn. Peter, great to see you. We know Pfizer is likely to submit its application to the FDA this week. Yesterday, President Biden was calling on more people to get the booster as soon as they can. So what is the White House saying about getting younger Americans vaccinated?
Yeah, well, it's a clear priority right now as they focus on it. We heard from Dr. Fauci as the task force, the White House coronavirus task force, spoke about this today, saying the vast majority of the cases coming out of South Africa are actually young people there. Just another indication of why young people need to do everything they can to sort of prepare themselves for this potential variant to make its way to the U.S. The FDA could, according to officials familiar with the matter, could authorize these extra shots for those 16 and 17-year-olds within roughly a week. As it relates to the White House and its messaging here, we heard from the president on this matter within the last 24 hours saying of this variant that there is reason for concern, but not reason for panic. But you've also heard a message shift from the White House. In the past, they'd effectively been saying anybody eligible for the booster, they could get one. Now they're saying that you should do just that. Although they haven't had any Omicron cases found, variant cases found here in the U.S., the president and others have indicated it's just a matter of time before that happens here. According to Jeff Zients, he's the coordinator of the COVID task force at the White House. He says right now roughly 100 million American adults are eligible for boosters who have yet to get one. All the more reason, Allison, why they're pressing those individuals to do it. They say there are things in our power to combat this variant, and that's certainly one of them.
Peter, I just have to tell you, we were chatting with Dr. John a little while ago, and I asked him, is it Omicron? And I think this is a potato-potato situation. He says both are correct. So roll with whatever one slips off the tongue, because I've been struggling with this one all day long. So
keep it away from me. You can call it whatever you want. I'm good with it. Yeah.
I'm with you there. Speaking of, there are so many questions about this new variant. What is the administration doing to prepare for the possibility that the current COVID vaccines just might not fully protect against it?
Yeah, I just mentioned Jeff Zients, that COVID coordinator, a matter of moments ago, and he talked about how the White House, the administration, is working with those manufacturers who are racing to try to get a better understanding of this variant and whether the vaccines work with it. Here's specifically what we heard from him today.
In the event that additional measures are needed, we will be prepared. We're working with Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J to develop contingency plans for modifications to vaccines or boosters if they're needed. And we will ensure that the FDA and CDC review them as fast as possible while maintaining their rigorous scientific protocols.
And if they are necessary, if it is necessary to modify those vaccines, they estimate it could be roughly a few months before they are in mass production, available to most Americans. They are certainly working on it as we speak right now. Allison, back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander, great to see you on a Tuesday. Thank you. New this evening, the Omicron variant hit Europe days before Southern Africa alerted the world. Joining me now from London, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. So, Matt, I understand Dutch health officials are saying that 2 people in the Netherlands were infected with the variant more than a week ago. What do you know there, and why is the timing here so important?
Well, the timing here is important, Allison, because if it's true that the the Omicron variant started out in the Netherlands, then it would put pay to what has been said by Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, who complained that all of these travel bans by multiple different countries throughout the world against Southern African countries were unjustified, they were discriminatory, that in fact the virus didn't originate, the variant didn't originate in Southern Africa. And, it's really hard to know exactly. Did this new variant originate in Europe, or did it come from Southern Africa? Did it start in Europe, go to Southern Africa, and then go back? It's impossible to tell right now. A lot of this is going to take quite a lot of research into kind of who was the patient zero for the Omicron variant.
Yes, so many questions tonight, Matt. Japan confirming its first case today. What can you tell us about the spread there?
Well, it's a great question, Allison, because it's related exactly to what I was saying. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of the cases of the Omicron virus, the Omicron variant, throughout the world do have some relationship to Southern Africa. So it's not totally out of line that there were these travel bans placed against Southern Africa, because at the end of the day, quite a few of them, like that single case in Japan, were related to South Africa and its neighbors. This was a 30-something-year-old Namibian diplomat who had just arrived back from his home country in Japan. Some 70 other passengers who were on the flight with him are also being isolated. They're going to be checked very, very closely for whether or not they also share the same variant as this young man. But right now, it looks as though the outbreak, such as it is in Japan, is only one person. And this person is from Namibia, from Southern Africa. So again, it takes us right back there to Southern Africa.
Yeah, right back to where we started. It looks like we're going to be going in a circle on this one for a little while. Matt, I understand Greece is getting pretty strict about vaccinations, requiring that people 60 and older get the shot. What can you tell us about the rules there and what's going on in that country?
Yeah, and if you don't get the shot, if you're over 60 and you decide you don't want to be immunized, you get a €100 fine. So that's a little less than a little less than $100 US. So excuse me. So I mean, that's not such a heavy fine, and if you're deeply, deeply invested in not getting the shot, that might not dissuade you. But it just goes to show that Greece is coming up in terms of their enforcement of the vaccines.
Yeah.
Here in Britain, they've expanded the number of booster shots, they've expanded the age group. So now it's not just people who are over 40 who are recommended to get that booster. It's everybody over 18. Every single adult in this country is now eligible for a booster shot. And in fact, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of Britain, said today that they were going to make this booster shot program and put it on steroids. So, I mean, this is just the entire European continent, most of the West, getting very, very serious about these vaccines.
Yeah, starting to get concerned. Want to make sure folks are vaccinated. Matt Bradley, thank you so much for being with us tonight. COVID cases in South Africa spiking 63% in the past month. That is just one reason health experts are worried about Omicron. So what else should we be concerned about? NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel spoke with one of the first scientists to study this new variant.
Allison, it's not certain that this variant, which has been called the South African variant, actually started in South Africa. The Omicron variant was first detected in South Africa, and one of the reasons is that South Africa is quite good at dealing with viruses, at working with pandemics, at trying to figure out what makes them tick and watching them as they evolve because of its very difficult experience with HIV and AIDS. So they have a generation of scientists and virologists who are skilled at tracking pandemics. And one of them is Dr. Richard Lessels, and I spoke to him a year ago. He was one of the first scientists to sound the alarm about the Beta variant, and again, he is now one of the scientists sounding the alarm about Omicron. And what triggered him, what triggered his concern and other scientists in Southern Africa was that they started to see a spike in cases where they didn't expect it.
Gauteng province, which surrounds Johannesburg, is South Africa's most populous district. And it's what's happening here that's triggered alarm in South Africa and now around the world. We've been following Gauteng for over a year, a district of poor townships. Only 24% of South Africa's population is fully vaccinated. Gauteng has been hit by wave after wave of COVID. Cases had dropped off recently because people had already been infected or been vaccinated. Then along came Omicron. Dr. Richard Lessels is one of the first scientists to study the new variant's genetics.
This is all happening very recently. 3 weeks ago in Gauteng province, the case numbers were around 100. Now they're kind of 2,000, 3,000. We've seen this very rapid rise.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
Cases across South Africa are up 63% since the start of November. Omicron, it seems, is a bee that can sting twice. We still don't know how badly. Anecdotally, doctors and nurses describe symptoms as flu-like. But many of the cases detected so far here are in young people, expected to be mild anyway. And they've been found early. and there's always a lag for symptoms to begin. That lag could mean as quickly as this variant was spotted, it could already be everywhere.
I expect over the course of this week, we're just going to see the number of countries reporting cases rising.
How likely would you say it is that there are already cases in the United States?
Very likely.
And here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has said, like the Biden administration, that the solution they are going for, which they hope will help protect the population, is to encourage people to get boosters. He said that between now and the end of January, they want to get boosters to every single person in the United Kingdom who is eligible. He said that temporary vaccination clinics will start popping up like Christmas trees, he said, and that he's going to get his own booster later this week.
Coming up, on or off the record, a panel of judges grilling Donald Trump's attorneys, the latest debate on presidential privilege.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Jury selection starting in ex-police officer Kim Potter's trial. She's charged with shooting and killing Daunte Wright back in April. Today, Potter's attorney told the court Potter will testify in her own defense. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen's outside the court in Minneapolis.
Good day, Allison. Yes, jury selection is underway. Early this morning, one juror was picked. They're trying to get to 12 with 2 alternates. The judge has said that this process should take about a week or so, and that opening arguments are expected to start next Wednesday, December 8th, in a trial that she said also should be done by Christmas. Former Officer Potter faces manslaughter charges in the death of Daunte Wright back on April 11th. Her attorneys have said in court filings that it was an innocent mistake or an accident, that she mistook her service revolver for her taser. She said that she was trying to tase Wright after a traffic stop once they determined that he had an outstanding misdemeanor warrant, and they were trying to place him under arrest, and he got back in his car and drove off. Also this morning, interestingly, we learned during the questioning that the defense says that Potter will testify in her own defense when that happens. Of course, she's not held to that, but that's the expectation now that the attorney has said that. Again, a very meticulous jury selection process. They have filled out a questionnaire more than a dozen pages long, a lot of questions about the defendant, about police, about Daunte Wright, about the protests and demonstrations that happened here after the incident, trying to get jurors who say that they can be impartial and decide the case based just on the facts.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, the latest Trump ally to cooperate with the January 6th investigation. Committee Chair Benny Thompson saying Meadows has produced records to the committee and will soon appear for an initial deposition. Meanwhile, a federal appeals court is questioning Trump's bid to block White House records from going to the January 6th committee. A panel of judges raising doubt about the court's role in settling disputes between a former and a sitting president. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams here now. So, Pete, all three judges challenging Trump's lawyers about the power of former presidents to control information from their time in office. What did they say?
Well, the court seems skeptical about two claims that the Trump lawyers made. The first is whether Trump even has the authority to bring this lawsuit. Remember, the president is suing the archives because it plans to turn over documents to the House January 6th committee, documents that former President Trump has said should be protected by executive privilege, but that the current president, Joe Biden, says the privilege should be waived so that the documents can be turned over because the committee's work is so important. No privilege is absolute here, the court said. But the first question is, does the president get to sue over that? And at least some of the three-judge panel, some judges on this panel, seem to think that the president's only ability to go to court is if he doesn't get all the due process that he's entitled to under the Presidential Records Act that the archives owes to him. In other words, notifying him that the Congress wants these documents, giving him the chance to object, and period. That once the current president makes the decision, that's the end of the matter. But even if he can sue, then the question becomes, okay, how does the court decide what to do here when a former president says no and the current president says yes? And I think there was a great deal of skepticism that the former president has anywhere near the authority the current president does to decide what's in the interest of the nation and what's in the best interest of the executive branch. And one judge said today, consider this hypothetical. Suppose there's some memo that was created under a past administration about some dealing with a foreign country. The foreign country denies that whatever the deal was is true, and the president wants to release that document that because he thinks it's in the national interest. Could the former president's objections stop that? And another member of the court said, since when do we allow a former president to exert control over what the current president is doing? So for all these reasons, I think the court is likely to rule against Mr. Trump. And it did seem pretty obvious from the end of the argument that his lawyers, if they do lose, will go right to the Supreme Court.
So, Pete, aside from simply asserting presidential privilege, how is the Trump legal team arguing against those challenges? What are they saying?
Well, they have a couple of other arguments. They say that the committee doesn't have a legitimate need for these documents, that the real need here is not investigating January 6th. The real desire to have these documents is that they want to rifle around in the president's documents and find something to embarrass him. So they say when you're, if you are looking at executive privilege as a balancing act, no privilege is absolute, it's not outweighed by the committee's demands, they say, because the committee's not really doing an investigation of Trump. They just want to find something to embarrass him.
And so your expectation is if this gets shut down at this level, Supreme Court's the next stop?
That seemed to be what the lawyers were suggesting at the very end today. They said, if we do lose, can you give us 14 days to file our petitions with the Supreme Court before you allow the archives to turn these over?
Pete, another January 6th question, but a separate one. Let's talk about the so-called QAnon shaman. He's appealing after he was sentenced to 41 months in prison. What can you tell us about his appeal?
Right. This is Jacob Chansley. He pleaded guilty. He expressed his remorse in court. He made a long statement about how he regrets what he said. But now his lawyers, he has new lawyers, and they have filed a notice of appeal. They haven't said what the grounds of their appeal are. But it does seem likely that what he'll do is argue ineffective assistance of counsel. I can't imagine what other basis he would have. You generally waive your appeal rights when you plead guilty, and the court goes through a long thing about, are you doing this knowingly and intelligently and all that. So usually the only time these things work to get an appeal is ineffective assistance of counsel. Whether that'll be recognized, I don't know. He did fire the lawyer that he had during the trial and during all the way through his guilty plea, and he's got new lawyers now.
All right, we'll see what happens, Pete. Thank you.
You bet.
Coming up this Giving Tuesday, a school district in California is giving back, starting its own meal drive-through for hungry families. Jenna Bush Hager takes us there next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
More than 6 million Californians struggle to get enough food every day, and now one school district just outside of LA is starting a meal drive-through to help out. Today, anchor Jenna Bush Hager caught up with the woman who's making it happen.
These little gardeners are hard at work.
Today we're planting like peppers or like those beets.
Digging, planting, and watering fruits and vegetables that will eventually end up in their school lunch.
You have to dig a hole and then you put a seed and then you dig it up.
But these first graders aren't just learning how to cultivate a garden.
I'm taking the bad plants out of the watermelons.
They're also learning about nutritious foods and healthy eating habits.
We have gardens so we can expose our students, because when they go home, maybe they're not exposed to that. What they learn in school, that will go with them as they grow older. That will change their life pattern.
Fawcett Rahman Davies is the lead child nutrition agent for the Rialto Unified School District outside of Los Angeles. She knows what it's like to experience hunger growing up in her village in Nigeria. And she couldn't believe it was happening in America, too.
I was thinking that's just third world country. That just was in Nigeria. That was just in my village. Why are the kids hungry right here?
She says it's because many families in her community can't afford 3 square meals in a day. In California, 6.4 million people experience food insecurity, something that Fawcett has been fighting in the classroom.
Now we have breakfast, lunch, supper, snacks, just to make sure that they have equity, not just because you live in a rich area or a poor area. Everybody is on a level playing field.
With the help of No Kid Hungry, an organization working to end childhood hunger, Fawcett has been able to make this possible.
Does everyone have breakfast?
Creating the district's Breakfast in the Classroom program, providing healthy summer meals and hosting free meal pickups during the pandemic.
When the kids come through and the parents just say thank you, just even not without thank you, just a smile. So that is what's the driving force that keeps us going.
But with many students back in the classroom this year, these drive-through meal pickups were put on hold until now.
Go all the way down, okay? All the way forward.
Fawcett and her team opened up a food pantry drive-through for their students and the whole community, handing out groceries right before Thanksgiving to help make up any gaps in meals. And she says any bit of help goes a long way for these families.
We can meal prep and have a full 2 weeks worth of meals, sometimes even longer. It saves us over $150. These drive-through pickups are lifesavers.
There is a level of uncertainty, and this is a level of certainty. I know at this day, at this time, I can guarantee that I'm going to be able to bring some food into the household, some additional treats and things of that nature.
As the pandemic becomes more manageable, Fawcett says her work is not done. She hopes to expand this pantry so her community can have access to healthy food on a regular basis.
It takes a village, really, to feed and raise a child. It takes every single one of us. We all have a part to play.
And that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with news we wish we never had to report. Yet another school shooting, this time out of Michigan, where 3 students are dead, 6 other people hurt after a teenager opened fire at his high school less than an hour from Detroit. And we're still getting information in as we speak. In fact, right now, there's an update from the sheriff that is happening. We're going to bring you those details with our team live. We're also live with that new travel warning on Omicron, with the WHO now saying people over 60 should stay home, don't go overseas, as the government here at home looks to get a handle on that new COVID strain. And now, just as we were coming on the air, an FDA panel approving the first antiviral pill. Plus, why the Fed chair's COVID comments, along with what he said on inflation, are putting the markets on a roller coaster ride. We'll also take you out to Minnesota, where a jury is being seated right now in the case of Kim Potter. She was a cop, remember, when she shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright, and says she thought her gun was a taser when she did it. And a college student dead after a hit to the head during a fraternity boxing match. Tonight's original looks at the new questions about safety and the pressure to maybe even get rid of Greek life on campus. Plus, you've seen him on TV. Now he wants you to see him in the Senate. Dr. Oz running for next year's open seat in Pennsylvania. We'll talk about why that's adding a new dimension to one of the most wide open, high-profile races in the country. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting tonight's show in Michigan, where 3 students left for school this morning, but will not come home. Killed after a classmate, a sophomore, apparently shot them with a semi-automatic handgun, we're just learning, and shot several other students and a teacher at a high school near Detroit today, according to police. You're going to see in a second what it looked like from a chopper that headed to Oxford High School, where more than 100 calls for help came in around 1 o'clock today. The shooter himself is in custody. He's believed to be 15 years old. President Biden was briefed about the whole thing and just spoke about it. Watch.
My heart goes out to the families enduring the unimaginable grief of losing a loved one.
Michigan's governor also echoing what you just heard from the president there, saying, my heart is with the parents who had their children taken from them today and with the entire community in Oxford. I want to go right to Maura Barrett with the details on this. And Maura, I mean, simultaneously to this broadcast being on, we're getting an update from the sheriff's office. And it sounds like, and I think we heard from the governor as well, no motive yet that they know of, right?
Right, Hallie, it doesn't look like there's been any indication from the shooter himself, and he has invoked his right not to speak and asking for a lawyer once he was brought into custody. And all of this happened incredibly quickly. It was around 1 p.m. this afternoon, and like you said, more than 100 911 calls coming into dispatch and police saying they were able to arrest the shooter within 5 minutes of the first shots happening. And based on evidence that they found inside the school, it seems like he fired off at least 15 to 20 shots. Obviously, as you mentioned, 3 students now dead, 6 more people injured. One of those people, a teacher, and all 6 of those people have been transported to area hospitals.
We understand, too, from the sheriff's office just now that the suspect is not cooperating, the shooter in custody, but they say not giving them information that could be useful. He was apparently in class when this happened. Do we know anything else about the condition of the victims who were not killed, more, but the ones who were hurt, who were injured, who were then obviously taken away to be treated?
Right, we do know that the response here was really large, Hallie. It's a small suburb, but police, fire, SWAT teams were all brought in, and so there was about 60 ambulances on site and helicopters as well, and so they were able to transport those victims quickly to area hospitals, and we're expecting to get an update on their injuries, hopefully in this press conference that is about to start here. And we do know that within the last couple of hours, since the last press conference, police have been conducting a secondary search of the high school to make sure that no other victims have been left behind. But as for details specifically about the students and the teacher that are injured, we don't have those updates yet. And we don't also know whether or not the student, the shooter, the suspect who is being questioned right now was targeting any sort of specific classroom or teacher. And so these are all still details that we're hoping to get more clarity on coming
And I know
here.
because you're sitting here talking with me on air right now, Maura, that you're not watching our air, but we're seeing the governor, Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan. She is live right now on the left side of our screen as this news conference has begun. And to your point, Maura, we just heard they still don't know that question about whether this was targeted or random or why this happened. Those are questions that will be revealed as this investigation moves forward. You look at this community, Maura, and from my understanding from talking with our teams who have been covering this, I spoke with one senator from Michigan. This is a pretty tight-knit community, right?
It absolutely is. And it's a small suburban community just north of Detroit, about 45 minutes away from this city that we're preparing for their holiday season, right? I mean, it's just about the beginning of December. We just wrapped up Thanksgiving. And so students coming back to class this week, definitely, as far as we know, not something that was expected to happen in this community. But what I will say is that the police have said is that the response to this was just so quick and executed so well that they're hoping that helped in the sense of saving more people's lives and hopefully preventing injury. I think we might have a soundbite from the sheriff during his press conference earlier about how quickly everything was executed, if you want to take a listen.
There was an orderly evacuation. The school did everything right. Everybody remained in place. They barricaded themselves. And Tim here has done a great job in terms of preparing. You never want to prepare for something like this, but you have to.
And Maura, I understand too, again, as we're having this sort of split screen moment where we're keeping an ear on that news conference that is happening live as we speak, that the number of people hurt, the number of people shot who lived is 8. We thought it was 6. It turns out there are 2 additional people who were shot and hurt in this incident, in addition, of course, to those 3 students who were killed. And just this devastating news coming out of this community in Michigan. Maura, I'm going to ask you to stay close to your camera because I want you to go back and continue to listen to this news conference. If we get any other further information that is pertinent here, Maura, we're going to come back to you if we learn anything new, okay?
Absolutely, we'll do.
Thanks, friend. We've been talking a lot about the other big headline of the day, that new COVID variant, right? Omicron. And there's now a new warning from the World Health Organization saying people older than 60 and people with underlying conditions should hold off on traveling overseas, with the White House trying to buy some time before that variant spreads here and figure out how to fight it. Experts say it could take 3 months, maybe, for a vaccine tweaked specifically for Omicron to get approved. And then right as we were coming on the air, like literally as I was standing out there delivering our open here, an FDA panel voted to recommend another tool to fight COVID, this antiviral pill from Merck. All right, so why is Omicron getting so much attention? Check out this 3D rendering here. You can see Omicron versus Delta. Omicron's the one on the right. And all those little red dots, those are mutations, basically, spike mutations. It has way more of them than Delta does. That doesn't necessarily mean it's more dangerous. Scientists don't know that yet, but they're studying this. It's going to take them a little longer to figure that out. The U.S. doesn't have any confirmed cases yet, but experts think Omicron is probably already here. Several countries across Europe and Africa already have cases. So does Canada. Japan just confirmed its first case today. And then there's that Merck pill we mentioned. It's designed to treat adults who already show symptoms of COVID and who are at risk of going to the hospital. This will be the first approved antiviral pill to treat the disease. And again, that FDA panel recommending it. But there's a few catches to that, including the fact that if you're pregnant, you're not supposed to take it. Gabe Gutierrez is here to talk about all this for us. Gabe, it's good to see you. And can we start with this new travel advisory? Because we talked about how the WHO only, even up to this point, has said we don't support these restrictive targeted travel bans. Also is now recommending, hey, if you're over 60, if you're immunocompromised, you shouldn't travel internationally right now.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Hallie, but actually I was just listening in my other ear to this FDA advisory panel. They're going over the reasons why they voted the way they did. I'll get to that in a second. First, I want to talk about what you were saying, yes, and the World Health Organization essentially advising, people age 60 and over, people with comorbidities like heart disease, cancer, not to travel. This is not shared apparently by U.S. officials, of course. It doesn't look like they're going to put out any guidance, changing that. Dr. Fauci, was asked today on MSNBC, should Americans change their travel plans? And he said no, that they should not change their holiday plans, rather, but, that they should continue to monitor this. But certainly, yes, the WHO monitoring this and urging, older people around the world to really consider and even postpone their travel. But Hallie, I want to switch to what you just
let me go to that FDA panel. I feel like I started in the wrong place with you, Gabe. I didn't realize you had an ear on this panel. Talk me through it. So they've recommended this pill now, right?
Yeah, there's always seems to be breaking news during your hour, Hallie, but this happened just a few moments ago, as you said, going right into your show. This panel voted 13 to 10. 13 to 10, so really not clear-cut at all.
That's interesting.
And as you know, Hallie, these FDA advisory panels, they make a recommendation, and then this goes to the full FDA. The FDA does not have to follow the recommendation of this panel, but they typically do. That could happen in a couple days, we're not quite sure. But I want to tell you what I was listening to. Literally, as you were on the air, they were going doctor by doctor and researcher to really discuss the reasons why they voted the way they did. So again, 13 to 10, this advisory panel voted in favor of authorizing this antiviral pill. On the yes side, the people that did so said, look, they believe the results of the clinical trial. There were some issues, though, as you may recall. Initially, they thought that this pill reduced the risk of hospitalization and death by 50%. New data came out on Friday saying it was only 30%. But the people that voted yes here, the doctors that voted yes, said that in their view, the benefits outweighed the risk. Now,
so basically, wait, sorry, Gabe, just so I can I'm trying to translate this into my plain English thing. They're basically saying that even 30% effective is better than having nothing at all, essentially.
Exactly, and they say this is very promising. They do say, though, as you mentioned, that they really want this for high-risk populations, and they don't, at this point, think that pregnant women should use this. Now, that kind of leads me to the no's here. Again, 10 of the folks on the advisory panel voted no, and that's pretty high considering this was by no means unanimous. It was almost split. The folks that wanted no that voted no said that they thought that this antiviral pill at this stage, they weren't satisfied with the risk of the mutations. They think that it's possible. And of course, more study is needed, but they wanted to see more evidence that this pill would not trigger mutations in the virus, or, in people that took them.
Yeah.
And they also say that, they weren't fully satisfied that something like birth defects was not adequately addressed in this evidence so far. And there was debate today during this advisory panel about, could this trigger even cancer in some people that may take this pill? Again, this is all just worst case scenarios that some of these doctors are talking about, but essentially they were not satisfied with the evidence so far. But again, Hallie, the bottom line is at this point, this FDA advisory panel did recommend the full FDA to not approve, but to authorize for emergency use this pill.
Gabe, I'm really glad to have you on because I know you're monitoring every single thing that's happening as it relates to this. I'm so glad to have you. Thank you, my friend. We'll see you tonight on NBC Nightly News. Appreciate you being on with us. As Gabe just talked about, there's the health effects of this Omicron variant, but then there's the economic effects, right? And we saw the markets take a dive today after the Fed chair warned if this new strain freaks people out too much from going to work in person, that could have a ripple effect. Here's some of what he told Congress.
The recent rise in COVID-19 cases and the emergence of the Omicron variant pose downside risks to the employment and economic activity and increased uncertainty for inflation.
Stephanie Ruhle is here to help us sort through all of this as we look at the Dow dropping something like 650 points today. Steph, okay. You are so good at translating Jerome Powell speak into English, so do that for us here. And then also talk about, listen, some of this is Omicron, but some of it is also inflation too, right?
A lot of it is inflation. Yeah. The real takeaway from Jerome Powell speaking today really was the pivot we heard. Until now, they've really been talking about inflation as it relates to COVID. It's tied to COVID, which it is. But the administration and the Fed have always been saying it's transitory, it's short term. This was the first time we heard Fed Chair Powell say, let's stop using the word transitory. And while the new variant is an issue, remember, when the Delta variant emerged last summer, you saw the economic recovery start to slow down. We traveled less. We went out less. We then got through it. So they're monitoring the new variant. It's obviously impacting travel, hotel stocks. We saw that Friday. We're seeing it again. But the real thing is, what is the Fed going to do about inflation? And most likely, they're going to start tapering off all the easy monetary policy. There's been a huge amount of government support, the Fed helping markets. They're now going to pull away because the economic recovery is so hot that's driving prices even higher. So the stock market goes down because that means we're likely going to see interest rates go up sooner. Now, don't panic. I know people are going, oh my gosh, interest rates
Right, what does it mean for my mortgage?
Terrible.
What does it mean for, right?
Okay, yes. But interest rates have been extraordinarily low for a very long time. And I would bet you have already refinanced your mortgage. So have I. So have most people out there. And one way to curb this hot real estate market would be if rates weren't so low. And remember, the last time inflation was where it is today, rates were above 5%. We're currently at 0%. So if we got to 1 or 2, we would still be in very safe territory. In fact, it would show that the economy is strong, working independently on its own.
Can I go back to one thing as it relates to Omicron? Because I take your point,
Yes.
Steph, and it's a good one. Like, that's not the whole reason. It's not even the biggest reason why the market's kind of freaked out, and have been freaking out the last few days. But you talked about the impact of the new variant potentially, right, on things like travel stocks, hospitality stocks, et cetera. But what about on the labor force? Because that seemed to be an important part of Powell's warning, too, basically saying, listen, people might get really nervous about this thing, and that could affect the labor force.
Yes, it could. That's definitely a risk. But we're getting the jobs report this Friday, and you're going to see more and more people went back to work. The jobs report won't have factored in the new emergence of this variant. And when you think about person-to-person contact jobs, a lot of lower wage jobs that people already weren't enthusiastic to go back to, this could reinforce that concern, and people would say, I'm not sure, but we'll see. Remember, we're going to be living with COVID in new variants for quite some time, and for those who suffer the most, it's the unvaccinated, and a lot of people have got vaccinated, and the vaccine mandates do work, and the overwhelming message, whether it's from business leaders or health leaders right now, you want the economy open? Get vaccinated.
Steph Ruhl, great to have you on. I appreciate you pulling out your Jerome Powell English Dictionary.
Here. Congratulations.
Always. Thank you, friend. Come back soon. We want to take it out of a courthouse in Hennepin County, Minnesota. 3 jurors have been picked so far in this yet another high-stakes trial, right? That's part of this national conversation we've been having about race and policing. The defendant is named Kim Potter. She's a former police officer who shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright last April. Do you remember this? This was during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. We're going to show the body cam video of what happened because she says she thought she was pulling her taser when she actually pulled her gun. We have to warn you before we show this that a lot of people are going to find this video disturbing. Potter is charged with first and second-degree manslaughter, and we should note that her defense attorney has said she is expected to take the stand in her own defense, which is an interesting strategic decision here. To talk about it, I want to bring in Ron Allen, who is in Minneapolis, Minnesota, for us. So, Ron, let me start with the jury selection piece of this, right? We know, I believe, as at least 20 minutes ago as I was coming on set here, 3 jurors have been picked so far. What do we know about them?
We know very little. The jury is going to be anonymous. They're going to be partially sequestered during the process and totally sequestered when they go into deliberations. We know that there are 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men works at a Target store as an overnight manager of some sort. The woman is a retired special education teacher. And we only know that by listening to the questioning that has been done by the judge and by the defense and prosecution, trying to determine their views on issues like policing, race, on the defendant, on the victim, Daunte Wright, on the protest that happened after the the incident happened back in April. So it's a very slow, methodical process. The judge thinks it'll take about a week to get to 12 jurors and 2 alternates.
What do we know? She says, right, Kim Potter says that Daunte Wright was resisting arrest, basically. But she's facing a series of charges here. Can you walk through what those are and why they're significant?
Well, the most significant charge is manslaughter because she killed Daunte Wright allegedly by shooting him with her service revolver. Her lawyers and others have claimed that she essentially mistook one weapon for the other. And when this initially happened, the police chief at the time said that he thought it was an accident. So they've used the words accident and mistake to describe what happened. The Wright family and their attorneys totally reject that. They think that she has to accept responsibility because of what happened. Remember, she was an officer who had some 26 years of experience. And the day this happened, she was out with an officer, a younger officer, who she was training. And the Wright family and their attorneys point out that there's a big difference between a gun, a 9mm Glock, I believe it was, and a taser. And the officers are trained to use, one is on one side, the other is on the other. The weapon is on the right-hand side, the taser on the left hand, the less dominant side. So they are saying that this is not an accident, this is not just a mistake, that there is criminal responsibility that she has to accept for this. And if she is charged with manslaughter, first-degree manslaughter, it's 15 years in prison. Second degree, 10. But they want that conviction, the family does. They wanted a murder charge. They didn't get that. But that's where we are. The most serious charge is first-degree manslaughter.
Ron Allen, live for us there. Ron, thank you so much for that. And by the way, as Ron was delivering his live report, we learned that a 4th juror has been seated, a woman, in that trial. Ron, thank you. Appreciate it. To another trial now. 4 of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers set to testify in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And today, we heard from the first one. She spoke under the pseudonym Jane, didn't give her real name for obvious reasons, and she shared in detailed accounts that Ghislaine Maxwell, she says, was frequently in the room when Epstein would assault her. That was very emotional testimony for people in court. And it came after Epstein's pilot, Larry Visosky, said on the stand that Kevin Spacey, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton were just some of the high-profile passengers he saw on Epstein's plane. When it came to Maxwell herself, he said it was not unusual for her to be in the plane's cockpit. Tom Winter was there in court. He's been there, actually, really, since this trial began. And Tom, let me start with what we started this introduction with, which is that emotional testimony from one of the 4 women who accused Epstein and Maxwell of assault. There have been a lot of people who've been waiting for this moment. Can you talk about what you heard and what the reaction was like in court today?
Right, Hallie, and because of the coronavirus and the social distancing parameters have been set up in court, only a limited amount of reporters are allowed in each day, and for each session in the morning and the afternoon. I was one of the reporters selected for this afternoon, so physically in the courtroom to see this testimony. It was emotional at times. The woman identifying herself as Jane, the judge previously ruling that the 4 alleged victims in this case could testify under pseudonyms. She chose to use a pseudonym of Jane, testifying that the abuse the relationship started between Maxwell, Epstein, and Jane in the summer of 1994 while she was eating ice cream at what she described as a band camp, basically a camp in the upper Midwest for individuals who are gifted in the arts, whether it be the physical arts or in singing and music, things like that. That she met them then. She said that she lived in Palm Beach. Epstein apparently suggested, according to her testimony, that he lived there too. He asked for her number, for the mother to her the number to her mother, met with her mother and this Jane at Epstein's mansion in Palm Beach outside at the pool. Apparently she shared tea and pastries. And from there, according to her testimony, she developed a relationship with Maxwell and Epstein that eventually led to some insider kind of dirty jokes, using language I can't use in speaking with you.
Right.
And then from there, got a lot more serious with a series of abuse while she was 14, 15, and 16, according to her testimony. Talking about orgies with other women, sexual contact with Maxwell herself, and of course Jeffrey Epstein, as she testified today, Hallie.
There was also what we addressed just a second ago too. I mean, major big-time names, right? What do Kevin Spacey and Bill Clinton have in common? Well, apparently, according to this pilot, they've been on this plane, Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Can you talk about what it means that this network of celebrities was in close proximity, according to this testimony, to Epstein, to Maxwell, et cetera? How does that affect the case here?
Right, big names. It actually came up in Jane's testimony, too. She said there were several occasions where Maxwell and Epstein would name drop, according to her, that they would put some of these famous people on a cell phone. She didn't say specifically who, but they would put the names on a speakerphone and say, oh, we're talking with so-and-so as a means to impress her. She felt that sometimes that was a little bit intimidating. But this network of names that came up, look, a number of these names were public before in press reports, including by this network and public records that we were able to obtain these logbooks that were associated with the flights and the pilot that testified today, Larry Visosky. But I think when you look at it, it shows that Epstein was certainly able or had the means or the wealth to somehow get himself into some pretty lofty circles. He had two former presidents, both Bill Clinton and President Trump, fly on his plane. We did see pictures from inside that plane today. Hallie, we hope to be able to share those with everybody tomorrow once those pictures become public.
Once they go into evidence. Tom Winter, we'll have you back if that happens. Thank you so much for being with us. You in the courtroom, now out reporting for us live. Appreciate it. So you probably heard about this, right? Tiger Woods, he says he is lucky to be alive after a car crash earlier this year left him very badly hurt. He's now spoken on camera publicly for the first time since that crash, sharing some pretty scary details and more on what's ahead for him. He talks about what's next for his career. We've got a live report coming up.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen, you haven't seen Tiger Woods in a while. Neither have we, at least not until today. He's out. He's in public for the first time since that horrific car crash he was in. He's saying he is done playing pro golf full time because he's still recovering from what happened 9 months ago. Watch.
I won't have the opportunity to practice given the condition of my leg and build up. I just don't. So it's going to have to be a different way of doing it. And that's okay, and I'm at peace with that. I've made the climb enough times.
You'll probably remember this is what it looked like. That mangled piece of metal right there, that's his car that he crashed in Southern California after going more than 80 miles an hour in a 45-mile-an-hour zone. Steve Patterson is with us live now. Steve, I know we're looking at all of this, not just the incident when it happened, but covering what happened today. It seems like there were some emotional moments for Tiger Woods at a couple of different points, right?
Emotional, revealing, candid. It really was a look at a man who was sort of more introspective than I think we've seen him, and for good reason. I mean, I think people forget how bad that accident was. You just showed it, but his right leg was smashed up, tibia, fibula, pins and rods in his ankle, really had to focus on incredibly painful rehabilitation of that leg. And just the experience from that, he says he's, as you played before, lucky to be alive and lucky to have his leg. Doctors said that it wasn't necessarily 50-50, but it was darn close to them having to amputate. It was never off the table. He spoke about that and a little bit more on his mental health. We'll talk about that after this, but listen to what he said.
I'm lucky to be alive, but also still have the limb. Those are two crucial things, you know. So I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me.
Grateful, and it was somber, but it was also sort of jovial. He was joking with reporters who were in the room. Really, you could tell he was just happy to be back around the game, and I think that's the whole point of his sort of new mission.
I have to ask this, Steve, because I feel like it's a question that's out there, which was, why was he going 80+ miles an hour, right, when this crash happened itself, and going back to when this actually happened, in a 45-mile-an-hour zone? Was he not asked about it? Did he get asked and not answer? Like, did nobody bring that piece of it up?
So this is going to make me look bad because I just said it was a very candid conference.
No, I
but
mean,
when that question was asked, he basically said, yeah, you can find it in the police report. So he was, you know, more shedding light on some of the other things that surrounded that, but wouldn't speak about it himself. And he was asked, again, several times. Part of it, though, he said he just simply forgot a lot of the details. He said that at the time, that he doesn't really remember the crash. As for what caused it or what surrounded it, you know, again, he said it's in the police report.
So he posted this video fairly recently of him taking some swings, right? Like some full golf swings. It's not as though we're never going to see him on the golf course again, right? Like, I get that he's not going to be full-time back on the PGA Tour, but it seems like he's definitely leaving the door open, if not likely to show up somewhere.
He put it like this: he's made peace with where he's at, which is that he is probably no longer competing for the pinnacle of the sport, will likely pick and choose which tournaments he wants to proceed in which he wants to just stay on the sidelines and enjoy his life. But that's where he's at this point, and still very much in pain, Hallie.
Steve Patterson live for us there in California, covering that. Steve, thank you. Coming up here on the show, speaking of California, a possible break in the case of a mom from that state missing after attending her son's football game. LAPD now searching a landfill for evidence connected to Heidi Plank's disappearance. What investigators think they could find there. Plus, a college student dead after taking part in a frat boxing match. A lot to unpack here, like how this fight night was even allowed to happen. Zingle Esimwa has the answers for us in tonight's original.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So one of Donald Trump's closest allies in the White House now pulling a bit of a backtrack and cooperating with the January 6th investigation at the Capitol. So what's up with that change for Mark Meadows, and what can we learn from him? We'll get to that in just a second. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Los Angeles police are searching a California landfill for evidence connected to a missing mom. Heidi Plank disappeared in October. She was last seen on security video walking her dog in downtown LA. Now, police are looking in what they call a specific area of the landfill for human remains. Number 2, remember Mexican drug lord El Chapo? He is in federal prison for life. Well, today we found out his wife is also going to spend some time in prison. She was sentenced to 3 years. Back in June, Emma Coronel Iceborough pleaded guilty to federal charges of helping her husband run his multi-billion-dollar drug empire. Number 3, Twitter says it's going to take down private photos and videos if they're posted without a person's consent. The company says this change will hopefully protect users from harassment and from doxing. Number 4, it is officially the end of the Atlantic hurricane season. And it was the 6th consecutive year, the 6th year in a row of activity that was more than we typically see, with 21 named tropical storms and hurricanes. 21 was also more expensive than years before. Hurricane Ida alone caused $60 billion in damages. Number 5, a guy in Texas has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. Why? For using federal COVID relief money to buy a bunch of luxury stuff. Lee Price III bought a Lambo. He got a Ford truck. He got a Rolex. He even paid off loans on a property he owned. The Justice Department said Price got more than $1.6 million in total. A Lamborghini. There you go. Donald Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is now, we've learned just today, apparently cooperating, at least to some degree, with that committee in Congress investigating the attack on the Capitol. Why does this matter? Why should you care? Because Mark Meadows was the former chief of staff. He was basically the right-hand man to Donald Trump, the highest profile person in Donald Trump's inner circle there, who's known to be formally cooperating. The Select Committee chairman, Benny Thompson, said not only has Meadows produced some records to the committee, but he's actually supposed to sit down for a deposition at some point soon. We don't know specifically when. Leanne Caldwell is here with us. And Leanne, this is an interesting shift because just a couple of weeks ago, we were talking here on this show about how Mark Meadows refused to show up for a deposition that had been scheduled earlier in the month, right? So what's with the change of heart?
Well, Hallie, I've been covering Mark Meadows for a very long time, since he was a freshman congressman more than a decade ago. Mark Meadows likes to walk up to that line, but not really cross it. So when the committee was stalling on if they were actually going to issue these contempt charges or referrals, and it wasn't actually happening, I had thought that maybe there was something that was in the works. And it turns out that there was, although there are a lot of caveats with what Mark Meadows' attorney says. And those caveats are that he's willing to cooperate and hand over documents that do not fall under this executive privilege claim of these close communications with the former president and his conversations with the former president. So there's still a very large bucket of things, perhaps, that Meadows is not going to share. So he's trying to delineate, kind of have it both ways, where he's like, I'm going to cooperate with the committee, but I'm not going to talk about these things over here that I think are privileged. We'll see how the committee splits that baby, if they're able to at all.
And because it's entirely possible, Leanne, that Mark Meadows shows up for this deposition whenever it's supposed to happen and sits there and answers every question by saying, executive privilege, I can't answer that. Executive privilege, I can't answer that. Like, that's in the realm of possibility, right?
It is in the realm of possibility, and that's similar to what Jeffrey Clark, a former Trump administration Department of Justice official, did when he showed up before the committee a couple weeks ago. He showed up, people thought he was going to cooperate, and he cooperated not at all. He pled the fifth, said it was executive privilege, and tomorrow the committee is going to vote on a criminal contempt referral, just like they did with Steve Bannon. And so they are moving forward with that. So what Mark Meadows did, it buys him some time, and we'll see how this progresses. It might just be what he's doing is buying time, or maybe he's actually going to cooperate.
But then simultaneously with all this, there was what we saw in a federal appeals court today, because Mark Meadows is claiming executive privilege in some of these instances. Former President Trump is also claiming executive privilege for some documents, some records from his time in the White House that this committee wants to see. And it sounds like these judges that heard these arguments today were pretty skeptical of the arguments that Mr. Trump's attorneys were laying down.
Yeah, but the witnesses, these former Trump administration officials, don't really care what the judge is saying. They are trying to hide under this broad claim of executive privilege. They're hoping that this case perhaps helps their case. If they say that they have executive privilege and they hang it on the archives case that was heard today, perhaps that sparks another lawsuit and another court challenge. So, you know, there's a lot of legalese here, and the committee's kind of in uncharted territory here. These are former administration officials, and you know, they are in the driver's seat, but also, you know, these witnesses are able to talk or not, and the committee has to deal with it.
Leanne Caldwell, live for us on the Hill. Leanne, thanks for being on. Appreciate it. We want to bring you now to today's original, a story that features some in-depth and original reporting from our team here at Hallie Jackson Now. And in this one, the Kappa Sigma frat, the fraternity at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV, they're under scrutiny after one of their charity events turned deadly. Now, as far as we know, this wasn't a hazing thing, and the student didn't die from drinking too much, but there's already some finger pointing here as it relates to safety concerns, and that's bringing up new questions about fraternity accountability. Zincle Asamoah has the story.
He was stumbling around. Something just didn't seem right.
A college student is dead after a fraternity boxing match. His death ruled a homicide, his community mourning, and a family left with questions.
Why wasn't there a professional referee? You know, I mean, these are amateur fighters.
Nathan Valencia died of blunt force head trauma, according to the Clark County coroner. His family alleging inadequate safety precautions and no professional ref on site at a November 19th charity event hosted off campus by University of Nevada, Las Vegas frat Kappa Sigma. Valencia died just 4 days before his 21st birthday. The university president saying the school will, quote, review the incident and determine how off-campus events like these can be as safe as possible. The family saying they welcome the investigation, demanding accountability.
In one of the fights, the headgear got knocked off.
Valencia's girlfriend was at fight night.
Throughout all of the fights, people from the crowd would have to say something to the ref to stop the fight because the fight was over.
How common is the death of someone who was engaging in a boxing fight?
Very rare.
Steele is a professional referee in the International Boxing Hall of Fame.
The doctor, the ambulance, and the professional referee must be there present.
The Nevada Athletic Commission, which governs unarmed combat in the state, tells NBC it's launching an investigation. Fraternity Kappa Sigma did not immediately respond to our requests for comment. This as pressure to eliminate Greek life on campuses grows.
If we can't find a way to make these fraternity houses places that don't perpetuate interpersonal violence and sexual assault, then there's no reason to participate in these organizations.
Emanike was in a sorority at WashU in St. Louis, but joined Abolish Greek Life movements on campus. Her sorority voted to dissolve. Support online has grown for Abolish Greek Life movements, with schools like Swarthmore and Williams eliminating Greek life entirely. In D.C., Senator Sherrod Brown reintroducing the REACH Act earlier this year. The legislation in part would require hazing incidents to be reported as part of a college's annual crime report. The policy considered as debates over Greek life continue. The North American Interfraternity Conference representing frats around the country telling NBC, in part, moves to abolish Greek life, quote, fall short of truly dealing with campus-wide cultural challenges. In Valencia's death, no allegations of hazing have been presented. Today, the university and law enforcement investigate. Foster, in a sorority, says she's grateful for the support of the Greek life community and hopes for safer events in the future and justice for Valencia.
When people say some people are too good for this world, it's really him.
Zincle is joining us now. And Zincle, I know the family is bringing up some questions about, why there wasn't more safety, why there weren't more safety precautions in place, basically. Who do they say they want to be held accountable here?
Yeah, Hallie, we actually got a statement from them just this evening, and they're alleging it needs to be the university, the fraternity, the event space, and the referee who need to be held accountable. And they say they're willing to cooperate with the investigation to make that happen.
Zincle Asamoah, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time. We really appreciate your original reporting for us tonight. Thanks. Coming up here on the show, check out this. A woman saved a man from a burning house in Utah. And did I mention she's pregnant? Yeah, you got to see this video and hear why this good Samaritan said she sprang into action. And you know Dr. Oz, you've seen a show, you might have learned about fish oil from the guy, but now he's apparently looking to add senator to his resume. So how might that kind of run shake up a key race? We'll get into it.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. crowds admiring you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Barbados saying bye, Queen, to Queen Elizabeth. We're going to talk about what the Caribbean island is doing, dropping the royal as its head of state to become a republic. Are there any hard feelings across the pond about it? We're going to talk with Molly Hunter about that in a second. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day. And because you could not possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. First, from our West Coast Bureau, a pregnant woman in Utah risked her life to save a guy whose house was on fire. Look at this video here. Sarah Mon was 4.5 months along, but she didn't think twice about going up to the front of the house, which is on fire. It is on fire, and banging on the door. The guy inside was apparently fast asleep, didn't know what was going on until he woke up because he heard all the knocking. Mon says she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Pretty amazing. Officials say they still don't know why this fire started in the first place. Also out west, a woman has been detained for jumping onto a tarmac at LAX Monday night. She was apparently trying to flag down a plane that was meant for takeoff. Why? Great question. We don't know. Nobody does yet. She was taken to the hospital for minor injuries and a mental health evaluation. And from the South, some justice for an Alabama woman who was falsely accused of shoplifting. Leslie Nurse was arrested at a Walmart in Mobile in 2016 when she tried to leave with groceries she'd already paid for. Even though her case was dismissed a year later, she says Walmart threatened her with lawsuits. She was awarded more than $2 million in damages. You might know Dr. Oz, right? A celebrity TV doctor. He's got a lot of titles on his resume, and now he's hoping to add candidate for senator to that list. He actually just added it. He announced his run today in an op-ed in the Washington Examiner. He went after the government's COVID response, saying he's running to, quote, help fix problems and help us heal. And this is such an interesting race, even if you don't live in Pennsylvania, even if you're not that into politics. Why? Here's why. Because this guy, Republican Senator Pat Toomey, is not running for re-election. That means there is an open seat, and this is a wide open race, right? Republicans, Democrats, Dr. Oz now targeting this place. Mark Murray is back with us here in our newsroom to talk about it all. Mark, hello.
Hi, Hallie.
So, Dr. Oz, there's a lot here, right? Because we talked about the stakes of this race. It is totally wide open on the Republican side, like much less the Democratic side, which it also is. And now you have Dr. Oz, this celebrity. People didn't really know whether he was a Democrat or Republican necessarily, although he had been interacting with Donald Trump for quite a while. He had done, you might remember that physical that he did in 2016 with Mr. Trump, who was then running for president. Now we know he's a Republican, he's running for office, and he's slamming government COVID mandates.
Yeah, and not only is he slamming government COVID mandates, to me, when I looked at that op-ed that he ended up writing, you could also take it as a criticism of Donald Trump and his stewardship of the coronavirus back in 2020. And so, in a lot of ways, what is interesting, Hallie, is that you have a Republican who's running on health and the coronavirus, which normally hasn't been the resume necessarily of a lot of Republican candidates in this Trump world.
What's so interesting here, though, is that for the Republican people who are running in this race, it is widely believed that the Trump endorsement is going to be the thing that they should get, the thing that they should want. Is Dr. Oz courting that if he's also kind of going after former President Trump in this op-ed?
Well, Hallie, there were a couple of other clues that were very Trumpy in Dr. Oz's announcement. Number one, he used the term America first. He also said, I'm going to tell it like it is. Very Trumpy, but...
Or Chris Christie-ish,
right. But no one knows who's going to actually get this endorsement. And of course, I think an endorsement gives somebody an upper hand. But previously, Trump had already endorsed another candidate, Sean Parnell, who ended up suspending his campaign. So this is all out for the open, and we'll see who ends up getting the endorsement and the Republican nomination.
And an endorsement is sometimes important because it helps with name recognition, right? It helps. Dr. Oz already has that. Do you think that kind of gives him a leg up in some instances?
Absolutely. We're talking about him and not some of the other candidates who've actually declared their candidacy.
Good point, right?
That name ID does matter.
But I want to say, too, one of the reasons we're also talking about him is because there are some serious and very legitimate questions about even his medical life, right? Opposed to his, before his politician life, of whether or not he is, like, a fish oil salesman here.
Yeah, and that's all going to be litigated in the Republican primary. His residency, where he's actually been living in New Jersey, and all of a sudden, hey, I've been able to vote in Pennsylvania elections in the past year. That's all going to come to the fore. But Hallie, what really kind of fascinates me about this whole story is how the lines of celebrity have moved in American politics. It really wasn't too long ago that you had Arnold Schwarzenegger, who ran for governor of California, but he had actually run some education initiatives. You had Al Franken, who became a Democratic senator from Minnesota, but he wrote books on politics and was firmly engaged. Even Donald Trump was a surrogate for Mitt Romney in the 2012 presidential election. Now you have someone like Dr. Oz. No one even knew the guy was political up until this announcement. Same thing, you and I were talking about Matthew McConaughey. We also didn't know he was political. He decided not to run for governor of Texas, but we didn't even know what party he was. And so these lines of these celebrities who had engaged in politics before, now it's transformed, whereas all of a sudden they might not even engage and they're running for the United States Senate, and that's what's new.
And we'll see how that turns out for Dr. Oz. I'm sure we'll talk about it again. Mark Murray.
Can't wait.
Thank you much. Appreciate it. Barbados, have you heard about this? Saying bye, Queen. As of today, the former British colony is officially a republic. They held a big party overnight. Fireworks, dancing, music. And they officially removed Queen Elizabeth as head of state. You know it was a good party because Rihanna was there. She got a pretty big honor. The Prime Minister declared her a national hero. Before that, she was an ambassador for Barbados. Here's what she had to say about that.
This is a day that I would never, ever forget. It's also a day that I never saw coming.
So you would think, are there hard feelings from the British royal family? Not really. Prince Charles went there to celebrate with everybody else. Molly Hunter is here with us now with more on what this change means for the future of the country and the Commonwealth. Here's her reporting.
There were celebrations last night when, at the stroke of midnight, Barbados opened a new chapter, becoming an independent republic,
a parliamentary republic,
and removing Queen Elizabeth as their head of state, an emotional moment for the royal family.
I shall always consider myself a friend of Barbados.
The Commonwealth is very, very dear to the royal family. It was on the Queen's 21st birthday that she made really her most important, earliest speech about the Commonwealth.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Just 2 years later, in 1949, the modern Commonwealth, built as a free, equal, and voluntary association of nations, was born.
The Commonwealth has been one of the Queen's greatest achievements. 2.5 billion people, a third of the world's population, is in the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth has 54 members. 16 of them were under the Commonwealth realm, with the Queen as their constitutional monarch, including Barbados.
Today, 1,200 school children came to a field outside Bridgetown to meet their Queen.
But now things are changing.
The time has come to fully leave our colonial past behind.
A complex relationship clouded by slavery and colonialism, today giving way to a brighter future.
It will be marked on the pages of our history as a significant step in our political evolution.
Sandra Mason, until today, the governor representing Her Majesty the Queen, has been sworn into a brand new Barbadian role.
So help me God.
Dame Sandra Mason will be our first president, which is monumental. She's now representing the people rather than the British monarchy.
Celebrating this historic day with the Barbadians is none other than Britain's future king, Prince Charles.
It was important to me that I should join you to reaffirm those things which do not change. For example, that the close and trusted partnership between Barbados and the United Kingdom.
The real hope is he's there, he's celebrating them becoming a republic. Maybe they'll stay in the Commonwealth.
Let me see some hands in the air.
While no longer under the Commonwealth realm, for many Barbadians, there's no maybe.
Barbados is definitely committed to remaining within the Commonwealth.
But the Commonwealth realm is synonymous with the Queen. Can it ever be the same without her?
Are we going to have a problem with some nations becoming more inclined to republicanism after the Queen is no longer with us because of perhaps dissatisfaction with Prince Charles? Well, yes, maybe.
For now, the future king can only hope this royal charm offensive will be the lasting jewel in the Commonwealth crown.
Molly Hunter is with us now live. Molly, I was hoping you were going to be still in Barbados for us. I know you're not, but talk to me about this. It's super interesting. You've got this very important symbolically, but functionally, what does this actually do now that there's a president and they've made this decision to bring down this symbol of the British monarchy?
Right, just the Barbadian weather here outside of Buckingham Palace.
I know.
Look, short answer, not that much. Functionally, look, the presidential duties will be very, very similar to the duties of the governor general. So this is really an emotional, symbolic, historical decision, much more than a practical one. Hallie?
We heard there in your piece that the Commonwealth realm is one and the same with Queen Elizabeth, right? When she will eventually move on to the next, she will pass away. Prince Charles will take up leadership. Do you think at that point you're going to see more places other than Barbados, do this same kind of thing and try to cut ties with the monarchy?
Yeah, that's certainly what experts are saying, that it is likely. And Barbados is right there paving the way, of course, while she's still alive. But look, most of the world, most of the Commonwealth has only ever known a Queen Elizabeth. So when Charles takes over, it's going to be this seismic shift and really a moment, Hallie, for